You just said that wildflowers are the most fragrant. The next moment, you went from being a forever single loser to being reborn in the body of a total scumbag. He was a deadbeat from a once wealthy family, yet he had somehow married a famous chart-topping pop star. She had even given him a sweet, adorable daughter. But ever since they got married, he had been unexpectedly fired. He blamed everything on his jinx of a wife, believing she was the reason he had lost his career. You couldn't help but curse yourself for being such a piece of work. Right then, the mother and daughter who had just been abused were trembling on the sofa in absolute terror. Vanessa, clutching the child in her arms, saw you staring at them. Instinctively, she pulled Lily even tighter against her chest. Her eyes were brimming with tears. It wasn't that she hadn't thought about taking Lily and leaving, but she was an orphan herself, and all the family's money was in the hands of this monster. Seeing the sheer fear in their eyes, you let out a deep, heavy sigh of self-reproach. Then, you slowly stood up and flipped the light switch. A warm orange glow filled the room, just illuminating the entire space. Looking at the cluttered mess before you, you scratched your head, speechless at the state of the house. First, you opened a window to let in some fresh air. Then, you silently began picking up the empty beer bottles. Vanessa still held Lily tight, sitting motionless on the sofa. However, a flicker of confusion crossed her eyes. You didn't bother the mother and daughter. Instead, you grabbed a towel from the kitchen and started wiping down the table. By the time you had cleaned the house until it was spotless, you were drenched in sweat. You grabbed some clean clothes from the bedroom and headed into the bathroom. Vanessa watched the closed bathroom door. Her tense body finally relaxed slightly. She looked around at the clean room. Her eyes were filled with pure disbelief. What game was this monster playing now? Mommy, I'm hungry. Lily looked at her mother with wide, round eyes. Be good, Lily. Mommy will cook for you in a bit. Vanessa stroked Lily's hair. She whispered softly. She had to wait until the monster went to sleep. Only then could she cook a meal for herself and the child. Just then, the bathroom door opened. You walked out. The mother and daughter on the worn-out sofa flinched back simultaneously. You shook your head. Ignoring them, you pushed open the front door and walked out. Vanessa froze. Despair flooded her gaze. Had he gone out to buy more alcohol? Hadn't he had enough to drink tonight? She and Lily were going to go hungry for another night. Vanessa bit her lip. Her face turned pale. Tears fell uncontrollably. Mommy, don't cry. Lily isn't hungry anymore. Lily thought her mother was crying because she was hungry. That she was the reason her mother was upset. She reached out with her small, tender hand, clumsily wiping away Vanessa's tears. Vanessa bit her lip harder. Her tears fell even faster. After a long moment, she spoke in a trembling, gentle voice. Be good, Lily. Let Mommy tuck you into bed. You won't feel hungry once you're asleep. Mommy will wake up early tomorrow and make you something delicious. Okay? Okay? Mommy, don't cry. Vanessa softly hummed a lullaby, soothing Lily to sleep. Watching Lily slowly close her eyes, Vanessa thought about the last 2 years since they married. Her heart was filled with immense bitterness. She finally decided she was leaving tomorrow. She was escaping this hell. Even if she died out there, it would be better than being tortured to death by this monster. Suddenly, the sound of the front door lock clicking echoed. Still lost in her thoughts, Vanessa couldn't help but tremble again. Instinctively, she covered Lily's ears, listening intently to the movement outside. You pushed open the door. You instinctively looked toward the sofa. You were momentarily stunned. Did they go back to the bedroom? But they hadn't eaten yet. You stared blankly at the food in your hands. After thinking for a moment, you set the food on the table and walked toward the bedroom. Vanessa's body remained rigid. She heard your footsteps slowly approaching the door. She prayed that you wouldn't come in. But a moment later, a knock sounded at the door. I bought some food for you guys. If you're hungry, come out and eat. I'm sleeping in the guest room tonight. Hearing this, Vanessa's eyes snapped open. Then she heard your footsteps gradually fading away. The room fell silent once again. Only the sound of Vanessa's tense, heavy breathing echoed in the bedroom. Lily had opened her eyes at some point. She had clearly heard your voice. She was staring curiously at the closed door. Today, that stinky daddy hadn't come back to the room to sleep, and he even seemed to say he bought food for her. At the thought of food, she felt hungry again. She swallowed hard. She looked at her mother expectantly. Vanessa looked down, and seeing her daughter's hopeful eyes, she gathered her courage. She tiptoed quietly to the bedroom door. She opened it. The aroma of the food on the table hit her instantly. Vanessa's eyes immediately welled up with tears. He really had bought food for them. Facing this sudden kindness from the monster, Vanessa didn't feel happy. Instead, she felt a deep, bone-chilling fear. Why was he doing this? What else did he want to take from her? Barefoot, Lily ran over on her short little legs. She peered through the crack in the door. Her eyes suddenly lit up. Drool escaped the corners of her mouth. But she didn't move on her own. Instead, she looked up, staring at her mother with wide, unblinking eyes. Vanessa closed her eyes helplessly. She took a deep breath. Then, forcing a small smile, she picked up Lily. Be good, Lily. Let's eat quietly. Lily nodded her little head frantically. In the other room, you heard everything. You let out another deep sigh. After sighing, you began to think. After buying the food, you realized something. In this house, there was only about 1,800 left in savings. You needed to make some money. A moment later, you sat bolt upright, your eyes shining. Why hadn't you realized it sooner? This was a parallel world. Your heart raced with excitement. You grabbed your phone and started scrolling. A while later, a smile spread across your face. This world really was just like your memories. Cultural heritage and the entertainment industry were completely different from your original world. Some of the generic pop songs that made you cringe were actually dominating the top of the charts. You gripped your phone, your mind racing. Masterpiece after masterpiece began to surface in your mind. As you thought, exhaustion finally took over. You could only drag your tired body, all, slowly into the world of dreams. At 6:30 a.m. sharp the next morning, you quietly opened the door and stepped out of the bedroom. The dining table and the kitchen had already been cleaned until they were spotless. It must have been Vanessa. After she finished eating last night, you stood there for a moment, lost in thought. Then you slipped into the bathroom to wash up. You knew that Vanessa usually didn't wake up until 8:30 a.m. to start making breakfast, because the old you always slept until after 10:30 a.m. Only after he woke up and finished his morning drink, best, were they allowed to eat his leftovers. You instinctively sighed again. Then you finished washing up quickly. In the bedroom, Vanessa was actually already awake, but she didn't dare go out. The sound of washing up outside stopped. The door clicked open and then shut. Vanessa bit her lip, her eyes fixed on the bedroom door. She was curious about what he had gone out for again. Even after a long while, there was still no sound from outside. Vanessa glanced at Lily, who was still fast asleep beside her. After a moment's thought, she found the courage to slip quietly out of bed. She opened the bedroom door and stepped out. The stench of alcohol in the room had finally thinned out. The scent of fresh air wafting in through the window. It smelled wonderful. The situation felt strangely surreal to Vanessa. It had been a long time. A very long time since she had smelled anything so fresh. Vanessa walked over to the window and looked out at the world. She stood there, momentarily dazed. It wasn't until this very moment that she suddenly remembered she was only 24 years old. She didn't know how much time had passed before the sound of the front door echoed again. Vanessa was instantly jolted back to reality. Her entire body tensed up instinctively. She turned around with mechanical stiffness. You froze in place, feeling equally awkward. You hadn't expected Vanessa to be awake already. After washing up, you had noticed there was no food in the house. So, you had gone out to buy some meat, vegetables, and rice. Both of you stood there in stunned silence. Only now did you truly get a good look at her. Your wife's appearance, she was beautiful. Far more stunning than any of those influencers or celebrities. But she was painfully thin. Her face was unnervingly pale, likely from a lack of sunlight and long-term malnutrition. Seeing this filled your heart with a mix of pain, self-loathing, and shame. What a complete scumbag, he thought. How could anyone abuse such a beautiful wife like this? He really deserved to rot. Morning, I'm going to go get started on breakfast. You were the first to break the awkward silence. Carrying the groceries, you hurried into the kitchen. Vanessa simply couldn't believe her own eyes and ears. He had actually greeted her, and since when did he know how to cook? Vanessa watched in silence, staring at your busy silhouette in the kitchen. An overwhelming sense of grievance washed over her. She bit her lips so hard it hurt. Her eyes began to well up with tears. Was this him pitying her? Or a sudden flash of conscience? Mommy, Lily was awake. Maybe because she couldn't find her mother. She had come running out of the room barefoot. As soon as she stepped down, her little nose caught the delicious aroma of food. She turned her wide eyes toward the kitchen. From the kitchen, you naturally spotted the little girl. You flashed a wide grin at the little girl, but unexpectedly, Lily shrank back behind Vanessa in terror. You rubbed your nose, feeling helpless. Before long, breakfast was ready. You looked at the two of them, still standing cautiously in the distance. Go wash up and come eat. Lily was clearly salivating at the smell, but she still didn't budge. Vanessa was also watching the scene, with a sense of sheer dread. You had been feeling somewhat hopeful, but seeing them so guarded, Your hope sank to the bottom of the ocean. After a silence, you sighed. You two eat first. With that, you walked into the guest room. Vanessa didn't move. She watched as the guest room door closed. Then she looked down at the longing in her daughter's eyes. She let out a silent sigh. Lily, let's wash our hands and eat. On the dining table sat the millet porridge you had prepared. It was golden and looked incredibly appetizing. There were also 2 side dishes and a small bowl of steamed eggs. The moment she saw the steamed eggs, Lily's eyes instantly lit up. Mommy, did Daddy make this for me? Vanessa was at a loss for words for a moment. She couldn't bring herself to speak. She looked into her daughter's expectant eyes and finally gave a small nod. Lily's eyes shone even brighter. She couldn't wait to scoop up a spoonful of the egg custard and put it into her mouth. This was the first time her father had ever cooked for her. It was so delicious. Vanessa just ate her meal in silence. Her heart was filled with conflict and confusion. Her gaze drifted unconsciously, toward that closed door of the guest room. You sat at the desk in the guest room. Honestly, you were starving. But you knew that those 2 out there weren't ready to sit at the same table and eat with you. You shook your head to clear those thoughts. Then, you pulled out your phone. You opened up this world's version of TikTok. You deleted the old account that had a few thousand remaining followers. You registered a brand new account. Habitually, you opened the trending charts on TikTok. A moment later, your brow furrowed. What kind of garbage is this? Since when? Could a low-effort, trashy song like Last Minute Pig's Feet dominate the trending page? You had a plan in mind. You dug out a few sheets of long-forgotten music manuscript paper from the desk. These were all things Vanessa had left behind. You smoothed the manuscript paper out on the desk. The pen in your hand flew across the paper, writing out the 6th line. Tablature. In your past life, you were a master songwriter. Copying music across space and time was a trivial task that couldn't possibly stump you. In just a short while, a complete musical score lay right in front of you. Eagerly, you reached into the wardrobe and pulled out a guitar. You sat upright at the desk, cradling the guitar. You took a moment to build up the right emotion. Then, you closed your eyes. Your fingers lightly strummed the strings. The sound of the guitar began to drift out from the room. Vanessa, who was eating in silence, suddenly froze. He knows how to play the guitar? That's impossible. That guitar was hers. Vanessa knew full well that he couldn't play. At least, not before. But what was happening now? Along with the guitar notes, your singing voice also drifted out slowly. Vanessa was even more stunned. Her eyes were filled with absolute disbelief. Even Lily, who was happily eating, was captivated by the singing. She stopped her spoon mid-air. She looked toward the closed door of the guest room. Lily's big eyes blinked. She tilted her head as she watched. She knew that this voice belonged to the daddy who had cooked for her. It was so gentle. Even though Vanessa had never heard this song before, she could sense how incredible it was. Such a beautiful melody. She found it hard to believe it was coming from the mouth of a monster. She listened until the next line of the song began. At that point, Vanessa couldn't take it anymore. Her shoulders began to tremble slightly. Tears began to fall, one by one. 2 years. It had been 2 whole years. Every day spent in fear and trepidation. She hadn't listened to music for 2 years. She hadn't stepped outside the house for 2 years. Every single day, she faced nothing but chores and a house in ruins. And him, who had slowly turned into a monster. She had finally gathered the courage to run away. So what did he mean by singing this now? What did this sudden change mean? Vanessa was on the verge of a breakdown. She was lost once again, afraid of the road ahead, and afraid of this man's sudden transformation. She was terrified that this was all just a fleeting dream. The singing stopped at that exact moment. Lily also noticed her mother's tears. Panicked, she scrambled onto Vanessa's lap. She reached out with her tiny hands to wipe away her mother's tears. Mommy, don't cry, don't cry. Lily will blow on it for you. Lily thought her mother was in pain again. While wiping away Vanessa's tears, she lifted her little face, pulled back Vanessa's collar and began to blow on her. There, beneath the collar, Vanessa's back was covered in rows of scars. Naturally, you had no idea of what was happening to the mother and daughter outside, because of your song. At that moment, you were opening TikTok and hitting record. You didn't show your face in the video. Instead, you only showed the area from your nose down. You cleared your throat while holding the guitar. This time, you were clearly much more focused. You played and sang the entire song through once more. Once the song was finished, you saved the recording. Then, you trimmed off the silence at the beginning and the end. Finally, you extracted the audio, added the lyrics and music credits, and submitted the copyright registration online. With everything settled, You typed out the title, A Lifetime with You, an original song, dedicated to everyone. I hope you all like it. Please give it a like and support me. The video uploaded successfully. You let out a soft breath. It was finally done. Now, all that was left was to wait for the public's reaction. In this era, this song was a total game changer. You put the guitar back in the wardrobe. Then, you rubbed your growling stomach. You scratched your head, wondering if the two of them had finished eating. Man, you were starving. This was rough. Rubbing your belly, you finally couldn't wait any longer. You gently pushed the door open, leaving just a small crack, and peered out like a thief. You happened to see Vanessa, carrying Lily away from the dining table. Her eyes were red, as if she had just been crying. She obviously saw you, too. After freezing for a moment, she hurried back into the master bedroom with the child. You breathed a sigh of relief. You pushed the door open and walked to the table. Finally, you could eat. You saw that they had clearly left some food for you, which made you feel a bit happy. Then, you picked up the millet porridge and started scarfing it down in huge gulps. You cleared every plate on the table. After cleaning the dishes, you wandered around the apartment with nothing to do. You took a look at the layout of the home. It was a 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom apartment. It was only about 500 square feet. They had pooled their money to buy it when they got married. Everything in the house had been set up back then. Now, those things looked quite worn and old. Shaking your head, you sat down heavily on the sofa. It was hard to imagine how Vanessa had lived in this environment. With a child for 2 years, hardly ever leaving the house. It must have felt like being in prison. You knew. You couldn't change everything overnight. All you could do was curl up on the small sofa and fiddle with your phone. You searched for how to maintain a household, how to make a child happy, and how to be a good father. The answers online were all over the place, leaving you scratching your head in confusion. Just then, the master bedroom door suddenly opened again. Following the sound, you saw a little head peeking out. It was Lily. She tilted her head, staring with almond-shaped eyes just like her mother's. She was eyeing you with curiosity. The innocence and clarity in those sparkling eyes made your heart absolutely melt. But Lily's little face was far too thin, just like her mother. She would definitely look even cuter if she were a bit chubbier. It made sense. Before, this mother and daughter could only eat leftovers once a day, and the little one couldn't even eat dishes that had been sitting too long. The original owner of this body never gave them any money. They had to live meal to meal, never knowing when the next one was coming. Seeing Lily, you instinctively wanted to smile, but before your lips could even curl up, Lily was so frightened that she slammed the door shut and scurried back inside. Vanessa's crisp voice echoed from inside the room. She was soothing the child. Your smile froze on your face. You rubbed your nose, feeling quite innocent. Time ticked by. By noon, you put down your phone and stood up. It was time to make lunch. At that exact moment, the bedroom door opened. An expressionless Vanessa walked out, carrying a pile of laundry. She acted as if she didn't see you standing by the sofa. She walked straight toward the bathroom. You clearly saw that when she came out, her body stiffened for a second. Was she going to do the laundry? You suddenly remembered that your own dirty clothes from yesterday were still in the washing machine. Thinking of this, you quickly headed toward the bathroom as well. Vanessa was incredibly nervous. She hadn't expected you to still be at home. Usually at this time, you would have been out long ago, drinking with your deadbeat friends. She heard your footsteps, approaching her. Immediately, her heart pounded with even more anxiety. Her body began to tremble slightly. My clothes are still in the washing machine. Can I take them out to hang them up first? Your familiar voice sounded from behind her. Vanessa, who was bending over to open the washer door, was startled. She stumbled slightly and shrank back into the corner of the bathroom. Be careful, you couldn't help but say. Only then did Vanessa realize that you were actually asking for her permission. Her eyes darted around, not daring to look at you. You take them out first. You clenched your fists. Your hands were also shaking slightly. Your eyes couldn't hide the anger and heartache. You had just seen it clearly. Below Vanessa's neckline, there were rows of purplish red welts. You gathered your clothes from the machine, trying not to stare at her anymore. I'll make lunch in a bit. Remember to call Lily out to eat. Oh, Lily is asleep. I'll wake her up in a while. Vanessa shrank back a little more. She seemed utterly frantic. You knew that being there only pressured her. Helplessly, you rubbed your nose, took your clothes, and quickly went to the balcony to hang them up. Then, you walked into the kitchen. Inside the bathroom, Vanessa stood frozen, still clutching the laundry. It wasn't until the sounds of cooking started that she snapped out of it. She tremblingly put her clothes into the washing machine, but her gaze unconsciously drifted toward the kitchen. What exactly was wrong with him? Vanessa instinctively rubbed her own nose. Then, she suddenly froze again. Since when did he have that habit? Vanessa just stayed there in front of the washing machine, listening to the sound of the drum spinning. Her heart was incredibly conflicted. Once the laundry was done, she took the clothes to the balcony to hang them up. That man had been busily working away in the kitchen the entire time. Lily didn't wait for Vanessa to call her. She woke up on her own. As before, she pushed the door open with her little bare feet. Her 2 small hands were busy, rubbing her big, sleepy eyes. A moment later, she saw the delicious food being prepared in the kitchen. Those beautiful big eyes clearly lit up. Then, she curiously leaned against the kitchen doorframe, watching your silhouette. Vanessa finished hanging the clothes and turned around to see this scene. Little Lily was full of expectation. And you were working hard in the kitchen. Vanessa's composure suddenly broke. She spun around quickly, leaning her back against the wall. She covered her face with both hands and slowly slid down to a crouch. Tears fell silently. This was a scene that, a long, long time ago, she only saw in her dreams. As before, you didn't eat at the table with the 2 of them. After bringing the food to the table, you hurriedly walked out of the house. Hearing the front door close, Vanessa haphazardly wiped away the tears on her face. She bit her lip, stood up, and carried Lily to the dining table. No one knew how complicated her feelings were right now. Even she didn't know what she was thinking. The food was just as delicious as breakfast. The little one was already happily eating the egg custard. But the mother and daughter's peaceful lunch was soon interrupted by the sound of the door opening. They instinctively looked up to see you carrying a large bag of things. As you pushed the door and walked in, Lily huddled a bit closer to Vanessa. With the small spoon used for the egg custard still in her mouth, her big eyes followed your every move. You kept your eyes lowered, not daring to look at the terrified mother and daughter. You simply walked to the sofa, set the bag down, and spoke. Your voice was a bit muffled. I bought you some ointment. Make sure to use it. Also, I bought a toy for the kid. I don't know if she'll like it. I saw other little girls had them, so she should have one too. Vanessa didn't respond to you. After finishing, you fell silent for a moment. I know you won't believe me, but there are some things I still need to say. From now on, I won't drink anymore. I won't hit you 2 again. You and Lily don't need to be so afraid at home. The child is still small. This kind of environment isn't good for her. You said it all in one breath, and the suffocating weight in your chest eased considerably. Without waiting for Vanessa's reaction, you silently walked back into the guest room. Vanessa watched your silhouette disappear. Seeing the bedroom door tightly shut, she was even more at a loss for words. In just a single day, faced with this man's sudden transformation, she found it impossible to let her guard down. Back in your room, you felt even worse. Your eyes were red. You had clearly been crying while you were out. If it were possible, you would rather not have traveled to this world at all, knowing everything that had happened here, especially when you thought of the rows of scars on Vanessa's body. Your heart felt so suppressed it was on the verge of breaking. You truly couldn't understand how someone could treat their own family with such immense cruelty. After Vanessa finished eating, she still left some food for you. She looked at the bag on the table and thought for a moment, eventually leading Lily back into the master bedroom. You heard the door close next door and knew the mother and daughter had finished their meal. Only then did you stand up and walk out of your room. Then, you saw that the bag on the coffee table remained unopened, sitting exactly where you had left it. You bit your lip and sighed, not knowing what to do, so you just sat down and ate your meal in silence. Unexpectedly, the master bedroom door opened once again. Lily peeked her little head out, staring curiously at you while you ate. You tried once more to flash a wide grin at her. This time, you finally got your wish. The little one wasn't scared off. She continued to eye you with curiosity as you ate. You relaxed a little. A heart that had been weighed down was significantly healed by this sweet, soft little girl. You put down your chopsticks, and in the gentlest voice you could muster, you called out to her. Lily, your sudden words made the little girl's body tremble slightly. However, she still didn't shrink back. Instead, she looked back into the master bedroom, and, as if she had received some kind of encouragement, she looked at you again. A tender, soft, childish voice came from her mouth. Daddy. Hearing that sound, your whole body shuddered. Your eyes instantly welled up with tears. Since your arrival in this world, this was the most beautiful melody you had heard. Lily tilted her little head, looking confusedly at this, Daddy who was both crying and laughing. She seemed puzzled as to why someone would shed tears while smiling. You gave a soft, in response to the little one. Then you stood up, went to the sofa, and pulled the doll you had just bought out of the bag. Holding it in your hand, you gently waved it at Lily. Lily blinked her big eyes, seemingly understanding a little. She looked at the doll in your hand, then turned to look back into the master bedroom. It took quite a while before she slowly shuffled toward you. In this moment, your heart was pounding like a drum against your ribs, terrified of scaring her away. This little girl who was finally taking a step toward you. Lily only knew that Daddy would make her delicious food, and now he was holding a toy she liked. It seemed he wouldn't be mean to her and Mommy anymore. She walked up to your side, lifted her face, and gave a sharp sniff. Then, she let out a happy smile. Daddy doesn't smell stinky anymore. Lily, is the doll in Daddy's hand pretty? You spoke to Lily with as much tenderness and sincerity as possible. Lily's small hand twitched, appearing as though she wanted to take the doll from your hand, but she still couldn't find the courage to reach out. She just stared intently with her pitch black, sparkling eyes. Your gaze was fixed on Lily, so you naturally saw her hesitation. Thus, you slowly knelt down until you were at eye level with her and gently placed the toy into her hands. Lily finally held the toy she loved. Her gaze shifted from you to the doll. Her little fingers stroked the doll's soft, long dress, and her eyes immediately curved into crescent moons. Watching the joy on the little one's face as she held the toy, your heart was filled with a mix of emotions, especially seeing Lily's thin face up close, along with the clothes she was wearing, washed until they were faded and clearly far too small for her. In that instant, your heart felt a sharp, stabbing pain. She was only 3 years old. This was an age when she should have been pampered like a princess, yet here she was, overjoyed by a simple little toy. You gritted your teeth, quickly wiped your eyes, and forced a smile. And so, you sat there quietly, watching Lily play by your side. In this moment, in your eyes, there was nothing else. Inside the bedroom, Vanessa was even more tense. She didn't know if she was doing the right thing, but she agreed with what you had said earlier. The child was still young. She shouldn't grow up in such an atmosphere. Allowing the child to get close to you was the absolute limit of what she could manage right now. Outside, Lily's bell-like laughter rang out from time to time. Hearing it, Vanessa couldn't stop the tears from falling. She just sat silently on the bed, quietly wiping her tears away. Before long, Lily seemed to grow tired from playing. Clutching the doll tightly, she glanced at her daddy, who was still smiling foolishly at her. A look of hesitation crossed her little face, and then she turned and ran back to the bedroom. He just stood there blankly, watching the little one's silhouette disappear. You rubbed your nose and let out a silent laugh. It seemed you would have to buy the little one a pair of proper slippers. Always running around barefoot wasn't a good habit. What you didn't know was that, in just a single night, the song A Lifetime with You had gone absolutely viral on TikTok. By 10:00 p.m. that night, the video had successfully stormed the TikTok trending charts. At TikTok headquarters, the director of operations, Sienna Yang, heard a knock on her office door. Having just finished her day's work, she looked up at the newcomer with a frown, her expression serious. The technician, Leo, who had pushed the door open, held a tablet in his hand, looking at the woman who was normally known as a fierce tiger in the workplace. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. Director Yang, I have an urgent situation to report. A video was just posted on the platform, and it took only 2 hours to hit the trending list. It's currently sitting at number 5. Sienna Yang didn't think much of it. Still frowning, she waved her hand to take the tablet from him. What's the panic? It's not the first time this has happened. So, which big influencer messed up this time? It's not a big influencer. It's a brand new account registered today. Moreover, this video didn't go through our algorithmic promotion. The content is just a song. Leo spoke cautiously, while watching Director Yang's expression. He knew full well that Director Yang hated being disturbed during her personal time. He was gambling on the value of this video. Hearing Leo's words, Sienna Yang's expression turned to surprise. A new account, a single song, and it hit number 5 on the trending list without any promotion. As she spoke, she sat back down in her office chair and opened the TikTok trending page. The shock in her eyes deepened even further. It's already number 4. I have to see what kind of song this is. After the song finished, Sienna Yang fell silent. In all her time working at TikTok, this was the first time she had heard such a beautiful song on the platform. Sienna clicked on the creator's profile. She checked the name, Starry Radiance. A very pleasant name. Leo, you did a great job. Help me boost the reach of this video. Make sure more people see it. Ensure this video hits the top of the trending list by tomorrow. Leo nodded vigorously. He knew his gamble had paid off. After Leo left, Sienna Yang listened to it one more time from beginning to end. The song was just as good the second time. She tapped her fingers lightly on the desk, appearing to be deep in thought. A moment later, she picked up her phone. She drafted a private message. Meanwhile, you woke up at 5:30 a.m. You had no idea that your song was already going viral across the country. After a quick wash, you walked out of the house to start your morning workout. This body was in even worse shape than you thought. After running for just a bit, you were already panting for breath. Running and stopping like that for an hour? You finally managed to cover 3 miles. This was the exercise plan you had set for yourself. By the time you got home, it was already 7:40 a.m. Just as you pushed the door open, you ran right into Vanessa, who was coming out of the bathroom after washing up. Droplets of water clung to the strands of hair on Vanessa's forehead. She was drying herself with a towel. She jumped when she saw you, her expression full of panic. I didn't know you went out. I'll go make breakfast right now. You were stunned for a moment, feeling a bit awkward in this situation. But you quickly replied, Lily is still sleeping. Vanessa bit her lip. She lowered her head and gave a soft, okay? Her heart began to race. After your workout, the healthy, energetic aura about you made her very uncomfortable. She was used to seeing your decadent, slovenly side. Seeing you so vibrant all of a sudden made her feel flustered. She instinctively avoided you. Walking quickly toward the kitchen, go look after Lily. I'll cook after I take a shower. Is there anything specific you want to eat? Your slightly pleading voice sounded from behind her. Vanessa's footsteps faltered for a long moment. A soft, trembling sound finally came from her. No, just make whatever you want. I'll go check on the child. After saying that, Vanessa picked up her pace and practically fled into the bedroom. You looked at the closed bedroom door and shrugged your shoulders helplessly. After your shower, you felt so hungry you were lightheaded. On top of that, the original body's alcohol withdrawal was kicking in. You felt miserable. Your mouth kept salivating uncontrollably. All you could do was cook, while chugging hot water to ease the discomfort. Lily was up by then. After Vanessa helped her wash up, she leaned against the kitchen door frame to watch you cook. She was still clutching the doll you gave her yesterday. You turned around and saw the little one. You grinned, giving Lily a warm, affectionate smile. Lily, what do you want for breakfast this morning? Daddy will make it for you. The 2 pigtails on Lily's head swayed slightly. She tilted her head and thought seriously for a long time. Then her big eyes curved into crescents. Steamed eggs. Lily loves steamed eggs. Okay, then steamed eggs it is, you replied dotingly. You reached out, wanting to pat Lily's little head, but quietly pulled your hand back. You were afraid of scaring this little angel. Take it slow, you thought. Lily was clearly starting to accept you, which gave you a glimmer of hope. Your mood instantly improved. You felt much better. Right now, even the withdrawal and hunger seemed to fade away. After setting the breakfast on the table, you returned to your small bedroom as usual, to let the mother and daughter eat first. However, what was better than before was that as the 2 of them ate outside, there were clearly more sounds of laughter. In the guest room, you lay on the bed and picked up your phone, which was set to silent. You wanted to see the results of the video. The moment you unlocked the phone, you were shocked. Holy crap. How many notifications is this? You swallowed hard and clicked on TikTok to open your profile page. The follower count of over 1 million nearly blinded you. With a racing heart, you clicked on the video. Over 2 million likes and nearly 1 million comments brought an unstoppable smile to your face. Fame with just 1 song. Moreover, the comments were overwhelmingly positive. It was nothing but praise. Many people were even calling for you to release more great songs like this. Now, it was time to see the earnings. You opened the creator dashboard. The balance on the screen made your jaw drop. Without even taking on any sponsorships, in just 1 day, the revenue generated by traffic alone had reached a staggering 320,000. And that was the amount after taxes. You finally breathed a sigh of relief. You were rich. Life wouldn't have to be so pinched anymore. Back when you only had the family's total savings of about 150. Even buying groceries had been a stressful task. After transferring the earnings to your bank card, you waited for the 2 outside to finish their meal. Only after hearing the bedroom door close did you rush out for breakfast. After finishing all the food on the table and washing the dishes, you grabbed your phone and hurried out of the house. The apartment complex you lived in was located in the old district of Riverside. This neighborhood was quite aged and dilapidated now. The only reason they had bought a place here was that it was cheap. Back then, Vanessa and the original owner had gotten married not long after starting work. Neither of them had much money. When they got married, they still dreamed of moving to a nicer house in the future. Unfortunately, in the 2 years since the wedding, the original owner had not only stopped looking for work, but had also gambled away all their savings. He had even taken Vanessa's phone and sold it off, just to buy more alcohol. Leaving the rundown complex, you walked straight toward the mall in your memory. As soon as you walked in, you saw a flagship store for a top-tier domestic mobile brand called Apex, likely because most people were currently at work. There weren't many customers in the store. A young female clerk was boredly painting her nails behind the counter. When she saw you enter, her eyes clearly lit up. She greeted you with a bright smile. Looking for a new phone, handsome? Yeah. You nodded and scanned the counter. You picked out a sky blue model. The clerk quickly brought out the phone you selected, her smile widening. Great taste. The model you picked is our latest flagship. Not only is it ahead of the competition, but this phone has a 100x zoom and is the world's first to support satellite calls. You nodded. After a moment's thought, you asked, do you sell SIM cards here? Of course. Is it for yourself? If it's for you, we can set it up right here. It's not for me. It's for my wife. The clerk was stunned for a moment and looked at you again, feeling a strange sense of disappointment in her heart. Such a young guy. Why did he step into the graveyard of marriage so early? Truly, all the good men are already taken. A phone worth several $1,000s, and he bought it for his wife without even blinking, the clerk thought to herself. But her professional smile didn't falter. She continued, your wife is so lucky, sir. I'm sure she's going to love this phone. However, if you want to set up the SIM card, she'll need to bring her own ID and come in person to handle the registration. Alright then. Just go ahead and pack the phone for me, please. You scratched your head. You didn't realize that in this world, buying a SIM card also required real name verification. You could only have the clerk wrap the phone up first. Soon, the phone was packaged. After scanning the code to pay, you quickly left the phone store. There were still many things to buy, and you had already wasted quite a bit of time here. After you left the house, Vanessa cleaned the place from top to bottom. Afterward, she sat on the sofa, looking out at the clear blue sky through the window. After 2 days of ventilation, the smell of alcohol was completely gone. Fresh air drifted through the window from time to time, making her feel incredibly comfortable. This was something Vanessa hadn't dared to even dream of before. Watching Lily playing happily, the corners of Vanessa's mouth unconsciously curled into a small smile. This kind of life was truly wonderful. The sudden sound of the door lock turning startled Vanessa out of her reverie. Lily also scrambled up quickly, clutching her doll as she dove into Vanessa's arms. Noises came from outside. Your familiar voice followed soon after. Careful, careful! Don't scratch it. Stand it upright and move it in. Vanessa was a bit frantic. She quickly picked up Lily, wanting to retreat into the bedroom, but she couldn't help but peek curiously at the door. The silhouettes of you and a stranger were the first things to enter her field of vision. They were carrying a cream-colored, cloud-style sofa into the room. Your eyes lit up when you saw Vanessa. Your face was filled with a bright, happy expression. Could you help me pour a few glasses of warm water? I want the movers to have a rest once they're done. Okay, I'll get some right now. Vanessa, who hadn't interacted with outsiders in a long time, was a bit flustered, but she reacted quickly, carrying Lily as she hurried into the kitchen. The smile on your face widened. Even though you were drenched in sweat, you were full of energy. You and the movers brought the new sofa into the house. Then you moved the old, worn-out sofa out. Next came the TV, the refrigerator, and some green plants. As each piece of new furniture arrived, the home was instantly transformed. The old, dingy appearance was suddenly refreshed, radiating a sense of vibrant life once again. The old furniture that had been replaced was finally sold off by you for $800. You managed to get rid of it all. Vanessa felt a pang of regret. Although that furniture was a bit old, it was all still in good shape. $800 felt like such a loss, but what she was more curious about now was where you had gotten all this money. Based on her calculations, they should have been on the verge of starving by now. After seeing the movers off, you returned to the living room carrying a large bag. You looked over the results of your hard work with satisfaction. The small living room suddenly felt full and vibrant. Now this feels like a home. You wiped the sweat from your face with a towel. You set the bag on the new coffee table and plopped down onto the soft sofa. The mother and daughter were still standing dazed in the kitchen. By now, Vanessa had put Lily down, clutching her mother's leg. Lily looked around like a curious little kitten, clearly investigating the new things in the house. Seeing the little one like this, a smile spread across your face, your eyes crinkling into narrow slits. You suddenly felt a great sense of achievement from the large bag. On the coffee table, you pulled out a big pink toy. You set it on the table, but your eyes remained on Lily. Sure enough, upon seeing the toy, Lily's attention was instantly captured. She stared at the toy, unable to look away. One of her little hands still clutched her doll, while the other gripped the hem of Vanessa's shirt. She leaned her head forward slightly, wanting to see what kind of toy you were holding. You reached out and beckoned Lily over. You looked at her dotingly and said, Lily, come quick and see what Daddy bought for you. Lily didn't run over immediately. First, she looked up at her mother. Seeing Vanessa's lips move without saying anything, she finally shuffled over step by step. You had already torn open the packaging, revealing the toy inside. It was a princess house. The princess house is a mess. Does Lily want to help Daddy decorate the little princess's home? At your words, Lily's big, sparkling eyes were clearly filled with longing. Her little body edged closer to the sofa, right up to your leg. You smiled gently. You picked up the little princess from the house and waved her in front of Lily. You let out a soft, playful sigh. The little princess isn't dressed up yet. Daddy doesn't know how. Lily, can you help Daddy make the little princess look pretty? Pretty, please? As you spoke, you held the little princess out to Lily. Lily blinked her big eyes and looked at you. Then, she tentatively raised her small hand until she touched the doll in your hand. You kept smiling. You placed the doll into Lily's hand, then tried using your large hand to hold Lily's tiny one. When you felt her warm little hand in your palm, the corners of your mouth tilted up slightly. You picked up a tiny pink dress for the doll. With one hand holding Lily's, you offered the dress with the other. You spoke softly again. Let's dress up the princess. I'll have to count on you, Lily. Can you teach Daddy how? Daddy's hand was so warm, even warmer than Mommy's. Lily looked at the little princess, then looked at your helpless face. She suddenly giggled. Daddy is so silly. Lily will teach Daddy. The little girl smiled, showing her tiny white teeth. She leaned against your thigh, took the little dress from you, and clumsily began putting it on the doll. You laughed along with her, humbly accepting the little one's guidance. You learned how to dress the little princess together. In that moment, the small room suddenly felt bright and cheerful. Nearby, Vanessa leaned against the doorframe, quietly watching this beautiful scene. Her eyes grew misty. The father and daughter didn't play for long. Lily was still decorating the princess under your guidance. You looked up and saw Vanessa, dazed, still leaning against the kitchen doorframe. Her faded light blue shirt was particularly jarring at that moment. You couldn't help but squint your eyes. A memory suddenly flashed in your mind. It was a parent-child set. Vanessa had secretly bought it behind his back for Lily's second birthday. Later, when the original owner found out, he beat Vanessa, and he sold her phone. Recalling this, you fell silent. The next second, you stumbled to your feet. You covered your mouth and rushed into the bathroom, retching violently. You finally understood. When a person with a conscience looks back on such behavior from a first-person perspective, it creates such a sickening sense of fury. This sudden change scared the mother and daughter outside half to death. Vanessa, in particular, gave a frightened shudder. She hurried to the sofa and scooped Lily into her arms. Lily huddled deeply into Vanessa's embrace, terrified that if she was a second too late, her father would suddenly burst out from the bathroom after he finished vomiting and beat or scold her and her mother just like before. In the past, every time her father made noises like that, he became as terrifying as a man-eating tiger. A long while later, you walked out of the bathroom looking a mess. Your eyes shot through with red, completely bloodshot. Looking at the startled Vanessa and Lily, your heart felt even heavier, and your stomach wouldn't stop churning. But you still forced yourself through the discomfort and spoke to them weakly. I'm sorry for scaring you. I'm just not feeling very well. At the thought that you were now occupying this body, it felt as if your entire body was covered in tens of thousands of crawling ants. Seeing that Vanessa and Lily were still watching you warily, you let out a heavy sigh, walked around Vanessa and the child, and went silently into the kitchen. You picked up the vegetables and started washing them. Lily probably isn't done playing yet. Go play with her for a bit longer. I'll make lunch. Vanessa took a close look at your profile. This face was so familiar, yet so incredibly strange. Finally, she nodded and sat down where you had been sitting earlier, holding Lily. Lily peeked her little head out from her mother's arms. When she saw that Daddy was still that gentle version of himself, a smile finally spread across her little face again. By the time lunch was ready, the aroma of food drifted through the living room. Vanessa saw you set the dishes on the table, and then silently retreat to the guest room once more. The corner of her mouth twitched slightly, but she couldn't say a single word as she ate. Lily sat with the small spoon in her mouth. Suddenly turning to look at her mother, she furrowed her little brows, her face full of confusion. Mommy, why doesn't Daddy eat with us anymore? Vanessa was nibbling on a piece of stir-fried pork. This was her favorite dish, whether before or after they got married. She rarely got to eat it, because the old you couldn't handle spicy food. Hearing her daughter's question, Vanessa unconsciously looked toward the guest room, then turned back to look at her bewildered daughter. She suddenly gave a small smile. The smile was like a spring flower in bloom, breathtakingly beautiful. That's because mommy and daddy aren't ready yet. The little one didn't understand. Her little brows furrowed even tighter. Her tiny mind couldn't grasp what her mother meant. Inside the bedroom, you were staring blankly. You knew your sudden vomiting was a psychological reaction, but there was nothing you could do about it. Subconsciously, you kept telling yourself that none of it was your fault. But it didn't change the fact that he was you now. Feeling helpless, you could only pull out your phone and scroll through TikTok videos to distract yourself. Your video was still at the top of the trending list. Many of the comments were urging you to release a new song. Just then, the sound of dishes being washed drifted in. You put down your phone and walked out of the bedroom. There was still food left for you on the table. Vanessa was washing the dishes in the kitchen, while Lily had run back to the sofa to play with her new toy. Seeing her father come out, Lily wasn't as scared as she used to be. You gave her a smile, stepped forward, and gently patted her little head. Then you turned toward the kitchen. Vanessa had just come out of the kitchen and saw you staring at her. She couldn't help but feel a surge of nervousness, and she didn't know what to do with her hands. She could only wring the hem of her shirt helplessly. Seeing Vanessa's submissive and timid demeanor, you couldn't help but frown, letting out a silent sigh. It was precisely because of her gentle and reserved nature that the previous monster had been so bold and heartless in bullying her. With that thought, you relaxed your brow. You picked up the newly purchased phone from the coffee table, set it on the dining table, and kept your eyes on Vanessa. Your voice was soft. I bought a phone for you. See if you like it. There's also something I want to discuss with you. Can you come sit down? Vanessa had been keeping her head down, but she looked up at you after hearing your words. First, she met your clear, honest eyes, and then she saw the brand new phone box on the table. Vanessa flinched slightly. A moment later, she gave a soft, okay, and walked slowly to the sofa to sit down. Is there something you want to talk about? Her voice was so quiet that you had to strain your ears to hear her. You didn't answer immediately. Instead, you picked up the phone and began to unbox it yourself. You pulled out the sky blue phone. After a simple setup, you handed it to Vanessa. This is for you. You'll need to go handle the SIM card registration yourself. I've already saved my number in there. In the future, if I'm not at home and something happens, you can call me. As he spoke, you pulled a stack of cash from your pocket and placed it in front of her. This is some cash I just withdrew. If you're free this afternoon, take the kid out for a walk. It's not good to stay cooped up inside all the time. Buy whatever you feel like buying, especially clothes. I notice both of your clothes are getting a bit small. Also, you should open a bank account. Carrying cash around isn't safe or convenient. You kept rambling on, saying everything on your mind in one go. Vanessa looked up, staring intently at the man before her, listening to his constant nagging. Her eyes slowly began to redden. Seeing that Vanessa hadn't reached for the phone, you rubbed your nose helplessly. Do you not like this phone? I thought the color was nice, and I only bought it because it's the latest model. If you don't like it, you can go pick out another one. Vanessa shook her head, looking at you deeply. No, I really like it. Thank you. Her voice was still very soft, choked with emotion, and carried a slight tremble. Your eyes suddenly met. You looked away awkwardly, but felt a sense of relief in your heart. As long as you like it. You're welcome. Anyway, I'm gonna go eat now. With that, you stood up, walked quickly to the table, and started eating heartily. Deep down, Vanessa was still wondering where you had gotten so much money to buy all this. But since you didn't say, she naturally wouldn't ask. She picked up the new phone and took a look. The sky blue casing felt very high quality. Beside her, Lily had also put down her toys and leaned her little head in, curiously eyeing the new phone in her mother's hand. Taking the opportunity, Vanessa stroked the little one's head. The two of them stared at the phone and began exploring it together. Because you had sweated quite a bit throughout the morning, you wanted to take a hot shower after finishing the dishes. But since the two of them had stayed in the living room all day, you felt too embarrassed to go shower just then, so you could only retreat back to the guest room in frustration. By 5:30 p.m., it was finally no longer so hot outside. Vanessa sat on the sofa, hesitating for a while. Finally, she picked up the money from the table and led Lily out of the house. It had been a very, very long time since Lily had been outside. She really loved going out to play, but her mother had never taken her out before, and her father had never allowed them to go out, so this time she seemed exceptionally happy to be out. The little one held her doll in one hand and her mother's hand in the other, skipping all the way. Her big, round eyes were wide as she looked at everything around her. Everything outside, for her, was filled with a sense of wonder and novelty. However, Vanessa was a bit tense. She unconsciously quickened her pace as she walked, watching the pedestrians coming and going on the street. She felt a strange sense of self-consciousness, especially regarding the clothes she and Lily were wearing, these ill-fitting garments. They made her feel as if the eyes of others, them, were inadvertently lingering on her for a few extra seconds. The mall wasn't far. She vaguely remembered it was just 2 blocks away. The mall had changed quite a bit from her memory. In just 2 short years, the place seemed to have been renovated quite exquisitely. As soon as she entered, she spotted a phone store. Inside, there was a counter for setting up SIM cards. Vanessa hesitated for a moment, then led the child inside. There were quite a few people in the store. The clerks all seemed very busy. Vanessa, who hadn't interacted with anyone in a long time, stood there a bit lost. Fortunately, a female clerk noticed her and Lily. She took the initiative to come over and patted Lily's head. Then, with a smile, she said, "What a good little girl. Are you looking to buy a phone, miss?" Hearing someone praise Lily, a smile also spread across Vanessa's face. She shook her head. "No, I already have a phone. I want to get a SIM card. Can I do that now?" The female clerk kept a friendly smile on her face. While talking, she guided Vanessa toward the counter. "Of course, right this way, please. We have several plans here for you to choose from. But may I ask what brand of phone you have? If it's our store's brand, there is a discount on the SIM card activation." Hearing the word discount, Vanessa's eyes lit up. She quickly pulled the phone out of her pocket and handed it to the clerk. "Is this one okay?" she asked softly. "I think it's your brand, and it was just bought this morning." The clerk was stunned for a moment. She took another careful look at Vanessa. Hardly any of the newest flagship models had been sold today, and now someone was here to get a SIM card for one. "The clerk naturally thought of you from this morning. So, this mother and daughter were the wife and child of that handsome guy? But why were they both so thin, and their clothes were so clearly ill-fitting? That handsome guy didn't look like the type of person who would treat his family poorly." The clerk was a bit puzzled, but she didn't ask any further. Keeping the smile on her face, she exclaimed, "Wait, so the handsome guy who came to buy a phone this morning is your husband? Oh, you are so lucky. This is the latest model we have in the store. With this phone, you can sign up for this special plan. Top up $100 and get 100 free, plus 600 minutes of free talk time." It was the same enthusiastic service as before, except this time, the customer had changed from you to Vanessa. Vanessa, dazed by the sales pitch, handed over the money. She successfully set up the card, all the way until she walked out of the store. Inside her head, the clerk's enthusiastic voice was still echoing. It was overwhelming. But she had actually called you a good man. Vanessa really wanted to tell her, "If he's such a good man, why don't you take him home yourself?" After buying the SIM card, Vanessa went to get a bank card and deposited all the cash she had. After the SIM card cost, she had $4,900 left. You had given her exactly $5,000 this time. Walking out of the bank with the phone and bank card, Vanessa looked at the skyscrapers all around. Suddenly, she felt alive. Now, she could take the child and leave. With this money in her hands, she could find a job to support herself and the child. She could even pursue her dreams once again. This sudden freedom, made Vanessa stand frozen in place for a long time, until a tender young voice rang in her ear. "Mommy, can Lily have an ice cream?" She snapped back to reality instantly. Beside her, Lily was still pulling her hand. Her big, round eyes were staring fixedly at the ice cream stand nearby. Drool was practically escaping from the corners of her mouth. Vanessa laughed. Her smile was so bright and radiant. "You can, but only one bite. Otherwise your tummy will hurt, okay?" Lily loves Mommy the most. The mother and daughter were finally out. Took a nice, refreshing shower, totally unaware that Vanessa might potentially never come back. After your shower, you started preparing dinner. The usual 2 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, and a staple. You planned to make noodle soup tonight. But since you didn't know when they would be back, you were afraid the noodles would get soggy and lose their texture. So you didn't cook them right away. You set the other dishes on the table. The noodles were sliced and ready on the cutting board. Then you went back to the living room and flopped onto the sofa. You picked up your phone and started browsing parenting tips. What to do if your child won't eat? Just give them a spanking. Wait, that's definitely not the way. Swipe, swipe. Lily was such a good girl. How could she ever refuse to eat? Besides, for such a cute little thing, you couldn't bear to even lay a finger on her, until you scrolled so much she got a bit drowsy. You let out a yawn and checked the time in the top right corner. It was already 7:30 p.m. Why weren't they back yet? You suddenly sat bolt upright. No way. They couldn't have. Had something happened to them, right? You were a little nervous. You hurriedly stood up. You put on your shoes, prepared to go out and look for them. But just as you opened the door, You happened to run into them coming home. A soft, fragrant breeze wafted in from the doorway. You were completely stunned. At this moment, Vanessa was humming an unknown little tune. Her steps were light. The curve of her lips showed that she was in a very good mood. She was holding several shopping bags in her hands. Lily had one hand clutching the hem of her mother's shirt, and in her other hand, she still held that doll you gave her. The main reason you were so stunned was that both of them were now wearing well-fitting new clothes. 2 pairs of bright, cute almond eyes saw you, and clearly froze for a second as well. A moment later, Lily's sweetie leaned in toward you. "Daddy," she called out. Clearly, after having gone out for a while and changing into new clothes, Lily was in a fantastic mood. That one, Daddy, almost made your soul leave your body. You managed an okay, your voice even trembling a bit. Then you knelt down and ruffled Lily's hair. You scooped up the adorable little thing and led the way into the house. "Shall Daddy make you some noodles today? The kind with 2 eggs in it? Okay." Lily loves eggs. Lily likes Daddy the most. Vanessa was left standing at the door, completely floored. The little one just said she loved Mommy most. And in the blink of an eye, she'd defected. Lily didn't have to wait long. The noodles with eggs were ready in no time. You brought the noodles over to her and playfully flicked her little nose. Then, out of habit, you turned to head toward your bedroom. Just as you turned around, unexpectedly, the little one suddenly grabbed the hem of your shirt. "Daddy, can you eat with Lily?" That soft, sweet voice rang out again. You turned around and met Lily's expectant gaze, feeling a bit hesitant. You stole a quick glance at Vanessa, who was sitting nearby. Vanessa didn't say a word or even look up. It was as if she hadn't heard Lily at all. She just kept slurping the noodles in front of her. You were a bit speechless. This kind of situation was incredibly difficult to handle. Either kill me or let me go. Just give it to me straight. What exactly did this silence mean? All you could do was try to test the waters. "Then I'll stay here and eat with Lily." "Daddy, sit next to Lily." The response came from Lily, who was happily patting the empty spot beside her. You rubbed your nose. With an awkward expression, you brought another bowl of noodles from the kitchen and sat down next to Lily. Mommy sat on the left. Daddy sat on the right. Sandwiched in the middle, it was the first time Lily was surrounded by both parents. The smile never left her face. She even put extra effort into eating. She finished the entire bowl of noodles, cleaning it out completely. In the end, Vanessa was worried the little one would overeat and wouldn't let her have any more. Only then did the little girl stop. But after dinner, Lily's wish. It's all so and I. To have Mommy and Daddy play with the princess house together fell through. In the end, you were the only one playing with Lily. Vanessa, having finished her dinner, went back to the master bedroom alone. You could understand her choice, allowing you to sit at the same table. Vanessa must have gone through a massive internal struggle. You put yourself in Vanessa's shoes. If it were you, after suffering that kind of treatment in the past, and being asked to live peacefully with your enemy, you definitely couldn't do it. Wait, that's not right. If it were you, the old you would probably be missing a body by now. The kind that's chopped up and fed to the dogs. You played with Lily until 9:30 p.m. Lily was so tired she was nodding off, but she still refused to go to sleep. During this time, you also noticed a very serious problem. Lily was already 3 years old, but the little girl still couldn't take off her own shoes. You had to realize that a normal 3-year-old should be at the age for kindergarten. You knew this was caused by the broken family environment. It couldn't be fixed overnight, but it still broke your heart. Vanessa walked out of the bedroom at that moment. She didn't say a word, just silently watched you and Lily on the sofa. The meaning in her eyes was crystal clear. You got the message instantly and picked Lily up. After giving her a kiss on her little cheek, you smiled and said, "Lily, it's bedtime. Daddy will play with you tomorrow, okay?" Lily's half-closed eyes fluttered open. She looked at your face, then turned her head to look at Vanessa. Then she suddenly buried her little head in your neck. "Lily wants to sleep with Daddy tonight." The sudden request left you a bit flustered. It made Vanessa's face turn a shade darker. The sudden silence was the most awkward part. You looked at Vanessa with an innocent expression. This was the little one's own idea. It really wasn't your doing. Vanessa secretly clenched her fists. This little ungrateful brat, she had spent so much time raising her. It had only been 2 days, and she was already corrupted by the enemy's charm. In the end, the little one got her way. Vanessa gave her a quick wash, and the little girl happily crawled into your bed. Lily was like a little koala, clinging to your neck and refusing to let go. You let her hold you like that. This was your first time putting a child to bed. Recalling the parenting tips from online, you gently told Lily a bedtime story. Once upon a time, in a beautiful kingdom, The king had two very lovely daughters. One of them was named Elsa. Lily felt completely content and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, while Lily was still sleeping, you got up early as usual. You tiptoed out of the bedroom and into the living room, preparing to go for a morning run. The next moment, as if in disbelief, you rubbed your eyes. The ointment on the coffee table was gone. Your eyes gradually lit up, and a broad, knowing smile broke across your face. You left the house today in high spirits. Morning run, shower, and cooking took over 2 hours in total. After finishing breakfast, you had another task, waking up your daughter. Lily was woken up by your gentle voice. She rubbed her sleepy eyes, and the moment she saw you, an adorable, sweet smile gradually bloomed on her face. The little one reached out her soft little arms, wanting a hug from Daddy. You immediately reached out and gently picked her up, dressing her in the new clothes from yesterday. Then you carried her out to wash up. You had watched videos on how to take care of children, but theory is just theory. Now that you were putting it into practice, you realized how difficult it actually was. The little girl's body was so delicate, you were afraid to use any force. So the whole process was very clumsy, especially when you were tying her hair. It felt totally beyond your skill. After struggling for a long time, it ended up looking crooked and messy. Daddy is a big dummy. Lily saw her messy hair in the mirror and pouted while teasing you. You pinched her little nose, making Lily burst into giggles. She reached out her tiny hand to pinch your nose back. Vanessa came out of the bedroom and saw this heartwarming scene. She didn't say anything, just silently went to the kitchen to bring out breakfast. Maybe she didn't even notice it herself, but a tiny smile had already formed on her lips. After the family of 3 had a simple breakfast, you didn't give Lily back to Vanessa. Instead, you took her over to the sofa and started playing with the princess house again. But this time, while playing with Lily, you, subtly, introduced some simple numbers into her mind. The numbers 1, 2, 10. After discovering Lily's problem, you had quietly made a plan to nurture the little one's learning through their daily play. Starting with simple numbers and moving to life skills, you would slowly teach Lily. Clearly, this wouldn't be a success overnight, but luckily, Lily was very bright. Before, there was simply no one to teach her. Now, with your casual guidance, she was quickly absorbing the information, and you noticed that since Vanessa returned yesterday, she seemed like a completely different person. She clearly had more spirit than before. This was a good sign, and it made you feel much better. Vanessa was downloading Instagram and other apps while watching the interaction between father and daughter. At this moment, she also noticed that you were subtly teaching Lily. She watched quietly, and a hint of sweetness rose in her heart. She had wanted to teach the child for a long time, but with their previous family situation, even survival had been difficult. How could she have the energy to be a normal mother and teach Lily? Vanessa looked away and checked her phone screen. As expected of the latest model, the apps downloaded very quickly. In just seconds, several apps were finished. The moment Vanessa logged into her Instagram, unread messages started popping up. It was from her former assistant of 2 years, Shenlele. She only had a few people on her Instagram contacts. Besides you, there were only a few from her old company. Shenlele's messages had been coming in since she got married. Right up until 2 days ago, sent continuously without a break. Most of them were asking how she was doing, but she hadn't been able to reply to any of them. Looking at this long string of messages, Vanessa felt a surge of warmth in her heart. She immediately replied, "I'm so sorry, Lily. I haven't been able to reply to your messages until now. I'm doing really well now. Don't worry about me." Scarcely 2 seconds after she sent it, an instant reply popped up. "Vanessa, you finally replied. I thought that after you got married, you didn't want anything to do with us anymore. Vanessa, you have no idea. Ever since you disappeared, the company has been full of nasty rumors, especially that annoying Zhang Qian. She's been so incredibly arrogant these past 2 years. She badmouths you to everyone she meets. She says you got what you deserved. It makes me so angry." Seeing Lele's message, Vanessa pursed her lips slightly. Zhang Qian wasn't wrong. She really did get what she deserved. Back when she was still at the company, she had always outshone Zhang Qian. It was only natural for Zhang Qian to act like this after she retired. "Lily, how have you been lately? Is everything going okay with you?" Vanessa didn't address Lele's comments about Zhang Qian. Instead, she just asked how her life was going. "I'm doing great, Vanessa, so don't you worry. I'm like a cockroach, you can't kill me. I just really miss you, though." "Vanessa, will you ever make a comeback?" Vanessa froze for a second. A flicker of longing appeared in her eyes. Would she ever make a comeback? She turned her head to look around the room. Then she looked over at Lily. After a moment, the longing in her eyes slowly faded away. I probably won't. But if you miss me, Lily, we can find some time to meet up and see each other. Meanwhile, in the Sky Beauty Entertainment Building in downtown Riverside, a young woman about 5'3" set down the heavy equipment on her shoulders. She held her phone excitedly with both hands, typing away as fast as she could. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing female voice jolted her out of her happiness. Lele, are you slacking off? Get back to work. Do you still think you're still the assistant to a top-tier star? If you don't want to do the job, then get the hell out of here. The owner of the voice was a woman with a sharp, fox-like face. Her chin was tilted up, and her thin, arched eyebrows were narrowed with utter disdain. What are you looking at? Take the equipment to the recording studio already. Can you afford to pay for my time if my recording is delayed? Lele rolled her eyes at the woman. She let out a quiet, muttered curse, but she still hoisted the equipment off the floor and headed toward the recording studio. Sounds good, Vanessa. I'm off this Saturday. Let's get in touch then. Vanessa looked at the message, and a genuine smile finally appeared on her face. She scrolled through her phone a bit more. Seeing that there were no other messages, she switched over to Twitter. Her last update on Twitter was still the one from 2 years ago. It was the official statement announcing her retirement. Her follower count, which used to be in the hundreds of thousands, had now dwindled down to a few thousand. Besides the bot accounts, there were actually quite a few old fans, who still regularly left comments checking in on her. She casually scrolled to the trending topics on Twitter. It was mostly just recent celebrity gossip, but among them, there were a few posts talking about a song that had recently gone viral, A Lifetime with You, a heavenly masterpiece, a divine singer, 1 million followers overnight from just one video. Who exactly is Starry Radiance? In-depth analysis, reviewing the latest musical treasure. Vanessa was quite curious about what this viral song sounded like. So, she clicked on the link in the post. The screen automatically jumped to a video player. The familiar guitar melody began to play. The living room suddenly fell silent. Only the sound of the singing echoed in their ears. You awkwardly turned your head away. Lily's big eyes blinked as she dove into Vanessa's arms. She looked at the phone screen. Vanessa was completely stunned. This familiar voice, wasn't it the song coming from the room the other day? So he had been recording a video that day. Lily was the first one to speak up. She pointed her tiny finger at the phone screen, then looked up at Vanessa. It's Daddy, she said, her eyes full of curiosity. Daddy is inside the phone. Yes, it's Daddy. Vanessa patted the little girl's head. She finally understood why you had so much money to replace all the furniture. With millions of likes, of course he'd have money. She looked at your sharp profile from the side, her gaze unreadably complex. Having heard her mother, Lily happily dove back into your arms. Her 2 short little arms cupped your face, her big eyes sparkling with light. In her sweet, childish voice, she said, Daddy is so gentle. Lily wants to sing too. I want to be inside the phone too. Feeling those 2 soft little hands on your face, your heart gradually melted. You cupped your daughter's face in your large hands. Does Lily like singing too? I do. Lily crinkled her eyes and answered without hesitation. Her smile was more radiant than ever. All right then, Daddy will teach you how to sing. Once you learn, you can sing in the phone, okay? Lily kept nodding her little head eagerly. Then she leaned in and happily gave your cheek a big, loud kiss. You beamed with joy at your reward. Under the little one's adoring gaze, you hurried to the guest room and brought out the guitar. Back on the sofa, you tuned the strings while cradling the guitar. You looked up and saw Vanessa and Lily, both staring at you without even blinking. Your face actually turned a bit red for once. Then, stroking the strings, you spoke. Today, Daddy's going to write a song just for Lily. I'll sing it through once for you first. Then, Daddy will sing a line, and you follow along, okay? Lily nodded happily. Her little face was full of anticipation. This song is called The Courage Explosion. Listen closely, Lily. With that, you lightly strummed the strings. A cheerful melody filled the living room. Lily's sense of rhythm was surprisingly good. She swayed her head and body gently to the melody. You couldn't help but follow her lead, swaying your body in time with hers. Looking at the father and daughter moving in perfect sync, Vanessa's gaze gradually softened. A faint smile crept onto her face. She actually joined in, swaying along to the rhythm. The whole family, for the first time ever, was immersed in a sea of joy. In that moment, even the living room felt brighter. As the song went on, Lily balled up her tiny fist and made a soaring Superman pose. You put down the guitar and joined her, making the same gesture together. Then you reached out your finger and lightly tapped the tip of Lily's nose. Lily dove into your arms. her short little arms hugging your neck tight. Daddy! Lily likes this, Daddy. Please don't change back to the old way, okay? Lily's soft, sweet voice echoed in your ear. Your mouth fell open slightly, and your eyes suddenly welled up with tears. You held Lily tightly in your arms, burying your face deep against her shoulder. Daddy will never be like that again. Your voice was raspy, but full of firm resolve. Vanessa couldn't see your face right then, but she was already covered in tears herself. Yet, she had a genuine smile on her face. She knew those old days would never return, never again. You were the first to pull your emotions back together. You set the guitar down beside you, and sat Lily on your lap. Lily, we're going to learn the song now. I'll sing a line, and you sing along with Daddy, okay? Okay, Lily quickly agreed. For the rest of the time, it became a private lesson between the father and daughter. Throughout the entire morning, the sound of their singing echoed through the living room. Seeing them completely immersed in the song, Vanessa silently started making lunch. It was just that her cooking clearly wasn't as good as yours. This caused Lily to keep clamoring throughout the meal that she only wanted to eat Daddy's cooking from now on. This made a jealous Vanessa roll her eyes at the little girl. She felt indignant, you little heartless brat. It's only been 2 days, and he's already bought you over. This family atmosphere made you feel very content. This was what a real family was supposed to look like. Lily learned very quickly. In just 3 days, she was able to sing The Courage Explosion perfectly from start to finish. At Lily's strong request, you also filmed a video of her and posted it to TikTok. In the video, Lily wore her pink princess dress with a bow on her head. Her little body swayed back and forth to the music. She was incredibly adorable. While you were filming, your face was beaming with joy. Your whole expression screamed, "This is my daughter," with a proud and smug look on your face. Vanessa, watching the excitement from the side, caught a glimpse of your expression and almost choked trying to hold back her laughter. This was the first time she had seen you look like this. Over these 3 days, due to your good behavior, the relationship between you and Vanessa had softened a lot. At the very least, Vanessa would now take the initiative to say a few words to you. No one expected that the second video on the Lily Ding account would also be a song. The song was still an original, and it was still just as beautiful. At TikTok headquarters, Leo noticed the video immediately. After watching the whole thing, he gave it the maximum algorithmic boost without a second thought. Such an adorable little munchkin, and such a catchy song. Leo had a doting smile on his face. His grin stretched from ear to ear. Following that, the TikTok trending page exploded again. Before the wave of a lifetime with you had even settled, the storm of The Courage Explosion had already begun. This time, the heat gathered even faster. In just one afternoon, it reached 5 million likes. The number of comments was even more absurd. This also meant that by the evening, you had to put your phone on silent again. You sat on the sofa holding Lily, tirelessly scrolling through the comment section. The people in the comments were all so talented. You couldn't stop reading them. If I had a daughter like this, I wouldn't allow any punks within 100 miles of her. This was the most liked comment. Like father, like daughter. The father starts with a masterpiece like A Lifetime with You. Then the daughter follows up with The Courage Explosion. Is it mommy's turn for the next video? This was the comment with the most replies. Then came Saturday. You had just finished your morning run and pushed the door open while wiping your sweat. You saw Vanessa wearing her newly bought slit nightgown, coming out of the bathroom. She had clearly just finished showering, and she was currently blow-drying her hair. Her pretty face was slightly flushed from the steam. The two of you stood there, staring at each other. A line of poetry suddenly popped into your head. Natural beauty needs no adornment. Like a hibiscus emerging from the water, it described Vanessa at this moment perfectly. Seeing you staring at her like a complete idiot, Vanessa instinctively covered her chest. Blood rushed to her face, and even her earlobes began to turn red. Even though they had been married for over 2 years, this feeling felt like they were a young couple who had just started dating. Morning. Vanessa tried her best to calm herself down as she gave you a greeting. However, her pace toward the bedroom involuntarily quickened. Morning, you simply replied. Vanessa didn't say anything else. As she practically fled back into the bedroom, you let out a helpless laugh. You brushed the stray thoughts from your mind and hummed a song as you walked into the bathroom, showering, cooking, and waking up Lily, the daily routine. When you pushed the bedroom door open, Lily was still fast asleep. Her little mouth was slightly open as she lay sprawled out on your large bed. After a few days of normal eating and sleeping, Lily's complexion had become much more vibrant. Although she was still quite thin, her overall energy was visibly much better. You sat by the bed and watched her for a while. You lean down and gently pimps the little girl's nose. Lily, time to wake up and eat. The little munchkin on the bed puckered her lips. She slowly opened her eyes. When she saw you, her smile stretched from ear to ear. Then she lazily reached out her short arms and hugged your neck. Daddy! Her sweet voice was full of affection. You smiled. You reached out to pick her up and walked out of the room. You placed her on the stool in front of the sink. The little girl had been washing her face and brushing her teeth herself for the past 2 days. You stayed by her side to support her, squeezing her toothpaste and handing her towels. Lily was very smart. It only took 2 days for her to master this skill. Vanessa also stepped out of the bedroom at this time. Her long hair was tied up high, into a small bun. Seeing Vanessa like this made your eyes light up involuntarily. You nodded secretly to yourself. This was the vibrancy someone in their 20s should have, except she was still too thin. She would definitely look even better if she were a bit chubbier. Vanessa still felt a bit nervous, her cheeks slightly flushed. This was the first time she had dressed up like this at home. She didn't know if she looked good. She looked up at you while you were still taking care of Lily, then quietly walked to the table and sat down. His eyes seemed to light up just now. So that means I look good, right? Wait, why do I care about his opinion? Vanessa puffed out her cheeks in annoyance. Her chopsticks inadvertently stirred the bowl twice. She was angry at her own lack of resolve. At that moment, you took your seat with the freshly cleaned Lily. Lily gave a sweet, "Mommy." Then she picked up her special small spoon and scooped up the golden millet porridge in front of her. Can you go out with us today? You were looking down, enjoying your meal, when you suddenly heard Vanessa's words. You looked up at Vanessa with a look of confusion. Vanessa nodded, not looking at you, but her earlobes were already a deep crimson. Sure, you agreed very readily. On the street, you hailed a taxi. You were heading to Yida Plaza in the city center today. Vanessa and her former assistant, Lele Shen, had arranged to meet at a milk tea shop there. The reason for bringing you and Lily along was entirely because Lele wanted to see the little one, and because Lily had become your little shadow over the last few days, she was inseparable from you. So, you were purely riding on the little one's coattails. After 2 years, she was finally going to see Vanessa again. Lele was feeling very excited. She had bought several milk teas in advance and sat in her seat staring at the entrance of the shop. Lily had worked with Vanessa for 1.5 years. The two were practically sisters. Vanessa had been really good to her. It was just a pity that Vanessa had ended up with you. She didn't understand either why Vanessa insisted on being with that good-for-nothing man. She couldn't figure it out, and she had tried to persuade the old Vanessa. But Vanessa seemed dead set on it and wouldn't listen to any advice. Lele's mind was wandering through these thoughts when she suddenly saw that familiar figure holding a bouncing little munchkin's hand, walking in through the shop door. Her eyes lit up. She suddenly stood up and waved her hand. Vanessa! Vanessa heard the voice. She looked up and saw Lele Shen. Seeing that waving hand, a smile couldn't help but spread across her face. Lily really hadn't changed. She was still so lively and cheerful. Walking up to her, both of their eyes were brimming with tears of joy. Two sisters meeting after a long separation. Neither could quite suppress their emotions. Lily looked closely at Vanessa. Her eyes turned even redder. She grabbed Vanessa's hand. Her lip began to tremble. Vanessa, you've lost so much weight. Is that man treating you badly? Where is he? I'll teach him a lesson. Vanessa bit her lip and shook her head. She sat down with Lily. She pulled Lily close to sit beside her. Only then did she speak. Don't worry, Lily. He's treating me quite well now. What about you? How has work been since I left? I'm doing okay. Vanessa, you have no idea how much I missed you. The two asked each other about their lives. After chatting for a while, Lele finally shifted her gaze to the little one. The little girl had been sitting quietly by their side. Lele had been too busy catching up with Vanessa. She hadn't taken a close look at her until now. Looking at her now, Lele's eyes lit up instantly. She looks so much like you, Vanessa. She's practically your mini-me, especially those big, bright eyes. One look was enough to make anyone fall in love with her. Vanessa, is this Lily? She's your twin. She's so adorable. While Lily spoke, she left her seat and squatted in front of the little one. She reached out to stroke Lily's cheek. Then her brow furrowed slightly. The little girl was just as thin as Vanessa. Lele felt a surge of fury. She was certain that good-for-nothing man must be treating Vanessa and the child poorly. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. She wanted to confront the man right then and there. She looked up at Vanessa. Vanessa, didn't you say he was coming too? Where is he? Vanessa could sense Lele's hostility toward you. She didn't know how to explain it. She could only give an awkward smile. Lily wanted ice cream. He's waiting in line to get some for her. Naturally, Laylee noticed the expression on Vanessa's face. Her heart ached for her even more. Her Vanessa had always been gentle and reserved. But now, within that gentleness, there was a hint of timidity. She could feel it. Fearing she would scare the child, Laylee just let out a cold snort and returned to her seat. Secretly, she was gritting her teeth, wanting to kill you. Vanessa? Laylee started to speak, but she suddenly stopped. Her gaze gradually sharpened. She looked toward the entrance of the milk tea shop. Vanessa was startled. Her expression became even more awkward. She thought you had arrived, causing Laylee's hostility. Just as she was about to turn around and look, a sharp, shrill voice rang out from behind her. Laylee Shen, you have time for milk tea? Did you finish the work I assigned you? Crystal, are you ever going to stop? Today is my day off. Laylee's face looked terrible. Like a bristling kitten, she glared at the person who had spoken. Vanessa turned around. Only then did she see that it was Crystal Zhang. Vanessa was momentarily dazed. She was a rising star from her former company, who also marketed herself as a talented singer. Well, if it isn't Vanessa, shouldn't you be at home being a good little housewife? Why are you out here looking for Laylee? Crystal had a smile in her eyes, but the words coming out of her mouth were pure mockery. Before Vanessa could say anything, Laylee exploded. Crystal! Mind your own business. It's not a work day. Stop with the snide remarks. Vanessa, let's go. There's a stray dog barking here. It's only going to ruin our mood. After Laylee finished speaking, she picked up Lily and grabbed Vanessa's hand to leave. But Crystal stepped in front of them, blocking their way. Her eyes were filled with gloom. She looked at Vanessa, her eyebrows arching as she laughed. Oh! Vanessa, why are you so thin? Is life that hard for you? If it is, just tell me. I can spare a little charity. After all, I'm just too kind-hearted. Look at Laylee. She's just a gopher for me now. Isn't life great, right, Laylee? Laylee's face turned pale. She stared at Crystal without saying a word. Vanessa snapped her head around to look at Laylee. Her eyes were full of disbelief. Doing odd jobs was just manual labor. How could the company let Laylee do that? But now clearly wasn't the time to ask. Vanessa turned back, and her gaze toward Crystal was now filled with anger. But just as she was about to speak, Laylee spoke up first. My contract with the company expires at the end of the month. I'll be resigning then. I just hope certain people don't climb too high, only to have a harder fall. If Vanessa makes a comeback, certain people will probably wake up screaming. Crystal was stunned for a moment. She did indeed have a bit of a complex regarding Vanessa. After all, in the past, Vanessa had completely overshadowed her for a year and a half. Who even knew who she was when Vanessa was around? But Crystal soon laughed it off. She looked at Vanessa with a look of pure contempt. A comeback? That's the funniest joke I've heard all year. Which company would dare to sign a washed-up artist with a kid? Speaking of kids, Vanessa, your kid is actually quite pretty. You should consider grooming her to be the next child star. As Crystal spoke, her face was full of disdain. She even reached out, completely forgetting herself, trying to pinch Lily's little cheek. Stop. Get your filthy hand away from her. I promise, if you dare touch her, I'll make you regret it for the rest of your life. Two voices rang out at the same time. One was Vanessa's. The other, a deep male voice, came from you. Your gaze was cold and sharp. You walked quickly over to Vanessa. You handed the ice creams to the three of them. Then you faced Crystal, shielding Vanessa and Lily behind your back. Crystal was startled. She couldn't help but take 2 steps back. When you were angry, you were incredibly intimidating. But once she regained her composure and looked at you closely, she suddenly laughed. Oh, it's just this useless pretty boy. I wondered who it was. So, it's you. What, do you want to hit someone in public? You frowned. You turned back to Vanessa, with a questioning look in your eyes. You were clearly asking Vanessa where this shrew had come from. She's a singer from my old company. I didn't expect to run into her here either. Others might not be afraid of your anger, but Vanessa was a little bit scared. Seeing you looking at her, she lowered her head slightly. Seeing Vanessa like this, your frown deepened. You let out a silent sigh. Without asking anything more, you turned back and looked down at Crystal. A singer? I'm sorry. But I've never heard of you, and I don't know you. All I know is that a good dog doesn't block the path. Please move. You spoke very seriously. Crystal's voice became even more shrill. You need to learn your place. Did you think I didn't know? You spend all your time sucking up to Marcus and Ben from Flowery. You're always buying them drinks. So don't you dare act like a big shot with me. Marcus, Ben, you thought carefully about those names. You finally remembered who they were. They were members of the group the original owner had been in. After he retired, he had wanted to make a comeback. So, he had indeed bought them drinks and sucked up to them, except they didn't give him the time of day. I'm not familiar with the two people he mentioned either. If you keep harassing us, don't be surprised when I call security. Crystal glared at you venomously, but she still stepped aside obediently. You pulled Vanessa up beside you. Laylee followed along closely. The group walked straight outside. Just as they brushed past Crystal, however, Crystal suddenly spoke to Vanessa again. Such a pity. Some people will never be able to sing again. Vanessa, my new song drops at the end of this month. After saying that, Crystal actually let out a delighted laugh. How could someone like you ever compete with me? Crystal's shrill voice echoed in their ears. Lily Shen wanted nothing more than to rush up and slap her. She knew full well how much Vanessa loved singing, and she knew she couldn't sing anymore. Saying that was a deliberate twist of the knife. Your footsteps faltered for a moment. You gave Crystal a deep, searching look. Then, expressionless, you continued walking toward the exit. Vanessa didn't say a word. She only pursed her lips slightly. However, a tender, childish voice suddenly rang out. The voice was crisp and firm. My mommy sings better than you. You're a mean lady. Everyone was stunned. No one expected the little one to speak up for her mother at a time like this. You were stunned for just a second. Then, with a smile, you ruffled the little one's head. Impressive. She really was your daughter. You had originally been a bit angry, but the moment Lily spoke up, the anger in your heart vanished into thin air. Ignoring Crystal's reaction, the group left that place of drama behind. The group arrived at a restaurant. Vanessa and Lele started chatting together. While they were walking earlier, there were things Vanessa was worried about but didn't ask. Now that they were finally seated and no outsiders were around, she took Lele's hand. She finally asked the question she'd been dying to ask. Lily, how did you end up doing odd jobs for Crystal? And what about Sister Yoon? What is she doing now? Sister Yoon was Vanessa's former manager. She was nearly 40 and had always treated Vanessa well, almost like her own daughter. Hearing Vanessa's questions, Lily couldn't hide her dejection. After you left, Sister Yoon was fired not long after. She looked for a job for a long time but couldn't find anything. Later, her mother got sick and was hospitalized. She had to stay at the hospital to take care of her. She ended up having to take a job as a nanny. Vanessa didn't expect Sister Yoon to have fallen into such a state. Her vision grew a bit blurry. She could vaguely recall how Sister Yoon used to be, so sharp and efficient when she worked. The two of them fell silent. Vanessa pursed her lips. She knew all of this was her own fault. If not for her selfishness, Sister Yoon wouldn't be in this position. She had defied the company so many times. For Vanessa's sake, when she was successful, the company naturally said nothing. But after she just up and walked away, it was easy to imagine what kind of treatment Sister Yoon would have faced. The atmosphere grew a bit heavy. After the group finished their meal quickly, Lily talked with Vanessa for a bit longer, before hurrying away. Vanessa's mood remained very low. The family of 3 had planned to take Lily to the amusement park this afternoon, but now she didn't even have the heart for it. You could naturally sense her mood. You wanted to say something, but in the end, the words didn't come out. Actually, you didn't understand either. Why Vanessa had originally seemed so spellbound that she insisted on marrying you. The original owner didn't know, and you knew even less. Vanessa wanted to go home. She wanted to be alone in peace, but when she saw the look of hope in Lily's eyes, she couldn't bear to let her down. To avoid disappointing Lily, the family of 3 eventually arrived at the amusement park. The little one was very happy. It was her first time ever at an amusement park. Pulling her hand, she wanted to rush inside. Vanessa forced herself to cheer up at this point. She didn't want Lily to look back on her first trip to an amusement park and remember her family being sad. The family first went on the carousel. After that, they went on a few more rides. The sky gradually darkened without them realizing it. The park lit up with colorful, glowing lights. The last ride was the Ferris wheel. By the time you were carrying Lily and sat inside the cabin with Vanessa, Lily had already fallen fast asleep in your arms. The Ferris wheel slowly rose. The buildings on the ground, glowing with colorful lights, gradually grew smaller. What you didn't know was that this was also Vanessa's first time at an amusement park, and her first time on a Ferris wheel. Her almond eyes looked curiously out of the cabin. Her eyes were sparkling with light. She looked out the window, and you looked at her. Perhaps, sensing your gaze, her earlobes slowly turned red. She shot you a bashful look. It was the first time you had ever seen such a look. It was a bit much to take in. The lights from the Ferris wheel illuminated her thin face. You suddenly felt she was quite dazzling. The Ferris wheel continued to rise slowly. In the next moment, from various spots around the castle, almost at the same instant, fireworks were launched into the air. The moment the fireworks exploded, you saw clearly A breathtaking smile appeared on Vanessa's face. It was a smile that came from the heart. You were left a bit dazed by the sight. The Ferris wheel reached its highest point. The fireworks were even clearer now. Vanessa's smiling face was even more enchanting. You don't have to be afraid like you were before. Your voice was soft amid the sound of the fireworks. Vanessa didn't hear you clearly. She turned her face to look at you, with a questioning look. You didn't look back at her, continuing to watch the dazzling fireworks in the sky. She's too gentle. That's not good. She'll get bullied. You don't have to be afraid like before. I know you want to sing. I know there are many things you want to do. Go ahead and do them. I'll take care of Lily. Vanessa didn't respond. You turned your head, only to see 2 crystal-clear tracks of tears on her face. She pursed her lips, staring at you without blinking. The intensity in her eyes, filled with grievance and complexity, felt like it was going to drown you. You immediately grew nervous, not understanding why she'd suddenly started crying out of nowhere. Who are you? Vanessa kept her almond eyes fixed on yours. Her vision was a misty blur of tears. Her voice was crisp but not loud, yet it rang so clearly in your heart. You were silent. The air grew still. It seemed even the sound of the fireworks had vanished. After a long time, you gave her a gentle smile. Then you spoke, your voice suddenly a bit raspy. I'm Huo Tingyao. Vanessa continued to watch you. Your smile made her feel as if her heart had suddenly skipped a beat, thumping like a trapped deer in her chest. Your answer was even more unexpected to her. She looked into your eyes, clear and shining. Her tears suddenly fell even faster. She hugged her knees and buried her head, sobbing softly. Then she spoke. Right. You are Hui Tingyao. Who else could you be but him? Let me tell you a cliché story. Once there was a little girl in an orphanage. She was very timid. But in the orphanage, there was always a boy, a year older, who protected her. One day, she was being bullied by a group of boys. That older brother shielded her behind him. He never let her get hurt a bit, even though he himself was covered in wounds. At that time, in her eyes, that boy who was a year older was her entire world. But after that, the brother disappeared. Until much later, when she grew up, she met that brother again. She got her wish and married him. You were left speechless after hearing her story. Everything finally started to make sense. Vanessa looked up. Her vision was blurred by tears. She looked so lonely and pitiful. She had finally voiced the secret buried in her heart. No one understood her stubbornness. Everyone thought she was throwing her life away. But she alone believed it was worth it. Yet the outcome had been so tragic. She had regretted it countless times, until the you of now appeared. She had asked who you were. You said you were Tingyao Huo, and that was enough. A gentle warmth filled your gaze. You could finally understand Vanessa's heart. Seeing the tenderness and affection in your eyes, Vanessa could no longer restrain herself. She threw herself directly into your arms. Jostling with Lily for a spot in your embrace, she sobbed softly. Lily was jolted awake. Her eyes were groggy. She watched in confusion as her mother took over her spot. The little one was only stunned for a second. Then, overjoyed, she wrapped one arm around Daddy and the other around Mommy. She planted 2 loud, wet kisses on their cheeks. Today was the best day of Lily's life. You looked at the 2 beauties in your arms, big and small, and couldn't help but chuckle. Life was finally heading in the right direction. That was enough. However, some plans needed to be adjusted. The fireworks display slowly came to an end. The Ferris wheel gradually descended back to the ground. Vanessa walked ahead, carrying Lily. You followed from behind. You rubbed your nose as you watched Vanessa practically sprint away. After they got off the Ferris wheel, Vanessa immediately pulled away from your embrace. It was as if, in an instant, she had reverted to her usual coldness toward you. Her attitude masked her inner turmoil. Even her grip on Lily was tense. She felt her earlobes and cheeks burning. She had actually stayed in your arms for that long. She had acted like a little girl, snuggling and nuzzling against your chest. How embarrassing. He must be laughing at me in his head. When they exited the Ferris wheel cabin, she had seen the suppressed smile on your face. At the thought of this, Vanessa's pace became even more frantic. It was as if she were in a power walking competition. You had no idea why she was suddenly so full of energy. You had to jog just to keep up with her. Not until they reached the park exit, and you saw she had no intention of slowing down. Did you finally have to call out to her? Wait, are you planning to walk all the way home? Let's just call a ride from here. Vanessa stopped and stood by the curb, still refusing to look at you. She was even more convinced that you were mocking her behind her back. Damn it, this is so embarrassing. It took a while before you finally hailed a taxi. For the first time, you considered buying a car. The cab came to a smooth stop at the complex entrance. You paid the fare, and stepped out quietly with Lily in your arms. You arrived back home. You carried Lily back to her room and tucked her in. Then you headed quickly toward your own room. You fell asleep almost as soon as your head hit the pillow. Unlike your peaceful slumber, Vanessa was tossing and turning. The moment she closed her eyes in bed, scenes from today at the amusement park unconsciously flooded her mind. Frustrated, Vanessa pulled the quilt and covered her face. She tried to force herself to sleep, but her fluttering eyelashes betrayed her. Her mind was far from being at peace. 6 a.m. You woke up as usual, right on time. Run, shower, breakfast. Waking Lily up, you completed the whole routine. But Vanessa was nowhere to be seen. Staring at the closed master bedroom door, you scratched your head. They really did get back quite late last night. She was actually still asleep. You didn't plan on waking her. You would just leave some breakfast for her. After eating, you washed the dishes and put them away. As you were stepping out of the kitchen, Vanessa finally emerged. With a slightly flushed face, she crossed the living room to the bathroom. Do you still want to sing? At the sound of your voice, Vanessa froze for a moment. She didn't respond for quite a while. You held your phone, leaning against the bathroom door frame. You waited silently for her answer. A moment later, her soft voice reached your ears. Yes, just one word, nothing more. In Vanessa's mind, the life she was living now was already beyond her wildest dreams from the last 2 years. Singing felt like a distant, unreachable dream. It was something she kept buried deep inside. You didn't press her further. You just nodded and went back to the guest room with your phone. You opened your TikTok DMs and started scrolling. Your inbox had exploded long ago. Ever since that first video, you had only skimmed through a few. You hadn't checked them since. It was a struggle to find anything specific now. But you kept silently swiping through the screen. You patiently filtered through the messages one by one. Finally, your eyes lit up. You opened a specific message. As you read the message, your fingers drummed rhythmically against the screen. You were weighing your options. Originally, your only goal had been to make money. Once you had enough, and ensured Lily and Vanessa were taken care of, you would have bowed out. But after everything that happened yesterday, you had a change of heart. The message was straightforward. Soundwave Entertainment would like to invite you to join us. With your musical talent, we can quickly turn you into a top-tier superstar. At the end of the message was a contact number. Soundwave Entertainment, one of the big 3 entertainment giants in the country. In this world, the TikTok platform was actually a subsidiary of Soundwave. After only a moment's thought, you stopped hesitating. You dialed the number for Soundwave. You hit call. It only rang a few times before someone picked up. A sophisticated female voice came through. Hello? Hello? Who is calling, please? Hello, my name is Starry Radiance on TikTok. I received a private message from your company. Is now a good time to talk? Meanwhile, at the TikTok headquarters in the city, Sienna Yang took the call. She was momentarily stunned. She hadn't expected the creator known as Starry Radiance to actually call her. After all, it had been a few days since she had sent the invitation. She had assumed he had no interest in the industry. Hello? Are you still there? Came the pleasant male voice. Sienna Yang suddenly snapped out of it. Then, an irrepressible look of joy appeared on her face. You have to understand, the hottest thing on the internet right now was undoubtedly this mysterious guy, Mr. Starry Radiance. I am from Sound Wave Entertainment. I'm Sienna Yang, the Vice Director of HR. Are you interested in joining Soundwave? Hello, Director Yang. I'm sorry, but I don't have any plans to enter the industry myself right now. However, I would like to recommend a singer to you. I was wondering if your company would be interested. Sienna Yang couldn't hide her disappointment. She shook her head with a wry smile. It was Starry Radiance she wanted. Mr. Starry Radiance. Here's the thing. I'm only the Vice Director. If it were you, given your current popularity, I could have made the decision myself. But for anyone else, I'm afraid I don't have the authority to give you a direct yes. Despite her reluctance, Sienna Yang still explained the situation to you earnestly. I can give you my word that she is a very talented singer. Plus, I'll be writing the songs for her. Furthermore, Vast Mott, if your company needs songs in the future, I can work as a musician for Soundwave Entertainment. However, there will be conditions. Don't just have anyone come to me for a song. I won't write for someone I don't respect. If you agree to that, we can discuss the specific details later. What do you think? You spoke calmly over the phone. Sienna Yang fell silent on the other end. At that moment, her mind was racing, weighing the potential benefits. A moment later, Sienna admitted she was tempted. But the company wasn't a one-woman show. She still had to report to her superiors, Mr. Starry Radiance. This isn't something I can decide on my own. I'll discuss it with the company and get back to you. Regardless of the outcome, I'll respond to you as soon as possible. Alright, then I'll look forward to your reply. The call ended. Sienna Yang didn't hesitate. She grabbed her phone and hurried out the door. You put down your phone and thought for a bit, deciding to wait for the other party's response. After all, Soundwave was one of the big three in the country. Starting there would put you ahead of the competition. If this didn't work out, you'd just find another way with a different company. Having checked another task off your list, you let out a sigh of relief. You opened the door and walked out of the guest room. Lily was playing nicely with her toys, muttering something to herself from time to time. Vanessa had finished washing up and was sitting at the table eating breakfast. Hearing the door open, she looked up for a second, then looked back down at her food, pretending to be unbothered. But the shy look on her face caught your eye immediately, not to mention her dark circles. Heaven only knew what she was thinking about last night. To end up with insomnia. You were more confused than ever, wondering what exactly she was blushing about. You didn't tell Vanessa about the entertainment company. There was no point in mentioning it until things were settled. Without looking at her again, there was suddenly a knock at the door. You looked at Vanessa in confusion, only to see that Vanessa was looking back at you with the same bewildered expression. This made you even more puzzled. Both you and Vanessa were orphans. No one had visited this home in ages. Who could it be? The knocking continued, getting louder and louder. Clearly, the person outside wasn't getting an answer, and started using more force. You frowned. This person was incredibly rude. Just because no one answered right away, they had to bang that hard? You didn't wait any longer. With a cold expression, you stood up and walked toward the door. To your surprise, the person outside started shouting, "Ting Yao, open up. I know you're in there. It's Marcus and Ben. Aren't you messaging us every day to buy us drinks?" Hearing those two annoying voices, your face went completely dark. Vanessa's face also paled. She frowned and looked at the door with disgust. Lily had already put down her toys and run into Vanessa's arms. The violent knocking had terrified her. You turned around just in time to see this. Your face darkened even further, even carrying a hint of a murderous aura. Damn it, it took you so many days to finally get your little girl to open up, and these two dared to scare her like that. Unforgivable. You opened the door. Standing right there were Marcus and Ben from your former group. They had mocking smirks on their faces and tried to look past you into the house. However, you blocked the view of the interior completely. Ting Yao, why'd it take you so long to open the door? Are we not welcome? Seeing their smug faces, you really wanted to shove a fist into them. Back when you were in the group together, these two would call you Brother Hua every day, all because the original owner was the visual center of the group. He was the most popular back then, and he was the one who carried the group's debut. When you started dating Vanessa, they were all incredibly jealous. But once the original owner retired and became a nobody, their attitudes flipped, calling you names and mocking you at every turn. And yet, the original owners still tried to suck up to them. Truly ridiculous. You weren't that big idiot anymore, so you weren't about to give them the time of day. You already know the answer, so why ask? You're not welcome here. Go back to wherever you came from. Marcus, however, had the nerve to take a step forward. Ting Yao, are you in a bad mood today? Haven't you been dying to see us? We're here now, so what's with the attitude? Oh, I get it. Haven't had a drink yet? Come on, let Marcus have a couple of rounds with you first. If it were the old you would have happily welcomed them in to go drinking. But you weren't him. You pulled the door partially shut, sidestepping Marcus's reaching hand. Your expression remained cold. I quit drinking. I'm never drinking again. Also, I don't want to see you. Don't come looking for me ever again. Marcus's forward step faltered. He stared at you, then turned to exchange a look with Ben. They both laughed. Ben! Did I hear that right? He said he doesn't want to see us. Marcus dug into his ear, pretending to be in disbelief. Ben laughed along. You heard right, Marcus. He's kicking us out. Impressive. Crystal was right after all. Someone's lost his mind. He still thinks he's a big star like before. Marcus's face instantly twisted, his expression turning cold. Who do you think you are? Forgotten how you used to beg us already? Looking at the two clowns before you, you were speechless. Were they performing a theater act out here, finishing each other's sentences? You instinctively turned to look at the closed door. Thinking that Lily and Vanessa were inside, you knew arguing here would scare them. You reached out and patted Marcus on the shoulder, making a shooing motion. Let's go. If you have something to say it outside. Before Marcus and Ben could react, you grabbed each of them by the arm and started walking out. By the time Marcus and Ben realized what was happening and tried to break free in annoyance, they found that your strength was surprisingly immense. No matter how they struggled, they couldn't break your grip. You didn't let go until you were outside the building, Go back to where you came from. I won't say it a second time. Marcus and Ben's faces were flushed with anger. They had made a guarantee to Crystal, and they didn't expect to get shut down like this. But your strength earlier had spooked them. For a moment, they were afraid to make a move. Don't you want to know why we're here? Marcus asked. Fearing you would refuse again, Ben quickly followed up on Marcus's words. We're here to invite you back to the group. Haven't you always wanted to come back? You looked at them sideways, waiting to hear what kind of garbage they were spewing. Marcus and Ben, seeing that you seemed interested, had looks of smugness in their eyes. Didn't you always want to come back? You even said Vanessa ruined your career. Now we can help you get back in. But you have to divorce Vanessa. How about it? Simple, right? You kept your sidelong glance, wondering if these two took you for a complete fool. Are you done? If you're done, get lost. Don't make me lose my patience. You're the ones being disrespectful. You weren't intimidated at all, and fired back directly, looking at their red faces, appearing as if they wanted to move but didn't dare. You reached out and patted Marcus on the shoulder again. He flinched at the touch. I know why you're here. Go back and tell your boss to stop using Vanessa for clout. Otherwise, you didn't finish, ignoring the two idiots, as you turned and walked back inside, watching your retreating back. Marcus and Ben's faces were mottled with red and purple. They stared at you with death in their eyes. Ben was still unwilling to let it go. Marcus, are we really just letting him leave like this? Marcus grimaced as he rubbed the shoulder you had patted until it hurt. What else am I supposed to do? He snapped back. It's so weird. It's like he suddenly became a completely different person. His strength is so immense. Let's go. Since we didn't get the job done, we'll just have to think of another way later. Ben let out a dejected grunt. The two of them turned and left. You, on the other hand, walked home with light steps. Vanessa hadn't finished her meal yet. She looked at you from the dining table with a questioning expression. Are they gone? Yeah, they won't be coming back again, he said nonchalantly. You reached out to pick up Lily and sat down on the sofa, watching you as if nothing had happened, playing with Lily and her toys. Only then did Vanessa turn back and lower her head to continue eating. The home returned to its previous warmth. Unlike your side, Marcus and Ben were feeling absolutely miserable. Right after being humiliated by you, they were ruthlessly humiliated by Crystal. They had given Crystal a guarantee that they could convince you, but they didn't expect to be kicked out directly, which only made them hate you even more. As evening approached, Vanessa went out with Lily to buy groceries. Alone at home, you picked up your phone, ready to scroll through TikTok. And just then, you received a call from Sienna Yang. Mr. Starry Radiance? Is that you? It's me. After you replied, a voice immediately came through the receiver. Mr. Starry Radiance, we've discussed it. We can let the person you recommended join the company, but the higher-ups have a condition. You currently only have 2 songs out, and one of them is a children's song. Don't get the wrong idea. Both of these songs are excellent, but the higher-ups still want to see more of your songwriting abilities. I don't know if that's convenient. As expected, with just 2 songs, the other party doesn't trust my abilities. Songwriting, right? Sure. Your answer was short and to the point. Sienna Yang had been feeling quite nervous, but hearing Starry Radiance agree so readily, she couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. She had spent a lot of time today working on this. She believed in Starry Radiance's talent, but the higher-ups were still a bit skeptical. In the end, though, the company agreed to give Starry Radiance a chance. It just so happens that recently, Huaying gave several entertainment companies a difficult challenge. Because of this challenge, they've invited many songwriters, but unfortunately, nothing has caught their eye. Everything ended up being rejected. If Starry Radiance can solve this problem, the company will never doubt him again. Mr. Starry Radiance, can we meet in person to discuss the details? We still need you to come over, to write the lyrics and music on the spot, Sienna Yang said very sincerely. She also wanted to meet this mysterious fellow, to see what he actually looked like. You thought for a moment, other than taking care of the kid, you didn't have much else to do at home, so you agreed readily. Sure, what time? And where? Shanghai. If possible, coming tomorrow would be best. The earlier, the better for you. It will help demonstrate your value even more. Alright then, tomorrow afternoon it is. After the call ended, you booked a flight for 10:30 a.m. tomorrow. Before long, you had fallen into a deep sleep. When Vanessa returned with Lily, she saw you fast asleep. Lily walked to the sofa and gently snuggled into your arms. In your dream, you only felt as if a kitten were constantly rubbing against your face. You felt a bit smothered and suddenly jolted awake. Lily's cheerful laughter echoed in your ears. You looked down, only to realize it was your precious daughter, pinching your nose with her warm little hand. Daddy, it's time to eat. You gave a knowing smile, suddenly feeling that these days were quite wonderful. The aroma of food drifted over from the dining area, making you realize how hungry you were. Vanessa's silhouette emerged from the kitchen, carrying 2 bowls of rice. She glanced at you and whispered, I saw you were still sleeping, so I just went ahead and made dinner. You scooped up Lily and stood up. The look and smell are perfect. I'm starving just looking at it. Hearing your praise, Vanessa felt a bit shy. She nodded and went back to the kitchen to bring another bowl of rice to the table. The family ate together. You put a piece of crispy fried pork into Lily's bowl. You turned to Vanessa and said, Oh, by the way, I have to go out for a trip tomorrow. I'm not sure yet how many days I'll be gone. Vanessa was sipping some soup. When she heard your words, she was suddenly choked and couldn't stop coughing. You hurriedly handed her a tissue with a worried expression. Vanessa took the tissue and turned away to wipe her mouth. Hearing that you were suddenly leaving, she truly felt a bit flustered. She didn't know if she should ask where you were going. She, who just a week ago had been desperate to escape, now, hearing that you were going out, unexpectedly felt a trace of reluctance. It was Lily who finally asked, Where is Daddy going? Ruffling her little head, Daddy is going to find Mommy a job. Then you looked at Vanessa. I'm sorry for making a decision for you without asking first. But Lily said you like to sing, and I thought you probably still love it. I didn't mention it before because things weren't settled yet. But now a company has invited me over to talk. If it goes well, you can make a proper comeback and go back to singing. Soundwave Entertainment should be a good fit. He's letting me sing? Vanessa instinctively looked at you. You were very serious. The two of you locked eyes. A watery mist suddenly clouded Vanessa's almond eyes. Her eyes grew slightly red. Her beautiful eyes suddenly became as soft as water. This was a bit much for you to handle. You lowered your head and shoveled some rice into your mouth. Vanessa hadn't expected that she would truly be able to sing again one day, and that it was this man who had chosen this for her of his own accord. Thank you. I love singing. I love it so much, Vanessa said softly. Her voice grew firmer. She loved to sing, and she also wanted to make things better for Lele and Sister Yoon, so they wouldn't be bullied anymore. Ever since she met with Lele Shen, she had been worried about them. Don't mention it. Knowing you like it is enough. You looked up with a gentle smile. Early one morning. You guys should head back now. I expect I'll be back in a day or two at most. I'll be home before you know it. Don't worry. You hailed a taxi headed for the airport and turned to say to Vanessa. Vanessa nodded. There was actually a look of reluctance in her eyes. She, who just a while ago couldn't wait to escape you, unexpectedly, in just a few short days, actually felt reluctant to see you go. It's just 2 days away. Why are we acting like it's a final goodbye? You hardened your heart and looked away, and turned to get into the taxi. The car drove off. The two figures in the rearview mirror gradually grew smaller. You closed your eyes, unsure of exactly what you were feeling. 3 hours later, you felt Shanghai's enthusiasm as soon as you stepped off the plane. Compared to Riverside, there were just too many people here. Following the surging crowd, you struggled to move along. Only after reaching exit 5 did you finally breathe a sigh of relief. Standing in front of the exit, you looked out at the swarm of people holding signs, looking for your own name. Before coming, you had arranged a time with Sienna Yang. She was supposed to meet you right here at the exit. There were too many people holding signs. Most of them were fans meeting their idols. This caused you to search for quite a while, before you finally spotted it. A tall woman wearing a professional business suit. The sign she was holding remarkably bore the name Starry Radiance. You walked quickly toward her and waved your hand. Hello, are you Director Yang? I'm Starry Radiance. My real name is Ting Yao Huo. Sorry for making you wait. Sienna Yang looked at the man before her, a flash of surprise crossing her eyes. But she masked it well. She knew you were young, but she hadn't expected you to be this young. You looked like a fresh college graduate, and what's more, you had a face that was perfectly suited for a star. Sienna couldn't help but feel a bit of regret. How wonderful it would be if she could sign you. Hello, I'm Sienna Yang. It's too crowded here. My car is in the underground parking lot. It's just about lunchtime, so let's find a place to eat and talk in detail. Sure. You nodded, and walked side by side with Sienna toward the exit. Sienna was clearly a seasoned professional in the corporate world. As she walked, she found topics to chat with you about. She had assumed that a young man like you wouldn't be much of a conversationalist, but as you interacted, she found that you could actually keep up with her. You spoke eloquently and at ease, not shy at all like other young people. This made Sienna think even more highly of you. Truly, talented people can drive anywhere. You had no idea that Sienna's respect for you had increased once again. If you knew, you would have been speechless. With the memories of 2 lifetimes, you were technically over 50 years old. If you didn't even have this much social intelligence, you might as well just find a rope and end it. The two of you got into the car. You looked out at the bustling cityscape of Shanghai. Sienna occasionally introduced the local highlights to you. Before long, they arrived at a specialty restaurant. While waiting for the food to be served, Sienna finally got down to business. I'll call you Mr. Huo. I'm curious about the person you're recommending. Are they an amateur or a professional singer? I wonder if you've heard of Vanessa Liu, Director Yang? She used to be a singer. She retired later though. Think of this as her comeback. Speaking of business, your expression turned serious as well. Sienna Yang frowned. She had heard Vanessa's songs. As a top star 2 years ago, her vocal skills were indeed excellent. However, the reason she frowned was that back then, Vanessa was forced to retire after her relationship was exposed, and her boyfriend was supposedly a useless pretty boy. This made things very difficult to handle. Sienna thought for a moment, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear. She then looked at you intently. I know her. What is your relationship with her, Mr. Huo? Do you know why she retired back then? You looked into Sienna's eyes and said flatly, spouses. She's my wife. Even for a battle-hardened veteran like Sienna, her eyes widened in shock at your answer. Spouses? He was the legendary useless pretty boy? Are you kidding me? Did Vanessa divorce that guy? And find a new one? Seeing Sienna's expression, you guessed what she was thinking. You couldn't help but smile wryly. You're right. I'm the one who had his relationship exposed with her, and retired at the same time. Sienna suddenly didn't know what to say. She had heard of Vanessa, but she didn't know exactly who she was with. She naturally wouldn't have followed an idol boy band that relied on looks like yours used to. She was now beginning to doubt whether you had actually written those 2 songs. You didn't give her much time to overthink. In seeing the conflict on her face, you continued, is it that hard to have her join your company? If it's truly problematic, I'll find another way. Furthermore, my request isn't just for her to join your company. I also expect her to have top-tier resources and freedom within the company. The contract can't be restrictive either. In the end, it's about mutual interest. I believe that with my help, Soundwave Entertainment will reach new heights. I hope you'll consider this carefully. You said it all in one breath, then picked up your glass and took a calm sip of water. Sienna's face was grave. She was clearly struggling with the decision. She spoke up. Ultimately, we haven't worked together. Those 2 songs you posted on TikTok aren't valuable enough on their own. I acknowledge Vanessa's vocal skills, but the entertainment industry is about more than just singing. I'm sure you understand. A comeback isn't hard, but the top-tier resources and contractual freedom you're asking for, we've basically never signed a deal like that. Allow us to discuss this further. This is no small matter. Although Sienna didn't explicitly refuse, her tone and choice of words suggested that it was practically impossible. You can discuss it. I'm also here to state my position, not just regarding the problem you're currently facing, but in the future, if you need songs or even scripts, no matter the genre, I can provide them if you ask. I truly hope our collaboration will be a success. Didn't you ask me here to see what I'm capable of? Now that I'm here, why not decide after seeing the results? You said flatly, looking completely composed. Sienna Yang took a long look at you. This was the first time she had met someone so confident. This was the legendary, useless pretty boy. People are truly blind. Ultimately, after finishing the meal, Sienna Yang left in a hurry. She had to discuss things with the company. As she left, she gave you a keycard. Wait for my word. Those were her last words before leaving. You went to your hotel room. After a quick wash, you lay on the bed and thought. If Soundwave didn't work out, you'd go to another company. If none of them worked, at worst you'd just make more money. Work a bit harder to open your own firm, and help Vanessa grow her career quietly. Somehow, you hadn't noticed that your mindset had shifted without you even realizing it, from just wanting to be a slacker at the beginning, to now running around for Vanessa's sake. In your brief time together, you were caring for them more and more. You had unconsciously integrated into this little family. Sienna Yang's call came at 3:30 p.m. She was already downstairs, indicating that you needed to go to the Soundwave Tower with her. You didn't say anything more. You went downstairs and met up with Sienna. The Soundwave Entertainment offices were located in the most prosperous part of Shanghai. An entire skyscraper was owned by Soundwave Entertainment. Currently, on the 18th floor of the Soundwave Tower, Chairman Yang Xian, HR Director Zhang Chao, and several other Soundwave managers were present. Zhang Chao's face looked terrible. Chairman, I have no complaints about Vice Director Yang's professional ability, but this time, I feel she's giving too much importance to this Ting Yahuo. He was just a D-list artist with no real talent, and now he's making such ridiculous demands of us. I think we're just wasting our time. Regarding Zhang Chao's complaints, Yang Xian waved his hand, a kind smile on his face. Shouldn't we give the youth a few opportunities? Let's see his talent first. If it doesn't work out, I'm sure Sienna won't have anything to say. Looking at the chairman's amiable demeanor, Zhang Chao could only swallow his anger. But in his mind, he was constantly grumbling. It's only because she's your daughter. Just keep playing favorites then. Yang Xian saw Zhang Chao's frustrated look and smiled again. As the chairman of the company, he naturally wouldn't just do whatever his daughter said. In fact, he had also listened to those 2 songs. They could only be described as perfect. However, he didn't feel the need to explain anything to Zhang Chao. As for whether those 2 songs were actually written by him, we'll know for sure once we put him to the test. Sienna Yang led you into the conference room at that moment. From the moment you walked through the door, you saw a number of celebrities who were currently viral. Each of them was a leader in their respective field. They were truly one of the big 3. The level of luxury here gave off an air of high-class sophistication. As soon as you entered the room, you felt the eyes of everyone present fixed upon you. Various expressions flickered in their gazes. You naturally took your seat in the guest chair, one man facing a crowd, yet your expression remained calm. Yang Xian couldn't help but feel a hint of admiration. Such a young man, yet he could remain so poised in a situation like this. It was a good first impression. Alright, since our main guest is here, let's get started. Mr. Huo, is it? We've had a meeting to discuss your requests. Signing Vanessa is fine, and we can provide the highest tier of resources. However, we cannot grant her contractual freedom. That is something we simply cannot do. No one signs contracts like that. I'm sure you understand what I mean. You nodded, naturally understanding the point. So, what is the term of the contract? Yang Xian smiled and looked directly at you. 5 years. We will cultivate her with our top-tier resources, and we won't restrict what songs she wants to release, or what events she wants to attend. Your brow furrowed slightly. You didn't shrink from his gaze at all, looking right back at him. 5 years is too long. I believe in my own abilities. With your resources and my talent, she will be an A-list star within a year. In fact, it might not even take a full year, so the most I can agree to is 2 years. Within 1 year, she will bring your company massive profits. That should be enough. You won't have to worry about Vanessa's songs for these 2 years. Furthermore, I can write songs for Soundwave for free, though the quantity will be limited. Anyone can talk big. An A-list star within a year? Are you dreaming? As soon as you finished speaking, a balding man sitting next to Sienna Yang let out a mocking laugh. He looked at you with disdain as he spoke. You only gave him a passing glance. You ignored him completely. You continued to stare at Yang Xian. Yang Xian narrowed his eyes. His fingers tapped lightly on the table, and the smile on his face grew more evident. Confidence is good in a young man. 2 years isn't out of the question, but it all depends on your strength. We invited you here today, partly to discuss a partnership, and partly because China Music has launched a nationwide event. Every company is required to participate, but only one song will be selected. I want to win that spot. I wonder if you have the ability to make that happen. He gave a slight nod. Didn't I come here specifically for this event? As for the specific details, have Vice Director Yang go over them with you. Then I'll be waiting for your good news. As soon as your song is approved, I can sign the contract immediately. Yang Xian made the final decision with a light smile. With the initial terms settled, you relaxed a bit. You stood up to shake Yang Xian's hand before leaving the room with Sienna Yang. Sienna Yang felt a bit emotional. She hadn't expected her father to agree to such outrageous conditions. But this event truly was important. It was an officially organized government event. The company whose song was selected would naturally gain the favor of the authorities. The benefits of that went without saying. Sienna Yang's gaze was a bit complex as she looked at you. She really hoped you would take the world by storm. That would prove her judgment was correct. At that point, the gossip within the company would naturally fall silent. Take a look. These are the details for the event. You only have 3 days to compose it. I hope you get what you want. I also hope our collaboration is a success. Sienna Yang pulled a folder from her drawer and handed it to you. You opened the folder. What met your eyes was a large title, Ordinary Heroes. Seeing those words, your expression immediately turned solemn. You continued reading. The office was quiet. There was only the sound of you flipping through the pages. Your expression was the most serious it had been since you transmigrated. You turned the pages. There were several photos underneath. The first was a group of doctors and nurses wearing protective gear. The second was 3 firefighters standing before a fire they had just extinguished. The third was of several soldiers seen only from behind. Their faces were not visible. The fourth was a classroom on the verge of collapse. A teacher was holding a child and handing them to someone outside, but there was no one left behind him. He was the last one. After looking through all the documents, you organized the papers and put them away. You took a deep breath. Sienna Yang finally broke the silence in the office. Well, can you do it? You only have 3 days. In 3 days, China Music will end the selection process. You nodded. Don't worry. Leave it to me. Within 3 days, I'll give you the answer they're looking for. With that, you tucked the documents away. You stood up. That's that then. Prepare some manuscript paper for me. I'll head back to the hotel to work on it. I'll see you out. Sienna Yang didn't waste time. She knew that 3 days was a very short time to create a great song. That night in the hotel, you showered and went to the desk. You laid the manuscript paper flat on the table. You picked up your pen and thought in silence. After a long time, you made your decision. This was the one. Only ordinary. The next day, you had a simple breakfast. Without notifying Sienna Yang, you took a taxi to Soundwave Entertainment alone. Sienna Yang was still busy working in her office. She was incredibly surprised to see you visit. You have time to come here? You only have 3 days, man. Shouldn't you be busy writing the song? It's finished. You smiled and, while Sienna Yang was still in shock, handed her the manuscript paper. Take a look. I think this one should do it. Sienna Yang looked at you like you were a monster. For once, the capable career woman lost her composure. Are you kidding me? 1 night? What kind of quality could a song written in 1 night have? Surely he wasn't just phoning it in. Sienna Yang frowned as she took the manuscript. Yesterday, she thought this young man was steady and exceptional. Today, he was proving her wrong. She wanted to see for herself what he had managed to write in a single night. Sienna Yang focused her eyes on the paper. She was calm when she saw the title, but as she slowly read through the lyrics, she was completely stunned. What kind of divine lyrics were these? Every line spoke of the ordinary, yet every line revealed the extraordinary. Not a single mention of hero in the whole thing, yet every sentence described one. These lyrics hit the mark perfectly. Then Sienna Yang eagerly looked at the music. A moment later, she suddenly looked up at you, her eyes shining with light. Did you really write this in 1 night? You rubbed your nose. Well, obviously. I stayed up all night to finish it. So, does it work? Sienna Yang's eyes grew even more radiant. She stared intently at you. You are truly amazing. My choice was definitely right. Can you sing it for me? I want to hear how it sounds. Sure. You nodded and closed your eyes to build up the emotion. Then you began to sing softly. It here. No one leaves. The song ended. Sienna Yang was still immersed in the music, unable to pull herself away. Not until you coughed lightly twice did she finally snap back to her senses. She hurriedly wiped the tear stains from her face. Her eyes sparkled with even more brilliance. They were so radiant that you felt embarrassed to say anything more to her. It works, right? It's more than okay, my young friend. I truly didn't expect this. You've given us such a massive surprise. The office door was suddenly pushed open. Young Shin walked in, clapping his hands as he entered. His face was lit up with a look of genuine surprise. As he spoke, HR Director Zhang Chao followed close behind him. At that moment, Zhang Chao was visibly reeling from shock. He couldn't believe how quickly you'd done it. You've actually produced a song already, and such a perfect song at that. Dad, why did you just barge in without knocking? Seeing who it was, Sienna looked flustered. She quickly wiped at her tear stains again, shouting at Yang Xian with a look of annoyance. Yang Xian, however, didn't seem sorry at all. He was still beaming. However, the way he looked at his precious daughter was a little bit strange. It had been so long since he had last seen his daughter act like such a vulnerable young woman. If I hadn't come in, how would I have known that my young friend Huo had written such an incredible song? You were speechless. He went from Mr. Huo to young friend Huo just like that. He really was a businessman through and through. Anyone who brought him profit was practically family. You flatter me, Chairman Yang. I'm just glad you're satisfied. Extremely satisfied. Huo, now that we have the song, as long as China Music selects it, we will immediately sign the contract with Vanessa. For now, let's sign a cooperation agreement first, so you don't have to worry about us backing out. Yang Xian nodded with a smile. You finally breathed a sigh of relief. You knew the deal was as good as done. The group signed the cooperation agreement on the spot. As long as the song was chosen, the partnership you discussed with Soundwave Entertainment would begin immediately. Once the signing was complete, you excused yourself to Yang Xian. Chairman Yang, since everything is settled, I'll be taking my leave now. All right, I look forward to a successful partnership. You nodded slightly. Holding the agreement, you turned and walked out of the office. I'll see you out, Sienna said suddenly, seeing that you were about to leave. She hadn't quite dared to look at you just now. The fact that she'd been staring at you like a fangirl earlier was deeply embarrassing for a professional woman like her. But now that you were leaving, she felt a strange, inexplicable sense of reluctance. Sienna, don't you still have work to finish? Ting Yao isn't a child. He doesn't need you to escort him everywhere. You turned around, but before you could speak, Yang Xian spoke up before you could. Seeing this, you gave Sienna a grateful smile. Thank you for the offer, Director Yang, but I can just take a taxi back myself. With that, you turned and walked out of the office, closing the door gently behind you. Then, you strode away. Inside the office, Sienna looked like a bristling kitten. Dad, she suddenly flared up. What do you mean by that? He just delivered the song, and you immediately kick him out? How can you be like this? Zhang Chao, still in the room, watched the scene unfold. A chill ran down his spine. He swallowed hard. Oh! I still have some work to take care of, he said hurriedly. I'll take my leave now. Excuse me. Without waiting for Yang Xian to speak, Zhang Chao scrambled out like a rabbit. He made sure to pull the door shut behind him. Only after he was out did he wipe the cold sweat from his brow. Yang Xian didn't get angry at his daughter's outburst. He just spoke with an earnest tone. Sienna, you're not a little girl anymore. It's time you found someone. Ting Yao is a decent kid, but don't forget that he's married. And from what I know, he even has a daughter. Sienna fell silent for a long moment. I know that, she said coldly. I was only seeing him out because I was the one who invited him. It's as simple as that. The cool professional director had returned. Her cold demeanor made even her father, Yang Xian, sigh. Fine, fine, as long as you know. I just remembered I have some work to do too. With that, Yang Xian turned to leave. But just as he stepped out the door, he suddenly poked his head back inside. I'm serious, honey. You're already 26. You really need to find a boyfriend. Get out. Fine, fine, I'm going. You had just returned to the hotel. You hadn't even picked out a flight yet when Sienna's call came through. Mr. Huo, I am so sorry. My father was being a bit rude. I want to apologize on his behalf. Sienna's voice was full of apology on the line, but her tone was still a bit cold, as if she were still fuming at someone. You were a bit surprised, but you didn't take it to heart. Besides, Yang Xian had actually been quite tactful. For a powerful tycoon, he had been very respectful. As for whether he was trying to discard the tool after use, having seen all sorts of people in the business world, you were already well aware of such things. It's fine, really. I didn't think anything of it. Don't worry about it. But, hearing you say that, Sienna's tone softened slightly. I'm glad you don't mind. Anyway, are you on your way back to the hotel? I'm already here. I'm about to pack my things. Once I book a flight, I'll be heading back to Riverside. The other end of the line went silent for a moment. Then, Sienna's voice came through again. Well, here's the thing. Mr. Huo, it would be best if you waited another 2 days. If your song is selected, China Music will likely need your assistance. After all, you wrote both the lyrics and the music. You have the deepest understanding of the track. Hearing Sienna's words, your plan to head home was dashed. A wave of disappointment washed over you. All right, I understand. I'll stay for a few more days then. Thanks for letting me know. You hung up the phone. You set the phone down with a sigh. You turned to look at the scenery flashing past the window. You found yourself missing the little one back home. Thinking of Lily, you didn't even realize that a smile had spread across your face. As if there were some kind of telepathy between you, Vanessa's call came in at that exact moment. You answered the call. Lily's voice immediately rang out from the other end. Wow! Is that you, Daddy? It's me. Even though you couldn't see her face, a doting smile broke out on your face. It's Daddy. Does Lily miss me? I do. Mommy wants to know when you're coming home. Back at home, Lily was holding the phone with both hands, nestled in Vanessa's arms as she spoke sweetly. A blush immediately crept onto Vanessa's face. She gave the little one a helpless look. She was clearly the one clamoring to call Daddy. So how was she getting blamed now? She had never asked any such thing. Well, you tell Mommy that Daddy has a few more days before he can come home. You were laughing to yourself. You could guess that it was definitely the little one who wanted you back, but she was using Vanessa as a cover. Lily was clearly unhappy to hear that. She started whining over the phone. The corners of your mouth curled up. You shifted into a comfortable position on the bed. Lily, today, did you eat all your food? When Lily heard this, she immediately looked up at her mother. Then, looking a bit guilty, she lowered her head and whispered, Yes. But Lily wants to eat Daddy's cooking more. The little one's tone was incredibly serious. So serious, in fact, that it made the eavesdropping Vanessa laugh in spite of herself. Complaining at such a young age, are we? She was basically saying my cooking tasted bad. Then, Vanessa, heard your boisterous laughter from the other end of the line. Vanessa's face turned even redder in an instant. She snatched the phone away. All right, that's enough. That's enough chatting with Daddy for today. I wasn't the one asking anyway. I know. Is everything okay at home? Hearing your reply made Vanessa feel it even more strongly. Was he holding back a laugh? Just fine. You've only been gone for a day. What could possibly happen? Anyway, that's enough for now. I'm hanging up. I have to go make lunch. You can't do that. I haven't talked enough with the little one yet. Goodbye. Vanessa didn't give you the chance. She hung up the phone immediately. Her face was burning hot. She was afraid she'd want to punch someone if they kept talking. Seeing Lily staring at the phone with a disappointed face, Vanessa decided that today she would make the green vegetables Lily hated most for lunch. Right? Children shouldn't be picky eaters. You heard the dial tone from the receiver. Though disappointed, a smile remained on your face. This was the first time you'd seen Vanessa show such a little temper. Before, she always gave off an indescribable sense of repression. How should I put it? You would have called her someone lacking their own soul. But now, that was slowly improving. She was becoming herself again. And that was a good thing. The wait was long. August would arrive in just a few days. You had already spent 2 days in Shanghai. During this time, you spoke with Sienna Yang several times. The two of you were no longer so formal with each other. At least now, Sienna wouldn't call you Mr. Huo in every sentence. Hearing that had made you feel very awkward. You still woke up early for morning runs these past 2 days. Everything seemed calm. No news had come from China Music yet. All you could do was wait patiently. On the evening of the third day, you received a phone call from someone both strange and familiar, asking, "Is this Ting Yao?" "It's me, Chen Feng." Hearing Chen Feng's name, you quickly combed through the original owner's memories. This was the original owner's best friend from college. Feng, long time no see. Thinking about Chen Feng's character and personality from the memories, you spoke with a smile. Having a true friend seemed like a pretty good thing. Ting Yao, what's up with you since you got married? You don't pick up my calls, and you don't reply to my messages. Are you looking down on your brother now? Chen Feng's reproachful voice came through the phone, but the faint tone of concern in his voice warmed your heart. It was only the original owner's fault that, after marriage, he always wanted to suck up to Marcus and Ben. He hadn't even had time to bother with his best friend. I'm sorry for how I was before. Be the bigger man and forgive me. Let it slide this time. Next time we meet, I'll take you out for dinner to make it up to you, okay? You apologized. While speaking, you cursed the original owner again in your heart. A guy who couldn't tell the difference between a friend and a snake. You're a disgrace to the name Ting Yao Huo. Haha, you said it. We'll talk more next time we meet. Bye! After saying that, Chen Feng hung up. Right after you hung up, Sienna Yang called. Your song was chosen by China Music. According to Sienna, with just one look, the people over there picked your song out of thousands of submissions. Sienna's voice was very excited. When she called you, she was already downstairs at your hotel. China Music is preparing to film a music video. They want the songwriter to go to the site and give some guidance. You went downstairs. When Sienna saw you, she brushed back a stray lock of hair. Her eyes were shining. You rubbed your nose, automatically ignoring Sienna's gaze. Let's go. It's getting late. Let's finish early so we can pack up early. Maybe we can even make it in time for lunch. Without a word, you slipped into the back seat. Sienna rolled her eyes. Is the front passenger seat not big enough for you? Sienna spoke while she drove. The director in charge of the music video called. He hasn't stopped praising the song. So, do you have any ideas for the MV or the lead singer? Don't drop the ball once you get there. Sienna was clearly quite worried. You were young and hadn't experienced a production of this scale. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. You didn't show a hint of nervousness. Sienna caught your eye in the rearview mirror. Seeing that you really weren't nervous, she stopped talking. Soon after, the car pulled into a parking lot in front of a skyscraper. The two of you walked into the building side by side. Sienna must have made an appointment beforehand. As soon as you entered the building, a group of people immediately came forward to meet you. Grandpa Lin, why did you come down in person? If my dad finds out, he'll lecture me to death. Sienna walked up quickly and took the old man's hand, acting like a spoiled granddaughter. This move gave you a bit of a shock. The Ice Queen acting cute? Even an immortal wouldn't be able to handle that. The old man at the front broke into a smile, looking completely doting. Cut that out, Sienna. Your dad wouldn't dare lecture you. He'd be lucky if you didn't give him a hard time instead. Haha, Grandpa Lin. The director blushed for once. She said shyly, all right. Let's get down to business. Is this our young friend, Huo? Truly, a hero comes from the youth. A very impressive young man. Hello, sir. Thank you for the compliment. I'm Tingyao Huo. You nodded politely to the old man. Talented and polite. I'd expect nothing less from the person who wrote this song. I'm the director for this MV, Lin Guoqi. If you don't mind, you can call me Grandpa Lin, just like Sienna does. Grandpa Lin, then I won't stand on ceremony. You kept a faint smile on your face throughout. Good, young Huo. Then let's head upstairs. Lin Guoqi was very happy, and his way of addressing you had already changed. He took your hand and led you straight toward the elevator. He didn't seem to have any intention of introducing the others standing behind him. You were forced to follow along, but you still nodded to the middle-aged people. As a gesture of greeting, the elevator went straight up to the 20th floor. As soon as you stepped out of the elevator, Lin Guoqi pulled you into the recording studio. Young Huo, Sienna said, you sing very well. Could you give it a try for us first? We've had the song, but we haven't actually heard it yet. The lead singer hasn't been decided yet either. All right, you nodded in agreement. A cappella? Or with the piano? Piano accompaniment is fine for this song. You started to play. As you started for real, Lin Guoqi became visibly more serious. He left you alone in the recording booth and led everyone else outside. As the staff turned on the microphone, the group of middle-aged professionals watched with anticipation. They watched as you sat down in the studio and built up the right emotion. Once in work mode, you were incredibly focused. To the people outside, inside the recording studio, your expression had visibly transformed. Seeing this, Lin Guoqi nodded. Now, this is a true musician. Inside, you began to play the piano. The intro to Only Ordinary began to play. The crowd outside held their breath instantly. Listening to the piano notes, they stared inside without even blinking. As the song ended, you took a deep breath, composed yourself, and stood up to walk out of the studio. The group outside was still staring at you, dazed. A second later, everyone burst into spontaneous applause for you. Lin Guoqi stepped forward excitedly and took your hand. With a fervent look, he said, Young Huo, that's exactly the feeling. I don't think we need to find another lead singer. You're the one. I have a premonition that this song will set off a massive storm online, bringing awareness to our ordinary heroes. This is exactly the impact we wanted to achieve. Those heroes who sacrifice in silence every day, they deserve this. Hearing such praise from the old man, even someone as seasoned, as you couldn't help but blush a little. But you still shook your head. You looked at Lin Guoqi with sincerity and said, Grandpa Lin, I'm not going to be the lead singer for this. I have a better idea. Would you like to hear it? Lin Guoqi frowned. Was there really a better lead singer than the man who wrote the song himself? Seeing that Lin Guoqi was clearly hesitant, you stopped beating around the bush. You quickly explained your thoughts. It's like this. Grandpa Lin, I think this song is much better suited for children to sing. For one, children's voices are more crisp and ethereal. On the other hand, having the children of our future sing about our unsung heroes will touch people's hearts even more deeply. Hearing your explanation, Lin Guoqi couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. My God, is this kid a genius? Why hadn't he thought of that? Children naturally possessed a quality that people found relatable and heartwarming. Having them sing it, combined with the footage he had already filmed, would absolutely resonate with people. It was brilliant. He truly lived up to the potential Lin had seen in him. Now, Lin Guoqi looked at you with even more enthusiasm. Even the middle-aged executives behind him felt as if they'd had a sudden epiphany. They all looked at you in sheer disbelief. They had sifted through thousands of clips to find this footage, matching the vibe of this song perfectly, but they simply couldn't settle on a lead singer. To think you had solved it with just one sentence. Young Huo, you really are a prodigy. Are you interested in coming to work for us at National Arts? Rest assured, your talent definitely won't go to waste at National Arts. Lin Guoqi felt a deep appreciation for your talent. He wanted to bring you under his wing. A talent like this was simply too valuable to be left wandering. No, Grandpa Lin. I'm just a slacker. I'm already satisfied enough just being able to help you out this time. You waved your hands repeatedly in refusal. Lin Guoqi was speechless. Were slackers really this capable nowadays? However, he didn't press the matter. You weren't going anywhere after all. If another opportunity like this arose, he would just look for you then. By the time you walked out of the National Arts Tower, it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Your head was absolutely spinning right now. Once those guys started talking about work, they became incredibly intense. They were practically a bunch of workaholics. Ugh, finally. It took Sienna acting cute and saying she wanted lunch for the two of you to finally escape. Tingyao, don't you think you should treat me to a meal? After all, you're collaborating with National Arts. You're going to be rich. Sienna showed a rare, playful side of her personality. She stuck her tongue out and teased you. This professional ice queen was acting less and less like herself. You raised an eyebrow. You're a high-ranking executive from a big company, and you still want to fleece a common citizen like me? Have you no shame, little Chi? Sienna rolled her eyes at you. She pouted and hopped into the car first. You chuckled and quickly followed after her. The more you got to know this career woman, the more you realized that she actually had a very pleasant personality. The intimidating pressure from your first meeting had completely vanished. She was a textbook example of someone who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. In the end, you still couldn't escape treating her to that meal. Sienna happily enjoyed a lavish feast on your dime. After lunch, Sienna drove you back to Soundwave Entertainment. Your primary goal for this visit was to finally get the contract. Vanessa's signing contract. The two of you got into the elevator. For some reason, you suddenly got the feeling that Sienna's mood wasn't exactly great. She seemed a bit listless, even though she had just treated herself to a huge feast. You didn't understand, a woman's mind was simply too difficult to read. Leaving the elevator, you went straight to Yang Xian's office. He was already waiting there for you. The contract was already prepared and laid out on the desk. He wore his usual, perpetual smile as he watched you walk in. Young friend Huo, I look forward to a successful partnership. The contract is right here. Take a look and see if there's anything else you'd like to add. You nodded and sat down at the desk. He began to review the contract. The contract was very professional. It would take effect immediately as soon as Vanessa signed it. The contents were exactly as previously discussed. Soundwave Entertainment would provide Vanessa with top-tier resources and a maximum amount of freedom. In short, Vanessa could do whatever she wanted to do. No one would be able to force her into anything. This was exactly what you had hoped for. The term of the contract was 2 years. Whether or not to renew after that would be entirely up to Vanessa. Once you finished reading the entire document, you gathered it up, you stood up, reached out, and shook hands with Yang Xian. Thank you, Chairman Yang. I look forward to our partnership. Being willing to offer a contract like this made you think much more highly of him. At the very least, he wasn't like those other heartless capitalists who filled their contracts with traps at every turn. Don't mention it. I value your talent, and you value our company's resources. It's simply a mutually beneficial arrangement. Also, about your promise to write songs for our company. I won't bother with a separate contract for that. I trust your character, young friend Huo. Yang Xian also stood up and spoke while shaking your hand. You naturally wouldn't turn that down. However, you still made your own position clear. Don't worry, but I want to make one thing clear up front. I only write title tracks, and who I write for will be entirely at my discretion. Don't have every random nobody come and ask me for songs. I don't have the time. You had a bit of a temper, but you had the talent to back it up. Yang Xian's impression of you was getting better and better, but when he saw the look on his daughter's face, he let out a secret sigh in his heart. What a pity. Why did he have to get married so young? With your talent, young friend Huo, if they aren't a top-tier singer in the company, even I wouldn't dare ask you for a song. After all, I know that anything written under your name in the future is bound to be a masterpiece. Ordinary people simply aren't qualified. A successful partnership was established between both parties. Yang Xian suddenly changed the subject. Now that you have the contract, when are you planning to head back, young friend Huo? You didn't know what he meant by that question, but you answered immediately. I'm planning to head back to the hotel now. Pack my things and book a flight. I'll be leaving shortly. After all, my business here is finished. Chairman Yang, is there anything else you'd like to say? No. Then I wish you a safe and pleasant trip back. Yang Xian said quickly with a smile. But in your eyes, that smile looked a bit off. Why, upon hearing that you were leaving, did he seem so suddenly delighted? He didn't think too much about it. You stood up and took your leave. Sienna walked you all the way to the hotel entrance. She didn't follow you inside. Ever since entering Soundwave Entertainment, she had seemed to be in a bit of a low mood. Tingyao, I won't be driving you to the airport. You can make your own way there. I have some things to take care of. I'm heading out now. You turned and waved. All right. Drive safe. Then you turned and walked into the hotel. Sienna watched you retreating back, feeling inexplicably annoyed for some reason. She stepped on the gas and sped away. Finally, you could go home. You missed your little girl. That was the only thought in your heart right now. You quickly packed your luggage. Booking the flight, checking out, and hailing a taxi all happened in one smooth sequence. 6 p.m., Riverside. You were carrying bags full of gifts in your hands. As you walked into your familiar, run-down apartment complex, your steps were lighter than ever. Finally, you pushed open the door to your home. The living room was deathly quiet. It seemed like Vanessa and Lily weren't at home. Not seeing the people you wanted to see right away gave you a faint sense of disappointment. However, in the next moment, The door to the master bedroom suddenly swung open. Vanessa walked out, rubbing her sleepy eyes, and looking a bit dazed. The moment she saw you, she was jolted wide awake. Her eyes widened involuntarily as she stared at you. She was currently wearing a camisole nightgown. One of the straps had slipped down to her arm. Her hair was a messy nest from her nap, and her mouth was slightly agape. She looked exactly like a sleeping beauty who had just woken up. The two of you stood there, frozen on the spot. Under the fading glow of the sunset, the two of them just stood there, staring at each other in silence. Then your face gradually lit up, breaking into a wide, radiant smile. "I'm home." A soft blush slowly crept across Vanessa's face. She stood there, frozen, not knowing what to do with herself. Her heart was racing with panic, yet a faint, sweet warmth flooded her soul. She looked down and murmured a soft reply, instinctively reaching up to pull the pajama strap that had slipped down her arm back onto her shoulder. "Oh, right, this is for you. I happened to see someone selling them on the way back. They smelled wonderful, so I picked up a bouquet." You suddenly pulled a bunch of lavender from behind your back. Vanessa bit her lip. She stepped forward and gently took the lavender from your hand. Her face was now completely flushed, a deep crimson. This was the very first bouquet he had ever given her. Lavender. In the language of flowers, it meant redemption and hope. She loved it. "Thank you." Vanessa gathered her courage and looked up, staring directly into your eyes. Her eyelashes fluttered as she asked, "Have you eaten yet?" He suddenly broke into a grin. "Not yet. I bet you two haven't eaten either, right? I'll make dinner. Why don't you go wake Lily up?" Vanessa had intended to cook herself. After all, he must be exhausted after traveling all day. But seeing the determination in your eyes, and knowing that your cooking was indeed much better than hers, she finally nodded. "I'll go get Lily. She'll be so happy to know you're back. She's been asking about you for the last 2 days. Vanessa turned and headed back into the master bedroom. This time she didn't close the door. She left it wide open. You peeked inside. Lily was sprawled out, sleeping soundly on the bed. Vanessa picked her up with gentle hands, but the little one didn't even react. It wasn't until Vanessa brought the child before you, kissed her little cheek, and whispered softly in her ear, "Lily, wake up. Daddy's home." Lily suddenly stirred. She slowly opened those adorable almond eyes, looking around in a daze. Then her eyes suddenly sparkled with life. She reached out her short little arms, waving them at you. "It's Daddy. Daddy, hold me. Lily missed you so much." The little girl was like a baby koala. Once he scooped her up, she wrapped her arms around your neck and refused to let go. She stayed latched onto you. Even when you went into the kitchen to cook, she simply wouldn't climb down. In the end, Vanessa had to put on a stern face and use the new toys you'd bought as a bribe to finally peel the little one off you and get her onto the sofa. While Lily played with her toys, her big eyes kept drifting back toward the kitchen, as if she were afraid you might disappear again. After a while, dinner was served. The family sat down at the table in perfect harmony. Vanessa looked over. Lily had already grabbed her small chopsticks and was slurping away. A whole noodle vanished into her belly in an instant. Her eyes were crinkled into happy little crescents. The way she was eating made it look as if Vanessa had been starving her for days. It left Vanessa feeling both annoyed and helpless. Her cooking simply didn't compare. What else was there to say? This prompted Vanessa to speed up her own eating. For some reason, she and the child didn't seem to have this kind of appetite when they were alone. The moment you returned, they both seemed to relax completely. Vanessa ate while her mind wandered through stray thoughts. It was a scary thought, really. Not long ago, they wanted nothing more than to be far away from this man. But in such a short time, your influence had completely softened them. The only sound at the table was the slurping of noodles. By the time Vanessa finished, she realized you and Lily had finished long ago. The two of you were staring at her in perfect unison. Vanessa's pretty face flushed red once again. She hurriedly wiped her mouth and stood up to hide her embarrassment. She gathered the dishes from the table. "I'll do the dishes. You go spend some time with Lily." She stacked her bowl on top of hers and carried them toward the kitchen. Watching Vanessa fly into the kitchen like a gust of wind, you shook your head. You really hadn't intended to fight her for the chore. What was she so panicked about? "Daddy, come play blocks with Lily." Lily hopped down from her stool and pulled your hand toward the sofa. With your help, Lily worked on her blocks, carefully building the shape of a little house, while giggling in her sweet, childish voice. You took the opportunity to ask about how things had been at home. The little one told you everything without holding back, especially when it came to Vanessa. The little girl sold her mother out completely. "Mommy missed Daddy too. I saw it." Mommy kept watching the videos of Daddy singing. She was smiling to herself. You hadn't meant to pry like this. The problem was, Lily said it very loudly. She didn't notice at all that Vanessa had already marched out of the kitchen. At that moment, Vanessa's face was as red as a ripe apple, but her eyes were full of a dangerous glint as she looked down at this little traitor who had so happily sold her out. Lily noticed her daddy had suddenly stopped talking. She looked up in confusion, only to see her mother's bright red face. With a squeak of alarm, she dove into your arms, muttering that she couldn't see Mommy, so Mommy couldn't see her. Vanessa couldn't help but laugh. She reached out and gave the little girl's bottom a playful pat where it peeked out from your arms. Her eyes, however, were fixed on your smirking face. Don't listen to her nonsense, she explained. I didn't do any such thing. You did. Mommy's a liar. Liars are bad girls. Her tiny face was buried deep in your chest as she shouted in a muffled voice. Vanessa looked ready to explode. You immediately raised both hands in surrender, leaving the little one completely exposed. No, I believe you. A wise man knows when to give in. Unfortunately for Lily, she was immediately scooped up by Vanessa and tickled mercilessly. The little girl's eyes sparkled with mischief. As she reached out toward her daddy, who was now sitting primly and properly, she never expected that her daddy would sell her out to Mommy the second he looked at her. You kept your eyes on the floor, minding your own business, to keep Vanessa happy, and for the sake of peace in this household, your little darling would just have to suffer a little bit. The family played and joked around for a while. In the end, poor Lily bore the brunt of it all by herself, sitting there pouting while she built her blocks. You ruffled her little head, and finally stood up. You pulled a paper folder from your suitcase, and placed it in front of Vanessa. Mission accomplished. Take a look. This is the contract. From Soundwave Entertainment. Vanessa looked at your serious expression. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, betraying the turmoil in her heart. He'd only been gone for a few days, and he had actually brought back a contract for her. Vanessa looked down, opened the folder, and began flipping through the contract. By the time she reached the final page, her hands had begun to tremble. This was a contract she hadn't dared to even dream of. Top-tier treatment, and an incredible level of freedom. Even if she had never retired and kept singing until now, she likely wouldn't have been offered a contract like this. Vanessa didn't know how he had done it. In just a few days, what had he gone through? How much had he sacrificed to secure a deal that most people wouldn't even imagine? Vanessa looked up and stared at you blankly, her eyes brimming with tears. She bit her lip and just sat there, locking eyes with you. Your face still wore that same gentle smile, as if all of this were perfectly effortless. After a long silence, Vanessa finally spoke softly. Tinyao, actually, I don't really have to sing. Her voice was small, but there wasn't a hint of hesitation in it. She didn't want him to pay too high a price for her sake. She was very firm. Only then did you frown slightly in confusion. She clearly loved singing. She wanted to sing. So what did she mean by this? It was a bit bizarre. You didn't get it. What was going on in this woman's head? Why? Haven't you always wanted to sing? Now that you have the chance, why are you backing down? Your tone sharpened a bit. This was the first time since you'd arrived here that you had spoken to her like this, having been a bachelor your whole life. Naturally, you wouldn't understand. Vanessa's heart was in a total mess. She suddenly felt that living like this was quite nice. If she really went back to singing, she was afraid of what might change. She was afraid that life would never be like it was right now. Vanessa bit her lip again. She looked straight at you as tears began to fall. After a moment, she finally said softly, I'm afraid. I'm afraid that something will change for the worse. This was the first time Vanessa had been so direct with you, voicing the fear deep in her heart. You were stunned for a second. Then your furrowed brow smoothed out, and you suddenly laughed. It was a very warm smile. You grabbed a tissue, reaching out to gently wipe away the tears that were rolling down Vanessa's face. Vanessa, what kind of man do you take me for? I'm telling you this with complete sincerity. Go ahead and do it, no matter what happens. None of this is going to change. After all, I've already prepared myself to be a full-time, stay-at-home dad. Vanessa never expected you to say something like that, let alone reach out and wipe her tears away. Having not experienced this level of intimacy in so long, Vanessa immediately lowered her head in embarrassment. Her slightly flushed face turned beet red in an instant. She didn't even have time to worry about her previous chaotic thoughts. You thought she was, still afraid of all that nonsense. But now you understood. You realized that Vanessa was probably just afraid of making a change. After all, someone who'd been cooped up at home for so long would naturally have that kind of mindset. So you spoke up again. I'm serious. You can leave Lily to me. I'll take good care of her. And you've seen the contract. It offers a lot of freedom. You can come home whenever you want. Don't worry about the house. Just take care of yourself out there. As you were talking, crowed and time as Af. Vanessa didn't absorb a single word. Inside her head, she was still replaying the moment you gently brushed your hand across her face. On the sofa, Lily had long since begun peeking at her parents' interaction. She clearly saw that on her mother's lowered face, the corners of her mouth were already curling up into a tiny smile. Meanwhile, Daddy was still over there rambling on and on. At her age, she didn't know what was happening. She only knew that Mommy seemed happy right now, and Daddy was still worrying about her. So she lunged onto your lap, looking up with her big, blinking eyes. On a sudden whim, she said, "Daddy, Lily wants to sleep with Mommy and Daddy tonight." The moment she said that, you were instantly petrified. Vanessa snapped her head up, looking at the little girl in pure shock. Her heart started pounding so hard, it felt like it would jump out of her chest. "Please, Daddy?" Seeing you didn't answer, Lily pulled out her ultimate move, acting cute. She started rolling around on your lap. You swallowed hard. You turned your head to look at Vanessa, whose neck was now flushed deep red. Your eyes darted around. "Lily, you should ask your mommy if she agrees." How was he supposed to answer that? Vanessa was so embarrassed, she was on the verge of a meltdown. She stood up frantically and headed for the bathroom. I'm tired. I'm going to go wash up and get ready for bed." Vanessa fled in a panic. Only you and Lily were left in the living room, staring at each other. You were completely at a loss, not knowing what to do. Lily, on the other hand, hopped up from your lap and hugged your neck. "Mommy said that as long as Daddy is ready, it's okay." Did Vanessa really say that? You turned to look at the closed bathroom door. You could faintly hear the sound of washing up inside. "Well, all right then." You took a deep breath of the little one's milky scent, trying to bolster your courage. You were doing this entirely for Lily, not for any other reason. After a long while, Vanessa finally emerged from the bathroom. Without a word, she retreated to the bedroom. As she passed through the living room, she didn't even glance toward the sofa once. Only then did you stand up with Lily in your arms and head to the bathroom. After helping the little one wash up, you gave yourself a quick wash as well. Then you carried the little one out. Until this moment, your heart began to race. From the living room to the master bedroom, it felt like that short distance took you ages to walk. By the time you stepped into the room, your mind had gone completely blank. You hadn't experienced anything like this in 2 lifetimes. You really wanted to ask for help right now. What were you supposed to do? Do what? Vanessa had already slipped under the covers. She was lying on her side, pretending to be asleep, facing away from you. You couldn't see her face clearly, but her glowing red earlobes gave away her current state. You closed the door gently. The sound of the door closing made Vanessa's body give a tiny shudder, but she still didn't get up. You had completely given up now. Since it had come to this, there was no point in being nervous. Might as well just lie down. With that thought, your mindset actually relaxed a lot. You placed Lily in the middle. You sat down on the other side of the bed. You pulled Lily close and began to tell her a bedtime story. Today, Daddy is going to tell Lily the story of Snow White. A long time ago, there was a little princess who was as cute as Lily. Her skin was as white and tender as snow. Your gentle voice echoed through the room. Vanessa's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Her racing heart slowly began to calm down as the story unfolded. Eventually, she drifted off to sleep without even realizing it. Just like her, Lily also slowly fell asleep to your story. The night grew deep. Seeing that their breathing had evened out, you finally turned off the light and slipped under the covers. The pillow was filled with that familiar faint fragrance. This was the first time you realized that a girl's pillow could smell so good. You put an arm around Lily. Wrapped in that fragrance, he soon fell into a deep sleep as well. The night passed in silence. The next morning, your internal clock was as punctual as ever. You woke up at 6:00 a.m. Instinctively, you pulled the soft, delicate body in your arms closer. Then you suddenly froze. Since when did Lily get this big? Gulp. You swallowed hard. You peeked under the covers. There was no sign of Lily in your arms. It wasn't the little one. It was Vanessa. You were completely dumbfounded. When did this happen? How did she end up in your arms? A faint scent lingered at the tip of your nose. The delicate body in your arms was soft and warm. Your mental composure shattered in an instant. Unconsciously, you leaned down until you were close to Vanessa's pretty face. You stayed there like that, locked in an intense mental struggle. Then you saw her long eyelashes flutter slightly. Panicked, you immediately sat back up. Upright. You quietly pulled back the arm she was using as a pillow. Hunched over, you carefully got out of bed. You scurried out of the bedroom. By the time you reached the bathroom to wash up, you were full of frustration. This was way too much torture for first thing in the morning. What you didn't know was that the moment you walked out of the bedroom, Vanessa opened her beautiful almond eyes. She let out a small sigh of relief. She covered her burning face and shrank back into the quilt, looking like she was too embarrassed to face the world. The moment you had sat up, Vanessa was already awake. She didn't know when. She had rolled into your arms. She had even used your arm as a pillow. It was incredibly embarrassing. Not until she felt your breath on her face did a wave of panic surge through her heart. What did he want to do? Was he going to try and sneak a kiss? What should she do? Vanessa was scared to death at that moment. She didn't dare to open her eyes, so she could only keep pretending to sleep. Fortunately, you stopped yourself in time. Otherwise, she really wouldn't have known how to face you. Yet, when you actually pulled away and left, she felt a faint sense of disappointment. Vanessa didn't know if she was ready yet. She only knew that her heart was in a total mess. After a long while, Vanessa, still tucked under the covers, finally let out a long, deep breath. Just let nature take its course. She stayed huddled there until 8:30 a.m. Only when Vanessa heard the sound of the door opening again did she finally crawl out of bed. She tidied herself up and walked out of the room. You were already in the kitchen getting ready to cook. Seeing Vanessa come out, you gave an awkward greeting. Morning. Vanessa's expression was just as strained. She didn't even look up to meet your gaze. She simply gave a soft morning in response. With that, she walked into the bathroom to wash up. You didn't overthink it, and turned back to continue making breakfast. To your surprise, Vanessa finished washing up quickly, and came straight into the kitchen. Let me help you. Vanessa's expression was natural now. She skillfully took the bowl from your hands to help you wash the rice. You were momentarily stunned, but quickly snapped out of it, gladly accepting her help. You stepped to the side to start washing the vegetables. The two of you moved in perfect sync, like a couple who had lived together for years. 20 minutes later, the golden millet porridge and 2 side dishes were successfully prepared. You took off your apron and washed your hands. You walked naturally into the master bedroom to wake up Lily, who had rolled to the corner of the bed. After the family enjoyed a pleasant breakfast, you looked at Vanessa and said, "Oh, by the way, are you reporting to Soundwave Entertainment in early August?" Hearing this, Vanessa sat on the sofa. Her beautiful eyes blinked softly. "Yeah. Before that, I need to go get Lele back. Then I'll go look for Sister Yun. If they knew I could make a comeback, they would definitely be so happy." Vanessa spoke, with a heartfelt smile on her face. When she abruptly retired before, the ones she felt most sorry for were those two. Now, even if it wasn't just for her own dreams, for their sake, she knew she had to work hard. You nodded, ruffling Lily's hair. But in your heart, you were wondering what kind of song you should write for Vanessa. This would be her first battle in her comeback, so it had to be a stunning victory. Vanessa's tone was excellent. Whether it was a sweet pop song or a melancholy ballad, she could handle them all. Because there were too many options, you were temporarily undecided. After thinking for a while with no result, you thought of something else. Right. Let's go buy a car in a few days. Actually, let's buy 2. In another month, Lily will be starting kindergarten. It'll be easier for pickups and drop-offs. Besides, even though Soundwave will give you a company van, during your downtime, you'll still need a car for when you're out. Vanessa pondered this for a moment. She also agreed that they could buy a car. She used to stay home all the time, so it didn't matter if they had one or not. Now that she would be going out frequently, not having a car would indeed be inconvenient. But she was worried about whether you had enough money. After all, the earnings from your first 2 videos had been spent on a lot of new furniture. You had just taken another trip, so she didn't know how much was left. Lily was starting kindergarten soon, which would be another big expense. After some consideration, Vanessa looked up, her voice laced with worry. Let's just buy one for now. It'll be easier for you to pick up the kid. The company will provide a car for me anyway, so I shouldn't really need one. We can think about getting another car once I start earning money. Vanessa thought that. Once she released songs and albums and saw some profit, she could worry about those things. At that thought, Vanessa felt a bit troubled again. She wasn't even sure when she would actually have a song to sing. Although her contract with Soundwave offered top-tier resources, it included a clause that she had to provide her own songs. She didn't know how you had negotiated with the company. They gave her the best resources, but why didn't they help her commission any songs? She was a bit confused. After all, she didn't know many songwriters. Thinking about songwriters, Vanessa suddenly froze. She looked at your calm face. It seemed you knew how to write, although she didn't know when you had learned. Regarding those 2 songs on TikTok, one was even a melody you taught Lily on the spot. You naturally knew Vanessa's worry about the money, You calmly waved your hand. Don't worry. You don't need to worry about the money at home. Just give it a little time. We'll have plenty of money in a few days. Sunday, July 30th. The music video for Only Ordinary went live sharp at 8:30 a.m. It was a collaboration between China Music and Starry Radiance. Central News and several other departments shared it simultaneously. The lineup was unprecedentedly star-studded. Of course, no matter how star-studded the lineup was, what the audience wanted to see was quality. Only if the quality was there would people support it and pay attention to the story behind the MV. However, there was a saying going around online. Anything Starry Radiance produces is a masterpiece. Seeing that Starry Radiance wrote the lyrics and music for this MV, everyone's interest was piqued instantly. This mysterious guy rarely made a move, but when he did, it was always breathtaking. So, viewers flocked to the MV, wanting to witness the spectacle for themselves. Until the music and the final frame faded out, Starry Radiance's face never appeared. You were still as mysterious as ever, but everyone was satisfied with the footage. Every single face in that video was deeply engraved into the hearts of the audience. Even a long while after the video was posted, not a single person had liked it. Not a single person had commented. It was as if everyone had disappeared collectively. At this moment, in the conference room of China Music, Lin Guoqi was staring at the real-time data online. He didn't understand. There were over 100 million people watching simultaneously, yet not a single like. Did the public not approve of the video? Lin Guoqi felt a bit dejected. He wiped his reddened eyes, finding it hard to accept the situation. But in the next moment, the video's data suddenly skyrocketed. Likes and comments exploded like a floodgate opening, becoming completely unstoppable. This was the first time in TikTok's history that in such a short amount of time, data had risen in such a vertical explosion. In just a few breaths, the likes soared from 100,000 to 5 million. Then 10 million, 20 million. The TikTok platform experienced its first ever comment lag in history. Even so, it seemed that nothing could stop the wave of likes and comments from the netizens. They went from being curious about the MV released by China Music to having high expectations. Once they saw Starry Radiance was the songwriter, but now that they had watched it completely, they were moved to their very core. Pure emotion was the most direct feeling in everyone's heart. The video shot up from the bottom of the list and firmly seized the #1 spot on the trending page. In the China Music conference room, a sudden burst of cheering erupted. Lin Guoqi gripped his fists in excitement, staring wordlessly at the rapidly climbing numbers. It turned out people weren't unmoved after all. Before everyone could even process the emotion, another half hour passed. The craze didn't just stay on TikTok. It even spread over to Twitter. The trending topics on Twitter were dominated by the music video. Netizens were engaged in a non-stop discussion. It was unclear which user was the first to notice that the China Music platform had uploaded the high-quality audio. Only Ordinary was out, and it was set to free. At that moment, everyone who had seen the music video rushed to the China Music platform to rate, download, and favorite it, the ultimate triple threat. Within that single day, the entire Chinese entertainment industry was sent into a state of shock. Every entertainment company and individual artist, without exception, shared the video after watching it. They were incredibly envious of this kind of viral traction, yet it was something they couldn't simply replicate. All they could do was silently ride the wave of hype and try to boost their own public image. Meanwhile, Vanessa was nestled in your arms, sobbing quietly. She was clutching the hem of your shirt, wiping her tears and her nose right on the fabric. Seeing her looking like such a pitiful, aggrieved soul made your heart ache with sympathy. It's just a video, you thought. Crying is one thing. But why do you look so heartbroken? Vanessa finally knew what you had been busy with these past few days. Composing a song like this, collaborating with China Music, and helping her secure that impossible contract. She had no idea what kind of ordeal you had gone through to make it happen. She felt guilty that you had done so much for her behind the scenes, without saying a single word about it after you returned. Had you been mistreated while you were out there? Had anyone looked down on you? And just how much energy did it cost you to create a masterpiece like that? Simultaneously, at the Sky Beauty Entertainment branch in the city, Crystal's face was so dark it looked like a storm cloud. Her manager, Brenda, looked just as miserable. The atmosphere in the room was suffocating. Only Lei Shen, standing a short distance away, was trying to hide a smirk. She looked like she was thoroughly enjoying their misfortune. Crystal glanced at her manager. She was starting to feel that this aging, washed-up woman was completely useless. Brenda, wasn't my song scheduled to drop on China Music at the end of July? What the hell happened? My track got pulled and pushed to early August. The company has already put all the promotion out there. I just paid for those trending spots, and then this happens. They delayed my release without even a word. And now those other guys are hogging every single trending topic. Brenda, you're the one in charge of this. I want an explanation. Brenda's expression grew even more grim. With a disaster like this happening, she was already in a foul mood. Now that Crystal was shouting at her. A surge of anger flared up in her heart. You want an explanation from me? If you're so brave, go talk to China Music yourself. Why are you taking it out on me? Who could have predicted that this fool, Starry Radiance, would drop a song out of nowhere? China Music literally moved up their MB release just for him. If she didn't rely on Crystal for her paycheck, Brenda wouldn't have given her the time of day. So what do we do now? Crystal's tone remained demanding. Brenda frowned. They were currently in the same boat. She couldn't afford to burn bridges just yet. She let out a sinister laugh. Here's what we'll do. Hearing the plan, Crystal knew she had no other choice. In her heart, she cursed Starry Radiance 1,000 times. It was his fault her spotlight had been stolen. When Crystal turned her head and saw Lele Shen snickering in the corner, her temper flared up again. Lele Shen, can't you see what a mess it is in here? Get over here and clean this up right now. Her voice was shrill and piercing, making Lele Shen instinctively pick at her ear. Oh geez, I'm so sorry. My contract happens to expire today, and I've already handed in my resignation. I'm done being your maid. Lele Shen burst into a loud laugh. She sat back in her chair, legs crossed, casually sipping her tea. Crystal stood up with a start. She pointed a finger at Lele, her face turning from red to white. She couldn't get a single word out for a long time. Meanwhile, after you finished lunch, the family of three happily caught a taxi to go out. You arrived at the dealership right on time that afternoon. Welcome. Sir, ma'am, is there a specific model you're interested in? The salesperson's eyes lit up. With years of sales experience, he knew there was an 80% chance of a sale with a family like this. You nodded. While at home, you and Vanessa had done some research beforehand. You had already picked the model before arriving. Do you have the Sovereign H9, the top trim? We do. Hearing that you already had a specific model in mind, the salesperson's eyes shone even brighter. The H9 top trim, even the cheapest one, would be at least $60,000. Sir, we actually have the H9 top trim in stock right now. 2 of them, in fact. One in Sans Gold and one in Gentian Purple. Which one would you like to see first? The salesperson kept talking, as he led the 3 of you deeper into the showroom. Let's see the Gentian Purple. It looks more sophisticated. This was what you had already agreed on at home. The purple finish felt more elegant. It would give Vanessa more face when she was out. You have excellent taste, sir. Gentian Purple definitely suits your wife's elegant aura. The salesperson continued his pitch, as he led you to the vehicle and introduced it. This is the Sovereign H9 top trim in Gentian Purple. Would you like to sit inside and try it, sir? You shook your head with a laugh. I'm good. Vanessa, let me hold Lily. You give it a try. You saw that when Vanessa looked at the car, her eyes lit up significantly. Clearly, she was very satisfied with it. Vanessa felt a bit shy, her cheeks turning slightly pink. But she gathered her courage, handed the little girl to you, and sat in the driver's seat. She had fantasized before about having a car of her own. She hadn't expected it to happen today. The car was beautiful. It had elegant lines without losing its powerful presence. Seeing that Vanessa couldn't take her eyes off it, he felt even happier. You grandly pulled out your bank card and driver's license, handing them to the salesperson. We'll take this one. Full payment. Swipe it. The salesperson's smile was so wide, it practically reached his ears. Certainly, sir. I'll make sure you get the best deal possible. Give me a moment to prepare the paperwork. You didn't have to wait long. The salesperson returned with the sales contract and various other documents. He led you to the lounge table and sat down. Sir, for a full cash payment, we can offer you a total price of $58,500. That includes insurance and registration fees. Plus, we'll throw in a full set of seat covers and a car cover. You can pick it up as soon as tomorrow. You nodded. Without a word, you entered your PIN and swiped the card for the payment. Once the paperwork was finalized, you arranged with the salesperson to come by tomorrow morning. Then, you left the dealership in high spirits. By the time you got home, it was already 5:30 p.m. As soon as you walked through the door, you received a call from Sienna Yang. Hello? Congratulations, my genius friend. The internet is absolutely saturated with that music video and news about you right now. You've officially gone viral. Congrats to you too. I wasn't looking to be famous, but I'm sure your company gained quite a bit of benefit from this, right? You laughed. Well, that's all thanks to you, Mr. Superstar. On a serious note, when is Vanessa reporting for work? Sienna teased you over the phone, then asked with a smile. You looked over at Vanessa on the sofa, her ears practically perked up, as she tried to eavesdrop on your conversation. You smiled. In a couple of days. August 3rd at the latest. There's still some things at home that we need to take care of first. Alright, then I'll be here awaiting her arrival. Sienna was quite curious. What kind of woman could inspire you to work this hard for her? The dealership was incredibly efficient. At 10:00 a.m. the next morning, the salesperson called to notify you. The car already had its plates on, and the insurance was all settled. It was ready for pickup at any time. The task of picking up the car was left to Vanessa. You didn't go with her, instead staying home to look after Lily. After driving all the way to the dealership, Vanessa successfully picked up the vehicle. After a quick test drive, she headed toward the city center. She was going to find Lele and Sister Yun to bring them along to Soundwave Entertainment. Vanessa had already made up her mind to report to Soundwave tomorrow. Even though you said she could go a bit later, she didn't want to wait. She had her own little motives as well. Besides singing being her lifelong dream, she didn't want to be like a decorative vase who only knew how to rely on you. At this moment, Vanessa didn't know that Lele Shen had already resigned. She drove to a spot near the Sky Beauty Entertainment building before giving Lele a call. She wanted to surprise her. The call was answered quickly. Vanessa had a smile on her face, and even her voice sounded much brighter. Lele, guess where I am? Lele Shen was currently packing her things in her rented apartment. After resigning, she planned to head back to her hometown. She had already made her decision. Right at that moment, she received Vanessa's call. Vanessa? If you're not at home, where else could you be? Silly, I'm downstairs at your office. Come down, I have something to tell you. Oh, then wait a second, Vanessa. I'll be right there. Lele felt a sudden wave of panic. Why had Vanessa come down to her office? For a moment, she didn't know how to tell Vanessa about her resignation and her plan to move back home. Fortunately, the apartment Lele rented wasn't far from the Sky Beauty building. Before long, she ran downstairs, panting for breath, and began looking around until she heard a voice. Lele, over here. She turned to look. She saw Vanessa stepping out of a brand new car, waving her hand. Vanessa, you bought a car. Lily's eyes crinkled into a beautiful curve. She walked quickly up to Vanessa, staring at the brand new vehicle beside her with a look of pure disbelief. That man actually bought Vanessa a car? Wasn't he supposed to be treating her badly? Vanessa nodded with a smile. She took Lele's hand. Yeah, I just bought it. I came today because I have something to discuss with you. Are you free? Lele only then noticed that this time, Vanessa seemed a bit different from when they last met. Her skin looked much healthier. Her face had filled out a little, and her overall complexion was visibly better. Most importantly, the aura of confidence seemed to have returned. Seeing Vanessa like this, Lele's eyes sparkled. Her Vanessa was finally back. Vanessa, I have all the time in the world. What is it? Just say the word. Lily, come back and be my assistant again. Let's get Sister Yun too. I'm making my comeback. Vanessa held Lele's hands, her eyes shining with hope. Lele froze. She couldn't believe her ears. It took a long while for her to snap out of it. I knew the universe wouldn't abandon me. Vanessa, what a coincidence. I just resigned. We can be together again. She had dreamed of continuing to fight side by side with her dear Vanessa. Vanessa paused for a moment. Only then did she realize Lele had already quit. Lily, I'm so sorry. I was too selfish back then. I won't be like that anymore. It was all her fault that Lele and Sister Yun ended up like this. The thought made Vanessa feel both guilty and sad. Even her previous joy faded a little. Vanessa, everyone has the right to choose, right? I don't blame you. I'm sure Sister Yun doesn't blame you either. Besides, you're making a comeback now. We need to look toward the future. Seeing Vanessa sinking into guilt again, Lele quickly stepped forward and hugged her for comfort. Lele, do you know where Sister Yun is? Let's go find her right now. I do. She's definitely at the Qingpu District People's Hospital, taking care of her mother. Every day, except for the 4 hours she works, Sister Yun is always there. Then let's go now. Vanessa didn't waste any time. She told Lele to get in the car. The two of them hurried to the hospital. Inside the car, Lele curiously looked at the interior. It was a brand new interior. She looked at Vanessa, who was focused on driving. Vanessa, does he know you're making a comeback? Vanessa nodded. The corners of her mouth curled up unconsciously. He knows. This comeback. He was actually the one who negotiated the contract for me. And he bought this car for me too. Lele's mouth dropped open in shock. She blurted out in disbelief. He negotiated the contract for you? How is that possible? Vanessa, you're not pulling my leg, are you? Vanessa shook her head. It's true. He negotiated a deal for me with Soundwave Entertainment, and it's a top-tier one. Lele didn't know what to say. She simply couldn't figure out how a guy like you could land a top-tier contract. Seeing Lele's silence, Vanessa continued, he's really treating me well now. So don't treat him like that anymore. Ooh, Vanessa is playing the protective wife. I'm jealous, and nothing's gonna fix it. Lele pouted her lips, drawing out the last word, to tease Vanessa. A flush of red suddenly crept onto Vanessa's face, but she didn't object. As they chatted, the car soon arrived at the hospital. They went all the way to room 302 in the inpatient department. With a heart full of anxiety, Vanessa knocked on the door. The moment she saw Sister Yoon, she almost burst into tears. Sister Yoon, who once had luscious black hair, now had strands of gray. Her resilient face was now marked by the hardships she had endured. She wore plain clothes that had been washed until they were faded. She looked exactly the way Vanessa used to look. It was clear that her life was also very difficult. When she saw Vanessa, Sister Yoon was completely stunned. She stared blankly at her. Vanessa didn't know what to say. The two of them locked eyes in silence for a moment. It was Lele who ran in first, taking Sister Yoon's hand. Sister Yoon, Vanessa and I came to see you. How is your mother doing? Sister Yoon finally snapped out of it. She seemed a bit flustered, her hands wringing together. You're here. Why didn't you let me know you were coming? Look at the state I'm in. Vanessa, come in and sit down. I just got my mother to sleep. She's doing okay. She can eat and drink. One more surgery and she'll be fully recovered. Speaking of her mother, a faint smile finally appeared on Sister Yoon's face. But that smile hid a trace of bitterness. She was at the end of her rope. She was over 100,000 in debt. She had borrowed from every relative and friend she had. How was she going to pay for the next surgery? Vanessa walked into the ward and sat down. She kept her head down and bit her lip, like a child who had done something wrong. She didn't dare look Sister Yoon in the eye. Sister Yoon looked at Vanessa, studying her closely. A moment later, a gratified smile appeared on her face. She walked over and sat beside her, taking her hand. Vanessa, I'm so happy you came to see me. And I'm even happier to see you like this. It means you're doing well. I only tried to stop you back then for your own good. Don't take it to heart. Sister Yoon, I'm sorry. Vanessa couldn't hold it in any longer. She threw herself into Sister Yoon's arms, her tears falling like raindrops. Sister Yoon gently patted Vanessa's back, saying softly, There's no need to apologize. What mother would blame her own child? I truly treat you like my own daughter. There, stop crying. If you cry any more, you'll turn into an ugly duckling. Vanessa only cried harder. Sister Yoon had watched her grow up every step of the way. Truly, it was just like a mother protecting her own child. So when she selfishly retired back then, the one who was hurt the most wasn't her, but Sister Yoon. Sister Yoon just gently patted Vanessa like that, until she finally stopped crying. When she lifted her red and swollen eyes to look at her, only then did Sister Yoon give her a gentle smile. Vanessa bit her lip. Sister Yoon, I'm making a comeback. Will you come back and be my manager? Hearing Vanessa say this, Sister Yoon was taken aback. Then she furrowed her elegant brows, putting the comeback aside for a moment. What about your child? Are you really okay with that kid looking after her? Compared to Lele, Sister Yoon was much more rational. She remembered clearly that the guy didn't look like an honest type. He didn't look like someone who could take care of a child. But Vanessa nodded. Ting Yao is Lily's father. He'll take good care of Lily. I trust him. Sister Yoon rubbed her temples. She didn't know what had happened between them, but she could see that Vanessa was very firm. Even if he can look after the child, you have to know that a comeback isn't easy. Do you even have a company to sign with right now? And even if you did sign, what kind of resources would the company even give you? Sister Yoon, look. This is the contract from Soundwave Entertainment. Vanessa hurried to pull the contract from her bag, handing it to Sister Yoon. She was afraid that any delay would make her lose her trust. Sure enough, upon seeing the contract, Sister Yoon was stunned. It was actually Soundwave Entertainment, one of the big three. Alright, let me see. With that, Sister Yoon took the contract and read it carefully. Then her shock grew as she read. By the time she reached the end, her hands had started to tremble. What kind of miracle contract was this? Did Vanessa kidnap the boss of Soundwave Entertainment? This was a completely unbalanced contract. For an entertainment company, many of these clauses were practically bullying terms Vanessa had imposed on them. For example, the top-tier resources. For example, the unrestricted freedom. For example, the 2-year term. Sister Yoon suddenly looked up. Is this for real? It's real. Sister Yoon, look, it has the official Soundwave seal right there. How could it possibly be fake? Vanessa explained quickly. Sister Yoon was completely shell-shocked. She stared blankly at Vanessa. The clauses in this contract. As a manager, she had never seen anything like them in her life. This is absurd. Soundwave must be insane. Sister Yoon, it's real. I'm supposed to report to Soundwave tomorrow. Seeing that Sister Yoon still had some doubts, Vanessa hurried to continue explaining. Only then did Sister Yoon believe her, though her face was still filled with shock. Vanessa, tell me the truth. How did you manage to sign this contract? Seeing that Sister Yoon finally believed her, Vanessa finally breathed a sigh of relief. Her face turned a bit red. Tin Yao went to Shanghai to get it for me. He wrote a song for Soundwave. Sister Yoon almost doubted her own ears. Tin Yao Huo negotiated a contract and wrote a song for Vanessa? Wasn't that just a fairy tale? This is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. Vanessa, don't blame Sister Yun for not believing him. He can write songs, right, even if he can. What kind of song would be worth a contract like this? Don't let him fool you. Sister Yoon, he really did write it. Seeing that Sister Yoon didn't believe in you, Vanessa quickly took out her phone and opened TikTok. She pulled up Starry Radiance's account and held it out to her. Sister Yoon took the phone skeptically. Even Lei Shen leaned in from the side. She also didn't believe that man could write songs. However, in the next second, my God, over 100 million likes. Lei Shen shouted out in exaggeration. Then she suddenly ducked her head, giving a sheepish smile. This was a hospital ward. Shouting like that would disturb the patients. Sister Yoon was also stunned. What kind of video has over 100 million likes? Then she saw the account name, Starry Radiance, followed by co-created with China Music. Starry Radiance, China Music. So that was it. Sister Yoon didn't even click on the video, because they had all already seen it. Sister Yoon looked up blankly. Starry Radiance is Tin Yao Huo? Lei Shen also exclaimed from the side, though she kept her voice hushed this time. Starry Radiance? The most viral and mysterious guy on the internet right now? Their shocked expressions made Vanessa's face flush once more. She was also very happy that Ting Yao was being recognized. She said matter-of-factly, yes. Starry Radiance. It's named after my daughter. Lily Huo, that's her formal name. Sister Yoon also finally came to her senses. She looked up and handed the phone back to Vanessa, a complex look in her eyes. She was naturally happy that Vanessa could live a good life and had a bright future ahead of her. But Vanessa, with your current standing, you could definitely find a better manager. You should just forget about me. No, Sister Yoon, why? Are you abandoning me? Lele and Vanessa spoke at the same time. Vanessa looked especially heartbroken. Sister Yoon sighed and looked around the ward. You can see my current situation. My mother needs care. I really can't leave. You can hire a nanny. Technology is so advanced these days. You can check in on things here remotely at any time, Layla said directly. Vanessa also looked at Sister Yoon with hope. Sister Yun looked troubled. How could she not know that she could hire a nanny? But her current financial situation, how could she possibly allow herself to do that? Besides, following Vanessa like this would only be a burden to her. Vanessa, you don't need to try and convince me. I want to stay by my mother's side. You guys go back. Vanessa, you must cherish such a good opportunity. Don't be so selfish ever again. Sister Yoon ruffled Vanessa's hair, then steeled herself and turned away, refusing to look at her. Vanessa bit her lip. She didn't understand why Sister Yoon was unwilling to come with her. She had arrived with hope and was returning in disappointment. The entire way back, both Vanessa and Lele remained silent. Vanessa dropped Lele off and drove home alone. The door opened. You were playing games with Lily. You were taken aback when you saw Vanessa. She had been crying. What's going on? You're back. Did everything go smoothly? You asked her directly. Vanessa pouted as she sat on the sofa. The moment she saw you, she felt like she had found someone to lean on, and she felt like crying again. Sister Yoon doesn't want to come with me. Why? You scratched your head. In your memories? That strict woman was supposed to dote on Vanessa. Why would she be unwilling? Vanessa told you everything she had seen and heard at the hospital today. She spoke with grievance, while you listened in silence until you had heard the whole story. You nodded thoughtfully. I see. You're just a dummy. You stay home with Lily. I'm going out for a bit. Where are you going? Vanessa pouted, looking unhappy. Unclear if she was unhappy because you called her a dummy or because you weren't staying to comfort her. I'm going to go get the person who's so important to you back, dummy. You first found a domestic service agency, then drove to the hospital Vanessa mentioned. You didn't go straight to Sister Yun. You found the doctor first. You learned the details. Of Sister Yoon's mother's condition from the doctor, then you went to the inpatient department and stopped at room 302. In front of the ward, you composed yourself, putting on the coldest expression possible. You knocked lightly on the door. The sound of footsteps came from inside. A moment later, the door opened. Sister Yoon appeared before you with red-rimmed eyes. When she saw you, she was momentarily dazed, having no idea what you were doing there. Sister Yoon, aren't you going to let me in first? Your voice was calm. Standing a full head taller than Sister Yoon, you looked quite imposing. Sister Yoon's face went blank, but she still stepped aside to let you into the room. Sienna, is this a friend of yours? As soon as you entered the ward, you saw an elderly woman with graying hair and gaunt, hollow cheeks. She was sitting up in bed, looking toward you. Before Sister Yoon could even answer, you walked quickly to the bedside and took her mother's hand. Ma'am, my wife is a friend of Sister Yoon's. She came by earlier, but you were sleeping, so she didn't want to disturb you. Oh, so you're a friend of my Sienna. Young man, that's very kind of you. For my Sienna to have friends like you all, it's a real blessing for her. Sister Yoon's mother patted your hand, her face full of kindness, but her skeletal, thin frame was a heartbreaking sight to behold. Ma'am, please, don't say that. We're the lucky ones to have Sister Yoon as a friend. My wife talks about how great she is every single day at home. Honestly, I've heard it so many times my ears have grown calluses. It's just a shame. My wife really wanted Sister Yoon to go with her for this next job, but she's so worried about your health that she refused to go. You have no idea. My wife came home so upset she hasn't stopped nagging me about it. Behind you, Sister Yoon's face suddenly paled. You guy, was he actually sent by Vanessa to act as a lobbyist? What job? Sienna, what's this all about? Sister Yoon's mother didn't know the specifics of her work. Now, hearing you say this, her graying eyebrows immediately furrowed. Mom, don't listen to his nonsense. There is no job. My work is going just fine. Sister Yoon shot you a glare, then hurriedly tried to explain to her mother. Even though the mother was nearly 70 years old, she wasn't a fool. She knew her daughter was definitely compromising for her sake, and that it was affecting her career. Immediately, she reached out and took your hands in hers. She asked, Young ma'am, my Sienna is causing you all far too much trouble. That's just how this girl is. Tell me, what kind of job is it? You put on a conflicted expression and glanced at Sister Yoon, then said, Ma'am, I'm sorry, I really have a big mouth. The main thing is that this job requires travel. We originally wanted to hire a nanny to look after you, but Sister Yoon couldn't set her mind at ease. She wanted to take care of you personally. Sienna, you silly girl. Why wouldn't you tell me something like this? If the job needs you to travel, then you go. Hearing your words, the mother turned to look at her daughter. Mom, Sister Yoon was frantic, and she absolutely hated you in that moment. She did want to stay and care for her mother, but the root cause was that she simply couldn't afford to leave. Where would she get the money for a nanny? Even the money for the next surgery was currently an exhausting struggle for her. Sister Yoon, let's step outside to chat. Your face remained calm, as if you were completely unbothered by her furious gaze. You squeezed her mother's hand and said kindly, Ma'am, don't worry. Sister Yoon and I will just have a quick talk about it. With that, you stood up and left the ward. Sister Yoon gritted her teeth, looked at her mother, and followed you out. In the hallway, Sister Yoon looked up and glared at you. What exactly are you trying to do? Think of me as the bad guy if you want. I just don't want Vanessa to be sad. I know her. If you don't go with her, she'll be constantly worried about you. At that point, her performance will be lucky to hit 50% of her potential. By the way, I've already paid for your mother's next surgery. I've also contacted a nursing agency. Here's the number. You can pick the person yourself. You replied flatly. The height difference between the two of you gave you a somewhat unintended air of looking down on her. Are you giving me charity? Sister Yoon let out a frustrated laugh. You're overthinking it. You're going to pay me back. It'll be deducted from the salary Vanessa pays you later. This time, Vanessa is bringing you and Lele along herself. It has nothing to do with Soundwave Entertainment. I don't care how much she pays you, but this was my money, so you owe me. You put on the persona of a stubborn rogue, shrugging your shoulders. Anyway, the surgery and the nanny fees. I've already paid them in full, and they don't offer refunds. What you do next is none of my business. Without giving Sister Yoon time to react, you turned and strode toward the exit. Ting Yao, just don't tell Vanessa. As you were almost at the door, Sister Yoon's voice drifted over. You didn't even turn your head. You just gave a dismissive wave of your hand. Sister Yoon just watched your silhouette disappear outside the door, her gaze unreadably complex. Only after a long while did she return to the ward. Sienna, did that young man head home? Her mother, seeing her enter alone, patted the side of the bed. motioning for Sister Yun to sit. Don't blame him, that young man is a good person. I've seen many people in my time. Just from looking at his eyes, I could tell what kind of man he is. I know you're a devoted daughter, but a person's life has many paths. If you choose the wrong one now, you'll regret it later. Isn't my health doing pretty well now? One more surgery and I'll be completely cured. And the doctor said the risk isn't that high. So don't worry about me. Go on. If I'm the reason you end up with regrets, that would be the only thing that truly breaks my heart. Sister Yun kept her head down, silently listening to her mother's words. After a long silence, she finally gave a small, gentle nod. The moment you arrived back home, Vanessa hurried over to you, her face practically overflowing with curiosity. You deliberately avoided looking at her, cheerfully picking up Lily instead. Lily, what do you want for dinner tonight? Vanessa's expression completely froze. She stared in disbelief as you walked right past her. I love whatever Daddy makes. The little one replied enthusiastically, not noticing her mother at all, whose face had now completely fallen. All right, then Daddy will go get started right now. With that, you gave the little one a kiss on the cheek and headed toward the kitchen. Tingyao, I'm mad now. Vanessa pouted, her face full of grievance. This man was actually just ignoring her. Didn't he know she'd been waiting anxiously at home? Oh? What's the matter? You turned around, putting on a perfectly innocent expression. This only made Vanessa even angrier. When he left the house, he was all dummy this and dummy that with a gentle smile. Now he comes back and plays dumb. The more she thought about it, the more annoyed she got. Vanessa plopped down onto the sofa, crossed her arms, and turned her face away, refusing to look at you. You smiled, deciding to stop teasing her. When you leave tomorrow, remember to take those 2 loyal guardians of yours with you. With that temper of yours. If you go out without them, people will bully you to death. Vanessa snapped her head around, her eyes sparkling with light. Her speed at changing her mood even left you impressed. Sister Yun agreed. Go on now, I have to cook. Please don't disturb the chef. In the end, Vanessa didn't manage to ask how you had pulled it off. Every time she asked, you just played dumb. But that didn't stop her from looking at you with literal stars in her eyes. Ever since you changed, it felt like there was nothing you couldn't do. You unabashedly enjoyed Vanessa's adoring gaze. You were a big spender now. Any problem that could be solved with money wasn't a problem at all. The revenue from your collaboration with China Music had left your wallet fat. You were feeling incredibly confident. As for the situation with Sister Yun, after Vanessa told you about it, you had already guessed the reason. The woman could barely afford to eat. How was she supposed to go chasing dreams with you? This also made you reflect. The way men and women perceive things and handle problems is truly vastly different. Women are mostly emotional, while men are mostly rational. Early the next morning, Vanessa crawled out of bed. For once, you didn't go out for your morning run today. The 2 of you stayed in the kitchen in perfect harmony, making breakfast together. Vanessa's luggage was already packed and sitting in the living room. Lily was still asleep. She didn't plan on waiting for the little one to wake up before leaving. She was afraid she wouldn't be able to bring herself to go. Breakfast was ready in no time. Vanessa Liu ate her breakfast in silence. You sat beside her, chatting about this and that. You looked just like any ordinary family. The wife was heading out to work, and the husband was nagging her with reminders. Remember to call often once you get there, otherwise Lily will really miss you. I've already told them you're coming today. Shanghai isn't that far away, so come back whenever you're free. If anything happens while you're out, tell me. Don't be a fool and keep it all bottled up inside. Vanessa Liu listened to you talk while she ate her porridge. A sudden sense of longing washed over her. She almost didn't want to leave home anymore. Vanessa Liu ate this meal very, very slowly. Her phone rang just as her bowl was nearly empty. She was still lost in a daze. It wasn't until you nudged her that she snapped out of it and answered. Hello? Vanessa, I'm ready. Sister Yun is with me. When are you coming over? I'll be there in a bit. Just wait for me for a few more minutes, okay? Got it. See you downstairs at my place soon. The call ended. Vanessa Liu looked up at you. The look in her almond eyes made your heart skip a beat. Vanessa Liu really was incredibly beautiful. At least among everyone you had seen in 2 lifetimes. Few could ever hope to rival her. You glanced at the luggage. Time to head out then. Don't keep them waiting too long. Yeah, let me go take one last look at Lily before I go. Vanessa Liu averted her gaze and spoke softly. You gave a soft, okay, and walked with her to the bedroom. Lily was still sprawled out in a deep sleep. She had no idea her mother was about to leave her side. Vanessa Liu leaned in and gave her little face a tender kiss. She buried her face against the little one's neck, nuzzling her before reluctantly standing up. She stepped out of the bedroom, looking back every second. You followed her and helped load her luggage into the car. You watched her sit in the driver's seat. Only after she was settled did you close the door. You stepped to the side of the car. I'm leaving. Vanessa Liu turned to look at you. Remember to come home often, or the little one is definitely going to cry. I know. After saying that, she started the engine. Suddenly, Vanessa Liu turned back toward you. Her expression was serious. Ting Yao Huo, I love you. Without waiting for your reply, the car pulled away. The car drove all the way to the city center. Lei Shen had been waiting anxiously for a long time, standing downstairs. Beside her, Sister Yun shook her head, after working for so long. This girl's personality was still so impatient. Vanessa's here. Vanessa Liu's car slowly pulled up. Lei Shen waved frantically. Lei, Sister Yun. Have you guys been waiting long? Vanessa Liu took Lei Shen's hand and looked at Sister Yun. Not that long, she said apologetically. It's just that Lei is a bit of a fireball. A smile played on Sister Yun's face. She never thought the three of them would ever reunite, to work together again. Thinking of this, Sister Yun thought of that man, who looked like a useless pretty boy. To think that today was only possible because of him. Sister Yun, thank you for coming. Vanessa Liu walked up to Sister Yun, took her hands, and gave them a playful shake. Without you, Lei and I wouldn't know what to do. All right. You're a mother now, yet you're still acting like a child. You should be thanking your husband, not me. Anyway, let's get the luggage. In work mode, Sister Yun was as sharp as ever, but her words made Vanessa Liu blush a deep red. She still didn't know how you had managed to convince Sister Yun. The three of them didn't have much luggage, just some basic daily necessities. The car easily fit everything they had. The three of them got in. Lei Shen waved a hand. The road to a bright future awaits. Here we come. The car headed straight toward Shanghai. Soundwave Entertainment Building, Shanghai. Sienna Yang arrived at her office early. However, she was distracted all day during work. She finally made it to noon. Calculating the time, Sienna Yang went downstairs to the main entrance. That guy's wife was supposed to arrive today. She wanted to see for herself exactly what kind of woman was being so spoiled by him. After waiting for only a short while, Sienna Yang saw a car with Riverside license plates enter the parking lot in front of the building. Sienna Yang narrowed her eyes slightly. Looking closely, three people stepped out of the car. One was a chattering girl bursting with youthful energy. The other was older, with some gray in her hair. She watched the other two, with a doting smile on her face the entire time. Seeing Vanessa Liu's two friends, she knew that Vanessa Liu must have a very pleasant personality. She shifted her gaze to the woman walking in the middle. Her oval face had a healthy glow. Her almond eyes were as bright as clear water. A gentle smile rested on her face, making one feel an instinctive urge to protect her. No wonder that guy Ting Yao Huo was so devoted. Sienna Yang composed herself and stepped forward. Hello, you must be Vanessa Liu. I'm Sienna Yang, the Vice Director of HR here at Soundwave. On behalf of Soundwave Entertainment, welcome to the team. Hello, I'm Vanessa Liu. Vanessa Liu's voice was soft and sweet. She spoke gently. She was also observing this professional woman. She admired the sophisticated aura Sienna Yang projected. Her voice was unexpectedly pleasant, and she seemed remarkably clean and pure. How did a woman like this ever get swept off her feet by a jerk like Ting Yao Huo in the past? Sienna thought to herself, a trace of complexity flickering in her eyes. And these two are? Sienna was the first to look away. She shifted her gaze to Lei Shen and Sister Yun. Lei Shen, my assistant. And this is Sister Yun, my manager. Vanessa Liu answered earnestly. This career woman was being very polite to her, but her reaction seemed a bit strange. Vanessa Liu tilted her head in confusion. Then, as if a thought had suddenly occurred to her, the light in her eyes dimmed slightly, so she brought her own team with her. Well, that's fine. It saves us some trouble. Sienna Yang bowed slightly, to Lei Shen and Sister Yun respectively. Then she turned back to Vanessa. Let me show you around the place first. After all, you'll be working here for the next 2 years. The sooner you get familiar with it, the better. Once the tour is over, I'll take you to the artist apartments. Okay, thank you. Vanessa Liu nodded in gratitude. The group followed Sienna Yang into the building. Along the way, Lei Shen was absolutely blown away. This place was far more luxurious than the Sky Beauty branch in Riverside. And you could see famous stars who were constantly trending on social media at any given moment. It was simply on a different level than the Sky Beauty branch. Back in Riverside, a B-list singer like Crystal Zhang could act like a queen. Sienna Yang led them into the elevator. They went all the way up to the 11th floor. She gave them a warm introduction. This entire floor is dedicated to recording studios. They're all equipped with professional-grade gear. As she spoke, she pushed open an empty studio. for Vanessa Liu and the others to see. We primarily use 3 floors for our singers. The 11th floor is entirely recording studios. Next, let's head to the 12th floor. That's where the singers' lounges are. Generally, they spend most of their time there, whether they're composing or waiting for notifications. Each room is a private, dedicated space. Exiting the recording studio, Sienna Yang led Vanessa Liu up to the 12th floor. Many people greeted Sienna Yang along the way. They all had strange looks of flattery on their faces. Vanessa Liu was quite curious because when they looked at her, their eyes were clearly filled with envy. She didn't understand. Wasn't Sienna Yang just a vice director of HR? Why was everyone looking at her with that kind of gaze? And what Vanessa Liu found even stranger was that she saw a middle-aged, balding man wearing a tag that identified him as the HR director. He stopped on his own to greet Sienna Yang. He even took the initiative to greet her as well. Vanessa Liu replied, feeling a bit overwhelmed by the attention. This director named Zhang Chao had such a good temper. He was actually so polite to her. Back at the Sky Beauty branch, no matter what level the manager was, they always looked at people with their noses in the air. At that moment, Sienna Yang stopped at the end of the hallway. She pointed to the lounge in front of them and said to Vanessa Liu, "This will be your exclusive lounge from now on. When you don't have any announcements or aren't busy, you can stay here and rest whenever you like." Vanessa Liu looked up. The door to the lounge was tightly closed, secured with a digital keypad lock. Her name was indeed written on the door plate. As Sienna Yang entered the code, she introduced the lock to Vanessa Liu. The initial code is 6 6s. You can change the password later to whatever you like. Now, let's take a look at your lounge. The door opened. The group entered the room. Layla Shen was the first to let out a wow. This lounge was huge. The decor was incredibly luxurious. While Sister Yoon remained relatively calm, even Vanessa Liu was shocked. She had never seen such a luxurious lounge before. Layla Shen felt so happy she was practically about to faint. Thinking back to her time at Sky Beauty, even a dog wouldn't want to stay in that place. Comparison really is the thief of joy. If there hadn't been an outsider present, Layla Shen would have even wanted to roll around on the sofa. Sienna Yang looked at their pleasantly surprised faces and smiled. Not everyone gets this kind of treatment. Top-tier resources, right? Then the lounge naturally had to be top-tier as well. Hearing this, Layla Shen suddenly felt that Ting Yaohuo wasn't so detestable after all. Even after they left the lounge, Layla Shen was still immersed in her happiness. Just then, a nearby door suddenly opened. A graceful and elegant woman in high heels walked out from inside. Following behind her was a small assistant wearing glasses. When the woman saw them coming out of the adjacent room, a flash of surprise crossed her face. She immediately greeted Sienna Yang. "Director Yang, are you personally showing someone the rooms?" "Yes." "Lena, are you heading out?" Sienna Yang replied with a neutral expression. "Yes, I have a meeting to attend this afternoon." "I'll let you get back to it, Director Yang. I'll be going now." After Lena finished speaking, she glanced at Vanessa Liu and the others. She didn't bother to greet them. She walked away elegantly in her high heels. "Let's go as well. It's already noon. The floors above are all meeting rooms. Generally, unless there's a company meeting, they are rarely used. I won't bother taking you on a tour there. Let's head straight to the artist apartments. You can drop off your luggage, and then we'll go grab lunch." "It's on me." Sienna Yang turned around, smiling as she spoke to Vanessa Liu. Vanessa Liu only felt that she was being a bit too enthusiastic. Her impression of the company today was quite good, but things were a bit strange. Some people were clearly being much more welcoming to her. Once they were in the elevator, Vanessa Liu suddenly asked softly, "Director Yang, are you and Ting Yaohuo very close?" As soon as she asked this, she clearly saw the smile on Sienna Yang's face falter for a moment. "Is that really how it is?" Vanessa Liu's eyes narrowed slightly. An unidentifiable feeling of bitterness welled up in her heart. "Well, I was the one who received him when he came over. I've been following the collaboration closely, so we've become somewhat familiar." Sienna Yang quickly explained. "I see," Vanessa Liu replied softly. She didn't say anything more. The group went downstairs. Sienna Yang continued to lead the way in her gray Mercedes. Vanessa Liu followed slowly behind her. As soon as Layla Shen got into the car, she started mindlessly gushing about how great this place was. It wasn't until Sister Yoon shot her a look that she suddenly realized Vanessa Liu seemed to be in a bit of a bad mood, even though she had been quite happy just a moment ago. "Vanessa, what's wrong?" Layla Shen leaned over the front seat and asked curiously. "Oh, it's nothing. Keep going, Layla." This was considered nothing? Layla Shen was bewildered. She turned to Sister Yoon for help. Sister Yoon just smiled and said nothing. She could tell at a glance that someone was feeling very jealous right now. Meanwhile, at home, your head felt like it was about to explode. "Lily, honey, Daddy will sing Little Tiger for you. Can we please stop crying? Ever since the little munchkin woke up, she had been clamoring for her mommy. No matter what you said, Lily only cried even harder. Yesterday, you had promised Vanessa Lou that you would take good care of Lily. Now, you just wanted to say, I really can't do this. When Vanessa Lou was home before, the little girl had been clinging to you without any tears. What was going on now? You sang Little Tiger with a pained expression. Lily's little pearls were still falling one by one. Daddy is mean. He hid mommy. I want mommy. Wah! The little munchkin sat on the sofa, kicking her legs. She looked like she wasn't going to give up, until she saw her mommy today. You knelt in front of the sofa and scratched your head. What should you do? Vanessa Lou had only been gone for half a day. You couldn't possibly call her back now, could you? She would laugh at you forever. Oh no, you were caught in a struggle. Just then, the phone on the table rang. You gave it a casual glance. In the next second, a spark of joy lit up your eyes. A lifesaver had arrived. You quickly grabbed the phone. It was a message from Vanessa Lou. It was just 2 simple words. You there? You frantically typed back. I am. I definitely am. Aren't you busy? Vanessa Lou, who had finished lunch and was resting in the apartment, looked at the message on her phone. Her expression was neutral, though it seemed to carry a hint of a chill. I had lunch with Director Yang today. What kind of irrelevant answer was that? If she had lunch with Director Yang, then she had lunch. Did she really need to tell you? You scratched your head, not having time to overthink it. You immediately started a video call. Vanessa Lou's cool, pretty face appeared on the screen. You gave a sheepish smile and pointed the phone at Lily. Hey. Lily missed you. Ting Yao Huo, is this what you meant by taking good care of her? You pretended not to hear her and looked innocent. The little girl was crying her heart out. Now that she finally saw her mommy on the phone, she used her tiny hands to wipe away her tears. She said pitifully, Mommy, did Daddy hide you away? Don't you want Lily anymore? Be a good girl, Lily. Mommy is just away for work. I'll be home very soon. Don't cry, honey. Vanessa Lou soothed the little one gently from her end. The tears gradually stopped. Lily held the phone with both hands, trying to get closer to Vanessa Lou. At that moment, you felt like your heart had suffered 10,000 tons of damage. I've been trying to soothe her for ages, making faces and singing songs. It still wasn't as effective as a single word from Vanessa Lou. Vanessa Lou cooed a few more lines, and little Lily finally stopped crying completely. You let out a long sigh of relief. Having calmed the little one down, you turned the phone toward yourself. Your eyes darted around shiftily like a thief, just not daring to look at Vanessa Lou. Can you really take care of a child properly? Vanessa Lou's questioning voice came through the phone. You immediately got defensive. Who are you looking down on? Today was just an accident. If I were the one gone, you wouldn't be able to soothe Lily either. You looked completely indignant. Vanessa Lou gave you a long, deep look. Did this guy have no self-awareness at all? No, that's not why she called. This man was changing the subject. Vanessa Lou's gaze turned slightly cold. Pretending not to care, she asked, Are you and Director Yang pretty close? We're all right, you answered casually, completely unaware that you were already on the edge of death, testing the waters dangerously. All right, Vanessa Lou repeated, looking at you with a hollow gaze. She said it again. You felt a mysterious chill come over you. You wrapped your clothes tighter. Strange. It's so hot out. Could I have a cold? All right. Are you getting used to it over there? If not, I have things to do, so I'm hanging up. Vanessa Lou rolled her eyes at you. She decided to stop talking to you. The video call was abruptly cut off. Only then did you belatedly realize she was angry. That was weird. Caught in the crossfire for no reason, you put the phone down. You looked at your daughter huddled on the sofa, who had stopped fussing and become Lily again, and gave a silly little laugh. For the next 2 days, Vanessa Lou called home every single day. This made things much easier for you. But what you found strange was that every time this woman called, she only talked to her daughter. As soon as it was your turn, she acted like you owed her $8 million. She didn't give you a single kind look. You could only comfort yourself. Women have a few days like that every month. Just endure it and it'll pass. Vanessa Lou was very idle these past 2 days. If she wasn't at the apartment, she was in the lounge. The company hadn't given her any bookings. Sister Yoon kept contacting outside songwriters, but they hadn't had any luck. This caused Lele Shen to sigh all day with nothing to do. For example, right now, she was sprawled on the sofa, clutching a pillow and complaining, Vanessa, what do you think Soundwave Entertainment is playing at? They aren't giving you any events, and they haven't even announced your comeback. What's the difference between this and not making a comeback at all? Sister Yoon also looked worried. Over these 2 days, She had contacted many of her old songwriter connections. But as soon as they heard Vanessa Liu wanted to come back, they all politely declined. After all, no one was a fool, someone who had been out of the industry for over 2 years, with no popularity left, and no resources to speak of. Writing a song for her was like throwing money into the ocean. Let's just wait patiently a bit longer. There's bound to be a way. Vanessa Liu comforted Lele Shen. She'd also been trying to compose music these past 2 days. It was just that she was always lacking that bit of inspiration. Being stuck like this naturally made her think of you. If it were you could definitely write a song much better than this, right? Thinking of this, Vanessa Liu couldn't help but feel a bit discouraged. It seemed she was inferior to you in every way now. Why don't you go ask Ting Yao Huo? Lele Shen suddenly sat up and blurted out. Vanessa Liu hesitated. Her original intention in leaving was to not be so dependent on him. After thinking for a while, she said, "Let's wait 2 more days. If it still doesn't work, I'll call him, okay?" Lele Shen squeezed the pillow in her arms. Her expression was a bit dejected. She didn't understand. That guy was Vanessa's husband, so why couldn't Vanessa Liu just ask him for a song? What Vanessa Liu didn't know was that in the Soundwave Entertainment conference room, Yang Xian and a group of executives were holding a meeting. An invitation document lay on the table before them. Yang Xian gestured with his hands for silence. The noisy conference room immediately fell quiet. Everyone has seen it, right? The New Song Gala, the most famous star-making program in the country. Singers who stood out in the New Song Gala before are now basically all A-list stars. Their program is about to begin, and we have 2 spots available. Everyone, let's discuss which 2 people we should send. After Yang Xian finished speaking, the conference room immediately buzzed with whispers again. Before long, a sophisticated-looking man in his 30s, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, and looking very refined, was the first to speak. I think Chung Dai would be a good choice. She has a sweet look, decent popularity, and her singing is quite good too. She's currently a B-list singer. If she can place in the New Song Gala, there's a high chance she'll be promoted to the A-list. As soon as the man finished speaking, most of the people present began to nod in approval. Seeing this, Yang Xian made the decision. That's the first one. We still have 1 more spot. Who else do you think would be appropriate? No sooner had he finished speaking than Zhang Chao stood up and said, "Chairman, I think Vanessa Liu would be good as well." Vanessa Liu? Yang Xian suddenly remembered. Isn't that the person recommended by that kid Ting Yao Huo? She's already at the company. I've been so busy lately that I completely forgot about her. Just as Zhang Chao finished speaking, the refined man spoke up again. "Director Zhang, I don't think Vanessa Liu will work. Even a total newcomer would be better than her, setting aside the fact that she has 0 popularity and no recent work. The fact that she retired because of her marriage won't leave a very good impression on the audience." Zhang Chao dismissively waved his hand and argued, "It is precisely because of that we should choose her even more, since she is making her comeback at our company. We need to give her a stage. I've heard Vanessa Liu's old songs. She sings very well. Besides, Vanessa Liu's looks are second to none. Under these circumstances, why shouldn't we choose her?" The refined man, Director Yin Ping, frowned. "Director Zhang, you're in charge of HR. I'm in charge of operations. I know better than you that what a singer needs most is popularity. We aren't a charity. Do we have to give her a stage just because she's with us?" "Director Yin, you want to talk about popularity? Then surely you know who recommended Vanessa Liu, right? Tell me, Director Yin, how is Starry Radiance's popularity? What if he is the one writing songs for Vanessa Liu?" Facing Yin Ping's argument, Zhang Chao continued to respond forcefully. However, his face was now full of smugness. "Trying to pick a fight with me, kid? You've got a lot to learn." Zhang Chao had never liked Yin Ping. Normally, he acted like a tyrant in the company. Just because he was the director of operations, he would even hit on female singers. Many of the young singers Zhang Chao had recruited had complained that he was basically a refined scumbag. Zhang Chao absolutely loathed him. Starry Radiance? Even Yin Ping was a bit speechless. Upon hearing Starry Radiance's name, did he dare say Starry Radiance wasn't popular? He didn't dare. That MV co-created with China Music had over 100 million likes. Word was that his follower count had reached 50 million. Yin Ping adjusted the gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose, glaring gloomily at the triumphant Zhang Chao. "And you're sure Starry Radiance will write for Vanessa Liu? Alright, stop arguing. I can confirm that part." Yang Xian gestured for them to stop. He motioned for silence. "In that case, the selections will be Cheng Di and Vanessa Liu. Go ahead and notify everyone." Seeing the chairman give the word, Yin Ping could only nod in unwilling agreement. He had another candidate in mind, but the decision was made before he had a chance to speak. The meeting adjourned. Zhang Chao rubbed his smooth, bald head, walking out with a joyful chuckle. This was the first time he had outmaneuvered Yinping in such a matter. He felt incredibly satisfied. At the same time, at Prime Entertainment, Sky Beauty Entertainment, and other smaller entertainment firms, the exact same scene was playing out. At the Riverside branch of Sky Beauty Entertainment, Brenda ran all the way. Arriving at the lounge out of breath, Crystal Zhang was at her vanity, messing with her red fingernails. Crystal, good news. This time, it's truly a blessing in disguise. Crystal Zhang frowned. Because of Brenda's sudden shouting, she had smudged one of her nails. What good news? Speaking in a complaining tone, Crystal Zhang wiped the nail polish clean and began reapplying it with meticulous care. Faced with such a cold reception, Brenda's excitement was instantly dampened. She looked at Crystal Zhang and felt more annoyed by the second. The two of them truly couldn't stand the sight of each other now. However, as long as Crystal Zhang hadn't fallen from grace, she still had to serve this little diva. The company decided to let you go to the new song gala, and they've hired a famous songwriter to write for you. Consider this the company's way of making up for your recent loss. The new song gala? Crystal Zhang froze. She immediately smudged her nail again, but this time she didn't care. Instead, she turned to look at Brenda. She confirmed once more, is it the one we're placing? Can launch you straight into being an A-list singer? Yes. Do you think there are 2 new song galas? Crystal, this is your chance. You must make the most of it. I went to a lot of trouble to help you get this opportunity. Seeing Crystal Zhang get serious, Brenda relaxed slightly, even changing the way she addressed her. The new song gala? I'm going to be a superstar. Crystal Zhang finally processed the news. She jumped up from her chair, her joy completely plain to see. She didn't hear Brenda taking credit at all. She only heard the news that she was about to blow up. Crystal, we still have 3 days before it starts. Let's stay steady. This time, the famous songwriter Wu Fan is writing for you. You have to sing your heart out. Brenda advised her, hoping Crystal wouldn't get too carried away. After all, Brenda would only make more money if Crystal got famous. Brenda truly hoped she would get a good ranking this time. But Crystal Zhang didn't take her warnings to heart. She got even more excited upon hearing the name Wu Fan. Is it that Wu Fan known as the godfather of music? Then isn't it a guaranteed win? What is there to worry about? He and I together, that's a power duo. Haha, Brenda let out a sigh, but on second thought, it was true. Though Crystal Zhang's character wasn't great, her vocal talent was undeniable. With a song from the godfather of music, Wu Fan, she could definitely break into the top 3. In the artist departments in Shanghai, Vanessa Liu received a call from the operations department, notifying her to prepare for the new song gala in 3 days. After hanging up the phone, Vanessa Liu was completely dazed. While they were still discussing what strategy to use, she hadn't expected the company to hand her this on a silver platter. Seeing Vanessa Liu hang up the phone, with such a blank, adorable expression, Layla Shen couldn't help but ask curiously, Vanessa, who was it? The operations department notified me. I'm participating in the new song gala in 3 days. The new song gala? Really? Vanessa, are you for real? Layla Shen was stunned for a mere second. The next second, she scrambled up and grabbed Vanessa Liu's shoulders, shaking her back and forth. She was beyond excited. Lily, you're going to shake me until I'm dizzy. Vanessa Liu pushed Layla Shen's chubby hands away, looking completely exasperated. Vanessa, did the company really let you enter the new song gala? Sister Yun sat nearby and asked carefully. The operations department just sent down the notice. Vanessa Liu nodded in confirmation. Sister Yun couldn't hide her joy either. Using the new song gala as a stage to announce a powerful return was perfect. It was just that, right now, the most urgent task was to find a suitable songwriter. I'll contact some of the songwriters I used to know. Vanessa, you try writing something yourself too. Over the next 3 days, we absolutely must find a great song to fire the opening shot of your comeback. Okay? Vanessa Liu nodded earnestly. Layla Shen raised her hand. I'll handle the nutritional meals, following our old routine. I'll get Vanessa filled out and healthy as soon as possible. The 3 of them had a clear division of labor. Layla Shen started picking out ingredients for today's lunch. Sister Yun picked up her phone to contact songwriters. Vanessa Liu picked up some manuscript paper, laid it flat on the table, and sank into thought. Meanwhile, you were teaching Lily her second children's song. Lily had been very good these past 2 days, though this was likely because Vanessa Liu called back every single day. You felt your own contribution was significant too. At least now you were fully familiar with the childcare routine. Lily clapped her tiny hands to provide the rhythm. You were wearing a big bad wolf headpiece, acting all fierce and scary, while singing the lyrics for Lily. In the evening, after finishing dinner, Lily, who had played all day, couldn't stop her sleepiness. Her little head kept nodding downward. Even so, she forced herself to stay awake, insisting on hearing your bedtime story. Only then did she fall into a deep sleep. You smiled and tucked the little one under the covers, kissing her on the forehead. You tiptoed out to the living room. It was just 7:30 p.m. You had been thinking for the last 2 days about what kind of song to prepare for Vanessa Liu. But so far, you didn't have a clue. There were too many songs from your old world. It was all a tangled mess in your mind. Moreover, on Vanessa Liu's side, ever since she arrived at Soundwave Entertainment, no news had really filtered back. You thought for a while, but still had no lead. So, you opened TikTok, intending to scroll through some videos before going to bed. Only ordinary. Hadn't lost its online heat yet. For every 3 or 4 videos you scrolled, you would basically find one related to it. Many netizens lamented that after hearing Starry Radiance's song, their ears couldn't tolerate any other music. They'd even spontaneously formed a Starry Radiance fan support club. Their avatars were all Lily's facial expressions. From when she sang The Courage Explosion, you only just realized that at some point, they had actually turned Lily's expressions into memes, and were using them with great enthusiasm. Fortunately, the focus of most netizens was on Starry Radiance himself. Only a small portion of mommy fans and kid fans were fans of Lily. Otherwise, the little one would have to wear a mask every time she went out, which would be a hassle. Besides the hype for Only Ordinary, the hottest topic on the internet now was the upcoming New Song Gala. The annual New Song Gala produced 1 or 2 viral singers every time, which gave people plenty to talk about. The fans of the singers participating in this New Song Gala were actively campaigning for their idols. After all, the New Song Gala was conducted entirely as a live broadcast. There were 4 famous veteran mentors who would vote. In the event of a tie, there was one final vote. That would be determined by the netizens' real-time voting. This allowed for maximum audience engagement. Sometimes, a single vote in the hands of the audience will directly decide whether a contestant stays or goes. The schedule for the New Song Gala is also quite simple. A total of 16 contestants will participate, competing in pairs. Opponents are decided by drawing lots. There are no revival rounds. Winners advance, while losers are eliminated. It's worth mentioning that guests can be invited for the second round of the finals. This doesn't just test the contestants' own performances, but also the ability of the songwriters behind them, as well as their personal networks and connections. So, every time the New Song Gala ends, many popular original songs appear online. This greatly satisfies the ears of the netizens. You just glanced at it briefly and swiped past. You are very interested in it. You then continued to swipe down many times. You found that the algorithm was truly absurd. You had only paused for a moment earlier, and now the feed was pushing nothing but New Song Gala videos. Fed up with the feed, you had no choice but to turn off your phone. You tiptoed back to the bedroom to sleep. Tomorrow, you still had to take the kid out. Early the next morning, you were awakened by a phone call. The caller ID showed it was actually Lele Shen. That little girl, hello? What are you doing so early in the morning? You yawned. Quick, do something about Vanessa Liu. She's lost it. She hasn't slept since last night. Lele Shen spoke in a low voice, like a thief. She was calling you behind Vanessa Liu's back. What happened? You frowned. Why was she so careless with her own health? You had put in so much effort to get her a bit filled out. You didn't want her to lose it all again. Vanessa Liu is participating in the New Song Gala, but we don't have any songs to try and compose a song. Vanessa Liu has become completely obsessed. You scratched her head. You didn't expect Vanessa Liu to enter a competition after having been there for only a few days. In the original partnership agreement with Soundwave Entertainment, you were supposed to be the one writing her songs. This was indeed an oversight on your part. You were over here thinking about a song for so long, while over there, the situation was already at a boiling point. Got it. I'll give her a call. Lily, thank you for looking after her for me. Who's helping you? Taking care of Vanessa Liu is only natural for me. Alright, I'm hanging up. Vanessa Liu is coming out. Lele Shen hurriedly hung up the phone. She stole a guilty glance at Vanessa Liu. Fortunately, Vanessa Liu hadn't slept all night. Her spirit was very low right now, so she didn't notice Lele's little movements. Vanessa Liu was very frustrated right now. She felt like she was just about to grasp the melody, but every time it was just slightly out of reach. She didn't understand what was missing, so her mood naturally wasn't very good. Right then, your call came through. Vanessa Liu quickly composed herself and answered. Hello? Does Lily miss me? Can't I call you even if Lily doesn't miss you? I am your husband after all. Your voice came through the phone. Vanessa Liu's face flushed slightly. This was the first time you had called yourself her husband. Vanessa Liu didn't answer. For a moment, both of you were silent. After a while, the sound of your sigh came through the phone. Why didn't you tell me you were entering the new song gala? It's something that could be easily solved. Why push yourself so hard? Lily would be so sad if you actually ruined your health, you said helplessly. In your view, this was clearly something that could be done with ease. Vanessa Liu could have just told you directly, but she hadn't. Vanessa Liu had stayed up all night, and her nerves were already on edge. Now, hearing you say this so late, Vanessa Liu felt like you were interrogating her. She suddenly felt a massive wave of grievance flood her heart. She instinctively bit her lip, a trace of stubbornness flashing across her face. Tears gradually filled her eyes. Vanessa Liu didn't speak. She was afraid her voice would betray her current state. She didn't want you to see her in such an embarrassing state. You couldn't see her expression. You instinctively frowned. A moment later, you suddenly heard sobbing on the other end. She was crying? What happened? You felt it was totally absurd. It wasn't as if you had said anything harsh. Relationships were such a headache to deal with. Why are you crying all of a sudden? She still couldn't hold it back. Vanessa Liu felt so useless. Ting Yao Huo, Vanessa Liu blurted out with a sob. Her voice was very loud. To you, she sounded a bit like she was lashing out in shame. You were stunned. This was the first time you'd heard Vanessa Liu talk to you like this, with a trembling voice full of grievance. You could imagine the expression she must have right now. Vanessa Liu pursed her lips, her eyes shimmering with tears. She also realized her own sensitivity, but if she didn't say these things out loud, she would feel so miserable inside. Ting Yao Huo, do you think I'm completely useless? That all I can do is depend on you? I don't want it to be like this. I'm sorry. I wasn't blaming you. I'm just worried about your health. Forgetting to write the song was definitely my oversight. So that was what she was thinking. Your words earlier had indeed been a bit problematic. You realized it belatedly. You hurriedly said with a placating smile. Vanessa Liu's words were cut off by you before she could finish. On the other end, you were laughing. You were actually laughing quite cheerfully. I'm already feeling so wronged, and you're laughing even though you can't see it. Vanessa Liu felt even more aggrieved. Ever since meeting the sophisticated woman, Sienna Yang, she suddenly felt that compared to her, she was good for nothing. That woman had the perfect figure, the elegance, and the intelligence. Moreover, from the way Sienna looked at you, Vanessa Liu could see the admiration she had for you. Vanessa Liu was lost in her thoughts. Meanwhile, your voice continued to come through the phone. But Vanessa Liu, I really want to crack open that little head of yours, to see what's actually inside it. As far as I'm concerned, you and Lily are the greatest gifts heaven has ever given me. Don't overthink things. I'm telling you this with complete sincerity. Vanessa Liu is my wife. You are one of a kind. No one can ever replace you, you said loudly. Your voice was incredibly firm. From the moment you came into this home and were accepted by Vanessa Liu and Lily, you had become a family. Vanessa Liu was stunned by your words. She didn't expect you to say something like that. My wife. One of a kind. These words caused Vanessa Liu's already rosy face to flush deep red instantly. A crystal light sparkled in her watery eyes. Such bossy, romantic words. This was the first time she'd heard you say them. Vanessa Liu let out a soft snort. Her mood was clearly improving. Her bashful look made Lele Shen, who was peeking from the side, want to rush over and tease her. Vanessa Liu like this was simply unbeatable. She had no idea how you had pulled it off on your end. A single phone call had Vanessa Liu completely under your spell. All right. I don't want you having any more of those crazy thoughts. I'll send the song to you tonight. Use these next 2 days to practice it. If you fall before the battle has even begun, that will be a total embarrassment to me. Your voice continued to come through the receiver. Vanessa Liu, hearing these incredibly arrogant words, couldn't help but burst out laughing, referring to yourself as this Mr. Huo, yes, was. And anyone who didn't know better would think you're some historical figure. But that dying before the task is done line was actually really good. I have no idea why you've suddenly become so poetic. Then I'll just have to see exactly what kind of song this Mr. Huo can produce. Vanessa Liu, having been convinced by you, decided to just relax. She pulled herself out of that mental dead end she'd been in. She stopped obsessing over who was depending on whom. Once her tightly wound nerves relaxed, Vanessa Liu immediately felt sleepy. Right now, she sounded like a lazy little kitten. Her voice was bashful and had a mysteriously playful charm. That voice was absolutely lethal. It made your scalp tingle just listening to it. Hey, go get some sleep. You need your energy to practice the song properly. You couldn't handle it. You just wanted her to hang up the phone quickly. Vanessa Liu let out a soft huff. She finally yawned and walked into the bedroom. She said goodbye and hung up the phone. Hearing the dial tone in the receiver, you finally let out a sigh of relief. Soothing a wife felt even harder than soothing a kid, but fortunately you managed to pull it off. Mr. Huo glanced toward the living room. Lily was still watching her favorite cartoons. She didn't need your company for the moment. So, it was time to get to work on the song. You took a pen and some manuscript paper from the drawer. You started struggling with which song would be most suitable. If anyone else knew about your current struggle, they would probably cough up blood and anger. Others have to exhaust their minds just to create one song. Yet you didn't know which one to pick. Out of thousands of masterpieces, one can only say that cheats like you deserve to be erased. After agonizing for a long time, you still couldn't make up your mind. There were too many good songs in your heart. For a moment, they were all crowding into your head. Vying for attention, they left your thoughts in a complete jumble. Feeling a bit frustrated, you pushed the window open. A cool breeze blew in, easing the irritability in your heart. Downstairs in the complex, a young couple was saying goodbye. The boy dragged a large suitcase, his face full of reluctance. The girl's eyes were misty as they shared a tender farewell. Seeing this scene, you suddenly thought of a saying, love rises with the wind. But even when the wind stops, the heart remains restless. They were parting now. When the boy returned, would they still be together? It was an unknown, but the boy still had to go out into the wider world to make his mark, to see what was out there. At this thought, you froze for a moment. Then you walked quickly to the desk. You picked up the pen and wrote, "The wind rises," on the paper. Bit by bit, you began writing down the various musical notes. Slowly, you became completely immersed in the beautiful music. You even began to hum along unconsciously. Who knows how much time passed? But eventually, Lily's childish voice rang out. You suddenly snapped back to your senses. "Daddy, hungry, wungry." You didn't know where Lily had picked it up, but lately she'd been using a lot of baby talk. It was enough to make your heart melt, especially with that tender voice saying those repetitive words. Even a saint wouldn't be able to resist that. You immediately broke into a doting smile. "My little darling, are you hungry? Daddy will have lunch ready in no time." A daughter's word was law. As a devoted daughter slave, you didn't dare delay for a second. You tossed the pen aside and headed for the kitchen. As for the song, it had been finished long ago. 2 hours later, the well-fed father and daughter were sprawled on the sofa, big and small, in perfect unison. Both were lounging in a lazy pose. You let out a burp. Lily giggled, not forgetting to help massage her daddy's belly. Then she let out a burp herself. The two of them immediately started playing around together. Right on cue, Vanessa Liu's video call came through. She still had dark circles under her eyes. She clearly hadn't had enough sleep. Seeing the lazy posture of the father and daughter, Vanessa Liu felt incredibly envious. Someone is out here working her tail off, while you two are at home enjoying yourselves. Both of you are just heartless. Vanessa Liu made a rare, pitiful face, her almond eyes watery with accusation. That one phone call earlier seemed to have completely lowered her guard. It let her return to being a vulnerable woman. It also brought the two of them much closer. You were in no position to withstand this kind of test. You immediately threw up your hands in surrender. "I wasn't just slacking off. The song is already finished. I'll send it to you later." Lily leaned in as well, mimicking you by raising her little hands. Her matching almond eyes were just as watery. She seemed to be competing with Vanessa Liu to see who looked more pitiful. Lily wasn't slacking either. Lily watched 2 fewer cartoons today and learned 5 more numbers. Vanessa Liu couldn't keep a straight face anymore. She immediately broke character. She admitted she was no match for this little imp. "All right, our Lily is the hardest worker. Come here and give mommy a big kiss. Mwah." The little one happily offered her mouth to the screen. She rewarded Vanessa Liu with a big "wah" as well. Hey, don't I get a reward too?" You cleared your throat. You shamelessly leaned your face toward the phone. This caused Vanessa Liu's pretty face to turn red at a visible speed. Most importantly, the little one was cheering from the side. She was urging mommy to reward daddy with one too. In the end, Vanessa Liu really couldn't resist the little one's enthusiasm, nor could she withstand your thick-skinned persistence. She puckered her lips and gave a symbolic kiss to the screen. She just didn't make the mwah sound. Having received your reward, your face beamed with joy. You ran quickly to the bedroom, holding the completed manuscript up to the phone camera. "See, I wasn't lying to you. The song really is finished. Your kiss didn't go to waste." Vanessa Liu gave you a flirtatious roll of her eyes, but in her heart she was beyond shocked. It's only been a few hours and you've already written a song? She felt a bit demoralized. She'd been thinking for so many days, yet she couldn't even grasp a single melody. But in just a few hours, you had produced a complete song. This man was simply a monster. The family of 3 chatted for a bit longer before hanging up. He took a clear photo of the entire score and lyrics and sent it to Vanessa Liu. Then you tossed the phone onto the table. You went back to lounging like a couch potato with Lily. Vanessa Liu received the message. With a look of anticipation, she clicked on the image. A large title caught her eye. The Wind Rises. What kind of divine song was this? After reading the lyrics and the score, Vanessa Liu felt her heart rate pick up slightly. She finally understood the weight behind those comments online. This is what Masterpiece by Starry Radiance meant. This was it. And the most terrifying thing was, he had only used a few short hours to create a song like this. Vanessa Liu was dying to ask just how many things he was hiding from her in that head of his. At this thought, Vanessa Liu took a deep breath. She picked up the phone. You had just finished changing Lily's clothes and were getting ready to take her out. Then you saw Vanessa Liu's video call coming in again. Is there something else? You were confused. Didn't they just hang up a moment ago? Why was she calling back? In the video, Vanessa Liu's eyes were burning with intensity. She was staring straight at you. It was a bit much to handle. What's up? Your voice started to stammer. Your eyes darted away. What was this woman's deal? Was she just trying to show off how pretty her eyes were? Can't I call you if there's nothing wrong? Wow, look at her, learning from the best. You had just used that same excuse on her earlier, and she threw it right back at you immediately. This woman wasn't just beautiful. She held a grudge, you thought to yourself. But out loud, you just played it off. Oh, definitely. Of course you can. Just what exactly are you hiding from me in there? What do you mean by that? How could she not understand that? You scratched your head, frowning in confusion. Seeing you like this, Vanessa Liu's face turned bright red. She felt a little embarrassed and annoyed. Her voice grew louder without her realizing it. These songs of yours? Oh, these? What if I told you I just had a sudden moment of clarity one day? Would you believe me? Haha, it was just a very sudden stroke of luck. You didn't know how to explain it. So you just rubbed your nose and tried to muddle through. Vanessa Liu gave you a long, deep look and didn't press the matter further. Instead, she looked down at the lyrics. After a long silence, she suddenly spoke up, her voice soft and sweet. Thank you. You were completely caught off guard by her sudden gratitude. You could only nod. Just practice hard. Lily and I will definitely be cheering for you. Okay, Vanessa Liu replied in a small voice. When she looked up, she had a smile on her face. I won't let this song of yours go to waste. You nodded. You took Lily's hand and waved it in front of the camera. Lily and I are heading out now. The video call ended. Vanessa Liu picked up her phone and knocked on Lei Shen's door. Lily, get ready. We're going to the office. Vanessa, we're going to the office? Lei Shen walked out of her room. She didn't understand why Vanessa Liu suddenly wanted to go to the office. Vanessa Liu waved her phone. A smile broke out on her face. To practice, we have a song. We have a song. Really? Did Ting Yao Hui give it to you? I knew he wouldn't just leave things be. Lei Shen was overjoyed, grabbing Vanessa Liu's hand and shaking it, completely failing to realize she had let the secret slip. Vanessa Liu's face flushed slightly. She glanced at Lei Shen. Only then did she realize that this girl had sold her out. Next, Sister Yoon was also called back by Vanessa Liu. She was still out contacting songwriters. Upon hearing that Vanessa Liu had a song, her voice was filled with excitement. She had been hitting dead ends everywhere these past few days. Now she finally didn't have to deal with people's cold shoulders. Naturally, she was very happy. The 3 of them drove to Soundwave and went to the 11th floor. There were specialized recording studios here. Vanessa Liu planned to spend most of her time here for the next 2 days, until she could sing the song perfectly. Time slipped away, and soon it was afternoon. Lei Shen went to contact the company's recording team to record the backing track for the song and register the copyright. After Lei Shen returned, Vanessa Liu finally emerged from the recording studio. She planned to continue practicing after dinner. She was set to participate in the new song gala the day after tomorrow. Time was tight. She wouldn't allow your song to have even the slightest flaw when she sang it. As the 3 of them left the studio, the door to the room opposite them happened to open. A cute girl with a baby face just happened to walk out from inside. She was stunned for a moment when she saw Vanessa Liu, but she still gave her a friendly nod. Vanessa Liu smiled back. When faced with kindness, she always responded with even greater kindness. However, the man standing behind the girl, the one wearing gold-rimmed glasses, had his nose in the air. He didn't give Vanessa Liu a single kind look. Vanessa Liu didn't know him either. so she naturally didn't bother to greet him. She turned and left with Lei Shen and Sister Yoon. After Vanessa Liu left, the man snorted coldly. She really has no sense at all. She doesn't even know to greet her superiors. I don't know how the company even picked her. Uncle. She just joined the company. It'd be weird if she knew who you were. Chengdi, you have to sing your best this time, okay? I'm the one who chose you. Don't embarrass your uncle. I know. This girl was the one who would participate in the gala with Vanessa Liu. Chengdi and her uncle was none other than director Yinping. After Chengdi finished speaking, she glanced at the closed elevator, looking thoughtful. She had naturally heard from Yinping how Vanessa Liu had been selected, so she was also very curious as to what kind of song Vanessa Liu would actually present. After all, it was written by Starry Radiance. It shouldn't be bad, right? She was a fan of Starry Radiance herself. As for what kind of person her uncle was, Chengdi knew only too well. If Yinping hadn't been her own uncle, she wouldn't have wanted anything to do with him. Over the next few days, Vanessa Liu left early and returned late every day. She was practicing incredibly hard. Her dedication made Lei Shen's heart ache for her. As a result, she made even more elaborate nutritional meals. Sister Yoon wasn't idle either. She picked up Vanessa Liu's Twitter account again, posting a comeback statement. Hello everyone, I am Vanessa Liu. On August 7th, I'll be starting a new journey at the New Song Gala. Soundwave singer Vanessa Liu is back on the road. I hope you'll all support me from now on. I also hope that you'll interact with me more in the comments. Thank you all. The statement was very short. Vanessa Liu only had a few thousand followers left. Most of them were bot accounts. So after the statement was posted, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. It didn't cause any waves at all. Only a small number of old fans and some minor marketing accounts noticed the announcement. Even though Vanessa Liu had been retired for over 2 years, they couldn't ignore the high traffic of the New Song Gala. So these small marketing accounts began to write about it. Through their promotion, quite a few people vaguely remembered this former rising star. But they didn't take it seriously. It was ancient history. Who cared about that anymore? On August 7th, the New Song Gala officially began at the Shanghai Stadium. However, the director of the gala, Ren Chao, was feeling very troubled. Because a song by Starry Radiance was still dominating the trends, their event's traffic simply couldn't compare to previous years. But the annual New Song Gala couldn't be postponed just because of one person. He had no choice but to bite the bullet and start this session of the gala anyway. It was a pity he couldn't contact Starry Radiance. If he could have him as a mentor at the gala, their traffic would have absolutely exploded. Ren Chao had sent multiple private messages to Starry Radiance's account. Unfortunately, they were all like stones sinking into the sea. There wasn't a single response. But fortunately, Starry Radiance hadn't posted any new work during this time. The impact of his last work had faded significantly. Other than his videos, the highest online traffic was now centered on the New Song Gala. At this moment, you knew absolutely nothing about this. You were with Lily, standing in a long line to enter the stadium. Yes, after finishing lunch at noon, you had secretly flown to Shanghai without telling Vanessa Liu. Since you were going to cheer for her, it had to be done in person. Little Lily was also very excited in your arms. She had flown here in a big airplane today, and she heard Daddy say she would see Mommy soon. She missed her Mommy so much. The atmosphere of the venue was electric. You looked around. Almost everyone had glow sticks in their hands. Some people were even waving support placards for the singers they supported. The cheers were non-stop. Next to them, you were an oddity. Only you were acting like a thief, holding nothing but a lily in your arms. As you quietly looked for your seat in the venue, you were very lucky. Your seat was relatively close to the front. It was the live broadcast room for the New Song Gala. The comments in the live stream were also appearing in real time, conveying the viewers' own opinions. You took a quick look at them. Not a single person in the comments seemed to support Vanessa Liu. There were 4 heavy favorites to win the title. They were Chen Di, Crystal Zhang, Xiao Fei, Bai Miao, and Anyun. You only recognize one, Crystal Zhang, the woman who dared to reach her claws toward Lily. You haven't heard of the other 3? So you didn't pay them much attention. The competition was about to start, but the backstage area was far from peaceful. Vanessa Liu, what are you doing here? Crystal's face was ashen. She could hardly believe her eyes. She actually saw Vanessa Liu backstage. If you can be here, why can't our Vanessa be here? Lei Shen rolled her eyes and fired back directly. Her look of disdain made Crystal even more furious. Crystal's eyes shifted unpredictably. She never expected Vanessa Liu to show up, especially with Lei Shen and Sister Yoon by her side. This feeling reminded her of how Vanessa Liu used to always stay one step ahead of her. It was like the old Vanessa Liu was back. particularly with the way Vanessa Liu was dressed today, making her face turn even uglier with envy. She felt like a clown in front of her, unable to compare in any way. Losing before the battle starts described Crystal's mood perfectly. Vanessa Liu had her hair pulled up, and with a touch of light makeup on her pretty face, she exuded a youthful charm. She only had to look up at Crystal to make Crystal feel the pressure immediately. Seeing this, Brenda pulled Crystal aside. Glancing at the looks from the other contestants, she whispered words of advice in Crystal's ear. "This is backstage. Don't make a scene. It's just Vanessa Liu. She has nothing now. She's not worth lowering your status for." After hearing Brenda's words, Crystal looked much better. Right. Vanessa Liu today isn't the rising star she used to be. What does she have to compete with me? Besides, I have a song from the godfather of music, Wu Fan. There's no reason to be afraid. Thinking this, Crystal regained her composure. She gave Vanessa Liu a disdainful glance. What's the point of being a good singer? What's the point of looking good? You're a married woman. What kind of good song could you possibly produce? The production crew naturally didn't know what was happening backstage. Out on the stage, the host had already entered with a microphone. After a few brief words, he invited the 4 judges to their seats. To thunderous applause from the crowd, 4 spotlights shone down from the ceiling. Several veteran mentors with years in the industry entered the stage. They waved to the audience and took their places at the judges' table. The competition officially began. The rules of the new song gala were very bold. Photos of the 16 contestants appeared on the screen. In a scrolling rotation, the audience would call "stop" to determine the contestants' numbers, number 1 versus number 2, and so on for 8 matches. This eliminated the possibility of cheating beforehand, because no one knew when the audience would call out to stop. This was the segment the audience loved most. Since they were the ones creating the matchups, the completely unknown results made them even more excited. Before long, the 8 pairs of opponents were successfully chosen. Looking at the list of matchups on the big screen, you smiled. Just then, the host's voice rang through the venue. Let's welcome with a round of applause the 2 contestants for the first match. One is Vanessa Liu from Soundwave Entertainment, and the other is Crystal Zhang from Sky Beauty Entertainment. 2 spotlights appeared at the back of the stage. Vanessa Liu and Crystal Zhang, followed by the lights, slowly stepped out onto the stage. One could see that Vanessa Liu was somewhat nervous. For someone who hadn't been on stage for years, she felt a bit apprehensive about her first performance back. Meanwhile, Crystal had a dark expression. She also hadn't expected the first round to be so dramatic as to pair her with Vanessa Liu. The audience below gasped in surprise. Many of them didn't recognize Vanessa Liu. A beauty like this? How had they never heard of her? So, they began asking the people around them. You could also sense Vanessa Liu's nervousness. When she's nervous, her eyelashes flutter slightly. So, you held Lily up high and waved. In that moment, Lily became a human support placard. On her chubby little face, her big eyes crinkled into 2 crescents. She kept shouting, "Go, mommy, go." On stage, Vanessa Liu suddenly saw these familiar figures. She instinctively covered her mouth, looking at that spot in the crowd in disbelief. Those 2 lively figures instantly dispelled the nervousness in her heart. In the next moment, an unprecedented brilliance blossomed in her eyes. Then her eyes curved into a smile, matching the same crescent shape as Lily's. The tenderness she showed in that instant was enough to melt the hearts of everyone in the audience. "Daddy, Daddy, Mommy sees us." Lily locked eyes with Vanessa Liu. Her short little arms waved even faster. You also looked at Vanessa Liu, your face full of a gentle smile. "Yeah, does Mommy see Lily?" First match, Vanessa Liu versus Crystal Zhang. Vanessa Liu will sing first. Let's give the stage to her. The host's voice rang out through the arena again. Then, he walked backstage with Crystal Zhang. The lights gradually dimmed. Only a single spotlight remained on the stage, shining down on Vanessa Liu. The melody of the song began to play, like a warm breeze blowing against the face, gently brushing past the ears of the audience. The venue grew quiet without them realizing it. Their mouths were slightly open as they listened in silence. At that moment, on the big screen, the name of the song appeared. The Wind Rises. It was a simple name, but the name of the songwriter below it made everyone's eyes sharpen slightly in focus. Starry Radiance. This unfamiliar singer was actually able to get the mysterious Starry Radiance to write for her. Everyone pricked up their ears in unison. They were desperate to hear exactly what Starry Radiance's new song sounded like. Backstage, Crystal Zhang was already dumbfounded. If one looked closely, they could see her hands were trembling non-stop. The intro was simple, yet it firmly grabbed everyone's attention. Vanessa Liu's voice followed. The arena remained so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Following the music, they seemed to see their past, the footsteps of their youth that never stopped. Yet, having walked through half of their lives, when they saw their familiar hometown, that bone-deep nostalgia and trepidation made them feel a surge of hidden excitement. Vanessa Liu was now completely immersed in her singing. She had practiced this song countless times, but this was the most invested she had ever been. It was an investment that came from opening her heart. Her shimmering gaze looked toward the crowd, where the two most important people to her were. They were both there. It was another divine masterpiece. Whether it was the live audience or those watching the stream, everyone was now completely infected by the song. Memories flashed in their minds like slides, surging up. They all collectively recalled the past. Countless faces, both familiar and strange, finally settled on the smiling face of one person. That was the most unforgettable person from their youth. So this was The Wind Rises. It blew up a wind named youth that had long been buried in their hearts. Starry radiance. This guy was here to tug at their heartstrings again. In the massive stadium, there was a deafening silence. Backstage, Crystal Zhang slumped to the floor. Her face was deathly pale. The corners of her mouth wouldn't stop trembling. She had lost the courage to perform. Vanessa Liu, with her most dazzling debut and her most perfect vocal performance, along with this nearly invincible song, had completely torn Crystal's courage to shreds. Brenda stood not far from Crystal. Her eyes were filled with confusion. Who exactly was the true godfather of music? She had heard the song that Wu Fan wrote for Crystal, but hearing Starry Radiance's song now, she felt that other song wasn't even worthy of holding a candle to this one. Brenda gave a wry smile. In the end, a lack of skill is just a lack of skill. Crystal had been completely overshadowed in the past. Now, with Vanessa Liu's powerful return, she was still being completely overshadowed. It wasn't just the case backstage. Even the mentors at the judges' table were deeply affected by the song at this moment. As mentors and veteran singers themselves, they all felt a faint sense of envy toward Vanessa Liu. If they'd had a song like this to pave their way back then, there's no telling how much earlier they would have achieved superstar status. Unfortunately, there was no second Starry Radiance in this world. The music faded out. The lights came back on. Vanessa Liu slowly emerged from the song's lingering charm and snapped back to her senses. She looked at the audience nervously. The silence from the crowd left her feeling a bit lost. You slowly opened your eyes. You chuckled, seeing Vanessa Liu's nervous expression. Vanessa Liu had sung beautifully. Lily Huo looked curiously at the adults around her. She didn't understand why they all had tears in their eyes. Mommy's singing was clearly very pretty. At her young age, she had no idea they were reminiscing about the past, but none of that affected Lily Huo. She reached out her little hands and clapped as hard as she could for her mommy. In the next moment, as if a chain reaction had occurred, thunderous applause echoed throughout the arena. With tears in their eyes, they all offered Vanessa Liu on the stage their full support. The live stream for the gala was flooded with comments. As expected, a Starry Radiance masterpiece doesn't disappoint. So good, I'm crying. This isn't just a breeze. This is a total tornado. It completely unearthed the memories buried deep in my heart. You also can't deny that. Vanessa Liu. Bleh! Perfectly captured the emotion within the song. From today on, I'm a fan of this singer. Vanessa Liu and Starry Radiance. There must be a story between them, right? Upstairs, stop daydreaming. Starry Radiance is mine. I've been his die-hard fan since his first song. The Wind Rises successfully won everyone over. In this moment, no one remembered that no one had faith in Vanessa Liu before. They thought she was just there to make up the numbers, but she started the game with an absolute winner. Just like the lyrics sang, she had charged into everyone's hearts unexpectedly. This also put immense pressure on the contestants following her. You start with the winning hand. How are we supposed to compete with that? Vanessa Liu, on the stage, now, bowed toward the audience below. Then, she gave a reluctant look at Yu and Lily Huo, and retreated backstage. The competition continued. Next up was Crystal Zhang's performance. Crystal Zhang had managed to pick herself up from the floor. As she watched Vanessa Liu brush past her, an inexplicable sense of deep powerlessness rose in her heart. She didn't even know how she walked out onto the stage, even when the music started playing. It took her a moment to snap out of it, but unfortunately she was still half a beat slow. The performance was off to a bad start. The audience below let out a collective boo. This made her feel even more panicked. Her singing began to drift out of tune. She finished the song in a complete daze. The scattered, thin applause from the crowd made her want to hide her face and run away. Backstage, the director, Ren Xiao, looked at the real-time viewership and couldn't help but frown. What on earth was Crystal Zhang doing? He knew her vocal skill used to be very good. How had it turned into this today? But Ren Xiao was only frustrated for a moment, and then stopped dwelling on it. She was going to lose anyway, so there was nothing to think about. The ratings had already exploded today, and that was enough. Without a doubt, the final vote was a 5-0 crushing victory. A message from Vanessa Liu arrived right then, arranging to meet you at the backstage exit. After seeing the results, you didn't pay any more attention to the matches. Carrying Lily Huo, you left the arena ahead of schedule. As soon as Vanessa Liu arrived backstage, she was greeted with a massive hug from Lele Shen. Lele Shen's eyes were red, and tears were welling up in them. Behind her, Sister Yun's eyes were also a bit red. Looking at Vanessa Liu, the two of them shared a gentle smile. After so long, seeing Vanessa Liu standing on stage in all her glory once again, they felt an indescribable excitement in their hearts. Alright, stop crying. Things will only get better from now on. Vanessa Liu took Lele Shen's hand and spoke very seriously. Lele Shen sniffled heavily and finally managed to smile through her tears. Today, Vanessa had wiped the floor with Crystal Zhang. She should be happy. Let's go. Ting Yahuo is waiting for us at the door. Vanessa Liu didn't want to waste any more time. She was dying to see you right now. She wanted to hold Lily in her arms and shower her with affection. This was the first time she'd been away from the little one for so long. It wasn't just the little one who missed her. She missed Lily Huo just as much. Ting Yao Huo is here? Lele Shen's eyes widened in surprise. She had no idea what kind of attitude she should have when meeting you. She used to hate him to death, but now she felt he was actually quite decent. She was very conflicted. Vanessa Liu didn't give her a chance to overthink it and pulled her along toward the exit. Outside, the sky was already dark. The streetlights on both sides were already lit. As soon as Vanessa Liu stepped out, she saw you from a distance holding Lily. You were standing tall right under a streetlight. A sudden wave of happiness washed over Vanessa Liu's heart. It was the happiness of a husband leading a child and waiting under the lights for his wife to come home from work. It was simple, yet incredibly warm. Mommy, Lily Huo couldn't wait to scramble out of your arms. She ran toward Vanessa Liu with her tiny, pattering steps. Vanessa Liu immediately squatted down. A bright smile blossomed on her face. She pulled the rushing Lily into her arms. You also walked closer, greeting Lele Shen and Sister Yun with a smile. Sister Yun nodded slightly in response, but there was a trace of gratitude in her eyes. Lele Shen's eyes darted away, but she also gave a small nod in greeting. Ever since she found out that you were Starry Radiance, she suddenly felt that you weren't such a bad person after all. After all, anyone who could write A Lifetime with You and Only Ordinary couldn't be that bad at heart. Vanessa Liu stood up now, still holding Lily. Lily was snuggling into her chest, nuzzling against her. She didn't even want to lift her little face. You smiled at Vanessa Liu. So, how was this surprise? A blush crept onto Vanessa Liu's face, but she still looked you straight in the eye. Her almond eyes crinkled into a smile. Vanessa Liu answered softly. Then, she looked back down at Lily in her arms, and replied again, it was a great surprise. But what you didn't know was, that all your actions at this moment were being watched by Crystal Zhang and Brenda, who had just come out from backstage. Crystal Zhang was currently holding her phone, watching Vanessa Liu's retreating back. A hateful glint flickered in her eyes. She suddenly thought of a great idea, an idea to completely ruin Vanessa Liu's reputation. Since she had already lost everything, she was going to drag Vanessa Liu down with her. Why should Vanessa Liu have things that she herself couldn't have? Although the news song gala wasn't over yet, the internet was already exploding. People across the country were curious about where Starry Radiance found a singer who was not only stunningly beautiful, but also had such incredible vocal skills. Starry Radiance's music combined with Vanessa Liu's voice was a match made in heaven. But as they followed the trail and clicked on Vanessa Liu's Twitter, they only saw one single comeback announcement. Only then did everyone realize that this singer had actually existed before. The internet usually has no memory, but once you appear in their sight, its memory becomes incredibly powerful. Vanessa Liu's past experiences began to be dug up by the public and posted all over Twitter. Rising Star retired 2 years ago after Romance Exposed. As soon as this hot topic surfaced, unscrupulous media outlets immediately caught the scent. They began to exploit the topic for mindless hype. Soon, the buzz around Vanessa Liu grew hotter and hotter, even overshadowing the gala itself. Online opinion became polarized. Some felt that, since Vanessa Liu retired due to her relationship, she shouldn't be making a comeback. They couldn't bring themselves to fan a married singer. Others felt that as long as the singing is good, her relationship status is her own business. Who said singers aren't allowed to fall in love? Talented singers don't need all that superficial flash. Both sides were arguing fiercely online. Finally, the group that felt talented singers didn't need hype delivered the ultimate comeback. I'm just asking, is the song good or not? The moment that question was asked, the looks-only fans were silenced. Is the song good? If it weren't, why would they even be arguing here? But they still felt uncomfortable, so they could only fire back with, if Starry Radiance gave this song to someone else, it would definitely sound just as good. Just then, Soundwave Entertainment finally joined the conversation. Congrats to our Vanessa Liu for successfully advancing. We hope everyone will continue to support her. We hereby declare that for the next round, Vanessa Liu will perform another song by Starry Radiance. In addition, for this new song gala, Vanessa Liu's tracks will be compiled into a single album to be released after the competition ends. Lossless quality on China Music. Please look forward to it. As soon as Soundwave Entertainment issued this notice, the internet went into a total frenzy. Starry Radiance wrote for Vanessa Liu again, and more than one song? This was ridiculous. Instantly, Soundwave's announcement and Starry Radiance topics shot straight to the #1 trending spot. Even The Wind Rises could only take second place, while the new song Gala could only sit pitifully in third place on the trending list, shaking in fear. Meanwhile, a post regarding Vanessa Liu was slowly climbing up the rankings. By the next morning, the post had reached number 10. Vanessa Liu, cheating on husband with Starry Radiance. The post made bold, confident claims. It mainly detailed how Vanessa Liu and Ting Yaohuo were already married and had a daughter together, but their relationship had always been rocky. Supposedly, Vanessa Liu used her looks to seduce Starry Radiance, just to get him to write songs for her comeback. The post was written very convincingly. Many marketing accounts shared it with a flood of comments. Netizens who saw it were skeptical at first, but they couldn't resist the landslide of negative comments. With more marketing accounts sharing and promoting it, they went from doubt to belief, and finally to attacking Vanessa Liu in writing. I wondered how she got Starry Radiance's songs. Turns out she sold her body for them. Starry Radiance is no better. They're just two birds of a feather. I don't believe Starry Radiance could do this. Just wait for the truth to hit you. I don't know much about Vanessa Liu, but I believe in Starry Radiance. Could someone who writes those songs really have an affair with a married woman? Use your brains, people. Then how do you explain him only writing for her? And have you noticed? Starry Radiance co-created Only Ordinary for Soundwave, and Vanessa Liu joined Soundwave right after. It's definitely Vanessa Liu's fault. My Starry Radiance must have been tricked. All sorts of eye-catching comments appeared under Vanessa Liu's latest Twitter post in just a single hour. By 9:30 a.m., this post and Vanessa Liu's Twitter were suddenly boosted to the top 2 trending spots. At this moment, you had just finished your morning run, completely unaware of any of this. Vanessa Liu had suffered from insomnia last night. As soon as she closed her eyes, her head was full of the scene in the hotel where you had held her hand. By the time she got up in the morning, Sister Yun and Lele Shen were already awake. Lily was eating the breakfast Lele Shen had made for her. Vanessa Liu yawned, looking listless with 2 large dark circles under her eyes. Sister Yun and Lele Shen exchanged a look, their eyes filled with concern. They thought Vanessa Liu had seen the trending topics, and that was why she hadn't slept all night. Lele Shen, with anxiety in her eyes, walked over to Vanessa Liu as she sat at the table. Vanessa, what did Ting Yaohuo say? Does he not plan to come out and clarify things? For a matter like this, it would be best for Ting Yaohuo to clarify it himself. If Vanessa Liu issued a statement, it would likely only backfire. Vanessa Liu's mind was currently a fog. Hearing Lele Shen's words, she was momentarily dazed. She didn't understand what those words meant. Clarify what? Did something happen to Ting Yaohuo again? Lele Shen was speechless. Only then did she realize that Vanessa Liu had no idea what was going on. She felt even more annoyed. He still hadn't come out to support Vanessa Liu. The rumors and gossip online were about to bury Vanessa Liu's Twitter account. Vanessa, you're still thinking about him? He's fine, but you're in real trouble. You should go check your Twitter. Vanessa Liu finally realized from Lele Shen's tone of voice that things were seriously wrong. She took out her phone and opened Twitter. What met her eyes was a dense wall of private messages and comments. Vanessa Liu clicked on them, and after seeing those malicious messages, her hand shook involuntarily. She took a deep breath and continued to scroll down. Basically, 9 out of 10 messages were DMs cursing at her. Closing the DMs, she finally saw that post. and the updates from several marketing accounts. After a moment, Vanessa Liu set her phone down and went back to her breakfast. Her expression was calm, as if nothing had happened at all. Seeing Vanessa Liu like this, Lele Shen grew even more worried. With such a huge scandal online, would Vanessa Liu be able to handle it? Vanessa, what should we do? Are we just going to ignore it? Vanessa Liu patted Lele Shen's hand. Instead, she comforted her. Lele, the innocent need no defense. As long as we know the truth, it's fine. Seeing Vanessa Liu's reaction, Lele Shen let out a silent sigh. She said the innocent need no defense. But public opinion never cares about whether you live or die. Vanessa Liu's eyelashes fluttered slightly. In reality, her heart was far from being at peace. But since you've always released your songs anonymously, that proves you don't want others to know. Since that's the case, then she cannot expose your identity. At this moment, the vast number of netizens were still waiting for the person involved to come out and explain. After waiting for a long time, they finally saw an update on Vanessa Liu's Twitter. They couldn't wait to click on it, and then everyone was stunned. They thought this would be a long-winded public relations statement, but they didn't expect it to be just 6 simple words. The innocent need no defense. What was this supposed to be? Did she really think she could brush them off with just that? Consequently, the comments online instantly became even more aggressive. At the Sky Beauty Entertainment Building in Riverside, Crystal Zhang was laughing happily. Although she had been lectured by the company after returning from Shanghai, it couldn't stop her current joyful mood. She had successfully dragged Vanessa Liu into the mud. This felt incredibly satisfying. Looking at the uniform comments online, she was now beyond happy, even though she knew that most of these were trolls she had paid for, and that those few marketing accounts were also posts she had paid people to make. As long as she could mess with Vanessa Liu, she felt the money was well spent. Brenda stood to the side. Watching Crystal Zhang laugh so arrogantly, she only felt that the woman before her had gone insane. She'd only found out about this news this morning as well. To think Crystal Zhang had done these things, while keeping even her own manager in the dark. Crystal, do you have any idea what you're doing? This is framing someone. If Starry Radiance really decides to pursue this, you will be completely finished. Hearing Brenda's words, Crystal Zhang just gave an unsatisfied glance. In her heart, she scoffed at those words. How am I framing them? Who knows if something is actually going on between them or not? Tell me, if nothing was going on, how could a woman like Vanessa Liu, who has absolutely nothing going for her, get Starry Radiance to write songs for her? I'd say it's more than likely they have a guilty conscience. Look, there's not even an explanation. Haha, the innocent need no defense? What a fake, noble act. Brenda still had a dark face and didn't speak. Watching the crazed Crystal Zhang, she could only hope that everything Crystal said was true. Otherwise, she could only abandon Crystal Zhang. Rather you die than me, I suppose. Maybe the next one will be even better. In the hotel, you were leisurely taking a shower, not expecting the phone outside to ring like a death knell, sounding nonstop. You could only finish up quickly, wrapping a bath towel around you and drying your hair as you rushed out. Seeing the name of the caller, you were a bit surprised. Why was she calling you? Hello, Director Yang. What brings you to call an idler like me today? Idler? You actually have the nerve to call yourself an idler? Do you have any idea that since you appeared, the trending topics have almost been monopolized by you? Sienna Yang said crossly on the other end of the line. You scratched your head and thought it seemed to be true. Ever since you released A Lifetime with You, it seemed the trending topics were all related to you. They hadn't stopped. Sigh. Who told me to be so attractive? Hey, let's talk business. Why did you call me, exactly? You shamelessly praised yourself. Before getting serious, Sienna Yang bit her teeth. She really wanted to beat this man to death. What did he mean by, why did you call me, exactly? Could she not call him if there was nothing wrong? Weren't they friends? She was very angry, and Sienna Yang's tone became even worse. Do you think I wanted to call you? Isn't it because of your wife? I'm telling you, what's wrong with you? Vanessa Liu has been smeared like that, and you can still sit still? Vanessa Liu is being smeared? You immediately became serious. Tell me, what happened to Vanessa Liu? Your tone was more serious than ever before. Hearing it made Sienna Yang feel a bit bitter. It seemed whenever Vanessa Liu's affairs were involved, this man would become incredibly serious. Go see the trending topics for yourself. Goodbye. The call was hung up immediately. You frowned, not understanding what was wrong with this woman. But now was not the time to think about that. You hurriedly opened Twitter. At first glance, you saw the posts in the top few trending spots. The moment you saw the titles, your face darkened. After finishing all the content of the posts and looking through the messages, and comments on Vanessa Liu's Twitter, your expression had turned completely black. You laughed out of sheer anger. Did you really think my woman was that easy to bully? And that silly woman, why didn't she tell me about such a big matter? Oh, she thinking, trying to carry it all herself. You just wanted to. Go and question that dummy right now, and ask if she actually considered you her husband. But before questioning her, you still had some things to do. Since someone wants to play, then let's have a good time playing. Crystal Zhang could never have imagined that the face slapping would come so quickly and so fiercely, so much so that before she could be happy for long, she fell into a state of panic. She never expected that Starry Radiance would turn out to be that former pretty boy at 10:30 a.m. while people were still talking with great interest about Vanessa Liu's reputation collapsing. Starry Radiance's short video on TikTok was seen by someone as the other protagonist of the incident and a mysterious figure commanding tens of millions of fans. The video he just posted was seen by countless people. The fans spontaneously pushed this video up without even needing TikTok's specialized algorithm. Starry Radiance showing his face to prove himself was a major event. No one expected that the mysterious Starry Radiance would step forward without hesitation at this time to post a video. He could have chosen not to speak. After all, the main target everyone was attacking wasn't him. But when everyone clicked on the video, they found that this wasn't some self-defense video at all. This was clearly a display of romantic bragging combined with a crusade. In the video, you wore a decent set of casual clothes. Even though your expression was very grim, it still made people's eyes light up. No one expected the mysterious Starry Radiance to be so handsome. In love, but the words that followed made the netizens feel as if they had suffered 10,000 tons of damage. Hello everyone, I'm Starry Radiance. I just woke up and saw some very bad comments online. Many people are questioning why I write songs for Vanessa Liu, and some even made up rumors about her having an affair. I only want to ask one question loudly here. What the hell is wrong with me writing a song for my own wife? What's wrong with that? My wife doesn't want to bother with you, but I'm not going to indulge you. What, the innocent need no defense? That doesn't exist. I originally wanted to get along with you as an ordinary person, but in exchange, I only received alienation. I'm sorry, I'm not going to pretend anymore. I'm showing my hand. My name is Ting Yaohuo. I'm sure you can search for me online. Back then, Vanessa Liu and I both retired because we were in a relationship. We've been married ever since. As for why I chose the name Starry Radiance, it's because our daughter's name is Lily Huo. Now you know the result. Are you happy now? Here, I also want to say to the person who posted that thread, and to those marketing accounts, I'm sorry, but I have already collected the relevant evidence. None of you will escape. Oh, and as for those trolls, every single one of the teams behind you can all wait to receive lawyer letters. Alright, that's all I have to say for today. I advise those people to behave themselves. Everyone who saw this video was instantly shocked beyond measure. They had been arguing for so long. Turns out the two were a damn married couple all along. Everyone already knew Starry Radiance should have been married. After all, little Lily Huo appeared on his TikTok back then, and she looked quite a bit like him. But no one expected Starry Radiance to be Ting Yaohuo. This is absolutely insane. Your video began to spread like wildfire at this moment. The fans who had always believed in you, or like they had gone crazy with excitement, sharing the video to Twitter. Damn it, I'm standing right here to see who still dares to spread rumors. I told you Starry Radiance couldn't be that kind of person. See, they were a match made in heaven all along. Where are the haters from this morning? Open your damn eyes and look. While everyone was still discussing the video you posted, Soundwave Entertainment's Twitter immediately followed suit. They published a notice. Hello everyone. This is the Soundwave Entertainment Legal Department, commissioned by Mr. Huo, regarding the false statements and rumors online. We will continue to follow up on this matter. We have now sent lawyers' letters to the posters of the previous threads and the companies behind several marketing accounts. Regarding the trolls online, we will verify their identities with the official Twitter platform. All related accounts will be banned. If any profit-seeking entities are found behind them, we will also send lawyers' letters according to the law. As soon as this notice was released, Twitter instantly erupted in a frenzy. The netizens watching suddenly discovered that several threads that were just on the trending list had been completely cleared away. Even the people who posted them had deleted their accounts. Not long after, official Twitter stepped forward. Dear users, good morning. After our verification, we have currently banned 1,500 accounts that published false information. We hereby warn certain people the internet is not a lawless place. Spreading rumors will lead to lifelong regret. With the official Twitter notice out, The video you posted was pushed to #1 trending. Vanessa Liu's latest Twitter post also instantly took second place. In a very short time, the hot terms, wife-doting demon and innocent need no defense, appeared one after another. The gossip-loving crowds now loved to quote your words, "My wife doesn't want to deal with you, but as a wife-doting demon, I won't spoil you. What the innocent need no defense? That doesn't exist." In the artist apartment in Shanghai, Vanessa Liu was still holding Lily Huo while watching cartoons. Lele Shen ran over like the wind holding her phone, her face beaming with a bright smile. She seemed incredibly excited. "Vanessa, look, he posted a video." Vanessa Liu looked up at Lele Shen in confusion. Lele Shen, seeing Vanessa like this, looked completely exasperated. She shoved the phone right in Vanessa Liu's face. "Vanessa, you're so gentle. What will we do with you? You should really learn from Ting Yahuo. Look at him going head-to-head with them. It's so satisfying to see him stand his ground." Vanessa Liu took the phone and tapped the video. Your voice came out of the speaker, and Vanessa Liu watched the whole video to the end. Her mouth was slightly agape. She was clearly very surprised. Lele Shen kept talking on the side. "Vanessa, do you know what people are calling Ting Yahuo now? Ting Yahuo is a wife-doting demon. Haha, it's so funny." Hearing Lele Shen's words, Vanessa Liu's face quietly turned rosy, and a sweet feeling welled up in her heart. Who wouldn't want to be doted on? Thinking of this, Vanessa Liu just dropped Lily Huo and walked quickly back to her room. Lele Shen and Lily Huo were left in the living room, staring at each other in silence. They had no idea what was wrong with Vanessa Liu. Back in her room, Vanessa Liu looked at the dial screen, suddenly feeling a bit hesitant. She didn't know what to say if she called you. Why did you have to say those embarrassing things? But wouldn't that be indirectly admitting she was shy? Or should she say, "Well done, you've won my heart"? No. Would he then think she was a petty person who sought revenge for every grievance? Vanessa Liu collapsed onto the soft bed, her face buried deep in the quilt. She kicked her legs like a little girl. Finally, she summoned her courage, picked up her phone, and made a voice call. It was answered instantly after one ring. Your pleasant voice came from the other side. "Hello?" Vanessa Liu's face was still buried in the quilt, turning red. She said in a muffled voice, "Hello? What are you doing right now?" Vanessa Liu didn't get your answer, but heard your laughter first. "What are you doing? Performing an act of suffocating yourself with the quilt?" Vanessa Liu cried out in surprise, hurriedly lifting her flushed face in panic. She was startled, having no idea how you knew exactly what she was doing until she looked at the phone screen and realized she had accidentally started the video call. Social death was written large across her face. Vanessa Liu's mouth was slightly agape, standing as still as if in a trance, staring blankly at you on the video. You rubbed your nose. Vanessa Liu was unexpectedly cute like this. The next moment, Vanessa Liu's reputation of a lifetime vanished as she buried her face in the quilt like an ostrich. She didn't want to come up ever again. "This is so embarrassing. You're not allowed to laugh." A muffled voice came from inside the quilt. You finally tactfully stopped laughing. All right, I won't laugh. I was just about to head to the apartment. Are you coming to pick me up? Then wait for me there." Only then did Vanessa Liu look up, a pair of almond eyes as clear as water, staring at you on the video. Her small face was still flawless and rosy, but her voice was no longer muffled. She still didn't ask why you posted that video. Some things really don't need asking, but although she didn't ask, you were the first to bring up the subject. However, there are still some things I need to say. "Vanessa, you're being smeared so badly. Why didn't you tell me? What exactly do you take me for?" Vanessa Liu bit her lip and stayed silent for a moment. What did she take you for? Actually, Vanessa Liu was also a bit at a loss. "Do I like you?" Vanessa Liu asked herself in her heart, but she quickly got the answer. "Yes, I do." She liked the version of you after the change, the you who carefully looked after her and the child. Those aspects of life, those thoughtful gestures made her happy. When you looked at her, the heartache and purity in your eyes couldn't be faked. It was hard not to like someone like that, but past experiences made Vanessa Liu a bit afraid to open her heart. After waiting a long time, you still didn't get an answer from Vanessa Liu. Then you also stayed silent for a long while. Your voice only rang out again then. But this time, your voice clearly carried a sense of disappointment. "It's fine if you don't say it. I'm downstairs. Come and pick me up." The video call hung up. Only then did Vanessa Liu come back to her senses. Recalling your tone just now, her heart suddenly felt a sharp pain like a needle prick. Did she disappoint him? Vanessa Liu hurriedly scrambled out of bed, suddenly wanting to see you as soon as possible. With that thought, Her pace quickened as she ran out the door. The car pulled up beside you. You got in, showing almost no emotional fluctuation. After getting in, you just stared quietly out the window. Vanessa Liu didn't start the car, but turned her body around to stare intently at your profile. She took several deep breaths and finally spoke. Tingyahuo, I'm sorry. Tingyahuo, I'm sorry. Only then did you turn to look at Vanessa Liu. Your eyes were full of tenderness. Her aggrieved yet stubborn gaze made you want to pull her into your arms, but you controlled yourself. At this moment, you had to let her know. You are the pillar of this family. You aren't someone who can be summoned and dismissed at will like a pretty boy. Vanessa Liu, I didn't actually blame you. I just don't want you to be like before, carrying everything on your own. You still have me, Ain and Lily. We're a family. You reached out and gently stroked Vanessa Liu's hair. Vanessa Liu didn't pull away. Instead, she just looked at you quietly. Her gaze was a bit dreamy. In the next moment, Vanessa Liu suddenly threw herself into your arms, tightly wrapping her arms around your neck. She whispered in your ear, Ting Yao Huo, I understand now. I'll try to depend on you from now on, and I'll try to love you. At this moment, you felt like the whole world went quiet. The delicate body in your arms was warm and soft, with a faint, sweet fragrance. Your hands also tightened instinctively, holding this figure that had haunted his dreams for 2 lifetimes. At this moment, you felt all the suffering you'd endured was all worth it. After a long while, Vanessa Liu blushed and broke from your embrace. Her eyes darted around, not daring to look at you. Let's go. It's time to head back, Vanessa Liu said softly. This time, she didn't act like she had before, keeping people 1,000 miles away. Instead, she proactively started the car and drove toward the apartment. Returning to the apartment, Lele Shen and Lily were staring at each other. Seeing you return, Lily immediately lunged forward. Daddy, Mommy, you're finally back. Lily missed you so much. You scooped up Lily and laughed out loud. Daddy missed Lily too. The family of 3 was full of joy. Only Lele Shen said sourly from the side, Wow, you 3 are a really happy family. It makes me feel like a total outsider. Vanessa Liu blushed and glared at Lele Shen. Lily, what are you saying? Lily Shen gave a little giggle. She hid behind Sister Yun and stuck her tongue out. Sister Yun watched this scene from the side. A gratified smile also rested on her face. This is how life should be, instead of being lifeless like it was before. For the next few days, you guys had a great time playing in Shanghai. This was the first time since you came to this world that you had been so relaxed. No pressure, no baggage, only the company of family. However, happy times are always short. Vanessa Liu had to start getting busy again, because the second match of the new song gala was about to begin. This match will determine the top 8. The competition will be even fiercer. Vanessa Liu had been practicing songs like crazy these past few days. Even though you'd already told her the song was fine, she still didn't dare to slack off at all, because she didn't want to let you down. The night before the competition, you were writing something in the study. Vanessa Liu pushed the door and walked in. Seeing you were still busy, she said with some heartache, Ting Yao Huo, take a rest. Don't get too tired. You stopped your pen and looked up at Vanessa Liu. With a confident smile, you said, It's nothing. I'm preparing for the match after the next one. The one after that? Vanessa Liu was stunned. She hadn't even made it into the top 8 yet. But you were already thinking about the semifinals? Do you have that much confidence in me? Vanessa Liu blinked her big eyes and asked curiously. It's not just confidence in you. It's confidence in my songs. And in your hard work these past few days. Trust me, tomorrow you will stun the entire audience. You stood up and said, holding Vanessa Liu's hand. Vanessa Liu nodded heavily. I will definitely work hard. The next day, at the new Song Gala venue, the atmosphere was even more electric than the first match. The spotlight hit the stage once again. Vanessa Liu was in a white dress, looking like a fairy descending to earth. As the intro began to play, the entire venue went silent instantly. This was a new song, still written and composed by Starry Radiance. The song title was Later. The moment Vanessa Liu started singing, that ethereal voice instantly captured everyone's ears. Later, I finally learned how to love. Sadly, you had already drifted far away into the crowd. The lyrics were beautiful and the melody was pleasant. Many people in the audience were moved to tears. They thought of their own youth, thought of the person they once loved but lost. On the judges panel, several mentors were also nodding frequently. There was no suspense in this match. Vanessa Liu once again advanced with a unanimous vote, successfully making it into the top 8. Vanessa Liu went viral on stage once again. This time, it wasn't just because of her looks. But because of her talent and those two divine songs, the online topics about Vanessa Liu and Starry Radiance continued to ferment. But this time, most were positive reviews. Some even called Starry Radiance a god of composition, and called Vanessa Liu the successor to the diva. Just as Vanessa Liu's career was flourishing, an uninvited guest came to the apartment. It was Crystal Zhang. She looked haggard at this moment. The arrogance she had before was gone. "Vanessa Liu, you won," Crystal Zhang said, gritting her teeth. Vanessa Liu looked at her without speaking. There was no ripple in her gaze. "I came to tell you, not to be happy too soon. The entertainment industry's waters are deep. With you and Ting Yaohuo being two hicks, you won't get far." Crystal Zhang snorted coldly and turned to leave. Vanessa Liu frowned. This kind of threat didn't have much of an effect on her, because she was full of confidence now. However, Crystal Zhang's words weren't wrong. The entertainment industry's waters are indeed deep. Just as Vanessa Liu was preparing to break into the top 4, an accident occurred. Her voice suddenly went hoarse. The doctor said it was acute laryngitis. She needed to rest for a while. This was a bolt from the blue for Vanessa Liu. Because the battle for the top 4 was tomorrow, if she withdrew, all her previous efforts would be wasted. Vanessa Liu was so anxious she cried in her room. "Ting Yaohuo, what should we do? My voice can't sing anymore." Vanessa Liu said, holding your hand in despair. Looking at her swollen eyes, your heart ached. "Don't worry, I'm here." You comforted her softly. "Tomorrow's match. We won't back down." "Won't back down? But my voice?" Vanessa Liu asked in confusion. "Who said tomorrow's match has to rely on your voice?" You gave a mysterious smile. "I've already prepared a special song for you." "A special song?" Vanessa Liu was stunned again. "That's right," you nodded. "This song doesn't need high-level technique. It just needs genuine emotion. Even with a hoarse voice, it can be sung with another charm." The next day, at the New Song Gala venue, Vanessa Liu took the stage. The entire audience noticed something was wrong. Her voice was very hoarse. Many people thought she was going to withdraw. However, Vanessa Liu didn't. She picked up the microphone. Accompanied by a sad melody, she slowly began to sing. This song was called "One Meat, One Vegetable." Vanessa Liu used her hoarse voice, and he even personally fed her with his chopsticks. Vanessa Liu felt like this man was acting completely abnormal. Ever since they had gotten out of the car, he had suddenly become abnormal, but he didn't feel like there was anything wrong with your behavior. Back in the car just now, Vanessa Liu had actually admitted that you were her husband. As someone who had never been in a relationship, the only way of showing intimacy you could think of was personally feeding her food. Was that wrong? There's nothing wrong with that, right? Vanessa Liu finally couldn't stand the looks everyone was giving them. She felt like her pretty face was just like these crawfish, completely cooked through. "Can you please stop doing this? I can just do it myself." After speaking, she looked up, her eyes shyly glancing at you with a look of coy irritation. You were left completely dazed by the look, so being stared at with a bashful gaze by a girl is such a satisfying thing. You felt like you had completely attained enlightenment. Before, you always thought even dogs wouldn't bother with love. Now you just wanted to say, "How sweet." Fine, then do it yourself. You stopped feeding your wife. You gave up on that and started feeding little Lily Kuo instead. Vanessa Liu gave you a helpless roll of her eyes. It seemed this person wasn't going to let anyone eat properly today. The old you wasn't like this. Fortunately, you finally became normal after the meal. You plopped down on the sofa and started thinking about what song to write for the next match. The interval between each match is only 3 days. The rules of the New Song Gala have always been this cruel. Vanessa Liu won the top 16 to 8 match very easily. The next match, going from top 8 to 4, might not be so simple. As the eliminations progress, the remaining contestants will only get stronger. Their vocal skills are no less than Vanessa Liu's. It's a competition of songwriting and on-stage performance. Coming up with an original great song in 3 days is not easy for anyone. Even you started to worry. Again, you struggled over what kind of song to choose this time. To ensure a victory, Vanessa Liu wasn't idle either. She sat right next to you. With several sheets of manuscript paper spread out on the table, she was perfecting the song she'd been thinking about these past few days. The one that was always missing just a bit of melody. But now, slowly, she seemed to have caught the tail end of that melody. Vanessa Liu knitted her brows tightly, constantly humming this melody in her heart, like a kitten's claws scratching at one's heart. Whenever Vanessa Liu tried to catch it, it would playfully shrink back, until late at night when you had already left. She still hadn't completely finished the song. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. Vanessa Liu was so anxious she scratched her smooth hair into a complete bird's nest. Finally, in the dead of night, While little Lily Huo was long asleep, Vanessa Liu finally put down the semi-finished score and lyrics and lay down on the bed helplessly. Sometimes inspiration can't be forced. A tiny miss leads to a huge error. All she could do was wait. Once she reached enlightenment, it would be a total epiphany. After all, not everyone is like you, directly bringing cheat codes into the game. The next morning, Vanessa Liu had just woken up and hadn't even washed her face yet, when she discovered a major incident regarding you was back on the trending list. These past few days, the trending topics about you and her hadn't stopped. Vanessa Liu didn't take it seriously at first, but as she saw the title of the post, her pupils instantly constricted. In this moment, her heart was thrown into complete chaos. The netizens seemed to have gotten used to it. Ever since the Starry Radiance account appeared in the public eye, they saw topics about you every day. Today was no exception. When the gossip-hungry crowd saw another title containing your name in a post, they weren't surprised at all. They naturally clicked in. Practice makes perfect for this sort of thing. Now, if they didn't see Starry Radiance's name for a day, they'd feel uncomfortable all over. But this time was different. When the gossip crowds opened the post, they collectively froze in place. They rubbed their eyes, unable to believe what they were seeing. Starry Radiance is a domestic abuser? It was a joke. Yesterday they were all posting about him being a wife-doting demon, and today you tell us he's a domestic abuser? If you're going to make things up, at least find a better reason. Who would believe this? After freezing in shock, the gossip crowds couldn't help but burst into loud laughter. They urgently clicked the video in the post, wanting to see what on earth this guy was talking about. Two men appeared in the video. They had serious expressions. Someone recognized them. They were former members of the boy band you were in, one named Gao Cheng and one named Xu Bin. When they saw this, the gossip netizens smiled knowingly. Are these two coming out to seek attention? They just can't stand seeing others succeed. Then Gao Cheng spoke. Hello everyone, I'm Gao Cheng from the Flower Boy Band. Some people should recognize me. That's right, I'm a friend of the now famous songwriter Starry Radiance, also known as Ting Yao Huo from back in the day. Why do I say former? Because later I felt it was a disgrace to be associated with such a person. I'm sure when everyone hears this, you won't believe what I'm saying. He's so famous now. Why would I still hate him so much? Please listen until I finish, and you'll know what I mean. Ever since he got married, he's been constantly calling the members of our boy band. He wanted to make a comeback. Initially, we were considering his request. After all, we were friends before. But when he called, we learned something, so we decisively rejected him. And that is, Ting Yao Hui is a domestic abuser. I have a phone recording here as evidence. It's quite a coincidence. Back then, when he called to say he wanted to make a comeback, it was to me. And because I happened to record it then, I never expected that it would now be vital evidence to expose his hypocrisy. I don't know how he managed to let Vanessa Liu come back out, or how he had the power to make Vanessa Liu not accuse him, but I guarantee that everything I've said is the truth, since I, Gao Cheng, dare to show my face. I'm not afraid to confront him in person. When the gossip netizens heard this, they grew somewhat silent. Although they believed in Starry Radiance's character, Gao Cheng spoke so confidently, using both his real name and providing evidence, that it left them momentarily shaken. Then Shubin in the video spoke up as well. He picked up his phone and waved it in front of the camera. Hello everyone, I'm Shubin. I can testify that everything Gao Cheng said is true. What I have in my hand right now is Gao Cheng's phone. Now, let's all listen to that recording from back then. After speaking, Shubin unlocked the phone. On the phone screen was a clear recording of a phone call. With a smile on his face, he casually taps the recording. The netizens all pricked up their ears at this moment, wanting to listen carefully to the content. Hello, is this Brother Gao? It's me. Are you free tonight? I'd like to take you out for drinks. It was Ting Yao Huo's voice. Netizens immediately lost their cool and continued to listen. Gao Cheng's indifferent tone followed. Hello? Little Huo, forget about the drinks. If there's something, just say it directly, alright? I thought you'd be free, Brother Gao. It's like this. Do you think I can still return to the company? Little Huo, it's not that I want to lecture you, but you've already married a top rising star. What more could you want? Hey, Brother Gao, thou. You don't know that woman Vanessa Liu. She usually looks so noble and aloof, but she's actually incredibly arrogant behind the scenes. If I don't give her a beating once in a while, she won't even know who calls the shots in this family. That chuckling sound in the recording made the listening netizen's skin crawl. How could this possibly be Starry Radiance? This is way too despicable. Right after that, the recording continued. Little Huo, don't say things like that so carelessly in the future. And as for your return to the company, I'll think about it. After all, I can't make the final call on this matter. Alright. Then thank you, Brother Gao. I'll definitely treat you to a huge meal another day. The recording ended there. Gao Cheng looked at the camera with a sinister smirk. Everyone heard that, right? This is the wife-doting demons you've all been talking about. This is that talented Starry Radiance, a man who wouldn't hesitate to commit domestic violence just for a comeback. Do you really think he's worthy of being your idol? At the end of the video, Shubin also stepped forward to add, "That's right, I can also testify. Back then, Little Huo's character was known to be poor in the industry. He often hit and scolded Vanessa Liu. We only did this because we couldn't stand it anymore." As soon as this video was posted, it instantly caused a massive uproar online. Those fans who were originally supporting Starry Radiance all went silent at this moment. The evidence was conclusive. They couldn't find a single reason to argue back. Did I really misjudge him? The person who can write such divine songs is actually really a domestic abuser? At this moment, the online attacks against Starry Radiance escalated once again. This time, it wasn't just targeting Vanessa Liu, it was mostly directed at Starry Radiance, and those who were originally bashing Vanessa Liu actually changed their tune and started pitying Vanessa Liu instead. She's truly a pitiful woman, retiring for a man like this, only to be subjected to domestic violence. I finally understand now why that song, The Wind Rises, was sung so mournfully by Vanessa Liu. Turns out those were her true feelings. Starry Radiance, get out of the entertainment industry. This kind of person doesn't deserve to be in the public eye. Ban him. He must be banned. Looking at these comments online, you were so angry you slammed your phone on the table. It's those two bastards Gao Cheng and Xu Bin again. It seems the lesson I gave them before wasn't enough. They actually dared to come out and bite back at a time like this. As for that recording, you knew it was a mess left behind by the original owner. Although the original owner's character was indeed questionable, when it came to domestic violence against Vanessa Liu, he really didn't have the guts. That recording was clearly Gao Cheng and Xu Bin inducing the original owner into bragging and talking big. He never expected they would use it now as a weapon to attack you. Since you're looking for a death wish, then I'll grant it to you. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in your eyes. You picked up the phone and called Lei Shen. Lei, protect Vanessa Liu well. No matter what happens outside, do not let her look at her phone. Leave the rest for me to handle. Your voice was low and firm, carrying a reassuring strength. Lei Shen was currently with Sister Yin. They had also just seen the trending topics and were shaking with rage. Don't worry, Ting Yahuo. Even if it costs me my life, I won't let anyone hurt Vanessa Liu. You have to crush those two bastards. Lei Shen said through gritted teeth. After hanging up the phone, you sank into deep thought. To strike back, just explaining wouldn't be enough. You had to produce even more concrete evidence. Then, you suddenly thought of someone. That man who used to help you with chores, Leo. As a veteran employee of Soundwave Entertainment, he must know plenty of industry secrets. Perhaps he had some dirt on Gao Cheng and Xu Bin. You immediately gave Leo a call. As soon as Leo answered the phone, his voice sounded a bit rushed. Mr. Huo, I know about what's happening online. I was just about to call you. Cut the crap. Do you have any dirt on Gao Cheng and Xu Bin? The more explosive, the better. You asked directly, getting straight to the point. Mr. Huo, you've really come to the right person. Those two guys' reputations in the industry have long been trash. It's just that usually no one wants to cross them. I have a video here of Gao Cheng fooling around with some models in a karaoke booth, and evidence of Xu Bin privately withholding trainees' wages. Leo said, lowering his voice. Excellent. Send it all to me. Also, that recording, help me find a professional audio appraisal agency to check if there are any signs of editing. No problem, Mr. Huo. Give me an hour. Leo was very efficient. In less than an hour, everything you wanted was sent via Instagram. You looked through the materials on your phone, the corners of your mouth curling up slightly. Since you want to play dirty, then don't blame me for being ruthless. At exactly 12:30 p.m., right when online traffic was peaking, Starry Radiance's account updated once again. This time, it wasn't just a video. There was a long written narrative, along with a professional appraisal report. In the video, you sat in front of the camera, still looking perfectly calm, but your gaze was incredibly sharp. Hello everyone, I'm Ting Yahuo. Regarding the rumors online, I originally didn't want to dignify them with a response, but some people have gone too far. Since you want to see evidence, then I'll give you evidence. First, regarding that phone recording, a professional appraisal agency has verified that there are multiple cuts and splices. I've posted the full version below. You can all listen for yourselves to see who was actually leading whom on. Then the recording played again. But this time, it was the full version. In the recording, Gao Cheng was mocking and ridiculing, even hinting that only by hitting Vanessa Liu could the original owner prove his dominance. The original owner was simply trying to suck up to them at the time, so he just talked along with them. He never actually laid a finger on her. He then added in the video. As for the character of Gao Cheng and Xu Bin, I think after everyone sees these next clips, you'll be able to judge for yourselves. Subsequently, several explicit videos and screenshots of withheld wage accounts flashed across the screen one by one. This wave of counterattacks could only be described as thunderous. Public opinion online flipped again instantly. Holy crap, what a plot twist. Gao Cheng and Xu Bin are the real animals here. They actually maliciously edited the recording, and they're living such a degenerate life. I feel bad that Starry Radiance got scammed by people like them. Where are the people who were just cursing at Starry Radiance? Get out here and apologize right now. Vanessa Liu really did marry the wrong man. Luckily, Starry Radiance has changed for the better now. Otherwise, Vanessa Liu's life would be ruined. Sky Beauty Entertainment Building, Riverside. Gao Cheng and Xu Bin stared at their phones, completely shell-shocked. How could this happen? How did he get these things? Gao Cheng slumped into his chair, his face deathly pale. He knew that he was truly finished this time. Not only was his career ruined, but he likely wouldn't even be able to avoid prison time. Xu Bin had it even worse. Those trainees whose wages he had withheld had already begun to organize themselves spontaneously. Vanessa Liu really did say that things are now even between you. From the moment you crossed over until now, you have always been walking on eggshells because you felt a deep sense of debt to them. Although you could say it wasn't really you in the past, but who else would know that it wasn't you? So, you could never bring yourself to forgive yourself. Yet now, someone has finally told you that things are even. It's so good that your tears won't stop falling. Not only were you trying to save them, but you were also constantly trying to save yourself. The two of you held each other like fools, sobbing together. Don't ever do this again. Lily and I will worry about you. Slowly, Vanessa Liu was the first to stop. Her voice drifted out from against your chest. You nodded, your voice still sounding a bit raspy. I won't. In fact, besides the two of you, no one can shake my inner resolve. Always the talker, Vanessa Liu said as she looked up. Her tender red face and slightly bloodshot eyes made her look incredibly watery and delicate. She looked as if she had suddenly thought of something, with an irrepressible spark of excitement in her eyes. Right, I think I've finally figured out that melody. What melody? Looking at Vanessa Liu's bird-like petite appearance in your arms, you couldn't help but reach out and rub her head as you asked. This sense of reality gave you immense satisfaction. Vanessa Liu struggled slightly, giving you a playful roll of her eyes. The way you're doing that makes it feel like you're rubbing a dog's head. It's that song I've been trying to compose myself. I was always lacking a bit of inspiration before, but it just came to me suddenly. Vanessa Liu still managed to break free from your embrace. She wanted to strike while the iron was hot and the inspiration was there, to finish this song as quickly as possible. As that warm, delicate body left you, you felt a bit of regret that you hadn't held her long enough. Scratching your head, you stood up, took some manuscript paper from your bag, and handed it to her. I originally planned to write a song tonight, but since you already have one in mind, then you should be the one to write it. You set out the paper and pen for her, standing by the bedside watching Vanessa Liu. You also wanted to see what kind of song it was. That had been troubling Vanessa Liu for so long. Vanessa Liu nodded vigorously, her face flushed. After a brief thought, she sat cross-legged on the bed and took the paper and pen. Ever since arriving in Shanghai, most of the melody for this song had been echoing in her mind. She had been working on it the whole time, but she could never quite grasp that specific part of the tune. Now that she had caught it, the rest of the composition naturally fell into place. Writing down notes and humming a little tune, Vanessa Liu wrote very quickly. In just a few moments, a complete piece of music appeared vividly on the paper. She looked up directly at you under the light, her eyes shimmering with joy. She had finally finished it. So she wasn't just a decorative vase after all. Do you want to take a look? Vanessa Liu asked. With a smile on your face, you shook your head gently. I'd rather you sing it for me. Vanessa Liu lowered her head, her face turning even redder. She felt a little embarrassed. This tune was written entirely based on her own state of mind, so it was almost like a different kind of confession. Go on, sing. You've never actually sung for me alone before. You urged her. Vanessa Liu blushed and whispered, There aren't any lyrics yet. Humming it is fine too. You chuckled. Unable to resist your request, Vanessa Liu gave a shy nod. There was no accompaniment, and everything felt so natural. Vanessa Liu's soft humming began to ring out, serving as a perfect reflection of her current feelings. Both she and he needed a little bit of courage. The moment the melody began, you were instantly frozen on the spot. You looked at Vanessa Liu with focused eyes. The reason was simple. You had heard this melody before, and it was from your original world. It was just that you weren't entirely sure yet. You continued to listen intently, until a segment of Vanessa Liu's humming ended. You suddenly interrupted. Wait a second. After saying that, you hurriedly grabbed a pen and began writing rapidly on the paper. Vanessa Liu was a bit stunned. She didn't know why you interrupted her when it was going so well, but when she leaned her head over and saw what you were writing, a sudden light ignited in her eyes. On the paper was written the large title, Courage. These were the lyrics. You had written the lyrics just by hearing her hum a little bit. Vanessa Liu continued reading. The two of you leaned your heads close together, looking like a perfect couple in the reflection of the light. Seeing the lyrics, Vanessa Liu was even more delighted. These were exactly the kind of lyrics she'd always wanted. They were even better than what she'd imagined. She had tried writing some, but they were far inferior to these. Vanessa Liu's face was red as she shifted her gaze to your serious profile. You really did look very handsome when you were focused. And these lyrics? He really did understand her thoughts. At this thought, Vanessa Liu felt a bit dazed for a moment. She couldn't help but give your cheek a gentle kiss. The hand you were using to write the lyrics suddenly jerked. The ink smudged across the page. You froze, your eyes staring blankly without focus. You were like a statue. You could clearly feel the moisture on your right cheek, from where that soft touch had just been. You looked down at the lyrics on the paper, and your heart felt like it was bursting with joy. You felt as if the whole world were spinning. This must be the courage Vanessa Liu wanted to express. After kissing you, Vanessa Liu immediately panicked. She lowered her face, wishing there was a hole she could crawl into right now. She didn't know what had come over her just then. She had just kissed him as if possessed. Fortunately, you didn't have much of a reaction. Otherwise, Vanessa Liu felt she would have had to flee in embarrassment. At this moment, you were struggling to contain yourself. Knowing that Vanessa Liu was thin-skinned, you suppressed the fluttering in your heart and continued writing. You only let out a breath of relief once you finished. Turning your face back, you pretended nothing had happened and handed the lyrics to her. Take a look. Can you sing the whole thing for me this time? After the song finished, you nodded to Vanessa Liu with a smile. It sounds great. The next match is in the bag. A hint of shyness appeared on Vanessa Liu's face. She looked down and toyed with the manuscript in her hands. It's because your lyrics are so good. If my dear wife hadn't written the tune, I wouldn't have been able to think of a song like this. The two of them began a round of mutual flattery, but Vanessa Liu clearly wasn't as thick-skinned as a certain someone. Upon hearing the words, dear wife, she was completely defeated. Like an ostrich, she buried her face in her chest and refused to come out. This was the first time you had called her wife to her face. Vanessa Liu felt very shy, but also a little bit delighted. However, before you could finish admiring the beautiful sight, your phone suddenly began to ring. It broke the delicate atmosphere in the room. You picked up the phone. The screen showed the contact, Director Yang. You raised an eyebrow. It seemed Sienna Yang had also seen the post. What you didn't know was that Sienna Yang hadn't just seen the post. She was practically going insane. She hadn't believed it when she first saw it. But then your TikTok was being torn apart by trolls, to the point that the technical department had to intervene. And yet, you still hadn't come out to clarify anything. This made a fire start to burn in Sienna Yang's heart. Was everything the internet was saying actually true? Sienna Yang couldn't believe it. Whenever she thought of you, she pictured a gentle, refined, and incredibly talented man. Could someone like that really be a domestic abuser? She waited a long time, but still hadn't seen a clarification video from you, so she finally couldn't help but make this call. The call was connected. Your same gentle voice came through. Hello, is there something wrong? Sienna Yang was stunned. Did he really not know about this? It's nothing. Just some people online who don't like you asking if you're going to clarify things. You scratched your head. You instinctively looked at Vanessa Liu. At this time, Vanessa Liu was fidgeting with the manuscript paper, pretending to look serious. However, her occasional stealthy glances and clearly distracted manner proved that her attention right now wasn't on the song at all. You winked at her. Vanessa Liu's small face instantly flushed red. She hurriedly looked away guiltily. No need to clarify. It's all true. You answered Sienna Yang. The phone fell into silence. After a long while, Sienna Yang's voice finally came through. Why? I don't believe it. In my impression, I'm sorry. Director Yang, let me interrupt you. What I want to say is, how much do you actually know about me? What's online is true. There's nothing to clarify. If you do something wrong, you have to accept the punishment. As for those comments online, let them say what they want. As long as the people I care about understand me, that's enough. Your gaze remained fixed on Vanessa Liu. You didn't care what others thought. You never expected to be liked by so many people anyway. As long as the person in front of you liked you, it was enough. The phone fell into silence again. Hearing your words, Sienna Yang felt a surge of bitterness. He only cared that the people he cared about understood him. Then what about her? Okay, I was just asking. I didn't mean anything else. It's nothing. I'm hanging up. Sienna Yang's voice was clearly off. You didn't think much of it. After a brief grunt, the call ended. You're too cold. That's not good. You had just put down the phone. When Vanessa Liu's voice came from beside you, you were confused. Was you cold? It seemed pretty normal, didn't it? You was just stating facts, and you was being quite polite. That executive should like you. Vanessa Liu spoke again, but this time her eyes dimmed slightly. Sienna Yang liked you? No way. You scratched your head, feeling a headache coming on. You only thought of her as an ordinary friend. Hey, how do you know? It's just a feeling. I trust my intuition. Vanessa Liu looked up and stared at you. Her tone was firm. Your intuition is wrong. Besides, everyone knows I'm a man with a wife and a child. I won't develop feelings for anyone else. That would be very disrespectful. You continued to scratch your head and explained. Love in one's heart should be serious and exclusive. Otherwise, it's disrespectful to everyone, looking at your sincere gaze. Vanessa Liu let out a soft huff, but she still felt a sense of urgency in her heart. You might not like her, but that didn't mean she wouldn't like you. That executive was very outstanding, much better than her. She knew that. Vanessa Liu continued to fidget with the paper in her hand, as if there were treasure hidden there. You looked at Vanessa Liu in confusion. You carefully thought back to the conversation you just had. Then you suddenly realized something. With a smile in your eyes, you nudged Vanessa Liu's arm. Are you jealous? Vanessa Liu panicked. Her face turned red. And no! Her voice was quite loud. But this reaction made it even more obvious. She was jealous. You continued to look at her with a smile. A jealous Vanessa Liu was also very pretty. The more Vanessa Liu tried to hide it, the more flustered she became. She could feel you were laughing at her. This feeling made her both ashamed and annoyed. Finally, she could no longer withstand your gaze. She tossed the manuscript paper onto the bed in frustration. Fine, I am jealous. Who told such a beautiful woman to like you? Your smile grew wider. You suddenly leaned down and got close to her. Your voice was full of allure. How about I give you a seal of approval? That way you won't be jealous anymore, right? Your face was very close. Vanessa Liu could even feel your breath hitting her face. This feeling made her heart beat like a drum, faster and faster, as if it were about to jump out of her throat. Then she slowly closed her eyes. Her small mouth puckered slightly. Actually, you were also incredibly nervous. Seeing Vanessa Liu close her eyes, you felt a surge of joy. You secretly pinched your own palm. You closed your eyes and slowly leaned in. Far ahead, far ahead. At this critical moment, Ting Yaohuo's phone began to ring once again. Both of them were startled. Vanessa Liu directly dove onto the bed, covering her face with the quilt. She didn't dare to come out again. Ting Yaohuo's eyelids twitched. He answered the phone with a murderous intent. Hello? Lei, if you don't have something major to tell me today, don't blame me for making something major happen to you. Ting Yaohuo wanted nothing more than to kill the person calling right now. No voice came from the phone. Ting Yaohuo frowned and checked the caller ID. It was Chen Feng. Feng, what are you doing? Say something. Ting Yaohuo thought he'd better have a good reason, or he wouldn't hesitate to take him out. After waiting a little longer, Chen Feng's voice finally sounded. His tone was full of exhaustion. Old Huo, what's going on with the stuff online? Did you bully my sister-in-law? God damn it, is that why you called? No, I haven't even had the chance to bully her yet. And then your call came in. Ting Yaohuo's voice was full of resentment. He glanced at Vanessa Liu hiding under the quilt again. He let out another sigh. His face was full of regret. Forget that for a second. What's wrong with your voice? I got a harsh lesson from society. Chen Feng's voice was clearly not right. After Ting Yaohuo's anger cooled, he also realized something was wrong. After waiting for another moment, Chen Feng's voice continued. I guess you could say that. I got a really harsh lesson. Are you free now? Can you come over and have a couple of drinks with me? You don't have to drink. Just be there. You're the only friend I have left here. Ting Yaohuo's eyes narrowed. Last time, he had a faint feeling that something was wrong. He didn't expect Chen Feng to actually be in trouble now. He didn't hesitate. He spoke directly to Chen Feng on the phone. Okay. Send me your location. I'm in Shanghai right now. I'll be there in 3 hours. Good. Chen Feng grunted in response. The call hung up. After Ting Yaohuo hung up the phone, he helplessly and gently patted Vanessa Liu, who was still hiding under the quilt. Honey, get up for a second. Take me to the high-speed rail station. Vanessa Liu had been listening to Ting Yaohuo's call. She naturally knew he had to leave for something. Although she didn't know the specifics, she could hear that Ting Yaohuo was being very serious. She didn't dally. She scrambled out of the quilt. Her flushed face reappeared. Okay. Do you need to pack? I only have one backpack, but I don't know how long I'll be gone this time. I'll have to leave Lily with you for now. Ting Yaohuo put his belongings into his backpack and picked it up. He spoke to Vanessa Liu. Vanessa Liu nodded. She had sister Yoon and Lele here. When she was on the show, they could help look after Lily. It was very convenient. Once everything was ready, Ting Yaohuo checked out of the room. The two of them got into the car. Since it was a sudden departure, he had to take the high-speed rail. But at this distance, the high-speed rail wasn't much slower than a plane. On the way to the station, Vanessa Liu focused intently on the road ahead while driving. Ting Yaohuo sat in the passenger seat, looking at the serious Vanessa Liu. I'm going to see Chen Feng this time. You've met him before. He's my best friend from college. He seems to have run into some trouble. He asked me to go over and stay with him for a bit. You told Vanessa Liu directly? To save her from worrying. Vanessa Liu gave a soft hum in response. Her heart relaxed. She had an impression of that Chen Feng, a very honest and simple man. His personality was quite decent. It took less than 20 minutes to get from the hotel to the station. It was just noon. The high-speed rail station was very crowded. You put on a mask. You didn't let Vanessa Liu get out of the car to see you off. The two of you were currently a hot topic. Especially you, with your surging fame and infamy. Wearing a mask would prevent you from being recognized. I'm off. No need to see me off. I'll go in myself. Be careful on the road. If there's enough time, I'll go to the venue to watch your competition. After you finished speaking, you smiled and ruffled Vanessa Liu's head. You had suddenly developed a liking for ruffling her head. Vanessa Liu's face turned a bit red. She still wasn't used to the emotions of parting. Alright, go back now. You got out of the car and closed the door. You watched Vanessa Liu slowly drive away from the station. 3:30 p.m. Half an hour later than you had estimated. Mainly because the wait for the train had caused a delay. You arrived in Riverside. While you were still on the high-speed rail, Vanessa Liu had called to let you know she was home safe. She also told you to come back early. Lily missed you. You chuckled when you saw the message. You didn't know if it was really Lily who missed you, or if it was her. You hailed a taxi. You headed straight for the location Chen Feng sent. It took another 10 minutes for the car to arrive. The destination was a commercial building with over a dozen floors. Chen Feng's studio was on the 6th floor. When you reached the studio, the main door was unlocked. You walked in naturally. The windows were tightly shut. The whole room reeked of alcohol. Beer cans were everywhere, just like when you first crossed over. The scene was very similar. Chen Feng was slumped on the floor. He was just sitting there, drinking a can of beer straight. You first threw open the window to let some fresh air circulate inside. Then you walked over and sat down beside him. You took off your mask. Chen Feng let out a drunken burp. His face was pale and bloodless. When he saw you, he raised the beer can in his hand as a greeting. His gaze was decadent and dazed. You're here, brother. You're the only one who won't abandon me. You waved your hand in front of your nose in disgust. The smell of alcohol was repulsive, and it brought back bad memories. Tell me, what kind of massive blow makes an optimistic guy? Like you fall into such a slump? Chen Feng was silent for a moment. He drained the beer in the can. Then he crushed it with force and threw it on the ground. I really can't figure it out. Where did I go wrong? Why would they treat me like this? Chen Feng said through gritted teeth. He casually grabbed another can of beer. You didn't stop him. You knew Chen Feng needed an outlet right now, being double backstabbed. Chen Feng took another large gulp of beer. He nodded. That couple, Old Huo, I really didn't expect it. I just can't figure it out. Wait, Old Huo, did you guess it a long time ago? Chen Feng suddenly remembered when they last met, what you had said to him, telling him to pay more attention to things in the future. He shrugged. Then he patted Chen Feng on the shoulder. Back then, I only had my suspicions. In the middle of the night, whose girlfriend calls another man, and your business partner doesn't call you, but calls her instead? But that was your personal relationship matter. I couldn't just interfere without being asked. Chen Feng's expression froze. After a long time, he gave a bitter smile. Yeah. If you had said it bluntly back then, he might have even gotten angry at you. So, what's the situation now? You continued to ask. As you can see, the whole studio is just an empty shell now. They hollowed out the studio together from the inside. My designs are gone. My shares are gone. Haha, and of course, my girlfriend is gone too. Chen Feng became despondent again. His body went completely limp. He tilted his head back to drink again. You frowned upon hearing this. I understand the girlfriend being gone. But how did your shares get swindled? I transferred the shares to Ruanqing. Chen Feng gave a sheepish smile. This kind of thing was indeed a bit stupid. But Ruanqing's acting was just too good. He was momentarily blinded by her. You let out a sigh in your heart. You could only stay with him in silence. In this state, nothing you said would have any effect. You had to wait until he was sober. After Chen Feng downed 2 more cans, he suddenly turned his head. Right, I haven't asked you yet. What's going on with you? That post online? Oh, it's a long story. So, let's not talk about it. All you need to know is that the old me was just a total jerk. Right, because of those things. I've completely cut off all those old messy affairs. You didn't want to bring it up again. You brushed it off simply. Chen Feng nodded and didn't pry. Instead, he patted you back on the shoulder. Then we're both in the same boat now. Nonsense. You immediately got defensive. I'm not like you. Your sister-in-law and I are fine, and I have a precious daughter. Life couldn't be more comfortable. Damn it. Are you here to comfort me or to kick me while I'm down? Chen Feng felt the sting of your words. He hung his head and took another sip. But because you were there by his side, his state of mind was clearly a bit better than before. Old Huo, if I had your talent, and were as handsome as you, maybe she wouldn't have abandoned me, and she wouldn't have put on an act for so long. Thinking about it now, sometimes I really want to laugh. Good thing she could stand me for so long. Looking at Chen Feng's dejected state, he didn't quite understand. Feng, is it really necessary to be this sad? Chen Feng glanced at you sideways. He suddenly asked, what do you think? We've known each other for 2 years. We dated for almost 1.5 years. I truly loved her. Old Huo, let me ask you. If Vanessa Liu left you one day, wouldn't you be heartbroken? You frowned. You had never thought about that question. You thought about it carefully. You replied somewhat uncertainly, I probably would. After all, ever since you crossed over, you had been living for them. Chen Feng saw your frowning, hesitant look. He suddenly punched you in the shoulder. Damn it. Is that even something you need to hesitate about? Old Huo, do you even understand what love is? You suddenly fell into a daze, lost in thought. You had always been a bachelor in your past life. How could you understand what love is? What is love? Do I really love Vanessa Liu? You asked yourself silently in your heart. Damn it, does that even require thinking? Just think about love for a second. Who is the first person who pops into your head? Well, there's your answer. Chen Feng slapped your shoulder again. He was completely speechless. He had asked you to comfort him, but now it was him trying to enlighten you. Snapping out of it from that slap, you suddenly realized, damn, you really were overthinking it. You were someone who had never been in love. Faced with this kind of question for the first time, you couldn't help but ponder on it. Did you love Vanessa Liu? You did. From the start, you only wanted to make it up to her and the child, but later you felt that living like this was actually pretty good. Then to the later physical attraction, and finally to the small interactions in daily life, it all made him slowly fall in love with her. Ting Yaohuo was an earnest person by nature. What could truly move him were never those grand, earth-shattering events, but rather the simple, ordinary things. Just as Chen Feng had said, when you think of the word love, who is the first person who pops into your head? That's the person. Ting Yaohuo grinned and let out a silly laugh. Chen Feng felt a sharp sting in his heart. He had somehow been force-fed a mouthful of PDA out of nowhere, and at his most miserable moment, no less. Truly, a best friend knows exactly how to get under your skin. Chen Feng only felt that the depression in his heart was instantly diluted by a lot. He just wanted to jump up and beat this guy to a pulp. But I'm guessing Ruanqing doesn't know about your background, right? Ting Yaohuo quickly changed the subject. However, this topic clearly made Chen Feng even more despondent. He shook his head. No. I always thought she was a good girl. Who wouldn't care about those things? I just didn't expect. Ting Yaohuo's mouth twitched involuntarily. What good girl would act like this? Isn't this that domestic abuser from the internet? Chen Feng, Ruanqing was right to leave you. To think you'd keep this kind of company. Just as Ting Yaohuo was about to speak, a voice suddenly rang out from the studio entrance. Chen Feng's expression instantly darkened. Ting Yaohuo turned to look. The newcomer was a fair-skinned, handsome man, but his face was so pale and delicate that Ting Yaohuo felt those people who used to call him a pretty boy were just committing complete slander. This guy was the true definition of a pretty boy. The woman beside him was naturally Ruanqing, whom Ting Yaohuo had met once before. She was still dressed in her anime style, but this time her makeup was much heavier than before. and she seemed a bit more seductive. Haha, who I make friends with is none of your damn business. Wang Jun, Ruan Qing. You actually have the nerve to come here? Is there anything left in this empty studio you haven't swindled yet? Chen Feng said angrily. Ting Yaohui finally realized that this pretty boy was Wang Jun. Chen Feng, don't be like this. We're doing this for your own good. Hearing Chen Feng's words, before Wang Jun could speak, Ruan Qing beside him spoke first. She put on an act of, I'm only thinking of you. Fuck, for my own good? You're fucking hilarious. I guess cheating on me is for my own good now? Chen Feng. Wang Jun and I have always liked each other. We had feelings for each other even before you came along. We just hadn't realized it then. Chen Feng. We didn't come here to argue with you today. It hurts me to see you giving up on yourself like this. Why don't you join our studio? With your talent, you'll definitely have a better future. Wang Jun, beside her, chimed in at this moment. That's right. At least we understand each other. You've pursued your anime dream for so long. You can't just let it go to waste like this, can you? Even if you and Qing Qing can't be together. Can't you still be friends? Ting Yaohuo couldn't help but want to laugh hearing this. If they put it that way, then who was cheating on whom? It was quite the show. He finally knew what two birds of a feather really meant. What a nest of snakes and rats looked like. What it meant to be a total slut while acting like a saint. These two people really brought those phrases to life perfectly. Chen Feng grew even more furious hearing their words. He pointed a finger at Wang Jun. Be friends with your damn mother. What else do you have besides that face of yours? The designs are mine. The money is mine. Even that woman beside you used to be mine. What the hell are you thinking? Asking me to join you again and be your friend? I, Chen Feng, don't have a habit of being a doormat. Wang Jun, opposite him, frowned. Clearly, Chen Feng's words hit a nerve. But he composed himself, still speaking with a smile. Don't get so worked up. All of those things belong to me now. His smile was smug beyond words. Seeing Chen Feng scramble up from the ground to attack, he was stopped by Ting Yaohuo. All right. If you can talk it out, try not to get physical. Wang Jun and Ruan Qing, right? Do you know who I am? Ting Yaohuo asked with a chuckle. His expression was incredibly gentle. Wang Jun sneered. Even though he wasn't in the industry, he still knew Ting Yaohuo's name. He was a regular on the trending lists, except that name was currently synonymous with trash. Yeah, I know, so what? The infamous domestic abuser? You, Chen Feng was about to lung forward again, but was once more stopped by Ting Yaohuo. Ting Yaohui nodded, still wearing a smile. This made Chen Feng feel quite frustrated. Ting Yaohuo stood in front of Chen Feng, and continued, Then you should also know that I'm a songwriter. Wang Jun and Ruan Qing both scoffed simultaneously. What did being a songwriter have to do with their anime world? In their field, Ting Yaohuo's status didn't mean a thing. Chen Feng also thought Ting Yaohuo was talking nonsense. Who here cares if you're a songwriter? Wang Jun looked at Ting Yaohuo playfully. What if I do? So what? Oh, then you definitely don't know that I know a bit about anime too, just like how I only know a bit about songwriting. Hearing this, Wang Jun suddenly had a bad feeling. He frowned, looking at the man with a confident smile, with a sharp gaze. But then he laughed and shook, his head tossing the stray thought aside. These were two completely different fields. Unless Ting Yaohuo was some kind of freak of nature, how could he possibly threaten him? Are you threatening me? Knowing a bit won't cut it. Ting Yaohuo suddenly stopped smiling. He looked at the other person with pity. Knowing a bit is enough. My bit of knowledge plus Chen Feng's professional expertise, will be more than enough to crush you two rookies. It won't be a problem at all. Wang Jun suddenly didn't want to talk to Ting Yaohuo anymore. This guy's words were always soft yet carried a sting. He was nothing like Chen Feng, who only knew how to work hard, and the thing he feared least was someone else working hard. So he decided to ignore Ting Yaohuo, and shifted his gaze back to Chen Feng. Chen Feng, have you thought it over? Are you going to join us? Or do you actually believe his nonsense? Ruan Qing also tried to persuade him from the side. Her eyes even showed a fake look of concern. That's right, Chen Feng. This really is a chance to fulfill your anime dream. Join us. And tomorrow will be even better. Chen Feng had calmed down by now. He took a step forward, standing beside Ting Yaohuo with a cold laugh. He ignored Wang Jun and looked straight at Ruan Qing. Ruan Qing, we were together for a year and a half. I never did anything to wrong you. I never even crossed the line in my behavior once. Since you've said all this today, fine, let me tell you about that friends thing. I'm not interested in being friends with dogs. Chen Feng then shifted his gaze to Wang Jun. And you, listen carefully. Ting Yaohuo is my brother. I believe in him. Are you even worthy of being compared to him? Chen Feng's words were sharp. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Jun and Ruan Qing's faces darkened. They glared at Ting Yaohuo and Chen Feng. They turned around to leave. But Ting Yaohuo and Chen Feng's voices still drifted after them from behind. Leaving so soon? I still have one more thing to say. There's an old saying back where I'm from, listen up. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Never look down on a poor young man. Now get lost. I'm not poor. I'm a rich kid. Wang Jun and Ruan Qing, who hadn't walked far yet, instantly had their faces turn bright red, particularly when you added that last line, making Ruan Qing's face look even more ghastly. Did you hear that? I'm a rich kid. Wang Jun and Ruan Qing left. They left in a very pathetic state. As soon as their figures disappeared, Chen Feng could no longer maintain his front. He slumped onto the ground, his expression filled with immense pain. Tears unconsciously streamed down his face. You knew he had been forcing himself to endure. After all, she was the girlfriend he'd been with for a year and a half. What happened just now was his absolute limit. Old Huo, I really loved her. Chen Feng cried out with a sob. You didn't know how to comfort him. Comforting people was truly a difficult task for you. You only knew how to use actions to support him. Seeing Chen Feng like this, you could only pat him on the shoulder and hand him a can of beer. Cry it out. Let's get wasted tonight and start over tomorrow. Show them that they're absolutely nothing without you. Chen Feng took the beer and downed another gulp. His face didn't turn red when he drank. He only turned paler and paler. Old Huo, it's not that easy to start over. It took me nearly 2 years to design that domestic animation. It's gone. Swindled away. How can I come up with another good concept in such a short time? The domestic animation market is struggling as it is. With the animation they took from me, even a pair of pigs could become a hit. You nodded. You knew Chen Feng's talent for creating animation was indeed very high. One could tell by how desperately those two tried to keep him. But when you said you knew a bit about animation earlier, you weren't just bragging. However, Chen Feng was clearly drunk now, and in no mood to think about such things. You decided to wait until tomorrow to talk about it. After speaking, Chen Feng went silent. He was just immersed in his sorrow, drinking beer can after can. You stayed by his side in silence, watching as even his hand holding the beer began to tremble. By the time Chen Feng was completely wasted, the city lights were already beginning to glow. You didn't know where he lived, so you could only drag him to the nearest hotel. Chen Feng was fairly cooperative, but he kept muttering about having loved, about liars and things like that. This made the hotel receptionist keep looking at the two of you with a strange gaze. It gave you quite a headache. You booked a twin room, threw Chen Feng onto the bed, and covered him with a quilt. You wiped the sweat from your forehead. One bad thing about this guy gaining weight is that it's all solid meat. He's heavy. You went to the bathroom to take a shower. You felt refreshed when you came out. Chen Feng was still muttering. You rolled your eyes at him and ignored him. You went back to your bed and took out your phone. There was a message on Instagram. It was from Vanessa Liu, sent earlier that afternoon. You hadn't seen it until now. How are things going? You gave a knowing smile. Nothing major. Almost done. Vanessa Liu should be asleep by this time, right? You were mistaken. The notification sound chimed in the next second. An instant reply? Was she constantly looking at her phone? Or had she been waiting for your message? In the Shanghai apartment, Vanessa Liu was holding Lily, who was already asleep. She looked at the message on her phone, her lips pursed slightly. She wondered what you had been busy with today. Only replying to her message now. Is my dear wife worried about me and staying up all this time? You quickly sent a reply. The smile on your face widening. I wasn't. I just happened to wake up and saw your message. Ha! Women always have such stubborn mouths. They're soft everywhere else. You smiled and said nothing more. Then my dear wife should go back to sleep. Barring any accidents, I'll be back tomorrow. Okay. A smile unconsciously appeared on Vanessa Liu's face as she typed the word. Right. Good night. Your message came through again. Vanessa Liu blinked her beautiful almond eyes. Good night. Vanessa Liu put down her phone. She finally slid into the quilt contentedly. She happily fell asleep while holding the sweet-smelling Lily. You also put down your phone and glanced at Chen Feng, who was sleeping like a log. Then you sighed. Found some paper and a pen and stayed up late to write. Early the next morning, you finished your morning run. When you returned with some buns and deep-fried dough sticks, Chen Feng finally woke up with swollen eyes. You shooed him off to wash up, and then the two of you ate breakfast. Chen Feng stuffed a bun into his mouth, looking at your large dark circles. He was a bit surprised. How could his eyes look even worse than his own swollen eyes after drinking? Did you go out and do something shady last night? Chen Feng asked in a low voice. You gritted your teeth and glared at Chen Feng. It was all because of you. Chen Feng was shocked. He hurriedly checked his own body. Feeling that nothing was out of the ordinary, he relaxed a bit, and then looked at you with a suspicious gaze. He even backed away slightly. Hey, old Huo, I like women. Go to hell. It was for your sake. Believe it or not, I'll tear up this animation script right now. This time, Chen Feng was even more shocked. His eyes widened, looking at the notebook in your hand. In disbelief. What animation? You mean, you wrote an animation concept overnight? Your expression remained unfriendly. Last night, for the sake of his animation, you had racked your brain until your head hurt. Partly it was for Chen Feng's sake, and partly, you wanted to go back sooner to be with Vanessa Liu and Lily. Take a guess. What else would I have been doing? Hey, don't be mad. Was everything you said yesterday true? Chen Feng still looked at you in surprise. You had said yesterday that, just like songwriting, you knew a bit about animation too. He had thought you were just saying it to annoy Wang Jun and Ruan Jing. He didn't expect that you would actually produce an animation script in one night. Of course, I never lie. This is just a rough outline, along with character descriptions. Once I get back, I'll slowly flesh it out for you. Actually, you had wanted to write it all out last night, but you didn't know the specifics of how animation screenplays worked, so you could only write down the rough outline and the personalities and designs of the main characters. Once you got back, you would search online to learn about animation scripts, and then give Chen Feng a complete one. You spoke while tossing the notebook into Chen Feng's lap. Chen Feng stared blankly at your dark circles. Feeling deeply moved, this was his brother. Although he didn't say much, he used his actual actions to show his heart. Chen Feng opened his mouth, but couldn't get a single word out. Then he lowered his head and opened the notebook, beginning to read it seriously. On the first page, a large title was written, Under One Person. Chen Feng was stunned. The domestic animation he designed was called Above All Beings. The one you gave him was called Under One Person. Was this a coincidence? He then turned to the second page. It told a story about a world of inhumans. Then Zhang Chulan appeared. He had always hidden himself carefully, until one day Sister Bauer appeared. From then on, he was chased by zombies, attacked by monsters, and caught up in troubles he had never seen before. Shameless Zhang Chulan, digging pits to bury people, Sister Bao, just as you had said. This was just a rough outline of character personalities and designs. But the more Chen Feng read, the more shocked he became. This was so much better than the one he had designed. Even just the rough outline had Chen Feng completely enthralled. This gripping plot with its twists and turns, these deeply memorable characters. He really wanted to crack open Ting Yaohui's skull right now, to see exactly how this guy's brain was put together. Chen Feng's hands began to tremble as he held the notebook. This was a damn goldmine. Chen Feng suddenly looked up at Ting Yaohui. His voice was shaking slightly. Oh, old Huo, did you really write this for me? Who else would I write it for? Ting Yaohui nodded calmly. In this world, he was the one who wrote Under One Person. In his original world, this smash hit, domestic animation was created by Mi Air, a legendary existence that once took the anime world by storm. He believed that, in this world, it could still radiate its own unique brilliance. Old Huo, do you know how much this is worth? And you're just giving it to me like this? A smile played on Ting Yaohui's face. Some things don't need to be said between brothers, just like Chen Feng. He obviously knew Ting Yaohui's starry radiance from the internet, but he had never brought it up once. He didn't care how famous Ting Yao had become. He only cared about the nasty rumors surrounding him online. What's up, Feng? Don't tell me you look down on it. If you don't want it, give it back. I'll just tear it up. Ting Yaohuo glanced at Chen Feng, speaking with a deliberate chuckle. He made a move as if to snatch the notebook back. No way. Once it's mine, it's mine. Chen Feng hurriedly shielded the notebook in his arms. Like a mother hen protecting her chick, Ting Yaohui burst out laughing. He patted Chen Feng on the shoulder. All right. A man's gotta look forward. We have an old saying, a blessing in disguise. You never know when bad luck will turn out to be good. Feng, what do you plan to do next? Chen Feng looked at the smiling Ting Yaohuo, and he suddenly smiled too, although he didn't know why Ting Yaohuo had changed so much so suddenly. With all these profound sayings, writing songs and now writing animation scripts, he didn't really care about any of that. What he cared about was that with one phone call, Ting Yaohuo would rush over no matter the distance. That was the kind of friendship that mattered. Old Huo, I won't let this animation go to waste. I plan to find some people and get this studio up and running again. I'll make the name Under One Person echo through the anime world. Hearing Chen Feng's words, a look of gratification appeared in Ting Yaohuo's eyes. He didn't care what Chen Feng actually made of this animation. Seeing Chen Feng regain his confidence was enough for him. Then you better keep your eyes peeled when you hire people this time. Haha, Ting Yaohuo teased. Chen Feng scratched his head awkwardly. I won't make that mistake again. There's no way I'm falling into the same trap twice. Trust me, the people I find this time will be real professionals. I won't nag you anymore then. Wait for me to get back, and I'll finish the full design and send it to you. Go for it, young man. The two looked at each other and burst into laughter. After that, Ting Yaohuo didn't linger in Riverside. Chen Feng also began to busy himself. He was going to swallow his pride and ask his family for investment, then start headhunting talent. At 1:30 p.m., Ting Yaohuo arrived back in Shanghai right on time. Tomorrow, Vanessa Liu would compete in the top 8-4 match. She had been busy practicing her new song these past 2 days. When Ting Yaohuo arrived at the apartment, only Sister Yun was home with little Lily. Little Lily hadn't seen her father for 2 days. Seeing him so suddenly now, she lunged into Ting Yaohuo's arms at lightning speed. Ting Yaohuo scooped her up, then nodded to Sister Yun in greeting. Sister Yun, is your mother doing okay? Sister Yun looked at Ting Yaohuo with a complex expression, nodding back. The final surgery was very successful. She's currently in recovery. The nanny is also taking good care of her. Regarding this matter, Sister Yun felt a deep sense of gratitude toward Ting Yaohuo. Moreover, Vanessa Liu was also very good to her. Vanessa Liu had decided that for all future events, she would give Sister Yun 10% of the song royalties. Lily was also given 10%. Therefore, Sister Yun's feelings toward Ting Yaohuo were quite complicated. He had helped her, and he was being very good to Vanessa Liu now. Yet he had bullied Vanessa Liu in the past. Ting Yaohuo, however, didn't think too much about it. He nodded at Sister Yun's words. That's good. Then I'll have to trouble you, Sister Yun, to look after Vanessa Liu more in the future. That's only natural. Sister Yun waved her hand. Even without this help, she would still have taken good care of Vanessa Liu, but Sister Yun could understand. After all, since Ting Yaohuo was Vanessa Liu's husband, it was only right for him to say this. After a moment of thought, Sister Yun continued, Vanessa is at the company practicing her song right now. Why don't you go take a look? If she knew you were back, she'd definitely be happy. Sister Yun had noticed long ago that since Ting Yaohuo left yesterday, Vanessa Liu had been staring at her phone from time to time. Ting Yaohuo's eyes lit up at the suggestion. A surprise visit? He liked that. Besides, he could take the chance to hear his dear wife's heavenly voice again. Ting Yaohuo agreed without hesitation. The three of them headed toward Soundwave Entertainment. Meanwhile, online, the netizens were still waiting in vain for any news from Ting Yaohuo. Even the victim, Vanessa Liu, had remained silent. Everyone began to speculate whether Vanessa Liu was currently discussing divorce with Ting Yaohuo. After all, given the current exposure and public pressure, things were very much in Vanessa Liu's favor. Whether she was being controlled or whatever, she could use this incident to rid herself of Ting Yaohuo. Some busybody netizens had even specifically formed a condemnation group to denounce Ting Yaohuo and support Vanessa Liu. The group was updated every day with the latest developments. The latest news in the group was that someone had seen Vanessa Liu at Soundwave Entertainment with only a small assistant by her side. Ting Yaohuo's TikTok comments were still a sea of insults. And right at that moment, Vanessa Liu's Twitter suddenly updated with a pinned post. The first netizen to notice this Twitter post jumped in surprise. He was a member of the condemnation group. Without even having time to read it himself, he immediately rushed back to the group to report the latest news. Guys, big news. Vanessa Liu's Twitter just updated. There should finally be a result. This news acted like a giant wave crashing onto the shore. Everyone got excited and started calling out to their friends. Some even started spamming Ting Yaohuo's TikTok. Various entertainment media hiding in the group also sensed that this would be another hot topic. They immediately began publishing all sorts of news reports. After waiting more than a day for information, one of the parties involved had finally spoken. In an instant, countless people flocked to Vanessa Liu's Twitter account. However, when they clicked on the pinned post, the two formal-sounding sentences inside left them completely dumbfounded. To have met a good man in this life. How truly fortunate I am. When a gentleman corrects his mistakes, I'll respect him. My heart feels the same. At this, the netizens realized that they recognized every single word. But when put together, they were completely lost. They had been denouncing him for so long only for the victim to hit them with this. In an instant, the netizens' hearts began to ache. It felt as if they had been backstabbed. They couldn't even believe that Vanessa Liu was the one who sent this. They naturally understood the meaning of those two sentences, which was exactly why their minds were collectively blown. In an instant, a tidal wave of comments flooded the bottom of the Twitter post. Almost everyone was starting to suspect that this might be Ting Yaohuo controlling Vanessa Liu's Twitter account. However, they had no way of getting an answer right now, so they could only keep posting under the tweet. I don't believe it. The netizens were at their wits' end. They could only wait for tomorrow's new song gala. By then, the truth would finally come to light. They intended to ask Vanessa Liu personally at the venue whether all of this was true. Ting Yaohuo and Sister Yoon brought Lily along, and when they arrived at Soundwave Entertainment, it hadn't been long since Vanessa Liu had posted on Twitter. She was currently practicing her song in the recording studio. She had spent a long time thinking about that tweet before posting it. Originally, she hadn't planned on paying attention to the online drama, but when she saw those people constantly hurling insults at Ting Yaohuo, she couldn't control her urge to defend him. Her face had stayed flushed for a long time after posting. Those bold words were the greatest display of her loyalty, but once it was sent out, her mood had clearly improved a lot. Even her singing felt much more natural. Ting Yaohuo carried little Lily, and Sister Yoon guided them to the elevator, heading straight for the 11th floor. This entire floor was dedicated to recording studios, and there was a high probability Vanessa Liu was here. They didn't call to tell Vanessa Liu beforehand, because they wanted to give her a surprise. Upon arriving on the 11th floor, before Ting Yaohuo and the others could find Vanessa Liu, they happened to bump into Chengdi as she was exiting a studio. When she saw Ting Yaohuo and little Lily, her eyes visibly lit up. This was the first time Chengdi had seen Ting Yaohuo in person. Her first impression was that he looked very kind, nothing like the malicious person described online. She was one of the very first fans of Starry Radiance, back when his account wasn't completely famous yet, and she heard the song A Lifetime With You, that mysterious vibe of Starry Radiance holding a guitar, without showing his face, had deeply attracted her. Furthermore, she particularly longed for the kind of love in that song. How many people have adored your youthful face, but who is willing to endure the merciless changes of time? Chengdi had always felt that whoever could write and sing a song like that must be an incredibly romantic person. From then on, she had been quietly following Starry Radiance. Although she never believed the rumors exposed online this time, she had still been keeping a close eye on everything. As for the Twitter post Vanessa Liu had sent, she saw it immediately and felt so envious. She envied the two of them for having the kind of love people could only dream of. One had revealed his talent for his wife and come to Shanghai alone, and the other was so fortunate to have met a good man, bravely speaking up for love. She wanted a sweet romance like that too. Ting Yaohuo also noticed the girl who had suddenly stopped, a girl with a sweet appearance. He recognized her as well. Chengdi, one of the favorites to win this new song gala. He gave her a friendly smile and a nod. Then he prepared to keep walking while carrying Lily. You're here to see Vanessa Liu, aren't you? She's in the second studio on the left just ahead. Chengdi suddenly spoke up at that moment. Ting Yaohuo turned back toward Chengdi with curiosity. This young girl, whom he had never officially met, was wearing a long, light yellow dress, and she exuded a vibrant, lively aura. Thank you, Ting Yaohuo said in gratitude. He was about to turn and keep going, but unexpectedly, Chengdi spoke again. Starry Radiance. Could I have your autograph? I'm a fan of yours. Chengdi was a bit shy, and her voice even began to stammer. The way she acted was exactly like a young girl meeting her idol. Ting Yaohuo was a bit surprised. His current reputation on the internet could only be described as terrible. He hadn't expected this famous young girl to openly admit to being his fan. Ting Yaohuo couldn't help but have a slightly better impression of Chengdi. He smiled as he sat little Lily down, taking her tiny hand as he walked up to Chengdi. Sure, I didn't think I'd still have fans at a time like this, especially a great singer like you. Hearing Ting Yaohuo say that, Chengdi's face turned a rosy pink. She stuck out her tongue adorably, and then actually produced a notebook from her bag, handing it to Ting Yaohuo. Hello, Starry Radiance. My name is Chengdi. Please sign in this notebook. I really love those songs of yours. Alright, Chengdi, and thank you for the support. As Ting Yaohuo took the notebook, he saw that everything recorded in it was actually the songs he had written. Ting Yaohuo rubbed his nose awkwardly, then signed his stage name, Starry Radiance. He handed the notebook back to Chengdi. He hadn't expected Chengdi to be such a dedicated fan. Ting Yaohuo felt a bit out of his element. Hee, you can just call me Dai. Chengdi happily took back her notebook. looking at the signature on it, with pure joy. Dai, what are you doing? Suddenly, a male voice came from the direction of the elevator. Ting Yaohuo's gaze shifted past Chengdi to see a refined man wearing gold-rimmed glasses who was walking over with a frown. Nothing, Chengdi said, hurriedly putting away her notebook. She spoke obediently to the refined man. Uncle, what are you doing here? The newcomer was Yin Ping. Yin Ping walked up to the group, and naturally he saw Ting Yaohuo as well. His expression turned cold. He grabbed Chengdi's arm, leading her toward the elevator. As they walked, he continued, to lecture Chengdi, your mom asked me to bring you some things. Also, don't just go running up to anyone you run into. Do you hear me? I know. Chengdi nodded repeatedly to humor her uncle, while secretly turning back to stick her tongue out at Ting Yaohuo. Ting Yaohuo was completely baffled. He had no idea how he had offended this man. However, it was only a minor interlude. Ting Yaohuo shook his head without making a sound, turning to walk toward the studio where Vanessa Liu was. Ting Yaohuo knocked on the door, and Lei Shen was the one who opened it. She was visibly surprised when she saw Ting Yaohuo. She was just about to shout to Vanessa Liu practicing inside, but Ting Yaohuo signaled her to be quiet. Lei Shen understood instantly, and immediately shut her mouth. Ting Yaohuo led little Lily quietly inside. Sister Yun closed the door behind them, standing at the entrance with Lei Shen, looking inside. This wasn't the first time Ting Yaohuo had heard Vanessa Liu sing, but no matter how many times he watched her, Ting Yaohuo felt she was incredibly earnest toward her music. That serious, focused look of hers was breathtaking. Vanessa Liu was so concentrated on her singing that she hadn't noticed at all that Ting Yaohuo and little Lily were standing outside. A smile curved on Ting Yaohuo's lips. Didn't this song with the backing track sound even better coming from Vanessa Liu? Little Lily leaned against Ting Yaohuo's leg, her big eyes fixed intently on her mother. In her childish innocence, she also really loved her mother's confident appearance. When Vanessa Liu was singing, she was like a different person. That charm radiating from her very core made it impossible not to be captivated. When Vanessa Liu finished the song and habitually turned her head to look outside, she saw the figures of Ting Yaohuo and little Lily. Her eyes couldn't help but widen, and she was frozen in sheer shock. Ting Yaohuo had a gentle smile on his face. Little Lily's almond eyes curved into crescents. That smile was so bright that it seemed to light up the entire room. Seeing this heartwarming scene, Vanessa Liu suddenly smiled. Standing there like a blossoming flower as she walked over, she said softly, "You're back." Beads of sweat dotted the tip of Vanessa Liu's nose, making her look especially playful and lively. This was how a woman in her 20s should look. Ting Yaohuo nodded, with an irrepressible smile in his eyes. "Yeah, are you surprised, my dear wife?" Vanessa Liu's face instantly turned a rosy red. She saw Lei Shen and Sister Yun by the door, giggling behind their hands. How could he be like this? With other people around, calling her dear wife like that. Vanessa Liu lowered her head and stopped looking at him, instead picking up little Lily. But her translucent, reddened earlobes and the lingering smile on her face betrayed her true thoughts. Ting Yaohuo suddenly appearing before her was indeed a wonderful surprise. The next day, the highly anticipated second episode of the New Song Gala arrived as scheduled. The height from the first episode of the New Song Gala had already reached incredible heights because of Vanessa Liu's The Wind Rises, reaching an astronomical level. And this episode, because of the incident involving Ting Yaohuo, resulted in several more platforms partnering with the New Song Gala to live stream the competition. Sure enough, starting from early morning, countless netizens were camped out in the various live stream rooms, waiting for the competition to begin. In front of the Shanghai Stadium, a massive crowd had long since gathered. Most of them were just there for the drama, including many members of the Vanessa Liu support group. Others were mainstream entertainment media outlets, all wanting to get the first-hand scoop, so they arrived at the venue early. From this, it was clear that this session of the New Song Gala was a grand event brought about by one man's controversy. By 8:30 p.m., when the official livestream room opened and the various platform broadcasts went live, countless comments flooded the screens of every livestream. The director of the New Song Gala, Ren Chao, seeing the dense wall of comments, couldn't stop grinning. No matter if Ting Yaohuo's fame was good or bad, the buzz he generated was real. For Ren Chao, this was fantastic news, but at the same time he desperately hoped that nothing would go wrong. Between Ting Yaohuo and Vanessa Liu, it would be so much better if they stayed a happy couple. As long as there were no issues between them, then for the next episode and the one after that, Vanessa Liu's presence would mean Ting Yaohui was involved, and Ting Yaohui's involvement meant guaranteed traffic. After all, the difference between a one-time feast and being fed every day was something Ren Chao understood perfectly, so he was truly praying that Vanessa Liu and Ting Yaohui would stay on good terms. Inside the Shanghai Stadium, the stage was much more grand than last time. The production team had made money, so they were more willing to invest in the venue. Ting Yaohui and Little Lily were both wearing masks this time, quietly entering the venue with the crowd. The ceiling of the stadium had been turned into a starry sky, with a galaxy falling from the heavens, straight onto the stage. It was like a deep, starry sky on a summer night, hanging right over their heads. It was mysterious and mesmerizing, and the host for this episode was the famous presenter Cheryl Chen. Dressed in formal attire, she slowly walked onto the stage as if stepping through the stars. Welcome everyone to the New Song Gala. I am your host, Cheryl Chen. I am very happy to meet everyone on this grand program. Our competition has now reached its second episode. Of the original 16 contestants, only 8 remain on this stage. And today, another 4 singers will be leaving us. Such is the cruelty of competition, but also its charm. At this very moment, I believe the audience here and those in the live stream are all feeling incredibly nervous. Everyone is hoping that their favorite contestant will successfully advance. So, without further ado, let's take a look at the big screen, at the profiles of our 8 contestants. As Cheryl Chen finished speaking, she turned her graceful figure toward the big screen. The profiles of the 8 contestants appeared one by one. Once the final profile was shown, Cheryl Chen turned back and spoke into the microphone. All right, we have finished viewing the profiles of our 8 contestants. Now, please welcome our 4 mentors to the stage. The galaxy on stage suddenly split into 4 paths. The 4 mentors, bathed in the light of the galaxy, appeared one after another. As they made their entrance, each sang their most famous song. After the last mentor finished singing, they all waved to the audience. Thunderous cheers erupted from the crowd, along with applause and whistles. Amidst the audience's cheers, the 4 mentors walked to the judging panel one by one and took their seats. Cheryl Chen looked at the mentors with a smile, and then raised the microphone again. Backstage, Vanessa Liu was already in position. She was wearing a mask, and had slipped in quietly through the staff entrance. There were simply too many people out front, and many were holding up signs with her name. She felt a bit overwhelmed, especially when she saw that some people were holding signs against Ting Yaohui, signs protesting domestic violence. It was painful for her to see. She didn't know if Ting Yaohui could see them, and she worried he would be sad if he did. Ting Yaohui, of course, saw them. He wasn't blind. Those massive signs were a real eyesore. But instead of being upset, he felt nothing. It didn't matter as long as it wasn't Vanessa Liu or Lily. No one else could get under his skin. Besides, those were things the old Ting Yaohui had done. What did they have to do with the current him? After making peace with Vanessa Liu, he had long since moved past it. Ting Yaohui shifted his gaze to the stage. The matchups for today's competition had already been randomly assigned by the audience. Vanessa Liu was scheduled for the second match today. Her opponent was Xiao Feibai from Prime Entertainment, who was also a favorite to win. It was as if destiny had deliberately arranged for Vanessa Liu to have to overcome every obstacle and defeat every champion to win. She had faced formidable opponents 2 matches in a row. In the last match, if Crystal Zhang's spirit hadn't broken, meaning she only performed at 40% of her true ability, she wouldn't have lost so miserably. Backstage, Xiao Feibai had also received the news. His face looked sickly, and he was incredibly surprised. Among all these contestants, the one he least wanted to face was Vanessa Liu. There was a bug behind this woman, a man who was a walking trending topic. Fortunately, that man's image had collapsed this time. Plus, no one knew what was going on. Between Vanessa Liu and Ting Yaohui, he wondered if Ting Yaohui had written the song again. Thinking about this made Xiao Feibai feel much better. He acknowledged Vanessa Liu's vocal skill, but his own singing wasn't inferior to hers. Unless Ting Yaohui stepped in again to write another masterpiece, Xiao Feibai believed he still had a fighting chance. The first match was between Chengdi and her opponent, the last remaining singer from Sky Beauty Entertainment. Chengdi's voice was very different from Vanessa Liu's. Her voice was naturally sweet, which, combined with her petite frame and her cute baby face, was perfect for singing sweet pop songs, melting the hearts of the audience below. This was also the first time Ting Yaohui had heard her sing. In the last match, Vanessa Liu had been the first to perform. Ting Yaohui had left the venue as soon as she finished. This time, however, he got to hear Chengdi's song. He nodded. The song was indeed quite good. It suited Changdi perfectly. His little fan's vocal skills were certainly impressive. No wonder she was a favorite to win, and her opponent's skill wasn't even as good as Crystal Zhang's. Naturally, the opponent lost to Changdi in this round. For the second match, Vanessa Liu once again took the stage first. Today, she was wearing a crisp white shirt, paired with a floral skirt. It was simple and clean. Her hair was styled in a cute, simple bun. Compared to her look last time, this outfit made her look even more youthful and radiant. As she stood gracefully on the stage, it was as if everyone was looking at a young girl brimming with vitality. Vanessa Liu immediately used her eyes to search for Ting Yaohuo and Little Lily. When she saw them waving their hands, the corners of her mouth curved up slightly. The spotlight hit her face, and her smile was absolutely breathtaking. She looked stunning enough to stop a heart, leaving Ting Yaohuo staring in a daze. Before the song could even start, someone in the audience suddenly shouted, "Vanessa Liu, was that Twitter post really from you? Vanessa, do you really love Ting Yaohuo? Or is he coercing you?" In an instant, a wave of commotion rose through the venue. Vanessa Liu gripped the microphone, looking at Ting Yaohuo below. She suddenly thought of the first time she saw him after his change. The purity in his eyes, the clarity, and that hint of tenderness. At that thought, Vanessa Liu's almond eyes grew even brighter. Then, with a smile in her eyes, she raised the microphone and announced loudly to the audience below, and to the viewers in the live stream, "I love him. I love Ting Yaohuo. He's wonderful." For some people, some kinds of love are simply destiny. Amidst the shimmering galaxy on stage, her gaze pierced through the crowd. To lock on to Ting Yaohuo's eyes, Ting Yaohuo felt a bit dazed, as if he were seeing an ethereal goddess across a celestial river, looking back at him from afar. Destiny, and how could it be anything else? Ting Yaohuo felt this most deeply of all. It was destiny that he had crossed over to meet her, and to fall in love with her. Because of Vanessa Liu's words, the venue suddenly became so quiet you could hear a pin drop. She said it was destiny. The smile and happiness in her eyes were things that simply couldn't be faked. She truly loved him, and she truly felt happy. That was the only reason she could say such things. Whether it was the audience in the stadium or the viewers in the live stream, everyone fell silent at that moment. This kind of joy overflowing from the screen wasn't something a long-term victim of domestic abuse could ever pretend to have. Just then, the music began to play softly. On the big screen behind the stage, the title of the song, Courage, slowly appeared. Lyrics by Ting Yaohuo, music by Vanessa Liu, performed by Vanessa Liu, a song they had created together. As the intro to Courage played, people instinctively sank into the music, slowly feeling the melody's resonance. Vanessa Liu raised the microphone, her eyes still fixed on Ting Yaohuo. This song was her way of telling Ting Yaohuo, "I finally have the courage to love you now." The intro ended, and Vanessa Liu's voice rang out softly, as if she were telling a simple, everyday story. "I finally made this decision, ignoring whatever others might say. As long as you are just as willing, I'll follow you to the ends of the earth. I know it hasn't been easy. My heart keeps rehearsing to convince itself. What I fear most is you suddenly giving up." Man, whether it was the audience at the venue or the viewers in the live stream, everyone was completely floored at this moment. This was a blatant, naked confession, wasn't it? They were literally rubbing the PDA in everyone's faces. And after all that, people still said she was miserable, victim of abuse? Give me a break. If this is what misery looks like, then, as a single guy, I'd like a taste of that misery too. At that moment, Gao Cheng and Shubin were also watching the stream. Their faces were ashen, looking as miserable as if they had swallowed 100 dead rats. Why? They just wanted to know why. Ting Yaohuo treated you like that in the past. Yet you aren't even angry? And you're out here confessing your love? Fortunately, Crystal Zhang is already away now, and couldn't see this scene. Otherwise, she would have had a total breakdown and died on the spot. The next moment, something even more mind-blowing came. It really takes courage to face the gossip and rumors. Just one look of certainty from you makes my love meaningful. Listen to that. Is that even fair? The netizens were collectively coughing up blood. So basically, we're all just the creators of gossip and rumors. Fine, you're very courageous. We give up. We won't bash him anymore. She only needs one look to be certain of her love. The actual person involved has come out to support Ting Yaohuo unconditionally. Why are we, the random bystanders even, worrying about it? Backstage in the control room, Ren Chao's grin had practically reached his ears. Another classic masterpiece. And most importantly, the relationship between Vanessa Liu and Ting Yaohuo was still solid. Ren Chao was relieved. In fact, he was over the moon. To him, Vanessa Liu was a total goldmine, and a big treasure with a heavy hitter behind her at that. On stage, Vanessa Liu's voice continued to soar. The unwavering courage in her singing made everyone finally understand exactly what she meant. We both need courage to believe we'll be together. In a crowded world, I can feel your heart in the palm of my hand. Your true heart. Got it, we get it. Please stop the show-off. We were wrong. We thought today would be a roast session, but it turned into a PDA night. I'm so done. But this song is seriously good. Ugh, I'm totally in love with it. What do? I want to forgive Starry Radiance too. If I don't have his songs to listen to, how will I live? Forgive him. We have to forgive him. Vanessa Liu herself has stood up and spoken out. What are we still hung up on? You guys are just going to forgive someone like him? No way, right? No way? What's with the person above? Why are you still popping off? Are you the one involved? Who gave you the courage? Vanessa Liu? Haha, I'm dying. Vanessa Liu gave him the courage. But seriously, this song is beautiful. It really makes me think of the past. It's a shame back then. If I could have been as courageous as Vanessa Liu, the ending might have been different. Love is so hard to express. To have that kind of courage is such a rare and precious thing. May those who bravely pursue love be happy forever. The comments online gradually began to calm down as Vanessa Liu sang the song. The netizens still felt a bit awkward, but the woman herself was head over heels in love, even rubbing the PDA in their faces. What else could they, the bystanders, say? Is the audience supposed to get more worked up than the person involved? They didn't have that kind of weird hobby. Vanessa Liu's declaration of love and the song Courage completely won the audience over. It wasn't just because of the great song, but also because of her fearless bravery. Backstage, Xiao Feibai's face was the color of a wet rag. He didn't have an ounce of courage left in his heart right now. Truly, whatever you fear most is what happens. He had been praying that Ting Yaohuo hadn't written a song for her. Now look at this. They collaborated on a song together. If it were just that the song was good, he could accept it. That way, he might have stood a chance. But the issue now is not just a good song. It's that this song is way too fitting for the moment. It's a track clearly composed for this exact situation. It perfectly matches Vanessa Liu's current emotions. One song, a lifelong declaration. It directly transformed tonight's competition arena into a night of romantic PDA. How are you supposed to win against that? Xiao Feibai gave a wry smile and shook his head. The song he prepared was slightly weaker than Courage, and the atmosphere at the venue was even worse. His emotional delivery couldn't be more focused than Vanessa's. Only his vocal technique could even hope to rival hers. Even before the match concluded, Xiao Feibai already knew the result. By now, Vanessa Liu had finished her performance. She bowed to the audience and the mentors before slowly making her way off stage. It wasn't until the music ended that everyone realized the song was over. They had just been completely lost in the feelings the song evoked and hadn't yet snapped out of it. Vanessa Liu's figure had already vanished from the stage. When a sudden explosion of warm applause erupted, they all admired Vanessa Liu. A person who has the courage to pursue love deserves their support. It was Xiao Feibai's turn to perform. He quickly composed his feelings. No matter what, he had to give it his all. This was independent of everything else. It was the professional integrity a singer owes to a song. Xiao Feibai truly proved why he was a top contender. The moment the music began, he entered the zone immediately. His voice was excellent, crisp and bright. He sang a cheerful song. The atmosphere at the venue naturally heated up as audience members waved their glow sticks, swaying rhythmically to the upbeat tempo. The mentors on stage all looked on with approval. Although this song couldn't compare to Courage, the fact that he could perform so brilliantly right after Vanessa Liu's act was already quite impressive. At least compared to the other favorite, Crystal Zhang, who competed in the last round, it was significantly better. Xiao Feibai's fans felt a slight tinge of regret. They knew their idol had done his best. After all, there was only one Starry Radiance in the world. Not everyone can produce such high-quality work in such a short amount of time. Ting Yaohuo, in the stands, was also listening intently to his performance. Even though he was an opponent, music has no boundaries. Good music should be treated with the seriousness it deserves. The results were no surprise. While it wasn't a total shutout, like in the first round, where the opponent received 0 votes, Vanessa Liu still won easily this time, with a 4-1 score. Xiao Feibai's lone vote was a courtesy vote from a mentor who favored his voice and his serious attitude. It was a sympathy vote. Xiao Feibai accepted this gracefully. He had long anticipated this outcome. It simply came down to a gap in skill. He would just have to work harder in the future. The second episode of the new song Gala drew to a close at 11:30 p.m. Vanessa Liu, Cheng Di, Miao Anyun, and a contestant named Wang Chen from a small label all successfully advanced to the top 4. Besides the 2 dark horses, Vanessa Liu and Wang Chen, the other 2 were previous favorites to win. This caused the audience's enthusiasm for the gala to surge. After all, matches with dark horses are more fun. The battle for the championship would be full of surprises. Now, the online clamor for Vanessa Liu to win was growing louder. 2 consecutive songs had proven her individual talent and demonstrated Starry Radiance's insane composition skills. If these 2 weren't a couple, the netizens wouldn't buy it for a second. Originally, netizens had felt that Vanessa Liu wasn't worthy of Ting Yaohuo. He was Starry Radiance after all. How did Vanessa Liu deserve to be favored by him and have him write songs for her? But gradually, everyone realized that things were not as simple as they thought. Especially after this session of the new song gala ended, netizens suddenly felt that they had been completely wrong before. It wasn't that Vanessa Liu didn't deserve Ting Yaohuo. It was that Ting Yaohuo didn't deserve Vanessa Liu. Anyone would treasure a goddess like her. So, after the new song gala concluded, a post regarding this topic once again shot up to the top of the trending list. Ting Yaohuo's self-redemption comes from the courage given by Vanessa Liu. The point of the post was simple. Ting Yaohuo, the only reason we've forgiven you is entirely because you have such a good wife. Be grateful. Right at this moment, Soundwave Entertainment didn't want to miss out and jumped on the trending topic, posting a tweet and tagging Vanessa Liu. Congrats to our Vanessa Liu and Cheng Di for making the top 4. Also, we'd like to clarify to everyone that Ting Yaohuo is not as terrible as rumored. His relationship with Vanessa Liu is a mutual effort. The reason Vanessa Liu was able to sign with us is entirely due to Ting Yaohuo's efforts. When he came to Shanghai alone to work on her behalf, only then did the netizens realize that the 2 of them were actually a mutually supportive power couple. Totally shipping this. This kind of relationship is too perfect. Everyone expressed their envy. A mutual love is naturally heartwarming, and as a match made in heaven, everyone loved them even more. Before, the admin of the Vanessa Liu support group and the Ting Yaohui group had, after the match, silently changed the group name to the Vanessa Liu and Ting Yaohuo CP group. People in the group began chatting unconsciously. Those 2 better stay together forever. I'm shipping this so hard. Don't worry. I don't think Starry Radiance is the type to be ungrateful. If they ever dare to break up, I'll be the first to raid Ting Yao's TikTok. Actually, I'm a fan of Lily Huo. Haha. I really want a daughter like her too. Right, I almost forgot if you hadn't mentioned it. Compared to Ting Yaohuo, Lily is our favorite little princess. Paha, you fake fan. You just said you forgot. The group admin lurked silently, watching the members chat enthusiastically, and then smack their forehead. The group name was changed again. Vanessa and Lily and Ting Yao. Family support group. Don't ask why Ting Yao was listed last. In this family, he's clearly the ugliest one by comparison. Oh, right. And he's totally asking for it. When Vanessa Liu came out from backstage, only Ting Yaohuo was outside waiting for her. Vanessa Liu blinked, wondering where Lele and the others had gone. Even Lily had been taken away. And Ting Yaohuo's intense gaze made her feel a bit warm. However bold she had been on stage earlier, Vanessa Liu was just as shy now. She lowered her head, a small smile playing on her pursed lips, her rosy face turning even more crimson. Vanessa Liu stared at her toes, not daring to look at him again. This man had no shame, even on the street. Who stares at a girl like that? Ting Yaohuo didn't sense anything improper at all. Looking at his own wife, not even a god could stop him. He just felt that. What Vanessa Liu said today about destiny had touched his very soul. It was destiny that he crossed over to love her. Vanessa Liu couldn't handle Ting Yaohuo's fiery gaze any longer. She looked up and glared at him. With that one look, Ting Yaohui hurriedly took a step back, awkwardly rubbing his nose. That one charming look was absolutely lethal. Seeing Ting Yaohuo like this, Vanessa Liu burst into a fit of giggles. She rolled her eyes and asked, "Where's Lily?" Lily and Sister Yun took her back home. Ting Yaohuo gave an embarrassed smile. He didn't know why, but he suddenly wanted some alone time with Vanessa Liu. When he was alone with her, his heart felt incredibly at peace. Vanessa Liu gave a soft, The blush on her cheeks hadn't faded at all. She clearly understood Ting Yaohuo's intentions. This shy, young womanly look of hers was beyond enticing. Either way, Ting Yaohuo was completely smitten. Ting Yaohuo took a deep breath. Finally managing to calm his racing heart, he took the initiative to step forward, taking Vanessa Liu's warm little hand as they walked ahead. The two of them walked quietly under the streetlights like that. Their shadows stretched long on the pavement as they strolled. In this moment, their hearts felt exceptionally close. Grr! As they walked along, the quiet atmosphere between them was suddenly broken by a sound. Vanessa Liu's slightly pursed lips parted in surprise. She looked down at her stomach in disbelief. Her stomach had chosen this exact moment to grumble, making Vanessa Liu wish she could find a hole to crawl into. This was so embarrassing. Vanessa Liu lowered her head, her face turning a deep shade of crimson. Ting Yaohuo burst out laughing. His laughter echoed loudly through the night air. Not until Vanessa Liu began squeezing his hand harder and harder did Ting Yaohuo finally stifle his laughter. He looked at Vanessa Liu with bright eyes. A Vanessa Liu like this was her most authentic self. Hee, I'm hungry too. Let's go grab some late-night snacks. Vanessa Liu didn't say a word. She simply gave a gentle nod. And then, with Ting Yaohuo still holding her hand, they headed toward a nearby snack street. At the end of summer, the night markets are very lively, especially a snack street like this one. The narrow street was packed with people. The aromas of various snacks wafted through the air, making both their mouths water. Vanessa Liu hadn't eaten much at lunch. It was past 11:40 p.m. She had been hungry for a while. Smelling so many delicious snacks now, she couldn't help but swallow hard. This scene naturally didn't escape Ting Yaohuo's notice. He chuckled secretly to himself. He hadn't realized Vanessa Liu was such a little foodie. It must have been hard on her in the past. How long had it been since she last tasted these street snacks? Following the flow of the crowd, the two of them entered the snack street. In this moment, they were just like a typical, ordinary young couple in the city. Ting Yaohuo bought all kinds of snacks, feeding the little foodie by his side. Whether in his previous life or here, Ting Yao rarely went shopping. And the times Vanessa Liu went shopping were even fewer. She was an orphan before. She worked her way through school. After graduation, she became a singer, leaving her even less time for shopping. She'd almost forgotten the last time she visited a night market like this. But right now, she had truly fallen in love with this snack street. Mostly because the food was so good. For instance, she didn't even have to speak. Her almond eyes would simply light up as she looked at a grilled chicken leg stall. Ting Yaohuo would immediately walk over to it. By the time he returned, he would always have 2 skewers of freshly grilled, savory chicken legs in his hand. From just a simple gesture like that, Vanessa Liu knew that happiness had finally found its way to her. This feeling kept the corners of her mouth turned up, and her heart felt incredibly warm. Ting Yaohuo was also enjoying this time immensely. This is what being in love was supposed to feel like. In the eyes of others, they were a long married couple, who even had a child together. But in reality, they were like a new couple who had just started dating. Many things were a first-time experience for them. The two of them strolled through the snack street with confidence. This was the most Vanessa Liu had ever eaten in one go. She tried all sorts of different snacks. Whatever she couldn't finish ended up in Ting Yaohuo's stomach. Vanessa Liu? Ting Yaohuo? Where are they? Just then, on the originally noisy snack street, someone suddenly cried out in surprise. The people nearby immediately started asking around. Suddenly, more than half the people on the street were looking around, until they spotted those 2 familiar faces. They fixed their gazes instantly. Holy crap, it really is Vanessa Liu and Ting Yaohuo. Vanessa Liu is just as pretty as she is on TV. That face of hers is just perfection. How much good karma did Ting Yaohuo earn in his past life? In an instant, most people recognized them, even those who didn't know them, were asking what was going on. The entire snack street immediately became a frenzy. Many people began to swarm toward the two of them. It was their first time in a chaotic place like this. Seeing real-life celebrities, they weren't even wearing masks, nor did they have any kind of disguise. Didn't they know how famous they were right now? Ting Yaohuo and Vanessa Liu were also caught in a state of confusion. They had completely forgotten about that part, primarily because neither of them had been famous before. How could they have expected this? Now the two of them belatedly realized that the trending topics had been nothing but them lately. It would be a miracle if they weren't recognized. Once they were identified, the entire snack street fell into chaos. Absolute chaos. Whether they knew them or were just there for the spectacle, everyone crowded toward them in an instant. Holy crap. Having snapped out of it, Ting Yaohuo cursed under his breath. He grabbed Vanessa Liu, who was still naively holding her snacks, and made a run for it. Fortunately, the layout of the snack street was intricate, and the crowd was massive. Ting Yaohuo ducked and weaved through the turns, and before long, he shook off the pursuit of the main crowd. By then, the two of them had moved from the center to the very edge of the snack street. They put on their masks like thieves. Ting Yaohuo even went so far as to buy a baseball cap and pulled it down over Vanessa Lu's head. Once they were safe, Ting Yaohui wiped his sweat. He looked speechlessly at Vanessa Lu, who still hadn't completely processed what happened. Being a celebrity is such a hassle. That was terrifying. Vanessa Lu blinked her eyes from under the baseball cap. She touched the mask on her face, then held up the snacks in her hand. I can't eat them like this. Her voice sounded a bit pitiful. Ting Yaohuo let out a sigh. Why did it feel like this woman was getting sillier by the day? Even now, all she could think about was eating. I'll pack them up for you. Let's find somewhere quiet to eat. Vanessa Lu looked at the snacks in her hand. She thought about it for a moment, and then, with some reluctance, handed the snacks over to Ting Yaohuo. Her eyes stayed glued to them, looking as though she were afraid that if she looked away for a second, Ting Yaohuo would sneak a bite. Ting Yaohuo was speechless. He packed up the few remaining snacks. Then he pulled a napkin from his pocket, naturally taking Vanessa Lu's small hand, and gently wiped away the grease stains on her fingers. Don't worry, they're all yours. Ting Yaohuo spoke softly as he wiped her hand. Vanessa Lu stared blankly at the gentle Ting Yaohuo. Her eyes grew misty involuntarily, but deep within her gaze, a light emerged that was hard to conceal. Let's go, Ting Yaohui said, checking his work. Seeing that her delicate little hand had been wiped perfectly clean, he finally let go of her hand. A smile rose to his face as he spoke. Vanessa Lu kept her head down, following Ting Yaohui blindly as they walked forward, until they eventually arrived at a plaza in front of a shopping mall. Ting Yaohuo finally pulled Vanessa Lu down onto a bench. He handed her the snacks, which were still warm. Now you can eat in peace. Vanessa Lu nodded. She took the snacks from Ting Yaohuo. She pulled off her mask and began to take small, delicate bites. Ting Yaohuo tilted his head back. He rested his hands behind his head and looked up at the stars. The starry sky in this world was breathtaking. The stars were sparse around the brilliant moon. Even though it was already the middle of the night, the moon in the sky still illuminated the earth with a bright silvery glow. In just a short while, Vanessa Lu had completely finished the snacks. Ting Yaohuo handed her a tissue to wipe her mouth. Vanessa Lu pursed her lips and took the tissue. She always felt as if Ting Yaohuo was taking care of her, just like he took care of Lily. After wiping her mouth, she looked up, and happened to see a large cinema sign, perched atop the shopping mall. Vanessa Lu's eyes suddenly lit up. Let's go see a movie. Is it okay? Ting Yaohuo scratched his head. Wouldn't it be bad to stay out even later? But seeing the expectant light in Vanessa Lu's eyes, Ting Yaohuo's heart instantly softened. He stood up, pointed toward the cinema, and said, Let's go. Vanessa Lu's face immediately broke into a joyful smile. A long time ago, she had wanted to go to the cinema to watch a movie, but she never had the chance. Now, she could finally go, and she was with him. When the two arrived at the cinema, the final screening was just about to start. Vanessa Lu felt a wave of relief. If they had been any later, they wouldn't have made it today. The two quickly bought tickets and entered the theater. Perhaps because it was so late, there weren't many people in the theater. Only a few couples scattered about, sitting in the more secluded corners. Ting Yaohuo and Vanessa Lu naturally bought seats, right in the middle, facing the screen. Since there weren't many people, the two of them naturally took off their masks. Then, the lights dimmed. The movie began. It was a youth romance film. Ting Yaohuo found it rather boring. He almost never watched these types of movies. Vanessa Lu, however, was watching very intently. Ting Yaohuo preferred to watch Vanessa Lu's serious profile, especially when the movie reached the middle, where the male and female leads were flirting. Ting Yaohuo could clearly see Vanessa Lu's pretty face, gradually turning a rosy red. Her eyelashes fluttered unnaturally. She suddenly turned her head to look at Ting Yaohuo, only to catch him stealing glances at her. Vanessa Lu panicked for a second. Her face turned even redder. Why was this man looking at her instead of the movie? Ting Yaohuo smiled. As expected, these movies were better suited for girls. They were more easily moved by the plot. Vanessa Lu was no exception. Domestic youth romance movies rarely had happy endings. Sure enough, the leads ended up separating. The movie ended. The theater lights came back on. Ting Yaohuo could clearly see that Vanessa Lu's eyes were a bit red. Women were so sentimental. For Ting Yaohuo, this kind of movie wasn't half as impactful as a single look from Vanessa Lu. As Ting Yaohuo led Vanessa Lu out of their seats, they saw the couple in the corner, still tangled up in each other's arms. Seeing this scene, Vanessa Lu's face flushed instantly. Ting Yaohuo shamelessly even took an extra look. He quite envied the fiery passion of these young kids. The two walked out of the cinema. He could faintly feel that Vanessa Liu's hand was a bit sweaty. She was nervous. He quietly observed her profile. Sure enough, even her ears were red. The two of them strolled under the moonlight like that. Neither of them spoke first. Ting Yaohuo was busy admiring Vanessa Liu's bashful appearance. Vanessa Liu was simply too shy to speak. Eventually, Ting Yaohuo squeezed the soft, delicate hand in his. He was the first to speak. Don't be so nervous. I'm not going to eat you. Vanessa Liu became even more nervous upon hearing that. What did he mean by eater? What did he want to do? She tilted her head up. Her eyelashes fluttered. There was a hint of panic in her eyes. She was over-anxious. Seeing her like this, Ting Yaohuo suddenly wanted to tease her. He acted on his impulse. Ting Yaohuo suddenly stopped. He pulled the walking Vanessa Liu toward him. Vanessa Liu stumbled slightly from the sudden pull. In her panic, she rested both hands on Ting Yaohuo's chest. She looked up at him in confusion. In the next moment, Ting Yaohuo's face suddenly leaned in close. Vanessa Liu could feel his hot breath puffing against her face. Her eyes widened in shock. For a second, even her heart seemed to stop. Ting Yaohuo saw her fair, rosy face turn a deep crimson instantly. He saw the sudden shock in her eyes, then the blank daze. He saw her lips move slightly, and she even swallowed hard. She was too cute. It was practically cheating. Ting Yaohuo had originally just wanted to tease her, but his resolve crumbled in an instant. He couldn't hold back anymore. So he chose to follow his heart. He lowered his head and planted a soft kiss on her face. Vanessa Liu had already closed her eyes by then. Then she felt a warm sensation on her cheek, but after waiting for a while, nothing else happened. Vanessa Liu peeked one eye open. Ting Yaohuo was looking at her with a mischievous grin. So mean, this bad man. Vanessa Liu, whose hands were still resting on Ting Yaohuo's chest, gave him a forceful shove. She turned around huffily and walked away. Ting Yaohuo stumbled from the push. He scratched his head and quickly followed. Vanessa Liu walked ahead. Her small steps were quite fast. It took Ting Yaohuo several long strides to catch up. She was genuinely angry. Teasing the wife is fun for a second, but the pursuit is absolute hell. Vanessa Liu ignored him. Haha, I really just couldn't help myself. I didn't mean to tease you. Ting Yaohuo hurriedly explained. He really had just kissed her because he couldn't resist. He wasn't trying to be mean. Vanessa Liu still ignored him. She only started walking even faster. Ting Yaohuo could only pull a long face. As he continued to trail behind her, the two walked one after the other for a long time. Vanessa Liu didn't see Ting Yaohuo catch up and grab her. Then she got even angrier. How had she not realized he was this stupid before? He was absolutely brainless. They walked all the way to the parking lot outside the stadium. Vanessa Liu pulled open the door and got into the car. Ting Yaohuo quickly followed in 3 steps. He sat in the passenger seat. Vanessa Liu's face remained cold. Release handbrake, ignition, and start. She did it all in one smooth motion. The car pulled away. 20 minutes later, the car arrived at the apartment. Ting Yaohuo watched helplessly as Vanessa Liu walked into the apartment and shut him out. Lei Shen walked out of the apartment in confusion. She saw that Vanessa Liu's face was flushed, and she had stormed into the bedroom in a huff. As soon as Lei Shen stepped out, she saw Ting Yaohuo wearing a look of pure despair. Lei Shen frowned. Did you bully Vanessa again? Ting Yaohuo's eyes darted away. And no. Seeing Ting Yaohuo's guilty look, Lei Shen was even more certain. Oh, come on. Vanessa just confessed to you in front of everyone, and then you go and bully her? Are you even human? Lei Shen was clearly furious. Her Vanessa had defended him so much. Why was Ting Yaohuo still bullying her? It's not what you think. Ting Yaohuo quickly waved his hands and explained. He scratched his head and gave her a brief rundown of what happened. Lei Shen's eyes widened as she listened. She had a look of total disbelief on her face. But Ting Yaohuo's expression didn't look like he was faking it. Lei Shen recalled the blush on Vanessa Liu's face, and finally believed Ting Yaohuo's words. Then she looked at Ting Yaohuo with a complex expression. You're hopeless, even when given the perfect chance. You don't even know why Vanessa was actually mad. You're beyond help. Now that Lei knew the truth, she was a bit speechless. She decided not to bother with this man who was as dumb as a pig. She turned around, closed the door, and went inside. Ting Yaohuo looked at the closed door in front of him and sighed. If he'd known, he wouldn't have teased her. Now he'd done it. Frustrated, Ting Yaohuo turned around and smacked his head. He was about to leave with a look of disappointment. Just then, the apartment door behind him opened again, and a set of car keys was shoved into Ting Yaohuo's hand. The keys still carried a bit of warmth. Ting Yaohuo turned his head. and saw Vanessa Liu's pretty face with a slight pout. Idiot, were you planning to walk back? Ting Yaohuo smiled. He felt a sense of relief that she was willing to talk to him. Then he asked cautiously, not mad anymore? Vanessa Liu saw Ting Yaohuo like this, and couldn't help but burst out laughing. He was actually quite cute in a clumsy way, even if he was a bit of a blockhead when it came to romance. I wasn't even mad to begin with. Vanessa Liu pouted, giving Ting Yaohuo a roll of her eyes. He thought, are all women this fickle? Then was it a ghost who was just mad and ignoring me? No matter how dumb Ting Yaohuo was, he wouldn't say those words out loud right now. He tactfully nodded. Right. You weren't mad. I must have seen it wrong. She didn't want to talk to him anymore. Vanessa Liu glanced at him, turned around, and went back into the apartment. Ting Yaohuo gave a silly grin, and walked away swaggering with the car keys. Back at the hotel, Ting Yaohuo took a shower. Just as he lay down on the bed, he received an Instagram message from Vanessa. Good night. The corners of Ting Yaohuo's mouth curled up. He replied, Good night, dear wife. Nothing more was said that night. Early the next morning, Ting Yaohuo drove to the apartment. He was taking little Lily back to Riverside today. The return ticket he booked when he came was for today. His life as a stay-at-home dad was about to resume. Ting Yaohuo was actually looking forward to it. So, after finishing breakfast, the group headed to the airport. Vanessa Liu spent some sweet moments with little Lily. She waited until the very last moment to hand the little girl over to Ting Yaohuo. Her eyes were full of reluctance. Ting Yaohuo felt the same way, but he still took Vanessa Liu's hand and said softly, Go on back. Remember to call often. And tell me if anything happens no matter what it is. Don't bottle it up, okay? Vanessa Liu nodded. Ting Yaohuo squeezed her small hand before reluctantly letting go. All right then, Ting Yaohuo said. He carried Lily and turned toward the gate. Wait! A sudden scent of perfume wafted over, just as Ting Yaohuo turned around. Both he and little Lily received a kiss on the cheek from Vanessa Liu. Then Vanessa Liu took 2 steps back, pursed her lips, and said, Now go. Ting Yaohuo gave a soft chuckle, looking at Vanessa Liu's lovely face. He waved a hand. From now on, amidst the smoke of the human world and the vastness of the mountains and rivers, nothing is you, yet everything is you. Riverside and the sea for the rest of my life, and the rest of my life is all you. The plane arrived in Riverside at 11:07 a.m. Returning to the home he hadn't seen in a while, Ting Yaohuo first gave the house a thorough cleaning from top to bottom. He made lunch, and only then did he take a break. After they were well fed, father and daughter naturally did as they always did, lounged on the sofa like lazy couch potatoes. Like father, like daughter. Ting Yaohuo didn't even know when. Little Lily had learned this lounging posture of his, but she had perfectly replicated it. Watching little Lily mimic him, Ting Yaohuo sat up straight. He suddenly remembered something very important. Little Lily was 3 years old now. It was time for her to start preschool. And preschool would start in September. There was only 1 month left. Ting Yaohuo had to find a preschool and get her enrolled in advance. At this thought, Ting Yaohuo looked at little Lily, who had also sat up on the sofa. Lily, do you know what preschool is? Lily blinked her big eyes, thought carefully for a moment, and then nodded at Ting Yaohuo. I know. Preschool is the place where there are lots and lots of kids. Lily saw it on TV. Ting Yaohuo smiled and rubbed the little one's head. Lily, you're so smart. Does Lily want to go to preschool? This time, Lily didn't answer right away. She furrowed her tiny brows and thought for a long time, her big eyes staring intently at Ting Yaohuo. Just as Ting Yaohuo thought the little one was resisting the idea of preschool, she finally spoke. Lily wants to go, but Lily doesn't want to leave Daddy. Ting Yaohuo looked at little Lily earnestly and pulled her into his arms. You'll still see Daddy every day if you go. Daddy will take Lily to school every morning and pick Lily up every afternoon. In preschool, there are also many other children to play with, and teachers who will teach Lily how to sing. If you're a good girl, you can even get little gold stars. Ting Yaohuo spoke patiently. Lily's current personality and habits mostly came from the examples set by him and Vanessa Liu, but Ting Yaohuo knew that he hadn't received any systematic pedagogical training and couldn't compare to professional teachers. Hearing Ting Yaohuo's words, Lily finally nodded her little head. Then Lily wants to go to preschool. Good. Then Daddy will help Lily find a really great preschool, okay? Ting Yaohuo smiled and rubbed little Lily's head, set her back on the sofa, and then picked up his phone to search for nearby preschools. That's when Ting Yaohuo discovered that enrollment for preschools had already ended. They had stopped taking applications in July. Ting Yaohuo scratched his head. What now? He hadn't even crossed over yet back then, and that animal who used to inhabit. This body had never considered these things. There was no other way. Ting Yaohuo could only continue searching online, for which preschools in the area were better. Finally, Ting Yaohuo chose a nearby one called Riverside Blossom Preschool. This preschool had very high ratings online, and a great reputation. Parents particularly spoke very highly of it. With some trepidation, Ting Yaohuo gathered various documents, and took Lily to Riverside Blossom Preschool. It really wasn't far from where they lived. It only took about 10 minutes by car. As soon as he got out of the car, Ting Yaohui hurried over, and checked with the security guard at the gate, and successfully reached the admissions office. In the office, there were only 2 female staff members, roughly in their 40s, who were chatting. Ting Yaohuo knocked on the door. Both of them turned their heads simultaneously to look at Ting Yaohuo at the door. One of them immediately stood up and asked politely, "Hello, how can I help you?" The other one stared at Ting Yaohuo's face and frowned slightly. She felt like she had seen this man somewhere before. He always felt this man looked somewhat familiar, but he couldn't remember who it was. Little Lily was still a bit shy right now. She hugged Ting Yaohuo's thigh, hiding behind him. Ting Yaohuo also responded politely. His face carried a slightly embarrassed expression. "Hello, it's like this. Due to a moment of oversight, back in June, I forgot to enroll my child in preschool. She's 3 years old this year. I was wondering if your school still has any spots left." The woman who stood up shook her head. She had seen plenty of careless parents like this, let alone Riverside Blossom Preschool, a preschool with such a great reputation. At this time, she was afraid even an average preschool wouldn't have any spots available, although every preschool would keep a few specific slots reserved. For unexpected needs, she could see that Ting Yaohuo clearly didn't fit into that category. "I'm sorry, sir. Our spots here are already full," she said to Ting Yaohuo with a look of regret. Ting Yaohuo felt a bit disappointed upon hearing that. Behind him, little Lily also poked her small head out at this moment. Her big eyes looked around innocently. She had only ever seen this place on TV. She felt very curious about everything here. "Starry Radiance? You're the little princess Starry Radiance, aren't you?" The staff member who was sitting suddenly spoke up when she saw little Lily. The excitement in her voice was palpable. She had thought Ting Yaohui looked familiar just now, but she couldn't place him. But when she saw Lily, she recognized her immediately. She had a son. Both she and her son were Lily's fans. She was one of Lily's mommy fans. The standing staff member froze. For a moment upon hearing this, she murmured, Starry Radiance?" Then she turned her gaze toward tiny Lily. Her eyes also suddenly lit up. As mothers, they weren't familiar with Ting Yaohuo, but they were very familiar with Lily Huo. It really is the little princess Lily. My goodness. Wow, she looks just like she does online. She's so cute. Ting Yaohuo was also startled by the sudden reaction from the two of them. He scratched his head. So, it turned out these two were both Lily's fans. Regarding Lily's mommy fans online, Ting Yaohuo was actually quite knowledgeable. They all called Lily Little Princess Starry Radiance. Lily saw the two of them looking at her with glowing eyes, and they even called out her name. First, she looked timidly at Ting Yaohuo. After receiving an encouraging look from Ting Yaohuo, she finally stepped out from behind him. "Hi, aunties." This was what Ting Yaohuo usually taught her, to greet people when she sees them. "Hello, quick, let me touch her." Wow. I actually got to meet the real little princess Starry Radiance. I'm so happy. Both of them squatted down. One touched Lily's hair, and the other pinched Lily's little cheek, making Lily furrow her pretty little brows. At that moment, one of them suddenly looked up. "Hello, Mr. Huo, could you wait here for a moment? I'll call our principal and ask. I think our principal would also be very happy to accept Lily Huo to come to our school. There's actually such a good thing." Ting Yaohuo hurriedly nodded. He couldn't help but feel amazed that Lily was actually this influential. Her mommy fans were even more enthusiastic than the fans of normal stars. And so, one staff member quickly walked to the side to call the principal. The other continued to dote on Lily. She simply couldn't get enough of her. Ting Yaohuo had become a complete outsider. After a while, the staff member finished the call and walked over with a joyful expression. "Mr. Huo, did you bring all the documents? I'll enter her into the enrollment list right now." "Thank you, I appreciate it." Ting Yaohui hurriedly nodded and thanked her. He handed over all the documents in his hand. Before he came, he had searched online for exactly which documents were needed. The spot was successfully registered very quickly. The staff member returned all the documents to Ting Yaohuo. Then she rubbed little Lily's small head and said, "All right, the enrollment is successful. Mr. Huo, please make sure to keep your phone reachable." Our teachers will find a time to do a home visit, to get to know the child, and to understand the child's situation. Mr. Huo, just wait patiently. Also, our school starts on September 1st. Sir, please don't forget this time. Ting Yao Hui took the documents. He hurriedly shook hands with her. Okay. Thank you so much for the trouble. I'll keep that in mind. Once everything was handled, Ting Yao Hui finally left with Lily, under the lingering, reluctant gazes of the two staff members. After exiting the preschool's gate, Ting Yao Hui finally let out a long breath of relief. His intention in coming was just to give it a try. He didn't expect it to actually work. And it turned out there was even a home visit before starting preschool. Was this something Ting Yao Hui didn't know before? At that thought, Ting Yao Hui felt a bit nervous. As a new father, the child's first teacher was coming for a home visit. He was a bit flustered. But this was a path every parent must take. Ting Yao Hui could only force down the nervousness in his heart. He took Lily back home. Now, Ting Yao Hui had many tasks. The things Lily needed for preschool, the song for Vanessa's next round of the competition, the complete animation concept Chen Feng needed. He had to prepare all of these. Even as a transmigrator, Ting Yao Hui found it a bit overwhelming. Ting Yao Hui was working like a whirlwind. But fortunately, everything was going smoothly. Meanwhile, a light drizzle was falling over Shanghai. In the Moon Over Sea Hotel, Yinping was having a meal with a stylishly dressed woman. This woman had long, wavy hair. Right now, she swirled the red wine in her glass very gracefully. She took a small sip and placed it gently on the table. Director Yin, I was able to become famous thanks to your promotion. But this matter you're talking about now isn't exactly easy to handle. Although she was around 30 years old, her voice had a sweetness that was almost sickeningly cloying. However, Yinping clearly liked her high-pitched, coy voice. Even the look in his eyes as he watched her was full of admiration. Stella, don't worry. I've already spoken with Ben Wang. If Vanessa Liu's opponent in the next match really turns out to be Cheng Di, he will cast his vote for Cheng Di. With your vote as well, we'll be in the clear. Yinping had a look of total confidence. He even felt a bit smug in his heart. Employees will always just be employees. How can they compete with capital like him? There are a total of 4 judges for the new song gala. He had already convinced 2. Now, as long as Stels agreed, Vanessa Liu would definitely lose her next match. Seeing Yinping's posture, Stella pursed her lips. Oh! Even if you convinced Ben Wang, adding my vote only makes 2 votes. How can you say we're in the clear? Yinping still had a smile on his face. He adjusted the gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose. What if we add Xiao Qianshui's vote too? Xiao Qianshui. How is that possible for such an upright person? Stella Ran frowned. If he had mentioned anyone else, she might have believed it. But when it came to Xiao Qianshui, she didn't believe it for a second. Yinping gave a mysterious smile. He poured another glass of wine for Stella Ran. He gave a casual laugh. Nothing is impossible. You don't need to worry about that. Just tell me whether you'll help me or not. Stella Ran thought for a moment. Seeing Yinping's look of absolute certainty, she picked up her glass again. After taking a small sip, she said to Yinping, Cheers. Yinping's face immediately broke into a wide grin. Cheers. After the meal was over, Yinping reluctantly saw Stella Ran into her car. He watched as she drove away. She was a popular star now. He couldn't order her around as easily as before. This left Yinping feeling slightly disappointed, but he quickly masked his disappointment. A smile spread across his face once again. Out of the 4 mentors on the new song gala, he'd already gotten through to 3. If Vanessa Liu faced Cheng Di, what could she possibly use? To win? Did she really think the entertainment industry was that clean? How naive. Besides, he'd also hired Chris, the music godfather, to write a song for Cheng Di with everything he had. He wasn't worried about the audience not buying it. As for Chris losing to Ting Yao Hui last time, he didn't care about that at all. Chris had personally promised him that the song this time would be amazing. Plus, last time was purely because Crystal Zhang was useless. It didn't have much to do with Chris. With everyone and everything successfully settled, Yinping got into his car triumphantly. He drove towards Soundwave Entertainment. Ting Yao Hui, of course, had no idea about any of this. Right now, he was researching how to write a comic script online. While writing the plot for under one person, in a thick notebook, he had deep memories of this anime, but it was still difficult when he actually started writing. The hardest parts were the scene descriptions and transitions, as well as the character personalities and dialogue. He had to rack his brain to squeeze it out bit by bit. This was incredibly tough for someone who wasn't a writing pro. Even for a minor supporting character, he had to think for a long time before he could use words to depict them. However, he was still much faster than the average person. Usually, if you asked an average person to write a concept, it would take years of accumulation, starting from scratch. And standing on the shoulders of giants were two completely different things. Besides, this wasn't very urgent. Once he wrote it, he'd need to hire a manga artist to draw it, and then it could be turned into an anime. At his current speed, he believed that in a month at the latest, he could lay out the first season of Under One Person in its entirety. As for Vanessa Liu's song, he already had an idea. It was a song that suddenly came to mind today, while he was on a video call with Vanessa, a song specifically written for long-distance relationships. Ting Yao knew that as the competition progressed, it would only get harder and harder. If he didn't pull out a heavy hitter, she would lose badly. The main issue was Vanessa Liu's lack of background. Unlike other established singers, their fan bases were already formed and would only keep growing. Compared to other singers, Vanessa Liu's rise to fame was short. She had more controversy and fewer die-hard fans. This was her weakness. Only by constantly releasing great works could he make up for this disadvantage. He worked until nightfall. Only after coaxing little Lily to sleep did he return to the living room. Sitting at the table, he spread out the manuscript paper. He didn't start writing immediately. Instead, he silently beat the tempo and hummed the song softly once. This song wasn't just invincible in terms of lyrics. The most important part was the melody and its intro. After humming it once, Ting Yao finally picked up his pen and wrote down the complete score. Then he noted all the instruments to be used in it. His pen stopped as the composition was finished. Ting Yao Huo picked up the manuscript and read it again. Only then did a smile appear on his face. This intro is absolutely godly. 3 days quickly passed by. During these past few days, Ting Yao Huo spent all his time immersed in creating Under One Person. Aside from writing that song for Vanessa Liu, he felt like he must have owed Chen Feng in his past life. Otherwise, why was writing this anime script even more exhausting than writing a song for Vanessa? But fortunately, Ting Yao got more and more proficient as he wrote. Now he didn't even have to focus specifically on the layout to get the formatting exactly right. It really lived up to the saying, where there's a will, there's a way. There's no problem that hard work and effort can't solve. At 8:30 p.m., Ting Yao Huo sat on the sofa, on time with little Lily. He cast his phone screen to watch the live stream. Today was the third episode of the new song Gala, the top 4 to 2. He was already eager to hear how stunning that song would sound, coming from Vanessa Liu. At the Shanghai Stadium, Vanessa Liu had already taken the stage. It was time for the drawing stage, but this time, before the draw, the show added the segment for contestant interaction. The host was still Cheryl Chen, who was dressed in formal attire. She seemed to have mastered the viral formula, starting off by interacting with Vanessa Liu. Contestant Vanessa Liu, may I ask if your song this time is still written and composed by Ting Yao Huo? Vanessa Liu had a smile on her face. She gave a slight nod and answered clearly, yes. Cheryl Chen gave a small smile, looking as if it was exactly what she expected. Then she followed up with another question. Can you tell us the title of the song this time? Also, regarding the draw, who are you most hoping to face? That was a trap. When Ting Yao Huo saw this, he thought this woman was being malicious to ask Vanessa Liu like that. No matter how she answered, the opponent would feel slighted. At this time, even the live stream comments started to complain. Holy crap, the host is trying to start drama. What's there to be afraid of? If you've got skill, drama doesn't matter. I trust that guy Ting Yao Hui's songs. When have they not been classics? Exactly. I've listened to all his songs. The melodies and lyrics are just too good. I feel like Vanessa Liu wouldn't be worried about facing anyone. The songs are hits, but I just don't know when they'll be on Spotify. I've been listening to them on low-quality recordings over and over. It's so rough. Didn't they say the album would drop after the competition? Her first album? I'm definitely going to buy the hell out of it. Stop talking. Stop talking. Let's just see how Vanessa Liu answers. On stage, Vanessa Liu still had a smile on her face. She just thought for a brief moment. Before directly answering, I won't say the title yet. You can see it for yourselves in a bit. As for who I want to draw, I haven't really thought about it. I think they are all very strong. No matter who I draw, I will give it my all. In front of the TV, Ting Yao Huo also smiled when he heard Vanessa Liu's answer. Vanessa Liu's reply was subtle and clever. That way, she wouldn't offend anyone, and stated she would work hard. Cheryl Chen didn't get the answer she wanted, and a look of disappointment crossed her face, but she quickly adjusted her expression, and continued asking some minor questions. After Vanessa Liu answered them one by one, Cheryl Chen interacted with the other contestants for a while, and then the official drawing began. Backstage, Ren Zhao looked at the real-time traffic data on the web and was absolutely overjoyed. For competitions like this, traffic usually starts to decline after several episodes, mainly because every episode is essentially the same, with no innovation, relying entirely on the singer's performances to stay afloat. Over time, the audience naturally drifts away. But the new song gala was now in its third episode, and the data traffic was actually getting higher every time. This was all thanks to the buzz brought by Ting Yaohuo and Vanessa Liu. With a hit song every episode, not even a god could handle that kind of pressure. By this time, the drawing on stage had finished. Vanessa Liu's opponent for today's match was finally determined. It was indeed Cheng Di. Cheng Di looked at Vanessa Liu's stunning side profile, feeling both nervous and excited. She didn't know what song Ting Yaohuo had written for Vanessa Liu this time, but she could guess that a song written by her idol was definitely better than the one she had in her hand. However, she would still give it her absolute all. Being able to compete on the same stage as Vanessa Liu, even if she lost, she would still be happy. Losing to Ting Yaohuo's song was no disgrace. Besides, getting to hear another great song was wonderful. Next, the four mentors, Gao Yu, Stella Ron, Xiaoqian Shui, and Ben Wang, sang each other's famous hits and took the stage one by one under the spotlight. The atmosphere in the venue ignited because of this. After all, these veteran singers had countless fans of their own. In this episode's competition, Vanessa Liu and Cheng Di were in the second match. The first match was Onion Miao versus Wang Chen. Onion Miao sang a passionate, fiery love song, and she sang while dancing. It was incredibly intense from the very start. She truly was a rising star of the new generation. Her strength even made Ting Yaohuo click his tongue in secret. These four contestants who had fought their way through were indeed not just for show. Although Onion Miao sang very well, Ting Yaohuo still felt that his own Vanessa Liu was the eternal goddess. Next was Wang Chen. He brought a rock song to the stage with heart-wrenching music, and Wang Chen's unique, raspy voice. He was another tough contender. Even the audience on site was moved to sway their bodies. When the first match ended, Gao Yu and Ben Wang both cast their votes for Wang Chen. Meanwhile, Stella Ran and Xiaoqian Shui cast their votes for Onion Miao. Both songs were great, and they performed them perfectly. It was just that the mentors liked different styles, and everyone had their own interpretation, so the votes were tied. The final vote was decided by the audience. In the end, Onion Miao was slightly superior, and took the audience's final vote. On one hand, Onion Miao had a larger fan base, and on the other, the audience for rock music is truly small. For the average audience member, love songs really are easier to connect with. Onion Miao and Wang Chen slowly walked off the stage. Host Cheryl Chen followed up, taking the mic onto the stage. Next, it's time for our final group of contestants today. The match featuring the biggest popularity king of this year's new song gala. Let's first welcome contestant Vanessa Liu, Cheryl Chen said enthusiastically. Vanessa Liu slowly walked out from backstage. Today, she was dressed very normally, like a white-collar worker who had just finished work. A white t-shirt paired with blue jeans, wearing light makeup. Yet this simple outfit made her look more authentic than the previous two times. It gave the audience the feeling that she had stepped into the mundane world of reality. Simple and plain is the true essence of life, and it felt much more approachable. In this round, Vanessa Liu was still the first to go on stage to sing. The host stepped down at this time, and the stage lights dimmed. Only a single beam of light hit Vanessa Liu. The music began, and the song title slowly appeared on the big screen behind her. Flower Sea. Lyrics and music by Ting Yaohuo. Vocals by Vanessa Liu. Before the audience could even see the song title clearly, they were drawn in by the intro. In front of the TV, Ting Yaohuo had a look of pure intoxication on his face. This intro was indeed invincible. After all, this was a song by Old Joe. As everyone knows, the intros to Old Joe's songs are basically godly. As soon as the intro starts, it can completely pull a person into the world of music. On stage, the production team rarely used special effects, but a sea of flowers bloomed. Vanessa Liu was bathed in the flower sea like that, slowly walking forward. Seeing this scene, the audience closed their eyes at that moment. Following the music, they felt as if they were standing in a sea of flowers under the sun, their bodies and minds relaxing. Everyone in their hearts was amazed. This guy, Ting Yaohuo, the intro to this song alone made them lose themselves. They didn't even need to think about the upcoming lyrics anymore. With just this intro, it had already completely surpassed the two songs from the previous match. Vanessa Liu's eyelashes blinked gently, her hand holding the mic a bit nervous. This song was harder than all the previous ones. She had practiced for a long, long time, and in her heart, this song was better than the ones before. She didn't even know how Ting Yaohua's brain was wired. To be able to write a song like this, she could only do her absolute best to not let this song down. Vanessa Liu steadied her heart and softly began to sing, "Stillness for every flower that blooms. Distancing a clear love. The sky is gloomy, but I still love it. Back then, I didn't understand that this was love." Her voice was gentle. Every audience member who had their eyes closed, the moment the lyrics sounded, fell into an even deeper world of music. Their hearts felt soft, filled with a faint, sorrowful joy. The sorrow was the melody, and the joy was the memory. It was contradictory, yet not. You like standing on that balcony. You haven't been back in a long time. Colorful time has been dyed white. It's the tears you shed that spread out. When the audience heard this part, their hearts suddenly skipped a beat. The sea of flowers in their hearts suddenly turned blank. In the haze, a gentle drizzle fell from the sky, and everyone was bathed in this fine rain, waiting for the conclusion to arrive. On stage, Vanessa Liu's eyes suddenly became firm. She picked up the mic, her gaze seeming to pierce through time and space. Seeing Ting Yaohua's figure, her singing followed accordingly. "I don't want you to leave. Distance can't separate us. Longing turns into a sea. Outside the window it can't come in. Forgiveness was said too fast. Love has become an obstacle. The kite in my hand was let go too fast to return." With every line Vanessa Liu sang, she took a gentle step forward. Her voice seemed to penetrate through time and space, entering the hearts of the audience, and even more so, the heart of Ting Yaohua. Ting Yaohua watched her take step after step. Vanessa Liu, as she reached the very front of the stage, his eyes were filled with tenderness. The mentors were also holding their breath, not even daring to breathe loudly. Especially Stella Ran. She wondered if she was in the wrong. If she didn't vote for this song, she would be criticized to death. This kind of ethereal song was the best she had heard so far, bar none. Vanessa Liu was still singing. Her hands were slowly reaching out and waving. The audience's eyes were open now, waving along with her. They were shocked into opening their eyes. Opening their eyes. Their eyes were full of Vanessa Liu waving her hands on stage. Backstage, Ren Chao was clutching his heart, fearing it might suddenly jump out. Good grief, is this a competition? This is a solo concert, a pure one-woman show. I don't want you to leave. Memories cannot be erased. The doting I owe you? I'm waiting to start over. The sky is still bright. It loves the sea. Love songs are defeated. Love no longer exists. A perfect ending. Vanessa Liu gave this song a soul in this world. Ting Yaohua couldn't help but lift little Lily's hands to clap along. Vanessa Liu's singing was fantastic. Now old Joe could find peace too. He hadn't let his song be buried in this world. The accompaniment and singing gradually ended. Vanessa Liu let out a soft breath. Her face was slightly flushed. Without realizing it, she had also been pulled into the song. She actually waved her hands. She felt very shy. The venue erupted in thunderous applause, wave after wave, like it would never stop. It was more passionate and long-lasting than any previous performance. This was the audience's affirmation of the song Flower Sea. Especially in the live stream, Ting Yaohua wanted to turn off the comments, but he couldn't bear to miss those guys, praising him and his life. I've never heard such a beautiful song, especially the intro. Absolutely legendary. As soon as the intro started, I was pulled in. First time I've ever felt this way. It's magical. The lyrics are great too. Just speechless. Are we stuck on a loop of low-quality recordings again? Wow. When is the copyrighted version going to be released? God damn, Vanessa's songs are just getting more soul-stirring one by one. I'm sold. We have to wait until the end of the gala for an album. I can hardly wait. Let the new song gala end quickly. Hey you above, you can't say that. Think about it. How many more songs will Starry Radiance produce next? Just endure it. Damn, that actually makes sense. The mentors on stage, especially Xiao Qian Sui, were also clutching their chests. He couldn't cast his vote for this song. His heart ached. Unfortunately, he came with a mission. Why did this kind of unconscionable task fall on him? It feels terrible. I want to cry. Backstage, Chengdi's eyes had already turned into stars, as expected of Ting Yaohua. This song was too amazing. Yes, and Vanessa Liu, she sang so well. Now both of them are her idols. One song successfully conquered Chengdi's ears. Chengdi already loved Ting Yaohua's songs. Now she was even a fan of Vanessa Liu. She felt that her own song wasn't even half as good as Flower Sea. And yet some guy still calls himself a music godfather? Zheng Di didn't like Chris's songs before. If Yinping hadn't strongly insisted, she wouldn't have chosen this song originally. Vanessa Liu had already walked off the stage. She and Cheng Di approached each other. They gave each other a friendly nod. Vanessa Liu even raised a small fist in a gesture of encouragement. Cheng Di liked Vanessa Liu even more now. They smiled at each other. The host's voice rang out on stage again. It was Cheng Di's turn to perform. Cheng Di sang another sweet pop song. Combined with her sweet voice, it washed away some of the faint sorrow brought by Vanessa Liu's previous song. This kind of sweetheart girl was deeply loved by the male netizens. The song finished. The audience clapped enthusiastically, but the applause was clearly not as passionate as when Vanessa Liu sang Flower Sea. This kind of song for the audience was already somewhat mediocre, primarily because that guy Ting Yaohuo had raised their appreciation level. He even raised the level of the entire Chinese music industry by more than a notch. If this were in the past, this song could have been a national hit. Too bad it's just average now. It was time for the voting. The first mentor to vote was Gao Yu. He first commented on both songs. Then, as expected, he cast his vote for Vanessa Liu. Then it was Xiao Qianshui's turn. Xiao Qianshui had a difficult expression. He praised Vanessa Liu's song very highly, but when it came to voting, he cast it for Cheng Di. All the viewers gave a knowing smile. This was clearly a friendship vote. Just like last time, Shaofeibai also received a friendship vote, but what happened next was completely beyond their expectations, and beyond Xiao Qianshui's expectations, and even more beyond Cheng Di's expectations. No one expected that Ben Wang would also cast his vote for Cheng Di. Xiao Qianshui's face turned even grimmer. Cheng Di's eyes involuntarily widened. At this point, the venue instantly fell silent. Everyone was looking at the last mentor. Stella Ran, her vote, had become the decisive one. Stella Ran instantly became the focus of the whole place. In her heart, she had already cursed Yinping 1,000 times. If the songs really weren't that different, she could have made an excuse. But in this situation, she was undoubtedly being pushed onto the fire. She hesitated for a moment. Her heart was struggling immensely. If she took a wrong step here, she might face the collapse of her public image and various controversies. She was quickly weighing the pros and cons in her mind. The audience was already holding their breath. The venue became so quiet you could hear a pin drop. No one expected things to develop this way. As for the viewers in the livestream, they were not holding back at all. Comments were already flying across the screen. What the hell? What's going on? I can still understand Xiao Qianshui's vote as a friendship vote. But what's with Ben Wang? Is he blind? No. Is he deaf? Can't he tell good from bad? And he's supposed to be a veteran top-tier singer? Rigged. It's rigged. Damn, is the judge's brain fried? Or do they think we're stupid? There's clearly something wrong with these votes. Look, don't worry yet. Isn't there still one vote left? If it's a tie, the audience vote will definitely go to Vanessa Liu. She can still win. I feel like even I would be better than these judges. If Vanessa Liu really gets eliminated, I'll go full keyboard warrior on them. Damn it. I'm still waiting for Starry Radiance's next few songs. Not only were the netizens in an uproar, but Ting Yaohuo in front of the TV was also narrowing his eyes. He no longer cared about how the votes were going. Even a fool could see there was a problem. Right now, he only cared about Vanessa Liu. Just then, the camera happened to pan to the two people on stage. Cheng Di's eyes were wide open. She had a look of utter disbelief on her face. As for Vanessa Liu, Ting Yaohuo saw that she didn't seem to feel dejected because of the judges' vote count. Only then did Ting Yaohuo breathe a sigh of relief. Actually, Vanessa Liu did feel a bit dejected deep down, but the reason for her dejection was because she felt Ting Yaohuo's Flower Sea was truly wonderful, and she felt like she was letting the song down. Meanwhile, in the backstage control room, the show's director, Ren Chao, was already so angry he slammed the table and slumped into his chair. What do they think they're doing? How dare they? He asked the assistant beside him. The assistant gave a bitter smile and remained silent. He didn't know either. Ren Chao's eyes were filled with rage. This was someone trying to destroy his livelihood. Something this abnormal happened on the show, and he, the director, actually had no idea. The audience certainly wouldn't see it that way. The audience would only assume it was a fix by the production team. By then, wouldn't he, the director, be blasted as a total moron? The more Ren Chao thought about it, the angrier he got. He had to drag out the mastermind behind this to pull a stunt on his show. They must have had a death wish. But for now, he could only pin his hopes on Stella Ran. The center of attention, that's what this moment was. Stella Ran vaguely felt like she had returned to her peak days years ago. On and off the stage, the audience back then looked at her just like this. Seeing this scene, her heart swelled with emotion. She already had an idea in mind. If she could become famous again because of this, even if it was through infamy, it was still traffic. Anyway, even if things were exposed later, she could push all the blame onto Yinping. And besides, it wasn't just her. Didn't Xiao Qianshui and Ben Wang also cast the same votes? Having made up her mind, Stella Ran opened her mouth slightly. Her voice wasn't loud, but it was deafening. I'm sorry, Vanessa Liu. I prefer Chung Di's song. Therefore, I'm casting my vote for Chung Di. Damn it. In the control room, director Ren Chao, after hearing Stella Ran's words, felt his vision go dark. He slammed the water glass in his hand onto the floor. The water in the glass splashed everywhere. The assistant beside him trembled in fear. The entire control room fell into a dead silence. Host Cheryl Chen was also a bit stunned at this moment. She had no idea how to continue hosting. The votes were settled. Did the following audience vote even matter? Furthermore, the audience at the venue was clearly becoming restless. The curses online intensified instantly. The comments completely covered the live stream screen. I'm laughing. This is freaking unbelievable. It's an obvious fix. No one can do anything to you guys. Trash production, trash show, trash mentors. They're all freaking trash. Rigged. Rigged. If this isn't rigged, I'll eat 10 pounds of shit. Don't just look for an excuse to eat and drink, you above. Even an idiot can see this is a fix. What a waste of time following this show. These votes are just freaking speechless. I actually liked Stella Ran before. I never expected this. I really didn't. Why only talk about our Stella? Didn't Xiao Qianshui and Ben Wang give their votes too? This is truly intense. These votes made my heart feel like it's on a roller coaster. And in the end, it freaking crashed. The internet was in an absolute uproar. It was either cursing or questioning. The venue was also in a state of commotion. Many people were shouting rigged and refunds. On stage, Cheryl Chen let out a sigh. Since the facts were as they were, she could only announce it. Cheryl Chen picked up the microphone. Her professional smile returned to her face, but the smile was somewhat forced. Now that the 4 mentors have given their votes. Now Cheng Di. Wait a minute. Cheryl Chen's words were suddenly interrupted. Everyone looked toward Xiao Qianshui and Cheng Di, who had spoken. Xiao Qianshui's face was dark. Cheng Di looked extremely anxious. The director tactfully panned the camera to the two of them. Seeing that Xiao Qianshui had also spoken, Cheng Di nodded, signaling the mentor to speak first. Xiao Qianshui picked up the microphone. His expression was heavy. I'm sorry. Host, let me interrupt. There's a problem with these votes. Here, I want to apologize to Vanessa Liu and the audience. I'm sorry. I previously received a message from Soundwave Entertainment's operations director, Yin Ping. He told me that Cheng Di and Vanessa Liu are both with Soundwave Entertainment. He said if the gap between them was too large, to have me cast a friendship vote for Cheng Di, so she wouldn't lose too badly. But now, it actually made Cheng Di advance. I feel that I have a responsibility. Because of me today, Vanessa Liu was eliminated. I will resign from the new song gala to take responsibility. Xiao Qianshui's words echoed powerfully through the stadium. The audience below erupted. They never expected that it wasn't the production team, but Soundwave Entertainment itself. They didn't expect Xiao Qianshui to be so courageous as to expose such an incident himself. In front of the TV, Ting Yao Huo saw this familiar scene and raised an eyebrow. This Xiao Qianshui is quite interesting. His character is comparable to the old Shui from my original world. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yinping, seeing this scene, viciously pushed away the heavily made-up woman in his arms. His hands were trembling slightly. His face was full of terror. He couldn't believe it. How did Xiao Qianshui dare? Wasn't he afraid of being infamous? But right now, he couldn't worry about Xiao Qianshui anymore. He knew that this time, he was finished. The woman beside him also realized that something was wrong. Her voice trembled slightly. Brother Yin, get lost. It's all because of you. If you hadn't kept saying that Vanessa Liu stole your spot and that we needed to teach her a lesson, would this have happened? It's over. It's all over now. Yinping roared, pushing all the blame onto the woman beside him. He still couldn't believe that even though the vote results were out, Xiao Qianshui would actually jump out and admit it. No, I can't just sit here and wait for death. Yinping still wanted to struggle a bit more. But just then, his phone rang sharply. The name of Chairman Yang Xian appeared on the screen. Yinping's eyes instantly went dull. He picked up the phone with a trembling hand. Yang Xian's roar erupted from the phone. Yinping, get your ass over here right now and explain everything. Changdi on the stage was dumbfounded. Although she didn't know the specific details, she could sense that these votes were wrong. She originally wanted to shout that she was withdrawing, but Xiao Shen Shui's words left her completely shell-shocked. She never expected that the perpetrator behind this whole thing actually turned out to be her own uncle. Her lips trembled twice, but she still couldn't make a sound. What the facts were now no longer mattered. What her uncle did. How was that any different from what she did? Even if she tried to explain, it's likely no one would believe her. At this moment, the internet had already exploded. Just as Xiao Qian Shui finished saying those words, Twitter and TikTok were flooded with trending topics about this incident. Ren Chao could never have imagined that the traffic explosion he anticipated would happen in this way. Countless people flooded into the major livestream rooms like a tidal wave. Most of them had rushed over after seeing the trending topics. In an instant, the volume of comments in the livestream multiplied several times over compared to before. Came here because of the trending topics. I heard there was a fix. Xiao Qian Shui's character can still be trusted. Who knows what kind of trash those other two are? Vanessa, let's stop competing. Just have Ting Yahua write a few more songs for you, and we'll just do our own thing. Release an album on Spotify and we'll buy every copy. Daring to pull a stunt like this in broad daylight, do they take us viewers for fools? Let me just say something quietly. Chengdi actually sang quite well. No one is saying she sang poorly. The point is, the comparison. No comparison, no harm, you know. I just want to know if Chengdi knew about this. I really liked her sweetheart girl persona before. How the hell could she not know? The rigging was specifically to make her win. If the person involved didn't know, I'll eat 10 pounds of shit on stream. Here comes another one looking for a free meal. Didn't Chengdi also just shout, wait a minute? I don't understand. I truly don't. They're both from the same company. Why would they do this? The netizens were in the middle of a heated discussion. Even the venue had become noisy. People were also discussing in hushed tones how well Vanessa Liu had sung, and just how good the song was. They all knew the truth in their hearts. No one expected this situation to occur. It was too much. The only calm person on site was Gao Yu. He watched with interest as Ben Wang, whose face had turned ashen, and Stella Ran reacted. He let out a sneer. These two really have fried brains. Doing such a stupid thing just for someone like Yinping. He had no idea what they were thinking. Ben Wang was cursing Yinping and Stella Ran to death in his mind. He had accepted favors from Yinping to cast a vote for Chengdi. He had hesitated when it was time to vote just now, but he couldn't bear to let go of those benefits. Besides, Stella Ran was still behind him. He thought that even if he voted for Chengdi, as long as Stella Ran voted for Vanessa, Vanessa would still end up winning. Everything would have been fine. After all, under those circumstances, he didn't believe Stella Ran would also vote for Chengdi, but no one expected that Stella Ran would suddenly be blinded by greed and actually cast another vote for Chengdi. Stella Ran was now completely panicking. She originally wanted to use this to gain some attention and buzz, and then act pitiful afterward, to shift all the blame onto Yinping. But after Xiao Qian Shui's stunt, not only was the traffic gone because she was the last to vote, but her reputation was also completely ruined. Xiao Qian Shui could still claim his was a friendship vote, but as the final voter, she had no way to clear her name. Stella Ran's mental state completely collapsed. Host Cheryl Chen stood there in total embarrassment. In all her years of hosting, this was the first time she had encountered such a situation. Despite her wealth of experience, she didn't know how to smooth things over at this moment. Ren Chao was also dealing with a massive headache. The votes were already cast. What was he supposed to do now? Could he really void the previous ones and hold a revote? But it seemed that was the only option left. This is a mess. This kind of broadcasting mishap was a real nightmare. If Yinping were here right now, Ren Chao would have wanted to strangle him personally. Ren Chao could only let out a helpless sigh, preparing to step in and handle the matter himself. He didn't expect that at this moment, Chengdi would suddenly speak up. She held the microphone with dull eyes, but her voice was loud. I withdraw. She knew the production team must be struggling right now. Only if she stepped forward herself would there be a proper solution, whether it's Vanessa Liu's performance or the song Flower Sea. Both are far superior to mine. I also don't accept the voting results. So, I choose to withdraw. The one advancing this time should be Vanessa Liu. She truly deserves it, Chengdi said. She didn't explain anything about Yinping. She only expressed her own thoughts. The audience in the venue began whispering to each other again. The netizens online were also starting to discuss this. They didn't know if Chengdi's words were sincere, or simply due to the pressure. For a while, the internet was a chaotic mess of arguments. Various trending topics continued to surface. Within these 10-odd minutes, The previous events had already hit the top 10 trending topics. Now Changdi's statement immediately followed onto the trending list. When there were 5 trending topics, almost all of them were about this new song gala. Right at that moment, Vanessa Liu moved. She had been very calm since the voting began, but now she pursed her lips and walked to Changdi's side, taking her small hand in hers. "You're very good." Her voice wasn't loud, only Changdi could hear it. But her actions made everyone understand that Vanessa Liu and Changdi had a good relationship. Therefore, Changdi likely had no knowledge of this matter either. Otherwise, how could Vanessa Liu have such an attitude? Netizens thought about it carefully and realized it made sense. After the voting ended, Changdi had stepped forward together with Xiao Chen Shui. Before she even had a chance to speak, she had let Xiao Chen Shui go first. She probably intended to say she was withdrawing back then. The online clamor also quieted down because of Vanessa Liu's actions. Holding Vanessa Liu's warm hand, Changdi turned her head and saw Vanessa Liu's sincere gaze. At this moment, she suddenly felt like crying. It wasn't out of guilt, but because she was happy she could like such a person. She really does know, Changdi thought. She decided that when she got back, she would have her mom give her uncle a good talking to, and then ground him at home. Having such a troublesome uncle made things too difficult for her. Ren Chao stepped onto the stage at this time. He was quite grateful to Changdi, as her proactive withdrawal had saved him a lot of trouble. He took the microphone from the host. "Hello everyone. I am Ren Chao, the General Director of the New Song Gala. Regarding the occurrence of such an incident on our New Song Gala stage, I feel deeply pained, and also blame myself. Vanessa Liu's talent is obvious to everyone. I also will not allow her to leave the stage due to such an occurrence." Fortunately, however, mentor Xiao Chen Shui and contestant Changdi stepped forward at the end, giving us the truth. "Now, I announce once again that the votes from Ben Wang and Stella Ran are disqualified. Simultaneously, we are terminating our contracts with them, and they will never be hired again. In addition, voting for this match will now restart from the beginning. Our new song gala absolutely permits no injustice to exist." After Ren Chao finished speaking, he gave a deep bow to the audience, and then stepped down from the stage. The host took over the subject. The voting began again, only this time, Ben Wang and Stella Ran sat in their mentor seats, as if sitting on a bed of nails. The result of the revote was very clear. Vanessa Liu successfully advanced. Ren Chao let out a sigh of relief. Next, he would have to invite 2 more mentors. Fortunately, Ben Wang and Stella Ran, since it was their own breach of contract, he naturally didn't need to worry much more about it. The match, with all its twists and turns, came to an end, but the verbal onslaught online had just begun. Angry netizens went straight to the Twitter accounts of the entertainment companies Stella Ran and Ben Wang belonged to, questioning them on how to handle such unethical artists. As for the instigator, Yin Ping, Soundwave Entertainment's Twitter had already been blasted long ago. Finally, shortly after the match ended, Soundwave Entertainment's official Twitter formally responded to the incident and released an apology statement, a letter of apology to the general public. And to Vanessa Liu, due to problems in our company's management system, our employee, operations director Yin Ping, took advantage of his position to subject our company's singer, Vanessa Liu, during the New Song Gala competition, to severe unfair treatment, which also provided the general public with a terrible viewing experience. The company's board has now met and decided to dismiss Yin Ping from his post, and he shall never be reemployed. Finally, we state that Soundwave Entertainment has always upheld the principles of fairness and justice in all our dealings, and we will never show mercy to those who resort to fraud. We hope for the supervision and continued support of the public to jointly create a harmonious and stable entertainment environment. Shortly after Soundwave Entertainment's statement was released, the companies where Stella Ran and Ben Wang were signed also followed suit with their own announcements. The outcome for the 2 of them was an apology to the public and Vanessa Liu, along with a guarantee that similar incidents would never happen again. Once these statements were issued, everyone knew that their professional careers were effectively over. Because of these declarations, the intensity of the incident slowly began to subside. The netizens only wanted an outcome. Now that everyone was satisfied, they naturally dispersed. However, after this whole affair, Flower C became a total phenomenon. Even people who didn't usually pay attention to the New Song Gala had heard about it. In just a single night, the stream count for Flower C surpassed all previous songs. Even The Wind Rises could only settle for second place. On the internet today, Ting Yao Hua's songs stood in a class of their own. Their play counts left all other tracks in the dust. One had to remember that these songs hadn't even been released on streaming platforms yet. They were still low-quality recordings. It was easy to imagine that once the new song gala concluded and Vanessa Liu released her official album, how much of a craze these songs would ignite. Currently, Ting Yaohuo only had one song. That had been frequently uploaded to Spotify, and it sat firmly at the top of the Spotify new song chart, leaving other singers unable to even catch up. They were all lamenting that a man who wasn't even part of the industry had single-handedly elevated the US entertainment scene to a height it had never seen before. Regarding the storm on the web, Ting Yaohuo didn't care at all right now, because he was facing a much more important matter to him. Little Lily's preschool teacher was coming for a home visit. Early the next morning, Ting Yaohuo got up early, tidied the house until it was immaculate, and set out fresh fruit on the coffee table. For the next 3 years, little Lily would be under the guidance of these two teachers. Ting Yaohuo took this home visit very seriously. At 9:30 a.m., Ting Yaohuo took little Lily downstairs right on time to wait for the teachers to arrive. Before long, 2 female teachers wearing matching uniforms walked toward them. With a single glance, they recognized little Lily waiting at the bottom of the building. With a smile on his face, Ting Yaohuo quickly walked up to shake their hands. Hello. Thank you for the hard work. Of the 2 female teachers, one was young, roughly 20 years old, and the other was older, about 40. Consistently, their demeanor was very proper, and both wore very gentle smiles. Looking at those smiles made one feel an immediate sense of warmth and kinship. Hello, Mr. Huo. I'm Su Ling. I'm the teacher for Class 3 at Riverside Blossom Preschool, and I happen to be a fan of yours. Su Ling was quite young, and 2 small dimples appeared on her cheeks when she smiled, introducing herself to Ting Yaohuo with a look of delight. The older teacher, after Su Ling finished speaking, also chimed in. Hello, I'm Lu Dan. I'm also a teacher for Class 3 at Riverside Blossom Preschool. I'm different from Su Ling. I'm a fan of little Lily. After Lu Dan spoke, she squatted down to ruffle little Lily's hair, looking very maternal and kind. Little Lily was unusually comfortable with the strangers, raising her small face to look at this teacher who seemed very nice. Ting Yaohuo scratched his head with a simple, honest smile. How did this happen? It's like a fan meet and greet. Teachers, it's hot out here. Let's head inside. As he spoke, Ting Yaohuo led little Lily, guiding the way for the 2 teachers. The group arrived in the apartment. After inviting them to sit on the sofa, Su Ling and Lu Dan took out their portable notebooks and pens and began to ask about some basic details regarding little Lily. Ting Yaohuo sat across from them, answering every question like a diligent student. Mr. Huo, I wonder who usually takes care of the child, and who will be responsible for the school commute. Su Ling smiled secretly as she watched the formal Ting Yaohuo. She didn't expect that the famous Ting Yaohuo would be so down-to-earth. For the first 2 years, Lily was with her mother. Lately, her mother's work has been busy, so I've been with her. When she starts school, I'll be the one dropping her off and picking her up. Ting Yaohuo replied a bit bashfully. He was a full-time stay-at-home dad. He wondered what the 2 teachers thought about that. Su Ling nodded. Taking notes while continuing her inquiry. A huge pile of questions followed. What does the child usually like to eat? Does she have any allergies? What's her favorite cartoon? What's her favorite toy? Her daily routine, personality, and a whole string of other questions. Ting Yaohuo answered every single one in detail. He now had immense admiration for these teachers. They really had considered everything one could possibly think of, and recorded it all clearly. Considering they had to take care of so many kids, this was truly commendable. After finishing their questions for Ting Yaohuo, the 2 teachers miraculously pulled out small gifts they had prepared from their pockets to give to Lily. Lily glanced at Ting Yaohuo, and only after he nodded did she accept the gifts from the teachers and say thank you. Su Ling and Lu Dan clearly adored little Lily. They squatted down to talk to her. In their eyes, Lily was well-behaved, polite, and beautiful. She was practically melting their hearts. Su Ling and Lu Dan interacted with Lily for a while, before sitting back on the sofa with bright smiles. Mr. Huo, does Lily have any specific hobbies or interests? After interacting with Lily for a while, they also found out Lily's nickname. She likes to sing. Lily takes after her mom and has a real talent for music. Ting Yaohuo said without even thinking. Lily loves to sing, and her sense of music is excellent. This was something he had noticed quite early on. Hearing Ting Yaohuo's words, a hint of joy flashed in Su Ling's and Lu Dan's eyes. They already knew that little Lily's singing sounded beautiful. They hadn't expected that the child's actual hobby would also be singing. Children whose interests and talents align are always the easiest to nurture. Then Lily, could you sing a song for the teachers right now? Suling squatted down and looked at little Lily, asking with a warm smile. Little Lily had spent some time interacting with the two teachers, and had already become comfortable with them. Now, hearing that the teachers wanted to hear her sing, she hurriedly nodded her little head with enthusiasm. She really liked singing. Whether it was Daddy or Mommy, they both looked so cool when they were singing. She wanted to look as good as Daddy and Mommy too. Then, under the watchful eyes of the three adults, Lily used her youthful, innocent voice to sing the Little White Rabbit song Ting Yao Huo had taught her. The three adults cooperatively swayed along, keeping the beat for Lily. Lily sang it very well, and this brand new nursery rhyme also made Suling and Lu Dan's eyes light up. As preschool teachers, their instincts for nursery rhymes were incredibly sharp, while the song Lily sang online before, Sudden Burst of Courage, might not have been suitable for a 3-year-old. This Little White Rabbit song was undoubtedly easy for children to remember. The song was very short, and Lily quickly finished. The three of them clapped together for Lily's performance. Lily was so happy that her big eyes narrowed into little crescent moons. She liked preschool even more now. Teacher Sue and Teacher Lu were both such warm, kind-hearted people. Afterward, Su Ling and Lu Dan chatted with Ting Yaohui for a bit longer. They gave Ting Yaohuo an introduction to the educational philosophy and curriculum of Riverside Blossom Preschool. Ting Yaohui listened intently, nodding from time to time. After the chat, Lu Dan produced a home visit record sheet and asked Ting Yaohuo to fill it out before putting it away. This home visit was just about wrapping up. Su Ling and Lu Dan tucked away the record sheet, but they didn't seem ready to leave just yet. Instead, they looked at Ting Yaohuo with a bit of embarrassment. Ting Yaohuo scratched his head, not sure why they suddenly had that look on their faces. It was Lu Dan who finally spoke up. Mr. Huo, it's like this. Doesn't school start on September 1st? Our school is preparing a welcome ceremony. At that time, all the parents and new students will be attending. The principal requested that the teachers of every class prepare 2 songs for the welcome ceremony. We have to teach the children the songs and dances on the spot. In previous years, it was always the same thing. We just taught those 2 standard nursery rhymes. Not only are those 2 songs not very catchy, but they're also a bit difficult for the kids. And it's awkward for us when so many of them can't learn them. This year, Teacher Sue and I heard that your child is entering our class. So, we were hoping to prepare 2 more innovative songs and dances. We were wondering if you, Mr. Huo, could try composing 2 songs for us? Of course, this is just a personal request from us. If it's too much of a bother, then please don't worry about it. Lu Dan said it all in one breath, looking very apologetic. It was clear that she was just mentioning it with a see-if-it-works attitude. Su Ling blinked on the side, her eyes fixed on Ting Yaohuo with expectation. I see. Of course I can. No need to be so formal with me, Teacher Lu. After all, it's all for the sake of the kids. Ting Yaohuo agreed very readily after hearing the request. He thought it was some kind of major issue. This task was incredibly easy for him. Seeing Ting Yaohui agree, Su Ling and Lu Dan both sighed in relief at the same time, happy smiles returning to their faces. One had to realize that the 2 of them were completely acting on their own here. There was no such requirement in the home visit protocols. And, if the administration found out, they wouldn't allow teachers to make requests of the parents. But the 2 of them really couldn't find any better nursery rhymes. So they decided to ask Ting Yaohuo. After all, Ting Yaohuo was the one who had created a song like Sudden Burst of Courage. Thank you so much, Mr. Huo. Both of them thanked Ting Yaohuo simultaneously. Then, Mr. Huo, when you finish the songs, please send them to us on Instagram, and we'll figure out how to choreograph the dances. They had already added each other on Instagram earlier. This way, Ting Yaohuo could check on Lily's status at preschool whenever he wanted. What they didn't expect, however, was Ting Yaohuo waving a hand dismissively. No need to be so troublesome. Just give me 2 minutes, and I'll come up with 2 songs right now to see if they'll work for you. After speaking, Ting Yaohuo walked quickly back to the bedroom, took out some manuscript paper, and started composing right in front of them. The melodies of nursery rhymes are generally very simple. It was just 2 songs. Ting Yaohuo could write them out with his eyes closed. Su Ling and Lu Dan, however, were completely shell-shocked. What did he mean by just 2 songs? Was he for real? They knew Ting Yaohuo was amazing at songwriting, but they hadn't expected him to be this incredible, composing songs on the fly without a second thought. Was this man really a carbon-based life form found on this planet? He couldn't be a mysterious visitor from another world, could he? What Su Ling and Lu Dan didn't know was that their thoughts were already very close to the truth. If he wasn't afraid of being too revolutionary, Ting Yaohui could, in a matter of minutes, utterly dominate everyone in the songwriting industry, especially that guy who called himself the music godfather, Chris. If Ting Yaohui really wanted to test him, he could pin him to the ground and crush him. It took only 10 short minutes. Under Su Ling's and Lu Dan's stunned gazes, Ting Yaohui stopped his pen, picked up the score and lyrics, and handed them over. Ow, already done? Su Ling was so shocked she stammered. Ting Yaohui nodded as if it were the most natural thing. Of course. Take a look at the lyrics first. Ask me if there's anything you don't understand. Su Ling and Lu Dan looked at each other, then turned their attention to the lyrics and score in their hands. They couldn't quite grasp the musical score, only seeing the general structure. But they could read the lyrics. The lyrics to both songs were very simple, clear and easy to understand. Su Ling looked up while holding the paper, saying bashfully, I can't quite read the music. Could you sing it once for us to hear? Lu Dan also looked up at Ting Yaohui. She also wanted to hear how these two seemingly very simple songs sounded when they were actually sung. This time, it was Ting Yaohui's turn to feel self-conscious. If he were just teaching Lily how to sing by himself, he could manage just fine. But in front of two beautiful teachers, he really found it a bit hard to open his mouth. Still, if I had to sing, I had to sing. Ting Yaohui rubbed his nose. He took the sheet of paper back from Su Ling. Then I'll sing. Please bear with me if it's not very good. This is a children's song. It might not sound right coming from me. Su Ling quickly waved her hands. She was a fan of Ting Yaohui. She knew Ting Yaohui sang very well, too. It's fine, it's fine. Mr. Huo, we sing all the time ourselves. Ting Yaohui nodded. Then he put the paper down. He cleared his throat and began to sing cheerfully. The song in Su Ling's hand was titled Two Tigers. The cheerful melody came from Ting Yaohui's mouth, making Su Ling and Lu Dan's eyes light up. They both pricked up their ears, listening intently. Two tigers, running fast. One has no ears, one has no tail. How strange, how strange. Simple lyrics, a catchy melody. Little Lily had only heard it once, but she started swaying her head and singing with Ting Yaohui. Su Ling and Lu Dan felt like they had discovered a treasure. This simple, clear melody and repetitive lyrics were perfect for children to learn. They would definitely be able to sing this song with ease. And as soon as they heard this song, the basic concept for a dance formed in their minds. Ting Yaohui and Lily's duet ended. Father and daughter high-fived in perfect sync. Su Ling and Lu Dan couldn't help but clap. Ting Yaohui scratched his head, singing such childish nursery rhymes. As a grown man, especially in front of two teachers, felt a bit out of place. Fortunately, little Lily was there to sing with him. Otherwise, it would have been truly awkward. After the song was finished, Ting Yaohui handed the manuscript back to Su Ling. Su Ling took the manuscript Ting Yaohui handed her. The smile on her face was too bright to hide. This is great! Mr. Huo, this song is fantastic. It's completely suitable for children of this age group to learn. Lu Dan also nodded in agreement. These simple songs are best for kids. Once we get back, we just need to choreograph some simple, easy-to-learn dance moves. Pair them with hand gestures, and the kids will definitely pick it up easily. I'm glad I could help you. Ting Yaohui was also beaming. He could already imagine crowds of kids singing Two Tigers at the welcome ceremony. Su Ling carefully put away the score. Then Lu Dan handed her own sheet to Ting Yaohui. The expectant look in her eyes was unmistakable. Ting Yaohui was dumbfounded. Again, Lu Dan's meaning was clear. You sang Two Tigers, now sing this one too. All right. Faced with the teachers who would look after Lily for 3 years, Ting Yaohui compromised. Having already sung the first, for the second one, Ting Yaohui was much more composed. He even started doing the movements. This song was also a very simple nursery rhyme. In his original world, it had once gone viral on TikTok. It was titled Planting Flowers in the Garden. Ting Yaohui cleared his throat and raised his hands. He didn't notice at all that the front door was being opened from the outside at that moment. A familiar figure froze at the door like that, watching Ting Yaohui perform inside. In the tiny little garden, dig and dig and dig. Plant tiny little seeds and grow tiny little flowers. While singing, Ting Yaohui gestured with his hands in the air. First, he drew the shape of a garden. Then he mimicked planting seeds. Finally, he brought his hands together in front of his face to mimic a flower blooming. The 6 people in the house didn't disturb him. They just let him immerse himself in the performance. In front of the door, Someone even took out a phone and started recording. In the big, big garden, dig and dig and dig. Plant big, big seeds and grow big, big flowers. This time, the garden Ting Yaohuo gestured was bigger. He continued to act shamelessly cute. After finishing that verse, he gestured an even larger garden in front of him. In the huge, huge garden, dig and dig and dig. Plant huge, huge seeds and grow huge, huge flowers. An irrepressible laugh came from behind him. Ting Yaohuo suddenly froze. He turned his body mechanically. The figures of Vanessa Liu, Sister Yun, and Lei Shen appeared clearly before him. The culprit who couldn't help but laugh out loud was Lei Shen. She was still covering her mouth and giggling, while her other hand stealthily hit her phone. Ting Yaohuo was in a daze. When did they get back? This was total social death for him. Ting Yaohuo was silent for a moment. He blinked at Vanessa Liu's beautiful face. Why are you back? Vanessa Liu, who originally had a happy smile on her face, saw it vanish upon hearing Ting Yaohuo's words. What did this guy mean? Did he not want her to come back? She had planned to give him a surprise. Now she was really annoyed. She pursed her lips. This is my home too. After saying that, Vanessa Liu felt it sounded a bit harsh, so she added, I missed Lily. After speaking, Vanessa Liu walked into the room. Sister Yun and Lei Shen followed her in, giggling secretly. Ting Yaohuo really deserved it. They knew very well how eager Vanessa Liu was to return. She had even dragged them out of bed early in the morning. Seeing her mother back, little Lily joyfully threw herself into her arms. Ting Yaohuo rubbed his nose and quickly stood up to introduce them. Right, these two are teachers from Lily's preschool, Teacher Su and Teacher Liu. They're here for a home visit. Su Ling and Lu Dan had already stood up with smiles. They had recognized this stunningly beautiful woman long ago. Vanessa Liu, the singer currently viral online. She was also little Lily's mother. And regarding the previous controversy of Ting Yaohuo's domestic abuse, they were also aware of it. But looking at the scene now, how could Ting Yaohuo look like an abuser? It was clear that a single look from Vanessa Liu could keep him completely in check. Hearing Ting Yaohuo's introduction, Vanessa Liu's smile returned. She shook hands with Su Ling and Lu Dan respectively. Hello, thank you for the hard work, teachers. Su Ling and Lu Dan quickly waved their hands. No trouble at all. This is our duty. Actually, Mr. Huo has been a huge help to us. If it weren't for the 2 songs he gave us, we would have been worried sick. Vanessa Liu glanced at Ting Yaohuo. So the song he was just singing was prepared for the preschool. However, he hadn't even told her that Lily was starting preschool, much less an important event like a teacher's home visit. Did this man want to seize total control over household affairs? Ting Yaohuo was once again met with Vanessa Liu's unfriendly gaze. Ting Yaohuo blinked his eyes again, feeling so wronged in his heart. Didn't we agree I'd be a full-time stay-at-home dad? Didn't we agree that living off my wife would be great? Didn't we agree that you'd handle the outside world while I handle the house? Sure enough, women really are just jerk faces. The way the 2 of them were flirting with their eyes fell into the sight of Lei Shen and Sister Yun, and they simply couldn't bear to watch. Lei Shen even rolled a cute eye roll. Oh my god, there are still so many people here. Flirting in public like this, where's the decorum? Su Ling and Lu Dan also put away the manuscript papers on the table at this time, smiling as they said to Ting Yaohuo, Mr. Huo, today's home visit has concluded successfully. We'll take our leave now. Ting Yaohuo hurriedly tried to get them to stay. Why don't you 2 teachers stay for lunch before you go? Su Ling and Lu Dan quickly waved their hands, their bodies already moving toward the door. No, that's all right. We've already taken up a lot of your time here. There are other children whose parents are waiting for our home visits. Mr. Huo, no need to see us out. Go back inside. After Su Ling and Lu Dan finished speaking, under the escort of Ting Yaohuo and Vanessa Liu, they left the residential complex. This home visit could be considered a pleasant experience for all. Ting Yaohuo also finally let out a sigh of relief. Being a full-time stay-at-home dad is no easy task. Returning inside the house, Ting Yaohuo watched as Vanessa Liu carried Lily and sat down on the sofa. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but Ting Yaohuo always felt that she seemed a bit chubbier than a few days ago, and her pretty face had unknowingly become so fair and supple. Ting Yaohuo vaguely remembered, when he first arrived in this world, the faces of this mother and daughter that greeted him when he opened his eyes. Back then their complexions were so pale and helpless. This sense of a sharp cut between shifting times and spaces left Ting Yaohuo momentarily dazed. Vanessa Liu's beautiful eyes glanced at Ting Yaohuo, only to see him standing there like a fool, staring at her and little Lily without moving. What a dork. Vanessa Liu gave him an embarrassed and annoyed look, signaling that Lily and Sister Yun were still here. Ting Yaohuo was struck by the charm of that one glance, snapping out of his daydream. Only then did he rub his nose and ask, "Isn't the new song gala finale in a couple of days? How did you find the time to come back now?" Vanessa Liu hadn't spoken yet, when Lei Shen spoke up loudly first. "Ting Yaohui, it's clear you don't care about our Vanessa at all. The finale isn't for another week." Vanessa just started her break, and she rushed back home without a moment's rest. "Lily, I did not. I just missed Lily." When Vanessa Liu heard Lei Shen say that, a blush rose on her face, and she immediately explained herself. Lei Shen blinked her eyes and looked at Vanessa Liu. Her expression meant, "I didn't say you missed him. You just gave yourself away." This made Vanessa Liu's face turn even redder. "A whole week, huh?" Ting Yaohuo scratched his head. He really hadn't checked the schedule. As soon as the revote had ended, he had received the call from the preschool, so how could he find the mind to watch the rest of the show? Vanessa Liu gave a soft, as an answer to Ting Yaohuo's words. Ting Yaohuo nodded. He was smart enough not to ask how many days she'd be staying. Asking more would be impolite. He was afraid Vanessa Liu might actually finish him off. "Ting Yaohuo, we've delivered Vanessa back to you, so we'll be going now. Since she's finally back for a bit, Lily and I are going to the hospital to see her mother." Sister Yun walked over at this time, and said as she looked at Ting Yaohuo, "Sister Yun, Vanessa and I will see you off." "No need. It wasn't easy for Vanessa to get back, so let her stay at home more. We can head over by ourselves." As Sister Yun spoke, she pulled Lele toward the door. Vanessa Liu still stood up while holding Lily, and saw Sister Yun and the others off downstairs. Ting Yaohuo didn't follow them. He was ordered to stay home and cook. On the way, Lei Shen happily took out her phone and opened the video she had just recorded. She watched as Sister Yun and Vanessa Liu also leaned in curiously. Seeing Ting Yaohuo's appearance from just now again, they still couldn't stop themselves from laughing. Even Vanessa Liu had rarely seen Ting Yaohuo looking so childish. Sister Yun suddenly spoke up then. "Vanessa, can we upload this video? Since you made your comeback, your Twitter has only had those 2 updates. This is such good material, we should upload it. Let the fans see your daily life at home. It would be great, and it can completely change the way they see Ting Yaohuo." Since the last incident ended, Ting Yaohuo's image online has improved quite a lot, but people's impression of him is still stuck on him being mysterious, a talented songwriter with a dark history. Netizens don't know what kind of person Ting Yaohuo is in his daily life. Vanessa's fans leave comments on her Twitter, mostly asking about new songs, or when the album will be released. And then there's the question of whether her daily life with Ting Yaohuo is going well. Regarding these topics, Vanessa's Twitter account has always been managed by Sister Yun. Sister Yun is very sensitive to these things. Upon hearing Sister Yun's words, Vanessa thought about it but still shook her head. "I have to ask for his opinion first. If he's unwilling, then we won't post it." Hearing this, Lele put away her phone. She couldn't quite understand what was going on between Vanessa and Ting Yaohuo right now. Logically, they were a long-married couple. For a small decision like this, did Vanessa still need to ask for Ting Yaohuo's consent? In Lei Shen's heart, a married couple should be a single entity, not like Vanessa, who seemed to walk on eggshells with everything she did. What she didn't know was that Vanessa, compared to before, was already doing so much better. At least she has her own little temper now, and many times she has her own opinions and decisions. By the time Vanessa Liu returned to the apartment, Ting Yaohuo was busy in the kitchen. The aroma of food drifted from the kitchen into the living room. Vanessa Liu placed Lily on the sofa and quietly watched his back from the kitchen door frame. His shoulders were much sturdier than before, and he wasn't as thin and gaunt as he used to be. His whole being radiated youthful vitality. Compared to these physical changes, the biggest change was his personality. He had become extremely patient with everything, become composed, and become incredibly good to both her and the child, especially when it came to the trivial matters of daily life. The delicateness he displayed made her unconsciously drown in his tenderness. This man was her treasure. When Ting Yaohui turned around, he saw Vanessa Liu staring at him blankly. The tenderness reflected in her almond-shaped eyes seemed like it would melt him. He scratched his head, suddenly feeling a bit shy, but he still looked her straight in the eye. "What's wrong?" Seeing Ting Yaohuo's dazed and foolish look, Vanessa Liu smiled. her smile as radiant as peach blossoms, Ting Yaohua looking even more dazed as she watched. It's nothing, Sister Yun just asked you if she can take the video of you singing just now and post it on Twitter. Ting Yaohua's eyes suddenly widened. Even his hand holding the spoon trembled. What? She recorded it? Vanessa Liu pursed her lips and smiled. She nodded. Lele recorded it. Sister Yun said posting it on Twitter could help solidify your image. Ting Yaohua had a face full of questions. Is this ruining my image or what? Vanessa Liu saw Ting Yaohua's expression and knew he wasn't very willing. So she added, it hasn't been uploaded yet. I felt I should ask for your opinion. If you don't want to, we won't upload it. Ting Yaohua saw Vanessa Liu's expression and suddenly asked, then do you want to upload it? Vanessa Liu froze for a moment. She just looked at the serious Ting Yaohua like that, the smile on her face growing wider. Then she nodded. I think your wanting it is no use though. We have to ask Teacher Sue and the others first. Ha ha! Ting Yaohua laughed out loud. It was as if a prank had been successful. I gave those 2 songs to Teacher Sue and the others. Since I gave them to them, I still have to ask for their opinion. After realizing she was being tricked by Ting Yaohua, Vanessa Liu was stunned, and a flash of bashful annoyance crossed her eyes. Even her voice got a bit louder. Inside Ting Yaohua's small kitchen, the sound of the 2 laughing and playing immediately rang out. Little Lily, playing with toys on the sofa, looked toward the kitchen curiously. It was so strange this time. It looked like Mommy was hitting Daddy. And then, Lily heard Daddy's exclamation from the kitchen. Ah, stop it. The food is burning. Another bout of chaos ensued in the kitchen. After a lot of fussing, the meal was finally served. However, today's meal smelled more or less a bit burnt. Maybe it was because they were all in such a great mood. Just like that, little Lily and Vanessa Liu still ate with great appetite. This made Ting Yaohua feel somewhat emotional. Sometimes what matters isn't how good the food tastes, but how happy the family is together. After dinner, the family sat on the sofa. Only then did Ting Yaohua take out his phone. He sent a message to Su Ling on Instagram. He asked her about the nursery rhymes. A moment later, the Instagram notification sounded. Mr. Huo, these songs are your creations after all. We will only use them for the preschool welcome ceremony. We won't use them elsewhere. Whatever use you have for them, you don't need to ask us. It was clear that Su Ling was also in a good mood. Ting Yaohui smiled. Dealing with these lovely people was truly worry-free. There was no scheming at all. Having received Su Ling's reply, Ting Yaohuo talked it over with Vanessa Liu. Even though it was a scene of total social death for him, at worst he'd just look away and keep his peace. He just wouldn't watch it. But the way things developed didn't go according to Ting Yaohuo's wishes. After Sister Yun received Vanessa Liu's message, she and Lele Shen edited and touched up the video. They uploaded it to Vanessa Liu's Twitter. At this moment, the vast number of netizens were still in the middle of a heated discussion about the upcoming new song gala finale, having no idea at all that they were about to welcome another big scoop. Hong was a housewife. Her husband was a 9-to-5 company manager, so she had a lot of free time every day. For instance, right now, she was holding half a watermelon and half lounging on the sofa while scrolling through her phone. She also had another identity, admin of the Vanessa, Lily, and Ting Yao family support group. She was a fan of Vanessa Liu. She had been one since a long time ago. Her phone was full of Vanessa Liu's songs, not just those since Vanessa's comeback that Ting Yaohuo wrote, but also some from 3 years ago. When Vanessa Liu retired 3 years ago, she had also gone from an innocent girl to someone's wife. After seeing Vanessa make her comeback, she still liked her as consistently as always. Hong's finger slid gently across the screen. There were many topics about Vanessa Liu and the group lately, but Hong had seen them all. Hong felt slightly disappointed. She switched her phone screen to Twitter. Then her eyes suddenly lit up. Vanessa Liu, who usually didn't like updating Twitter, actually updated her feed today. She hurriedly clicked on the update via her following list. The post contained a video. There were already quite a few comments below. Hong had a joyful look on her face, thinking to herself, this woman finally updated a video. Her finger quickly tapped on the video. The result disappointed her. The person appearing in it was Ting Yaohuo. Why is it him? Hong muttered to herself, but she still continued watching. Love me, love my dog. Now she could be considered a fan of Vanessa Liu's whole family. In the video, Ting Yaohuo was making childish movements, gesturing with his hands in front of him, while singing a refreshing nursery rhyme. Ting Yaohuo's movements and singing made Hong burst into an involuntary laugh. She really hadn't expected that Ting Yaohuo, whose name was usually synonymous with mystery, would be this childish and cute in his daily life. In a family like this, Vanessa Liu must be very happy, right? Hong listened to it once, and then clicked the video to listen again. She suddenly realized that this song was becoming more addictive with each listen. So she hurriedly rushed into the group chat, edited a message, and sent it out. Everyone, go to Vanessa's Twitter quickly. There's something good to see. The group went silent for a moment before instantly exploding. The admin, who usually lurked in silence, actually came out to speak. Something good? Is it a photo shoot of Vanessa? Drooling emoji. You're dreaming. From Vanessa's debut until now, she hasn't even posted a candid photo. I'm curious, going to look right now. What's the good stuff? The admin is really teasing us, making me go and check it out myself. Only a fool would still be chatting here right now. Don't you see most people in the group have stopped talking? The excitement in the group was just one corner. At this moment, the excitement online had just begun. Many sharp-eyed people had seen this video. After listening to it over and over, they frantically recommended it to family and friends. Quick, look at Vanessa Liu's Twitter. Ting Yaohuo is performing live. What it means to go dig and dig and dig, holy crap! I can't stop watching it. One stone cost 1,000 waves. After an afternoon of fermenting, everyone knew Vanessa Liu had posted on Twitter. And it was a video of Ting Yaohui performing a childish nursery rhyme. Many people joyfully flocked to Vanessa Liu's Twitter to witness the grand occasion. Was that last song really the last one? That sudden burst of courage was truly nice to listen to. By 8:30 p.m., this Twitter post from Vanessa Liu had successfully been pushed to the trending topics. As everyone knows, the comments from those silly netizens. The comment section is the best part. The comments under this Twitter post are even more exciting than the video itself. First, listen. What is this? Second, listen. In the tiny little garden, dig and dig and dig. Haha, I'm dying. You're telling me this is Ting Yaohuo? The persona is dead, man. I can't take it. I can't take it. I'm dying of laughter. I want to plant flowers too. Planting such big seeds, growing such big flowers. Ting Yaohuo dance meme. In the tiny little company, crawl and crawl and crawl. Earn a tiny little salary and don't dare to spend it. Help, my daughter is already singing along. Now my head is full of dig and dig and dig, haha. I'm different. As a 500-month-old baby, I'm listening with great interest. Sure enough, the joy of having kids is something us single dogs can't experience, provided they aren't bratty kids. Who the hell is saying Ting Yaohuo is a violent guy? I'll fight them. What kind of violent man acts like this? Dig and dig and dig, I'm losing it. I'm losing it. Let me laugh while you guys keep digging. It was clearly just a simple nursery rhyme, yet it suddenly became a source of joy for netizens. By 9:30 p.m., this song officially topped the trending list. Poor Ting Yaohuo still didn't know about any of this. He was busy enjoying the happy moments of being together with his family. And just as this Twitter post hit the top, inside a luxury mansion in Shanghai, Yinping was piteously drinking some wine, watching this viral Twitter post. Not only had he lost his job, but he had also been lectured by Chengdi. And it wasn't just Chengdi. Even his sister, Chengdi's mother, had scolded him mercilessly. Yinping believed he wasn't wrong. Wasn't the entertainment industry always like this? How was he wrong this time? And wasn't he doing it all for Chengdi's own good? The more he thought about it, the more depressed he became. Yinping could only drown his sorrows in alcohol. But at that moment, he saw Vanessa Liu's Twitter was trending again. The comments were all blaming Chris. The more he read, the angrier he got, and Yinping smashed the wine bottle on the floor. He believed that if Chris's songwriting hadn't been so bad, none of this would have happened. And that was the truth. If Chris could have written a song that rivaled Flower C, the mentor's votes wouldn't have been questioned. None of this would have happened. Yinping blamed the source of every mistake entirely on Chris. So he immediately picked up his phone and called Chris. The call was answered quickly. Before Chris could even speak, Yinping started screaming at him and unloading his rage. You trash. It's all your fault. You still call yourself the music godfather? You even personally guaranteed there wouldn't be a problem with the song. I think you're just a show-off with no substance. You're just an attractive but useless hack. Pah. Chris, on his end, was just about to go to sleep. When he received Yinping's call, before he could even speak, he was left completely bewildered by Yinping's verbal abuse. It wasn't until Yinping stopped talking that he snapped out of it. He, the great music godfather, was being scolded by someone who didn't know anything. Someone who was just a discarded wreck of a man. Chris couldn't help but laugh out of anger. Without saying a word in explanation, he decisively hung up and blocked Yinping's number. With someone like that, Saying even one more word would be a waste of breath. Sitting up in bed, Chris stared at his phone. Now he couldn't fall asleep at all. The more he thought, the angrier he got. He wasn't angry about being scolded, but because since Ting Yaohua appeared, his songs had lost to him twice in a row. Now, even the people asking him for songs were far fewer than before, especially since many singers, when mentioning Chris now, would always think of Ting Yaohua first. This made Chris very anxious. His resentment toward Ting Yaohua grew more and more. He didn't deny that Ting Yaohua's songs were good, but his own weren't bad either. He believed their abilities were neck and neck. The reason for the failure was entirely the singer's fault. Feeling agitated, Chris opened his phone again, wanting to see the recent state of the entertainment industry. Then he saw the #1 spot on the trending list, the Twitter post sent by Vanessa Liu. Chris narrowed his eyes. Vanessa Liu again. He didn't know when it had started, but the entertainment industry he knew had vanished. In its place were daily trending news about Ting Yaohua and Vanessa Liu. Chris suppressed his anger and clicked on Twitter. There was a video inside. In the video was the very source of all his pent-up resentment. Ting Yaohua. Chris silently listened to the nursery rhyme Ting Yaohua sang. His frown deepened. He listened to it twice in a row. He angrily threw his phone on the bed. Damn it. He only knows how to pander to the public. He actually has the nerve to post a song like this? Chris felt this was an insult to him. Just a simple nursery rhyme like that hit #1 on the trending list. He could compose songs like that with his eyes closed, especially since many people online were now saying that after hearing Ting Yaohua's songs, they couldn't listen to any other music anymore. Chris felt this was the ultimate insult to him. Thinking of this, the gloom in Chris's eyes grew darker. After a moment, he seemed to suddenly think of something. He picked up his phone again and sent a tweet, and tagged Vanessa Liu. You actually have the nerve to post this? Everyone says your songwriting is great, Ting Yaohua, but I think it's just mediocre at best. After posting the tweet calling him a panderer, Chris immediately felt much better, especially when he saw his own fans supporting him. He felt even more at ease. As expected, there were still people in this world who understood music. Chris looked at his fans' comments and felt like he had found his soulmates, but soon he couldn't laugh anymore, because just then, many netizens still on Vanessa Liu's Twitter also discovered this tweet. They were instantly in an uproar. More so, were the fans of Ting Yaohua and Vanessa Liu. They were having a good time minding their own business, only to be suddenly attacked. Their mood soured immediately. Consequently, both the general public and fans from both sides all swarmed to Chris's Twitter to argue. Mind your own business at home, yet trouble comes looking for you. Vanessa was just filming her daily life, yet someone is so jealous they had to speak up. They even had to tag her. He really thinks he's still the music godfather. To be fair, Chris's songs are actually pretty good. It's just that he and Ting Yaohua focus on different genres. His songs are a bit more alternative. Calling funeral music alternative? Well, I certainly can't appreciate it. There's no need to put one down to lift the other up. The horror songs Chris creates actually have a nice vibe. At least they make me feel a bit scared. No one cares if you put one down to lift the other. He just jumped out to look for a fight. I think he just can't take losing 2 songs in a row. He's so bitter he started biting everyone. The songs my brother Chris creates are simply better than Ting Yaohua's. How many songs does Ting Yaohua even have? Don't they know how many hits my boy has? Chris's tweet, amidst the arguments of the netizens, began to slowly climb its way up. Before long, it actually made the trending list. Chris had also been watching the real-time updates when he saw his tweet trending, and realized he had a decent amount of support. The gloomy resentment he'd been harboring dissipated quite a bit. Much of his old confidence returned. As for those who questioned him, he would use his talent to shut them up. The reason he dared to post that tweet was because the first round of the new Song Gala finals has a tragedy and horror theme. That was his specialty. Chris smiled. He wasn't a fool. Since he dared to pick this fight, he was already prepared. Immediately after, Chris opened Twitter again and posted another update while the heat was on. I know many people will question me for saying this, but I can't just stand by. A good song is a good song, not something proven by someone pandering for attention. If you doubt me, I will let my talent answer you. In the first round of the new Song Gala finals, I'm asking if Ting Yaohua dares to accept my challenge. If I lose, I will voluntarily renounce the title of Music Godfather and apologize to Vanessa Liu. If I win, I only want Ting Yaohua to come out and admit personally that he isn't as good as me. Chris's tweet went out. Chris smiled. He didn't keep following the updates. Instead, he tossed his phone on the nightstand and lay down contentedly, because he knew This was essentially a declaration of war. He didn't even have to check. To know this tweet would definitely skyrocket to the top. Things played out exactly as Chris expected. As soon as his second tweet was posted, it immediately caused a massive uproar. A veteran songwriter formally declaring war on a rising star. This was a major event rarely seen in the industry. Numerous media outlets were buzzing. They immediately churned out all sorts of headlines, focusing on being the fastest to report. Will it be the coronation of a new king, or will the veteran continue his legend? As soon as this explosive headline appeared, it was quickly pushed onto the trending list. Whether it was Ting Yaohuo's fans, Chris's fans, or just the casual bystanders looking for drama, practically everyone was now looking forward to the first round of the new Song Gala finals. Meanwhile, in Shanghai, inside a celebrity apartment, Anyun Miao's assistant, Ran Yu, held her phone and knocked on Anyun Miao's bedroom door with a gasp. Anyun Miao rubbed her temples and sat up, clutching the duvet to her chest. She was getting a headache from her assistant's constant fussing. She had just practiced singing all day and was about to get some sleep. Ran, what's going on? Why the rush? When Ran Yu saw her boss's bare-shouldered, pretty look, she swallowed hard. To her, in terms of pure beauty, only Vanessa Liu could really compare with her own boss, except their styles were completely different. Vanessa Liu seemed as gentle as water, while her boss was as passionate as fire. Both of them fascinated her. Anyun Miao saw Ran Yu's dazed expression and felt her headache worsening. Her assistant was great in every way, except she was always ogling her. Ran. Anyun Miao raised her voice. Ran Yu suddenly snapped out of it, remembering she had serious business to report. Anyun, big news. Look. Ran Yu shoved the phone screen in front of Anyun Miao. Anyun Miao helplessly took the phone and started reading. A moment later, her brows furrowed. She pointed at the screen and said, "Did I ever promise to use his song in the finals? I don't remember that at all." Early the next morning, Ting Yaohuo woke up, feeling sore and numb all over. His entire arm, in particular, had completely lost all sensation. He blearily opened his eyes, only to discover that Vanessa Liu had, at some point, crawled back into his arms. She was clinging to him, like an octopus, and little Lily, for her part, was sleeping sprawled out sideways at the foot of the bed. Ting Yaohui was speechless. The mother and daughter's sleeping habits were identical. Both were terrible sleepers. Ting Yaohui had been sleeping soundly, and was even having a nice dream. But the dream had taken a sudden turn in the middle of the night. He felt like he was being pinned down by a ghost. Now, seeing this, the mystery was finally solved. Ting Yaohuo used his only free hand to scratch his head. He gently shifted his body to sit halfway up. His sore, numb body felt a bit better. This movement seemed to bother Vanessa Liu. Her fair, tender face wrinkled slightly, and she pouted her lips. She let out a soft mumble and snuggled even closer to Ting Yaohuo, wrapping her arms around him tightly again. Ting Yaohuo's whole body immediately froze up. "This is a bit much for first thing in the morning. I can't handle this. I really can't handle this." Ting Yaohuo felt like he was in a real bind. He glanced at little Lily, who was sleeping soundly, and his expression became a mask of pure agony. Ting Yaohuo touched his nose, thinking to himself that Lily was 3 now. She's not a baby anymore. It's time for her to have her own room. With that in mind, Ting Yaohuo tried to gently slide his arm out from under Vanessa's head. His arm felt like it didn't even belong to him anymore. He even had to use his other hand to help pull it out, perhaps sensing her pillow had vanished. Vanessa Liu's eyelashes fluttered. A second later, she slowly opened her eyes. She blearily raised her head, looking at Ting Yaohuo with a hint of confusion. She looked absolutely adorable in her daze. Their eyes met. Vanessa Liu snapped awake instantly. Ting Yaohuo didn't move. Vanessa Liu also froze. Her leg and arm were still draped over Ting Yaohuo. This posture sent a rush of red to her face. In an instant, even her earlobes were beet red. She looked like a shrimp that had just been dropped into a fryer. Ting Yaohuo blinked. Vanessa Liu scrambled off him in a panic. She turned her back to him, not daring to look. Her heart was racing a mile a minute. "Oh no. He wouldn't think I did that on purpose, would he?" Vanessa Liu bit her lip, curling up like an ostrich. She even heard Ting Yaohuo swallow hard behind her. Ting Yaohuo felt like he was struggling. He desperately needed to wash his face with cold water to calm down. Anyone would find it hard to resist. Seeing such a lovely beauty first thing in the morning, it was pure torture. Ting Yaohuo quickly scrambled out of bed. With his body stiff, he bolted out of the bedroom in a flash. The sound of the bedroom door clicking shut echoed. Vanessa Liu finally breathed a sigh of relief. She gently patted her burning cheeks. A strange look crossed her eyes. It seemed like, ever since Ting Yaohuo moved into the master bedroom, whenever she fell asleep, she would unconsciously snuggle into his arms. Even though, before sleeping, she clearly remembered sleeping perfectly well on the other side. Besides, Lily was supposed to be in the middle. Thinking of Lily, Vanessa Liu suddenly froze. She quickly sat up, and then she saw her sprawled out. Lily, sleeping all alone at the corner of the bed. Vanessa pursed her lips. She carefully scooped Lily into her arms, and placed her back where she belonged. She kissed Lily's little cheek. Vanessa Liu smiled. It looked like it was time for Lily to have her own room. It had to be said, the couple's thoughts on this were surprisingly in sync. By the time Ting Yaohuo finished washing up and came out, Vanessa Liu happened to be stepping out of the bedroom. Her loose pajamas completely concealed her graceful figure. Ting Yaohuo rubbed his nose, feeling a bit of regret in his heart. He was her husband after all. Should he have taken a longer look just now? But soon, Ting Yaohuo wiped those lecherous thoughts right out of his mind. If he was going to look, it had to be in broad daylight. Sensing Ting Yaohuo's strange gaze, Vanessa Liu shot him a look and quietly went to wash up. It was still early. Normally, this would be the time for Ting Yaohuo's morning run, but he didn't plan on going out today. Vanessa Liu had finally returned. He wanted to spend more time with her. Plopping down on the sofa, Ting Yaohuo took out his phone. He wanted to see the keywords for the first round of the new Song Gala finals. Vanessa never brought these things up herself, so he had to be proactive. But when Ting Yao found the keywords for the first round, he immediately lost his cool. What the hell is this? Tragedy and horror? Are you kidding me? Are these keywords for a legitimate show? Ting Yaohuo's mouth twitched. He never imagined that the keywords for the first round would be like this. Just then, Vanessa Liu finished washing up and walked out of the bathroom. Ting Yaohuo looked up, a look of disbelief on his face. The keywords for your new Song Gala finals are tragedy and horror? Who came up with these keywords? Hearing Ting Yaohuo mention this, Vanessa Liu walked to the sofa and sat down. She nodded. The keywords for each round are set by the director. No one knows what they'll be. Ting Yaohuo frowned. He thought the director must be out of his mind. If Ren Xiao knew what Ting Yaohuo was thinking, he would be devastated. He didn't want to do this either. He was in a tough spot too, but his mentor had insisted on it repeatedly, and his mentor was a veteran horror film director. A mentor's command was the hardest to refuse, especially in the eyes of the older generation. A mentor is like a father. Ren Xiao didn't want to disappoint his master. Besides, while these songs aren't mainstream, couldn't they test the songwriter's skills from a different angle? Ting Yaohuo, of course, didn't know any of this. Since the keywords were already set, he could only rack his brain to think. Honestly, when it came to these types of songs, Ting Yaohuo had heard very few. This was the first time. Vanessa Liu had seen Ting Yaohuo frown while he was creating, so he could find things difficult too. With the previous songs, it seemed like he could just pull them out of thin air. Seeing him like this made him feel much more real to her. Vanessa Liu reached out and gently smoothed his furrowed brow. Don't worry, no matter what. We'll work through it together. As long as we have no regrets, it'll be fine. As her warm fingers brushed his brow, Ting Yaohuo felt a warm current flow through his heart. He looked up and saw Vanessa Liu, looking at him with earnest tenderness. Vanessa, having just washed her face, was completely makeup-free. Yet Ting Yaohuo felt that she looked more beautiful now than ever before. Being stared at so intently by Ting Yaohuo, Vanessa Liu's face grew warm. She didn't understand why he was looking at her like this, just because she had said one sentence. Beyond admiration, that look in his eyes made it seem like he wanted to devour her. Ting Yaohuo was being so strange, but in the next moment, it didn't seem strange at all, because, in her sight, Ting Yaohuo's face suddenly drew near, until a warm sensation pressed against her lips. Vanessa Liu's eyes suddenly widened. She even blinked twice in disbelief. Was she just ambushed? Ting Yaohuo now understood perfectly. In front of a beautiful wife, that whole cold water to cool down thing was nonsense. After a long time, their lips parted. Vanessa leaned back against the sofa, her body feeling a bit weak. She still hadn't quite processed what happened. Ting Yaohuo had actually ambushed her, and he kissed her for so long, it wasn't until she saw Ting Yaohuo staring at her as if he wanted more, that she quickly covered her face with both hands. She was so embarrassed, she wanted to run away. Fling, taw, dash, in the operates and records. This was the first time Ting Yaohuo had tasted such sweetness. He couldn't even describe how happy he felt. Seeing Vanessa Liu's bashful look now made him even more delighted. He couldn't help but lean a bit closer to her until they were pressed against each other. But we're a married couple. Kissing is a very important way to express affection between spouses. Ting Yaohuo tried to make Vanessa Liu less shy, or at least get her to move her hands from her face. Unexpectedly, Vanessa Liu's reaction was even stronger. She scurried back 2 steps, still unwilling to lower her hands. His attempts proving fruitless, Ting Yaohuo could only stare at Vanessa longingly. He felt a bit disappointed. He hadn't had enough. If it hadn't been his first time and he lacked experience, not knowing how to breathe properly, there was no way he would have let her go so easily. Ting Yaohuo shamelessly edged closer again. Fine, I'll just look at my phone then. I definitely won't do anything else. Ting Yaohuo picked up his phone and waved it in front of Vanessa Liu. He pretended to be busy looking at his phone. Vanessa Liu peeked at him through the gaps in her fingers. When she saw the smirk on his face, she felt even more flustered. Then she gave Ting Yaohuo a forceful shove, stood up, and bolted back into the bedroom like a fugitive. Ting Yaohuo watched her, as she even made sure to shut the bedroom door tight. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. Only then did he actually start looking at his phone. He still needed to put some thought into the song. With nothing else to do right now, he might as well check Vanessa Liu's Twitter. He remembered Vanessa saying she was going to post that video Lele secretly recorded on Twitter. As soon as he opened Twitter, Ting Yaohuo saw his familiar name on the trending list. The handsome guy sighs. IGS. Ting Yaohuo felt sure it was that video causing all the discussion. His image was about to be completely ruined. He clicked on one of the trending topics at random. Then Ting Yaohuo's brow gradually furrowed. It seemed things weren't as simple as he thought. Come to think of it, the ordinary Twitter post sent by Vanessa Liu indeed made the trending list, but now this trending topic was about a declaration of war, a challenge that even dragged him into it. Ting Yaohuo's finger continued to slide, looking through the trending topics one by one. Only then did he gradually understand the whole story. It all started with the song in his video, being criticized by someone, and after all the arguing, it turned into this. But did this guy Chris have some kind of mental illness? Had he ever provoked him? Ting Yaohuo couldn't figure it out. He hadn't even met this Chris before. How did he end up getting targeted? The key was, it would have been fine if it was just him. But he actually had the nerve to tag Vanessa Liu. This made Ting Yaohuo, as a wife-doting maniac, unable to tolerate it at all. Ting Yaohuo had his own Twitter account too, but even he had forgotten about it, let alone his fans. Previously, he had only used TikTok. This was his first time using this platform. Usually, his fans were all active under Vanessa Liu's Twitter posts. Opening his Twitter homepage, Ting Yaohuo took all those messy old dancing videos he had posted before and deleted them all. He cleared it out until it was a blank slate. Only then did he compose a new tweet and hit send. He casually tagged Chris. If you want to fight, then fight, music godfather. Heh, it was just a few simple words, but he wasn't indulging him at all between the lines. Once Ting Yaohuo sent it, he nodded with satisfaction. What do you call professional? This is what you call professional. Did he really think he was a pushover? It was concise and to the point, and the sarcasm level was maxed out. The final, hey, was a perfect finishing touch. It was very nice. After doing all this, Ting Yaohuo stretched his back and put the matter out of his mind. It was still early. Many netizens were still sound asleep, so they naturally didn't know about this news. Even Chris, because he went to bed so late last night, didn't know that Ting Yaohuo had already responded. Not until 9:30 a.m., while Ting Yaohuo's family was eating breakfast. Most people had basically woken up by now. Today was the weekend. They habitually sat in bed fumbling with their phones, checking the trending topics from last night. Then they discovered this tweet responding to the challenge from Ting Yaohuo. At this, their groggy eyes instantly lit up. There was more drama to follow. Netizens couldn't wait to click on this tweet, only to see that simple response. In an instant, they were completely awake. Oh ho, this Ting Yaohuo has got some attitude. They expressed their approval. Subsequently, netizens scrambled to join in, commenting below one after another, especially some of Ting Yaohuo's and Vanessa Liu's fans. After seeing Ting Yaohuo's dismissive tone and words, they all cheered him on and supported him, until 11:30 a.m. Chris, who had just woken up, saw this tweet. When he reached for his phone, it had already been pushed to the top of the trending list. Looking at Ting Yaohuo's arrogant words, Chris let out a sneer. The song genre for this round was his specialty. He was very confident he could crush Ting Yaohuo under his feet. At the thought of this, Chris even felt a bit of secret joy. Fortunately, Ting Yaohuo accepted the challenge. If he hadn't, Chris wouldn't have been able to do anything. Now, everything was perfect. After this, all of Ting Yaohuo's hype would be snatched away by him. By then, he would once again be the high and mighty music godfather he once was. Chris was in a great mood. He hurriedly started making calls to coordinate the operation. Now, he only needed Prime Entertainment's approval. As for whether they would agree to use his song, Chris was 100% certain. They definitely would. After all, his skill was right there. Before, entertainment companies were the ones asking him for songs. Now that he was offering a song of his own accord, and it was a genre he was familiar with, it would be a miracle if the other party didn't agree. If Ting Yaohuo knew what Chris was thinking right now, he would definitely laugh out loud. This poor kid had no idea what he was facing. At 1:00 p.m., Prime Entertainment replied to the message. They indeed agreed to Chris's self-recommendation. A veteran songwriting master offering a free song? Only someone with a broken brain would refuse. Of course, this was also based on the fact that Ting Yaohuo would never write a song for them. If Ting Yaohuo were willing to write a song for Anyun Miao, they would have kicked Chris out without hesitation. After all, no one is a fool. Currently, Ting Yaohuo's popularity was at its peak. It would be a waste not to write his coattails. And facts had proven that every one of Ting Yaohuo's songs became a hit. When Anyun Miao received the notice from the company, she was in the middle of practicing. About to face Vanessa Liu, she was also under immense pressure. When she heard the company had accepted Chris's song, she furrowed her brow slightly. Because she already had a song now, and she had already practiced for a whole day yesterday. Anyun Miao went to the company in a bit of a huff, wanting an explanation. After all, without her consent, choosing a song for her arbitrarily was something she couldn't accept. But the reason the company gave her was something she couldn't refute. First, the song Chris provided was indeed better than the one she was currently practicing. Second, the online hype was exploding right now. This match wasn't just a competition between Vanessa Liu and Anyun Miao, but also a battle between the songwriters behind them, Chris and Ting Yaohuo. The first match of the new Song Gala finals could already be described as the focus of universal attention. Prime Entertainment would naturally not miss out on this great opportunity. By using Chris's song, the benefits they could harvest would be even greater. As a result, Anyun Miao's personal opinion didn't matter. Anyun Miao understood that, of course, but she was still a little dejected. It wasn't that she looked down on Chris's song. It was just that she simply didn't want to be used as a tool for others' profit. This made her unable to help but envy Vanessa Liu. It seemed that ever since Vanessa Liu's comeback, she had always used songs from Ting Yaohuo or herself. And she had never heard of Soundwave Entertainment. Forcing her hand, Anyun Miao only thought about it for a bit before she figured it out. This was the result of having someone back you up. It's so nice. You and Chris accepted a battle? Until evening, Vanessa Liu finally saw the trending topics on Twitter. She usually paid very little attention to these things. This time, it was only after she had a phone call with Sister Yun that she found out someone had actually sent Ting Yaohuo a challenge. Seeing Vanessa Liu's anxious look, Ting Yaohuo said with a relaxed face, "Yeah, someone already came knocking on our door. It wouldn't be right if I didn't accept it, would it? But you haven't even written the song yet. What are we going to do?" Unlike Ting Yaohuo's relaxed manner, Vanessa Liu was full of worry. She also knew that Chris was actually quite good at composing in this genre, and this afternoon, Ting Yaohuo had been frowning over the song choice. Ting Yaohuo, who was still writing the script for Under One Person, stopped what he was doing. He waved his hand to soothe Vanessa Liu. "It's fine. Don't you trust your husband?" Even though Ting Yaohuo said that, Vanessa Liu was still a bit worried. If it was just about her own competition, she wouldn't care about winning or losing. But now the internet was in an uproar. This match was entirely about Ting Yaohuo's reputation. Vanessa Liu pursed her lips and pondered for a moment. Suddenly her eyes lit up, as if she had thought of a good idea. Ting Yaohuo saw that Vanessa Liu had calmed down. He continued writing, Under One Person. In reality, he was also a bit troubled. Exactly what kind of song should he use to win this battle? Until 9:30 p.m., little Lily, listening to Ting Yaohuo's fairy tales, slowly fell asleep. Ting Yaohuo was just about to lie down when he saw Vanessa Liu, sleeping on the other side, cautiously sit up. Like a thief, she beckoned to him with her finger, then pointed outside the bedroom. After a moment of confusion, Ting Yaohuo's eyes suddenly lit up. He was incredibly excited. Could it be? Ting Yaohuo didn't dare think further, but the look of pleasant surprise on his face wouldn't go away. He hurriedly crawled out of the blankets on tiptoe, following her out like a sneaky shadow. He gently pulled the bedroom door shut. Ting Yaohuo saw that Vanessa Liu was already sitting on the sofa, waving him over. Ting Yaohuo jogged over to the sofa. He sat down next to Vanessa Liu, turning his head to look at her. His heart was pounding. Then, he boldly put his arm around her slender waist. Vanessa Liu was stunned. What was he doing? A blush crept onto her cheeks. Vanessa Liu acted coyly, slapping Ting Yaohuo's mischievous hand. What are you doing? Ting Yaohuo was also stunned. Didn't you ask me to come out? What else would I be doing? Vanessa Liu rolled her eyes at Ting Yaohuo, but she didn't bother to move his hand that was still around her waist. Instead, she whispered, I asked you to come out, to find inspiration for you. What are you thinking about? Inspiration? Ting Yaohuo was embarrassed to death right now. It seemed he really had misunderstood, because he saw Vanessa Liu using her phone to search for a horror movie and was turning on a TV to cast it, so she brought him out to watch a horror movie. Alright then. Ting Yaohuo's energy suddenly deflated. He thought his lucky break had finally arrived. Vanessa Liu turned the volume down. Then she saw Ting Yaohuo's dejected look. She burst into a giggle. She pinched the skin at Ting Yaohuo's waist, but her body leaned closer into Ting Yaohuo's embrace. Ting Yaohuo scratched his head. This actually seemed pretty nice too. And so, he sat there with his arm around Vanessa Liu, starting to watch the horror movie. This movie was indeed quite terrifying. It was clear Vanessa Liu had carefully selected it. Ting Yaohuo had a strong stomach, so he didn't feel much, but when Vanessa Liu reached the halfway point, she was practically curled into a ball. She clung to Ting Yaohuo and wouldn't let go, especially on the screen. At the moment the ghost in red suddenly appeared, the creepy music blared, scaring Vanessa Liu so much. She buried her face directly into Ting Yaohuo's chest. She didn't dare look anymore. Ting Yaohuo patted her back. He comforted her. It's fake. It's all fake. If you're too scared to watch, let's turn it off, okay? Vanessa Liu nuzzled into his chest. She shook her head. Her voice was almost tearful. No, I have to watch this part. It's just scary for a bit, then it'll be fine. Ting Yaohuo smiled. He didn't try to persuade her anymore, but continued watching the TV. He really did seem to have some ideas forming. On the TV, the ghost woman in red was shedding tears of blood, laughing miserably. Her figure suddenly vanished. When she reappeared, it was a close-up of her face. The next moment, she was covered by a red bridal veil, but bloodstains were flowing from under her feet. Vanessa Liu took another peek at this moment. Then, her whole body went limp, collapsing directly into Ting Yaohuo's arms. Her body was trembling slightly. This time, she was truly terrified. Ting Yaohuo, do you have inspiration yet? Her voice was tiny, carrying a tremor. Ting Yaohuo felt a warmth in his heart. He held the soft beauty in his arms tightly, reaching out to turn off the TV. The room immediately fell silent. I've got it. No need to be afraid anymore. I've already turned the TV off. Ting Yaohuo gently patted Vanessa Liu's back. His voice was gentle, as if afraid of scaring his lovely wife even more. Did you really think of something? Don't lie to me. Ting Yaohuo smiled, stroking Vanessa Liu's loose hair. I really did. I'm a puppy if I'm lying. Vanessa Liu finally looked up. Her almond eyes were misty with moisture. Clearly, she had been quite frightened. She looked at Ting Yaohuo's clean-cut face. She asked once more, Really? Ting Yaohuo nodded. He looked at her rosy, lovely lips close by, but his heart didn't waver. Really? Tomorrow morning, my dear wife will see a complete new song. It'll have both the horror atmosphere and the tragic elements. Seeing Ting Yaohuo's gentle and firm gaze, Vanessa Liu finally believed him. She gave a soft, burying her face in Ting Yaohuo's chest and nuzzling again. Only then did she crawl out of his arms. Ting Yaohuo looked at the wet patch on his chest. He wanted to cry, but had no tears. This woman was becoming more and more like a child. All right. Go to sleep. I'm going to change out of my pajamas. Ting Yaohuo rubbed Vanessa Liu's hair again. This time, his voice was a bit helpless. As soon as Vanessa Liu heard Ting Yaohuo was leaving, she immediately crowded close to him again. She looped both arms through his, holding him firmly. Don't. The nervousness hidden in her eyes. Fear, shyness, all kinds of emotions. Left Ting Yaohuo completely stunned. But none of that was the most important thing. What mattered was the soft sensation against his arm, making Ting Yaohuo's heart skip a beat. Ting Yaohuo gave a soft cough. When she was in his arms earlier, he hadn't noticed. He hadn't expected to feel it now. One could only say Lily was truly lucky. But I have to change my pajamas. It'll be quick. Before Vanessa Liu went to Shanghai, the two of them seemed to have reached a tacit understanding. They changed clothes with their backs turned to each other, or separately in the bathroom. This time, since Vanessa Liu returned, it was still the same. Vanessa Liu's face turned even redder, but she still didn't let go of her hand. She looked at Ting Yaohuo stubbornly. All right, Ting Yaohuo started but stopped. He took Vanessa Liu back into the bedroom. This time, Ting Yaohuo changed into his pajamas in the bedroom. Under the hazy nightlight, he saw Vanessa Liu's eyes were clear and bright. That night, Ting Yaohuo fell asleep holding Vanessa Liu. They both slept soundly. When Vanessa Liu woke up, the sky was already bright. Ting Yaohuo had already gotten up at some unknown time. In her arms, only the soft and tender little Lily remained. She clearly remembered when they went to sleep last night. She was sleeping in Ting Yaohuo's embrace. Most likely, after Ting Yaohuo got up, he had placed Lily in her arms. Thinking of the scene last night, Vanessa Liu's face turned a bit red. She could hardly believe that the person who was clinging to Ting Yaohuo yesterday was herself. When did she become so bold? The corners of Vanessa Liu's mouth curled up slightly. This feeling seemed quite nice too. Kissing Lily's little cheek, Vanessa Liu got out of bed. She stepped lightly out of the bedroom. Just as she pushed open the door, the aroma of food wafted over from the kitchen. Vanessa Liu sniffed. She smelled the scent of steamed eggs. Awake? Go wash your face first. I'll call Lily to get up and eat in a bit. Ting Yaohuo happened to be walking out of the kitchen with a dish. Seeing that Vanessa Liu had already gotten up, he smiled and said, Vanessa Liu nodded in response. Her eyes were bright. This kind of plain and warm daily routine made her feel very fulfilled. For breakfast, there were indeed little Lily's favorite steamed eggs. Lily held her exclusive little spoon, eating big mouthfuls. It seemed that no matter how many times she ate steamed eggs, her eyes would always curve into beautiful crescents. Vanessa Liu still clearly remembered the first time Lily ate the steamed eggs Ting Yaohuo made for her, and the joy that was beyond words. Thinking of this, Vanessa Liu felt like crying. It was the kind of crying from being overjoyed. She looked at Ting Yaohuo, who was gently feeding Lily. That faint sense of happiness surged in her heart. After the meal, Ting Yaohuo was in the kitchen washing dishes. Vanessa Liu was beside him helping out. Her gaze, however, remained fixed on Ting Yaohuo. She felt that Ting Yaohuo was looking more and more like a stay-at-home dad. Oh, right, wait for me a second. I almost forgot the important business. Ting Yaohuo had just put the dishes and chopsticks back. He looked up and saw Vanessa Liu's doting gaze. Then he suddenly spoke. Vanessa Liu's thoughts were pulled back by Ting Yaohuo's words. She watched as Ting Yaohuo put down the chopsticks in his hand and jogged into the side bedroom. That place had already been turned into a study by him. When Ting Yaohuo came out again, he had 2 sheets of manuscript paper in his hand. His face was full of smiles. Here, this is what I promised you last night. Walking into the kitchen, Ting Yaohuo handed the manuscript paper to Vanessa Liu. The horror movie last night wasn't watched in vain. And my dear wife's efforts weren't for nothing either. This song, I suddenly thought of it when I saw that movie. Vanessa Liu's pretty face turned slightly red. With Ting Yaohuo mentioning it, she remembered the scenes from last night again. She took the manuscript and looked down. The top page was the lyrics. The song title had only one word, joy. Vanessa Liu was stunned. She didn't understand how the title, Joy, could have anything to do with tragic elements and a horror atmosphere. Then she continued reading further down. The 18th day of the first lunar month, an auspicious day for the zodiac. High on the stage, a foot of red makeup. One regret in a hurry, she only read the first part, and goosebumps crawled all over Vanessa Liu's body. The 18th of the first lunar month, an auspicious day? You can't get married on the 18th of the first lunar month. Everyone knows that's a day for funerals and mourning. But the lyric said it was an auspicious day. Vanessa Liu swallowed hard. Suddenly, she remembered the ghost woman in red she saw last night. So this is a ghost wedding. Vanessa Liu looked past the lyrics to the musical score. After looking for just a moment, her body suddenly trembled. She looked up at Ting Yaohuo. I'm afraid I can't sing this. Her voice sounded a bit pitiful. Ting Yaohuo cleared his throat twice. He hurriedly comforted her. It's fine. If it really doesn't work, we won't sing this song. It's okay. In Ting Yaohuo's heart, nothing could compare. To Vanessa Liu and little Lily, even the competition had to step aside. Seeing Ting Yaohuo say this, Vanessa Liu calmed her emotions. She said softly, That's not what I meant. It's just that I'm a little scared. But it'll be much better if you're by my side. Ting Yaohuo only then realized that it wasn't that Vanessa Liu couldn't sing this kind of song, but that she was still affected by the horror movie from last night. It seemed she was really afraid of watching horror movies. Thinking of this, Ting Yaohuo felt even more moved. Vanessa Liu was so scared, yet she still took the initiative to drag him to watch it, just so he could find inspiration. Ting Yaohuo rubbed Vanessa Liu's head. Then I'll stay with you until the competition is over. Vanessa Liu responded softly with her head lowered. A smile appeared on her face. Ting Yaohuo suddenly felt, whether this woman just wanted him to stay with her, so she said that on purpose. That afternoon, the family packed their luggage. After contacting Sister Yun and Lei Shen, they headed to Shanghai. In the days after arriving in Shanghai, Ting Yaohuo wondered if he had guessed wrong, because after Vanessa Liu returned to Shanghai, he could barely see her twice a day. Because Vanessa Liu basically spent every single day in Soundwave Entertainment's recording studio. The reason Vanessa Liu acted this way was entirely because the moment she thought about Ting Yaohuo's battle with someone else, she couldn't help but want to practice the song a little better, and then a little better still. She didn't want Ting Yaohuo to lose. Ting Yaohuo could only stay there and continue writing the script for under one person. Time passed quickly. The first round of the new Song Gala finals arrived in the blink of an eye. This final had much higher buzz than usual, because for this final, they not only replaced two very famous veteran mentors, but also had the battle between music godfather Chris and Ting Yaohuo. There was no shortage of topics to talk about. If not for the buzz brought by this traffic, based solely on the keywords of this round, the finals would likely have flocked. Ren Chao was also incredibly grateful that he had simply followed his teacher's advice, not expecting to reap such an unexpected surprise, and have Chris and Ting Yaohuo face off. As for who he was rooting for, he definitely hoped Ting Yaohuo would win, but he was also a bit worried, mainly because Ting Yaohuo had never created this type of song before. At 8:00 p.m., the Shanghai Stadium opened. Several streams of people formed long lines. Everyone had a look of expectation on their face, filing into the stadium one after another. Ting Yaohuo was among those long lines. He kept his head down and wore a mask, not even daring to look up, because he saw many audience members actually holding fan signs with his name on them. Little Lily didn't come with him this time. She stayed in the apartment with Sister Yun until 9:30 p.m. All the audience had entered. The competition officially opened its curtains. On the stage, a throne belonging to the champions slowly rose. Beside the throne stood a crystal-clear microphone. Host Cheryl Chen stepped on the red carpet and slowly walked onto the stage. She picked up the microphone and looked toward the audience with a beaming smile. Welcome everyone to the new Song Gala final stage. I am your host, Cheryl Chen. After the previous rounds of brutal eliminations, today, the new Song Gala finally welcomes its first final match. Let us first congratulate our contestants, Vanessa Liu and Anyun Miao. These two contestants have gone through layers of selection and finally stepped onto the stage belonging to champions, Cheryl Chen said loudly. On the big screen behind her, images of Vanessa Liu appeared, along with photos of Anyun Miao and the profiles of the songs they sang in previous matches. Pausing for a moment to give the audience time to look at the screen, Cheryl Chen continued, but the competition is brutal. There is only one champion. Only one person can sit on this throne. Will Vanessa Liu take the title, or will Anyun Miao reach the summit? Let's wait and see. Next, let's welcome the mentors to the stage with a round of applause. As her voice fell, the four mentors slowly rose from below the stage, accompanied by lights. Ting Yaohuo also looked up, watching the introductions of the mentors on the screen. The two familiar mentors, Gao Yu and Xiaoqian Xue, were still there. The other two were Ethan Chan and Renee Liu. This made Ting Yaohuo marvel at how wealthy the new Song Gala had become. To be able to invite such veteran famous singers, it was truly impressive. The whole venue cheered as the mentors took the stage. The audience was even more thrilled. The finale they had long awaited was finally here. To them, this match was full of highlights. Two beautiful singers competing on the same stage, and the two songwriters behind them adding to the tension. It was a perfect storm of hype. Now even the audience seating below seemed like a battlefield split down the middle, divided clearly. On the right were all the fans supporting Vanessa Liu. They held up banners to cheer her on. On the left side of the stadium were Anyun Miao's fans. They weren't to be outdone either, waving their fan lightboards frantically. Their shouting was nonstop. Ting Yaohuo turned his head to look, and couldn't help but curl his lip. In the corner of that banner, there was, actually, his own name, but it was just, why was his name written so small? It was ridiculous. You couldn't even see it without looking closely. What Ting Yaohuo didn't know was that his name wasn't originally on this banner. This banner was personally made by Vanessa Liu's #1 fan, Hong leading the army of fans. But during the production of the banner, one college student fan strongly requested to add Ting Yaohuo's name. Ong had no choice but to yield to this fan named Kevin, adding Ting Yaohuo's name in the corner. Besides the live audience, the various livestream rooms were even more packed. The new Song Gala official livestream even experienced lag for a time. Ren Chao immediately ordered the technicians to add several more dedicated traffic channels. Only then did the situation finally stabilize. Ren Chao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. You remembered the last time something like this happened in streaming was when the previous entertainment industry superstar started his first broadcast. But at this time, unlike the heat in the livestream and the venue, behind the stage was an eerie silence. Even as the staff busied themselves, their movements became involuntarily quiet. The reason for this bizarre atmosphere was Vanessa Liu sitting at the vanity table, being prepared by a makeup artist. On the other side of the vanity, Onion Miao was wearing a black evening gown, and looking at Vanessa Liu with a complex expression. She didn't understand how today's theme, which was clearly tragedy and horror, led Vanessa Liu to wear this bright, vivid red bridal gown. Not just Onion Miao, but everyone present didn't understand either. How could such festive attire have anything to do with today's keywords? Vanessa Liu sat quietly in front of the mirror, her mind calm as still water. She was trying to find the right state of mind. Tin Yaohui taught her that when seeing this, her expression must be solemn, and her eyes should be hollow yet filled with sorrow. Right, Ting Yaohuo also said that while seeing this, it was best not to blink. Vanessa Liu remembered it all, even though it was difficult. But as long as it was something he said, she would do her absolute best to achieve it. On the front stage, the host had already called both contestants to come out. The staff also notified the two in a low voice at this time. Vanessa Liu steadied her emotions and stood up. She and Anyun Miao stepped slowly onto the stage together. All the lights on the stage dimmed at that moment, with only 2 spotlights shining down on them. The moment they appeared, a collective gasp immediately erupted from the audience. Everyone's eyes widened as they looked at Vanessa Liu in disbelief. Some even rubbed their eyes, their faces full of shock. The reason for their outcry was Vanessa Liu, wearing a traditional phoenix crown and jewelry and a red bridal gown. Under the spotlights, she was simply breathtakingly beautiful. This was the complete opposite of today's theme. On the contrary, Anyun Miao in her black dress looked dignified and solemn, which was more in line with today's keywords. They couldn't understand why Vanessa Liu was dressed like this. In the livestream room, after a brief moment of silence, comments began to fly frantically. No way. Am I seeing things? What is Vanessa Liu doing? I just don't get it. I really don't. Did Vanessa Liu and Ting Yaohuo just give up? Are they going to sing a wedding march? Heh, Chris was right after all. Ting Yaohuo is just a shallow attention seeker. See, he's being exposed already. The match hasn't even started. What are you people barking about? Maybe there'll be a twist in a bit. Twist? If there's a twist, I'll eat 10 pounds of it. Here comes another one looking for a free meal. But Vanessa Liu really is beautiful in that bridal gown. That thief, Ting Yaohuo, is ruining my mental stability. On the stage, host Cheryl Chen asked them the usual questions, but no matter what she asked, Vanessa Liu only answered her with one word: secret. This left Cheryl Chen feeling quite helpless. She also really wanted to know what Vanessa Liu and Ting Yaohui were hiding. In the audience seating below the stage, Chris had naturally arrived early as well. When he saw Vanessa Liu's outfit, he almost laughed out loud. She's just given up.